Chapter 1. Journey to America. My name is Chunda, a student of English from an ordinary university in China. After graduation, filled with dreams and aspirations, I arrived in the bustling city of Shanghai, where I began my arduous life at a foreign trade company. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently illuminating my face, rousing me from slumber. After a brief morning routine, I donned my slightly formal business attire and hurried out the door. I squeezed onto the overcrowded subway, surrounded by weary faces, some engrossed in their phones, others resting their eyes that I struggled to maintain my balance amidst the crowd, silently praying not to be late. Upon arriving at the office, I clocked in, powered up my computer, and commenced a day of relentless toil, responding to emails, communicating with clients, organizing documents. Each task demanded my utmost concentration, leaving no room for complacency. During lunchtime, my colleagues often ventured off to the cafeteria, while I frequently opted for a hasty meal at my workstation due to my workload. The afternoon continued in a flurry of meetings, with a myriad of challenges and issues arising. After work, I dragged my weary body back to my cramped rental apartment, cluttered with various belongings and exuding an air of chaos. I hastily prepared a simple dinner, then collapsed onto the sofa, turning on the television in an attempt to alleviate the day's stress with lighthearted programming. Yet, before long, work-related thoughts would intrude, compelling me to reopen my laptop and tackle unfinished tasks. Every day, I sat at my desk, typing away as I listened to the office gossip. Have you heard? That new girl seems to have an affair with the boss. One female colleague whispered conspiratorially to another. Really? Is that true? The other responded, her eyes widening in disbelief. Absolutely. I saw Boss Wu driving her home, and they were laughing together. No way. She seems so innocent. Looks can be deceiving. Who knows what she's thinking? Perhaps she's angling for a promotion. The chatter droned on, growing tiresome. While I was lost in thought, my female supervisor summoned me to her office. Chun, you graduated with a degree in English, correct? Yes, I specialized in business English. You can translate a bit, right? Next month, Mr. Wu is traveling to the United States, and I'd like you to accompany him. We'll reimburse your airfare. That sounds great. Is there any allowance for this, ma'am? Just think of it as a trip for pleasure and experience, ma'am. Her gaze was such that I doubted anyone would dare to refuse. Thus, I was to serve as a volunteer translator next month without pay, and I would need to apply for a visa and passport. Is this how one treats a novice? Returning home, I collapsed onto my bed, utterly exhausted, disinclined to cook or even play games that I reminisced about my college girlfriends. Those were truly carefree times, contrasting sharply with my current existence. I wished for an apocalypse to reset everything, to prove I could outshine my peers, and perhaps put my boss in a subservient position, relishing their discomfort. Did you hear? Chunda has been assigned by his boss to the United States as a translator, and it's unpaid. Is that true? That sounds miserable. Indeed, being a translator in America without compensation? It's like working for nothing. I think he's just used to being bullied by the boss, who would dare defy the boss's orders. Exactly. He's always so meek. If not him, then who? Unbeknownst to me, I had become the subject of gossip. I passed by them with a scowl, grateful when they fell silent. Why must we, as compatriots, make life difficult for one another? I truly could not comprehend that a forced and awkward smile crept onto my face, as if it were coerced, appearing stiff and comedic. I attempted to break the tension with a joke. I hear one can get high on oxygen in America. I should bring some medicine, ha. The expressions on their faces were inscrutable. Amusement? Sympathy? Indifference? Afterward, I buried my head in my work, a corporate drone. Indeed, I in the vibrant and bustling city of Shanghai. Life seemed coated in a dazzling yet bewildering veneer. The cost of living was staggering, requiring meticulous budgeting for every expense, whether it was daily necessities or the occasional indulgence in fine dining and fashionable attire. The price tags always elicited gasps. As night descended, the city transformed as if under a spell, becoming a realm of kaleidoscopic lights. Neon signs flickered in a riot of colors, illuminating the streets. The lights of towering buildings twinkled like stars, adorning the skyline. Bars, nightclubs, and karaoke venues buzzed with life, as music and laughter intertwined to create a unique nocturnal symphony. People reveled in the vibrant nightlife, liberating their stress and passion. Yet, amidst this lively metropolis, I often felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Despite being surrounded by bustling crowds and joyous laughter, it seemed detached from my reality. During the day, I navigated the throngs of people, toiling for my livelihood. At night, when I returned to my small rental, confronted by the cold walls, an inundation of loneliness surged within me. Lacking the warmth of familial greetings or the companionship of friends, I was left to endure the endless silence and emptiness of long, solitary nights. After a long month, I reluctantly approached my mother for a loan of 10,000 yuan, framing it as an investment. My parents worked hard for their earnings. To preserve this relatively decent job, I was determined to push through. Arriving early at Hong Kong International Airport, with 3 hours to spare before departure, I waited for Mr. Wu, hoping to make a favorable impression. He arrived late, just past security at 1840 for the 1900 hours flight, flanked by the new girl that I found myself at the forefront of the gossip, though I had little interest. In the midst of disdainful glances, I escorted him to first class before retreating to my seat in economy. In my dreams, I seemed to hear the shrill cries of the flight attendants, followed by sounds of splashing water, roaring, and the hiss of inflating life vests, before I succumbed to oblivion. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself adrift at sea, surrounded by the wreckage of the aircraft, clutching an inflatable life raft, and floating aimlessly with a group of others, unsure of our destination. Chapter 2. Emergency landing in the Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a collision with an unidentified flying object, the aircraft has sustained damage. Please remain calm. Don your oxygen masks and await the emergency landing. Li Yun awoke from her dream of a graduation trip, abruptly pulled from her reverie. Clad in simple attire, her dress fitted elegantly, accentuating her slender figure with a refreshing grace. Her dark hair was neatly tied back, with a few strands cascading gently, adding a touch of softness to her visage. Her features were striking, with a straight nose and naturally rosy lips. Despite her unadorned appearance, her innate beauty shone through, radiating purity and elegance. Yet, the violent tremors of the aircraft churned her stomach, causing her to sway like a flower battered by frost in the wind. An exemplary student, she had secured a government-sponsored opportunity to study abroad. This trip to America was not only for leisure, but also to explore the hallowed halls of academia, where she intended to further her education. However, this unforeseen turmoil left her disoriented. The plane quaked violently in the air, resembling a wounded beast thrashing in torment. Inside the cabin, passengers' faces turned ashen, their eyes brimming with fear and despair. Cries and wails erupted. Some clutched the armrests tightly, while others frantically searched for their belongings. Children screamed in terror, and parents desperately sought to comfort them. Above them, the clouds loomed at 10,000 meters. Below, an unfathomable abyss awaited. The crew sprang into action, striving to calm the passengers while instructing them on how to properly don life jackets and utilize safety equipment. Yet, amidst the tension, some individuals found it impossible to remain composed, their limbs unresponsive, unable to follow instructions. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize. The aircraft is currently traversing the Pacific, with no nations nearby to offer assistance. The captain is working diligently to buy us time. Please put on your life jackets swiftly. We will soon open the emergency exits. The flight attendant's voice lost its usual sweetness, betraying the fear and quivering beneath her composure. A wave of despairful cries erupted from the passengers. Li Yun's heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. She opened the window's shade, revealing a chasm of darkness interspersed with the pale glow of the moon, alternating between despair and dread. Summoning her courage, she suppressed her fear, clumsily yet determinately donning her life jacket, pressing her back against the seat, awaiting the attendant's next announcement. How she wished this was merely a dream. Born into a family of considerable means, her lineage boasted vast enterprises spanning multiple sectors, from commerce to real estate. Their wealth afforded her a life of abundance, with material conditions far surpassing those of average households. This privileged upbringing enabled her to enjoy a life of high quality, receiving the best resources and support in all aspects, from sustenance and shelter to education and leisure. Yet, she was no typical heiress. Rather, she was a compassionate practitioner of social justice. During her university years, she exhibited remarkable passion and empathy, actively engaging in various charitable and volunteer endeavors. Whether it is the charity sale organized within the campus to support impoverished students, the environmental awareness campaigns, or the companionship programs for lonely elderly individuals held in the community. Her presence is always felt. Will I truly perish in the ocean? I am still so young. Tears streamed down Li Yun's cheeks, and her nose tinged with sorrow. As the sole daughter in her family, should she succumb to the depths of the sea, her parents would undoubtedly be engulfed in profound grief. At this moment, all she could do was submit to the whims of fate. The airplane shook violently amidst turbulent air currents, as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand. The wings trembled in the wind, emitting a piercing wail, as if signaling a desperate plea for help. The flight attendant noticed Chunda, still in a deep slumber, and hastily donned him with a life jacket, lacking the time to awaken him before rushing to assist other crew members. The captain struggled to maintain control of the aircraft. 3,000 meters. The engines have ceased. 2,000 meters. The cabin was filled with cries of despair. 1,000 meters. Prepare for emergency landing. Ultimately, the aircraft glided toward the ocean at a relatively favorable angle. A powerful shockwave enveloped the passengers, rendering their ears deafened. The surface of the sea erupted in towering waves, resembling ferocious beasts clawing at the plane. The fuselage collided violently with the water, producing a resounding thud, as the sounds of twisting and breaking metal intertwined in a chilling symphony. The aircraft sank rapidly into the ocean, and the passengers within the cabin screamed in terror, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness. Water surged relentlessly into the cabin, submerging their bodies in an icy grip that swiftly spread throughout them. The scene was utter chaos, with debris floating upon the surface, those donned in life jackets, and those who had not yet secured theirs, all being swept into the endless darkness by the waves. The frigid sea mirrored the somber and cold sky above. The waves crashed violently against the life rings, causing them to sway precariously on the surface. The unfortunate souls clung tightly to the life rings, their bodies soaked in the icy water, the biting cold turning their lips purple and teeth chattering. Their eyes betrayed despair and terror, as if they were locked in a life-or-death struggle against mortality. An elderly man grasped Li Yun, who was being swept away by the currents. So salty. Ugh. The old man expertly treaded water, buoyed by the undulating waves. Thank you. Thank you. Save me, please. Li Yun was greatly frightened, and despite her ability to swim, she found herself overwhelmed. Do not fear, young lady. You will not die just yet. The old man reassured her. He then found a piece of debris for her to hold on to, instructing her to float for a while as he swam off to rescue others. Li Yun remained in disbelief at the unfolding nightmare. Screams, coldness, an endless abyss. She felt as if exiled to the underworld, utterly powerless, realizing in this moment the insignificance of humanity. Soon, she noticed another person afloat in the sea, clad in a life jacket. This individual neither screamed nor swam, their expression devoid of fear or panic, instead emanating a serene calmness. Could it be that they had already succumbed to death? Out of goodwill, she gently nudged his body and shouted, "Are you all right? Sir, sir, wake up, sir." Chunda opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. In that fleeting moment of awakening, it seemed he also came to realize the misfortune he had encountered. Ironically, he felt no concern for his predicament. Instead, he began to search for his superior, Mr. Wu. For someone like him, a job that provided income was undoubtedly more vital than his own life. After all, he bore numerous burdens that he could not abandon, and ties that remained unbroken. Mr. Wu, Chunda called out, scanning the area but finding no trace of him, which left him in a state of panic. Chapter 3. The first encounter with the Zaiwaz tribe. Chunda searched for Mr. Wu in vain and was compelled to follow the drifting crowd. Lost and uncertain of his destination, Li Yun noticed Chunda's dazed expression and chose to disregard him, instead joining the elderly man in rescuing other survivors. As night fell, the ink-black sea appeared to be shrouded in a sinister veil. Those unfortunate souls who had plunged into the water faced a dire struggle for survival. Most had already succumbed to their fate. Some were engulfed by the frigid waters, their bodies gradually stiffening before sinking into the abyss. Others, unable to swim, drowned in their desperate struggles, and a few, like rootless duckweed, were swept away by the surging waves to an unknown fate, never to be heard from again. The remaining survivors were few: the elderly man skilled in rescue, a brawny figure, a wealthy man accompanied by a Doberman, along with Li Yun and Chunda. The night sea roared with turbulent waves, biting cold. The group gathered around the wreckage of the ill-fated aircraft, its embers still smoldering, the aviation fuel unburned, providing them with scant illumination and warmth. This was not the moment for pleasantries. The elderly man, his hair gray and face lined with wrinkles, softly reassured them. "Do not be afraid, children, everything will be all right." Beside him, the muscular man concurred, "Indeed, do not worry. We shall overcome this hardship together." Meanwhile, the affluent man seated nearby incessantly complained, "What terrible luck I have. How did I end up in this mess?" He flailed at the water's surface, shouting loudly. Amidst this cacophony, two individuals stood out distinctly. Li Yun sat quietly in a corner, silent, her brow furrowed, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Chunda, in contrast, anxiously scanned the area, murmuring to himself, "I cannot afford to lose him." The sea breeze gradually calmed, and the waves ceased their tumultuous rage. Chunda clutched the life ring tightly, his body numbed by the icy water. His lips were chapped, and his throat felt scorched, each breath laced with the briny taste of the sea. Leaning against a floating piece of cabin debris, Li Yun's face was pale, her gaze vacant. Her long hair clung damply to her cheeks, a few strands dancing in the wind. She gripped the wooden plank tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. "How much longer can we hold on?" Li Yun's voice was faint, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. Chunda did not respond. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting scattered fragments of the aircraft floating on the surface, with survivors dispersed nearby. The elderly man persisted in his efforts to assist others, while the robust figure beside him gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. The wealthy man's Doberman remained loyally at his side, occasionally emitting low, mournful whines. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited in the strong man's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand and pointed into the distance. "Land! I see land!" he exclaimed. Instantly, everyone's gaze was drawn toward the horizon. In the far-off sea, a faint green outline emerged, appearing like a mirage rising from the water's surface. Chunda's heart raced, as if a surge of energy coursed through him, dispelling fatigue and despair. "Quick! We must swim there!" the elderly man shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. Despite their weakened bodies, the instinct for survival compelled everyone to swim vigorously toward that distant land. The waves continued to buffet them, yet this time, they no longer succumbed to the currents, but actively advanced toward hope. Li Yun's strength was nearly depleted, her arms unable to propel her further. Chunda swam to her side and grasped her wrist firmly. "Hold on, we're almost there," he urged. Li Yun managed a faint nod, allowing Chunda to pull her forward. Her vision blurred, and a single thought consumed her mind: survive. When their feet finally touched the soft sand, all collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Chunda lay on his back, feeling the warm sunlight filter through the leaves onto his face. His body felt drained of all energy. Even the strength to lift his hand eluded him. Li Yun lay beside him, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her eyes were slightly closed, droplets of seawater clinging to her lashes like morning dew. Though her complexion remained pale, the corners of her mouth turned upward, as if she were grateful to be alive. "We finally made it," Li Yun whispered, her voice laced with weary joy. Chunda turned his head to look at her. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft halo around her face. Her skin appeared exceptionally translucent in the sunlight, as if it might shatter with the slightest touch. An inexplicable emotion surged within Chunda, prompting him to quickly turn away, no longer looking at her. "Where's this place?" The wealthy man's voice shattered the brief silence. He sat up, surveying his surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. Chunda also rose, carefully examining the environment. They were on a tropical island, surrounded by dense jungle, towering palm trees reaching toward the heavens, their fronds swaying gently in the breeze. The beach was blanketed with fine, white sand, and the crystalline waters revealed glimpses of small fish darting about. In the distance, a brook meandered from the jungle, its waters glistening like silver in the sunlight. "It appears to be an uninhabited island," the strong man remarked in a hushed tone, a hint of caution in his voice. "Regardless, we must first locate food and water." The elderly man stood, brushing the sand from his clothes. "Everyone should rest for a moment. I will see if I can find something to eat." Chunda nodded, rising to accompany the elder in their exploration. Li Yun also managed to stand, though her steps remained unsteady, yet her gaze had regained its former determination. "I shall go too," she said softly, as they prepared to venture into the jungle. A deep horn reverberated from afar, abruptly halting all movement and saturating the air with a palpable tension. What was that sound? The voice of the wealthy man trembled slightly. Chun Da's heart raced. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings in search of the source of the sound. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the edge of the forest. A group of dark-skinned individuals, armed with bows and spears, emerged slowly from the thicket. They donned rudimentary animal skins and grass skirts, their faces adorned with peculiar patterns, their eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility. Indigenous people, the burly man whispered, instinctively taking a step back. A wave of dread washed over Chinda. He understood that these natives were evidently highly wary of outsiders. He quickly raised his hands, signaling his lack of weapons, and spoke in a slow, clear voice. We are not enemies. We are mere survivors in need of assistance. The Jiwa tribespeople remained unresponsive, their expressions still icy, weapons firmly gripped in their hands. Li Yun, standing behind Chinda, felt her heart pounding. She gazed into the eyes of the natives, as if perceiving the fear and unease lurking within them. They do not comprehend our words, Li Yun whispered. We must resort to body language. Chinda nodded, continuing his slow gestures of goodwill. He pointed to himself, then to the others, and mimicked drinking, attempting to convey their need for water and food. The Jiwa tribe, however, did not relent in their vigilance, their eyes scanning the survivors as though appraising their threat level. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, the wealthy man's Doberman suddenly erupted into a cacophony of barks, its sharp and jarring sound shattering the brief tranquility. The Jiwa tribespeople appeared startled by this unexpected noise, their eyes flashing with a hint of panic as they tautened their bows, arrows aimed squarely at the survivors. Don't move, Chinda shouted urgently. Don't provoke them. The wealthy man attempted to calm the Doberman, but the dog continued its frenzied barking. The emotions of the Jiwa tribespeople were evidently heightened, their gazes filled with animosity, as if poised to strike at any moment. Li Yun's heart nearly ceased, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. She realized that if action was not taken soon, the consequences could be dire. Quickly, she stepped beside Chunda and shouted in fluent English, "We come in peace. We will not harm you. Please lower your weapons." Chunda thought to himself, her English is quite good. His contemplation was interrupted by Li Yun's exclamation, and he looked at her in astonishment, surprised that she could remain composed in such a critical situation. However, the Jiwa tribespeople displayed no reaction to her English. Their expressions remained cold, and their weapons showed no sign of relaxation. They do not understand English, Chunda murmured urgently to Li Yun. She bit her lip, quickly recalibrating her approach. She raised her hands and slowly crouched down, striving to express goodwill in the most primal manner possible. Chunda immediately followed suit, and upon witnessing this, the others raised their hands, signaling that they posed no threat. The wealthy man's Doberman continued to bark furiously, yet he held it tightly, striving to calm its frenzied state. The dog's low growls pierced the stillness of the air, eliciting wary and anxious glances from the Chiwa tribesmen. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Beads of sweat trickled down Chun Da's forehead, his heart pounding like a drum, as his mind raced to devise a strategy. He understood that even the slightest movement could provoke these natives, leading to irrevocable consequences. At that moment, a tall man adorned with red markings emerged from the ranks of the Chiwa. His gaze was sharp, and the spear he wielded was more intricately designed than those of his companions, clearly indicating his status as their leader. He approached the survivors slowly, his eyes scanning each individual before finally resting on Chunda. Holding his breath and striving to remain composed, Chunda gradually raised his hand, pointing to himself, then to the others, and mimicked drinking, attempting once more to convey their needs. The leader observed Chunda's gestures, his brow furrowing slightly, as if deep in thought. After a brief pause, he turned to his fellow tribesmen and spoke a few words in an unintelligible language. The Chiwa exchanged glances and slowly lowered their weapons. Chunda exhaled in relief, yet he was acutely aware that this did not guarantee their safety. The disposition of the Chiwa remained ambiguous, and they could easily reconsider their decision. The leader turned again, gesturing for the survivors to follow. Chunda hesitated momentarily, glancing back at the others. Li Yun nodded and softly stated, "We have no choice but to trust them." The wealthy man held his Doberman, his complexion pale, clearly distressed by the unfolding situation. The burly man and the elder appeared relatively calm, silently trailing behind Chunda and Li Yun as they ventured deeper into the jungle. The Chiwa led the way with steady strides, occasionally glancing back to ensure the survivors did not display any suspicious behavior. Chinda's nerves remained taut, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of any potential escape routes or hidden dangers. As they delved further into the jungle, the air grew humid and oppressive, towering trees blocking out the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the leaves. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which crunched softly underfoot. Occasionally, unknown birds flitted through the treetops, emitting sharp calls that shattered the jungle's silence. After approximately half an hour of walking, the Chiwa finally came to a halt. Chunda looked up to find an open clearing before him, where several rudimentary, thatched huts were erected, their roofs covered with palm fronds and walls woven from bamboo and branches. In the center of the clearing, a bonfire crackled, its flames dancing gently in the breeze, casting a warm glow. The Chiwa village was not large, but it evidently served as the heart of their community. Several women and children peered curiously from their thatched huts, examining the unfamiliar visitors. The children's eyes sparkled with innocence and wonder, while the women exhibited a degree of caution. The chief approached the campfire and exchanged a few words with an elderly woman. She nodded and retreated into one of the huts, returning moments later with a bowl of water and what appeared to be fruit. Chunda felt a slight easing of tension. He realized that while the Jiwa people harbored suspicion towards outsiders, they did not entirely reject them. At the very least, they were willing to offer sustenance and refreshment. The chief extended the bowl of water and food to Chunda, gesturing for them to partake. Chunda accepted the bowl, cautiously sipping the cool water, which instantly relieved his parched throat. He passed the bowl to Li Yun, who also took a sip before handing it to the others. The wealthy man, clutching his Doberman, remained visibly anxious. He took the bowl, forcing himself to drink a sip, and then muttered under his breath, "What do these natives intend? Are we to become their dinner?" Chunda frowned and whispered back, "Mind your words. We must rely on them for now." The wealthy man scoffed, but said nothing further, though his eyes continued to betray his unease. Just as the survivors began to feel a measure of relief, the demeanor of the Jiwa people abruptly shifted. The chief's expression darkened as he spoke to his tribesmen, and soon several Jiwa approached, binding the survivors' hands with rough ropes. "What are they doing?" The wealthy man cried in terror, struggling against his captors, but the strength of the Jiwa far surpassed his own. Chunda's heart sank once more. He recognized that the Jiwa did not fully trust them. Perhaps they had merely brought them here temporarily, preparing for some ritual or judgment. Li Yun's face paled, and she whispered to Chunda, "We must find a way to escape," or she left her sentence unfinished, yet Chunda comprehended her meaning. If the Jiwa decided to act against them, they would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, the Jiwa began to shove the survivors toward a large wooden post in the center of the village. The post was adorned with strange symbols, surrounded by heaps of hay and firewood. Chunda's heartbeat quickened, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. They were to be sacrificed. No. The wealthy man's voice was filled with dread as he struggled fiercely, but the Jiwa maintained their grip. Chunda's mind raced, searching for a means of escape. He understood that time was of the essence. If action were not taken soon, they would face an irrevocable fate. Chapter 4. The threat of the Jiwa people in the heart of the Jiwa village. A roaring bonfire blazed, casting an ominous glow upon every face, rendering them grotesque in the flickering light. The flames licked the night sky, as if intent on consuming the entire settlement. The air was thick with a charred odor, mingling with the stench of blood and sweat, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Chunda's hands were tightly bound by coarse ropes, a sharp sting radiating from his wrists, as if countless tiny blades were slicing through his skin. He surveyed his surroundings and noted the indescribable fervor in the eyes of the Jiwa tribesmen, as if they were engaged in a sacred rite. Their faces were smeared with a deep crimson paint, reminiscent of blood, and their gazes exuded a feral savagery. An unsettling atmosphere permeated the air, as if the breath of death was silently encroaching upon them. Chunda's heart pounded like a drum, his mind racing to devise an escape. He understood that time was of the essence. If action was not taken soon, they would face an irrevocable fate. He turned his head to glance at Li Yun. Her complexion was equally pallid, yet her eyes reflected an unwavering resolve. She gave a slight nod, seemingly indicating that Chunda should refrain from rash movements. The wealthy man's Doberman continued to bark frantically, its voice sharp and jarring. But the Jiwa tribesmen seemed accustomed to its presence, no longer in a state of panic. The affluent man's face was ashen, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead, his lips quivering as he murmured, They can't truly intend to consume us, can they? His voice was laden with despair and terror, as if he could already envision his impending dismemberment. A heaviness settled in Chunda's heart. He recognized that the wealthy man's fears were not unfounded. The leader of the Jiwa stood by the bonfire, wielding a beautifully carved bone knife, its blade glinting ominously in the firelight. His face was adorned with intricate red patterns, and his eyes emanated a chilling resolve. He slowly approached the affluent man, raising the bone knife high, as if to conduct a sacrificial rite. His steps were deliberate and weighted, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat upon the hearts of the onlookers, suffocating in its intensity. The wealthy man's breathing grew rapid, his body trembling involuntarily. He attempted to struggle, but the strength of the Jiwa tribesman far surpassed his own, pinning him firmly to the ground. The Doberman's barks grew even more piercing, as if lamenting its master's fate. Despair filled the affluent man's eyes. His lips quivered as he weakly protested, "No, no, you cannot do this." Yet his struggles were futile, the Jiwa's grip akin to iron clamps. A flurry of thoughts raced through Chunda's mind. He knew that if he did not act soon, the wealthy man and the elder would become offerings to the Jiwa. He quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed that although the burly man was also bound, a fierce determination shone in his eyes, as if he were waiting for the opportune moment. The muscles of the strong man were taut, veins bulging, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. His gaze sparkled with a ferocious intensity, ready to spring upon the adversary at any moment. "Li Yun, we must devise a means of escape," Chunda whispered, urgency lacing his tone. His eyes remained locked on the Jiwa leader, fearful of his sudden action. Li Yun nodded slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "I understand. But we cannot abandon them." Though her voice was faint, it conveyed a resolute strength. Compassion filled her gaze, as if mourning the fate of the affluent man and the elder. Chunda felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, comprehending Li Yun's implication. Though the wealthy man and the elder were strangers to them, it was evident that abandoning a companion in such a life-and-death moment was a deed lacking in morality. He rapidly devised a plan, a bold thought flashing through his mind. "Brother, can you break free from the ropes?" Chunda whispered, his voice laced with a hint of hope. His gaze was fixed intently on the strong man, as if awaiting his reply. The robust figure nodded slightly, a fierce glint illuminating his eyes. He replied in a low, powerful voice, akin to a beast on the brink of unleashing its fury, "Give me a moment." Chunda's heart eased slightly. He understood that the strong man's strength surpassed that of ordinary men, and perhaps he truly could escape the bindings. He quickly scanned their surroundings, noting that the attention of the Jiwa tribesmen was focused on the wealthy man and the elder, seemingly oblivious to their movements. At that moment, the leader of the Jiwa tribe raised a bone knife, its blade glinting ominously in the firelight. His eyes bore a chilling and resolute intensity, as if he were engaged in a sacred rite. The wealthy man's breath quickened, his body trembling involuntarily. He struggled, but the might of the Jiwa tribesmen was evidently far greater, pinning him firmly to the ground. "No, no, you cannot do this." The wealthy man's voice was filled with despair and terror, yet his struggles proved futile. Chunda's heart raced like a drum. He knew time was running out. "Brother, hurry," he urged in a hushed tone, urgency creeping into his voice. The strong man nodded, exerting a sudden force. The ropes around his wrists snapped with a crack, as if he had torn them asunder. His movements were swift and decisive, embodying the essence of a predator poised for action. He swiftly untied Chunda and Li Yun's bindings, whispering, "Run." Chunda and Li Yun reacted instantly, seizing the moment of distraction among the Jiwa tribesmen to sprint deep into the jungle. Their footsteps were light and rapid, akin to two agile leopards. The roars of the Jiwa tribesmen echoed behind them, but they dared not look back, pouring all their energy into their escape. The air in the jungle was humid and stifling, towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, which could only filter through the leaves in scattered patches. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, producing a soft rustling sound underfoot. Occasionally, unidentified birds flitted through the treetops, emitting sharp cries that shattered the stillness of the forest. Chunda's breath came in quick gasps, his chest heaving violently, yet he did not dare to halt. He understood that only by escaping this jungle could they grasp a semblance of hope. Li Yun followed closely behind Chunda, her complexion still pale, yet her eyes radiated determination. Her heart overflowed with compassion, as if she were silently praying for the innocents captured by the Jiwa tribesmen. though her steps were light. Each one was imbued with strength, as if her actions proclaimed that she would not abandon any life. The strong man trailed closely, his eyes still gleaming with ferocity, ready to confront the Jiwa tribesmen at any moment. His muscles were taut, veins bulging, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its adversary. Chunda and Li Yun sprinted through the jungle, the howling wind and the furious roars of the Jiwa people ringing in their ears. The leaves beneath their feet crunched rhythmically, as if accompanying their hurried steps. Chunda's breathing grew increasingly labored, his chest feeling as though it were crushed by a colossal stone, yet he dared not halt. He understood that even a moment's hesitation would invite the ravenous pursuers behind him to pounce like famished wolves. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Chunda turned sharply to see a robust man halting his flight, grappling with several approaching Jiwa warriors. His fists fell like iron hammers upon his foes, each strike imbued with the force of a thunderclap. One Jiwa warrior was sent flying, colliding heavily with a tree, producing a dull thud. Yet, more Jiwa warriors closed in, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, their bone knives flashing ominously in the sunlight. "Run!" the burly man bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder through the thicket. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a resolute light shone in his eyes. His body bore several wounds, blood cascading down his arms, staining his garments crimson, yet he steadfastly stood before the Jiwa warriors, a formidable mountain that could not be surmounted. A pang of despair struck Chunda's heart, and his feet faltered involuntarily. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. He realized that the burly man had stayed behind to protect them. Guilt and turmoil filled his heart, as if a knife were cleaving through it. "We cannot leave him behind." Li Yun's voice quavered with emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes as she clutched Chunda's arm tightly, pleading for him not to forsake the strong man. Chunda clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He was beset by inner conflict, acutely aware that returning to save the man could spell doom for them all. Yet, the thought of leaving him behind was unbearable. The strong man's fierce yet resolute gaze flashed through his mind, a visage of fearless courage and selfless sacrifice. "Go!" The strong man's voice rang out again, this time more urgent. He was now encircled by the Jiwa warriors, the glint of their bone knives flickering ominously around him. A blade pierced his chest, blood gushing forth, yet he remained resolute, standing like a wounded beast, summoning the last of his strength to protect them. Tears welled in Chunda's eyes as he gritted his teeth, fiercely grasping Li Yun's hand and whispering, "We must go." His voice was hoarse and trembling, each word laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Li Yun's tears finally overflowed, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak, but ultimately, she merely nodded. Her steps faltered, as if each was taken upon the edge of a blade, yet she steadfastly followed Chunda. Chunda was engulfed by anguish and guilt, fully aware of the gravity of his choice at that moment. He glanced back at the strong man, who had already been swallowed by the Jiwa warriors, but his roar still echoed through the jungle, as if bidding them farewell. "I will return to save you," Chunda silently vowed within his heart, his gaze radiating a resolute brilliance. He understood that he could not betray the sacrifice of the burly man. He must escape with Li Yun and subsequently devise a plan to return for him. Deep within the jungle, sunlight was obscured by the dense foliage, leaving only scattered patches of light to dapple the ground. Chunda and Li Yun weaved through the thicket, their steps growing heavier. Yet a spark of hope ignited within their hearts. This hope was a gift exchanged for their lives by the burly man, the sole impetus for their survival. The wind howled in their ears, as if guiding them toward salvation. Images of the burly man replayed in Chunda's mind, his fierce gaze, his unwavering voice, his indomitable courage. He knew he had to survive, to return for him. "We will definitely come back," Chunda whispered to Li Yun, his voice tinged with emotion. Li Yun nodded, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet her expression exuded determination. She recognized that they could not squander the burly man's sacrifice. They had to endure and return. At the edge of the jungle, sunlight bathed the ground, seemingly illuminating a path to life. Chunda and Li Yun quickened their pace, their hearts brimming with hope and resolve. This hope was the very essence of their survival, a legacy bestowed by the burly man through his ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 5. Kano. Chunda and Li Yun sprinted through the jungle, the howling wind and the furious shouts of the Jiwa tribe echoing around them. The leaves beneath their feet rustled, as if providing a frantic accompaniment to their hurried steps. Chunda's breathing grew labored, his chest feeling as though it were crushed by a colossal weight, yet he dared not pause. He knew that even a moment's hesitation would invite the ravenous pursuit of their foes. Li Yun trailed closely behind him, her complexion still pale, yet her eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Her heart brimmed with compassion, as if she were silently praying for the innocents ensnared by the Jiwa tribe. Though her footsteps were light, each stride resonated with strength, demonstrating her commitment to preserving every life. Deep within the jungle, sunlight remained shrouded by the thick canopy, leaving only sporadic beams to grace the earth. Chunda and Li Yun navigated the woods, their steps growing increasingly burdensome, yet hope continued to blaze within them. A hope forged from the sacrifice of the burly man, the singular motivation for their survival. The wind surged around them, as if to illuminate their path. Chunda's mind incessantly replayed the image of the burly man, the fierce gaze, the steadfast voice, the fearless spirit. He knew he must endure, he must return. "We will certainly come back," he murmured to Li Yun, his voice thick with emotion. Li Yun nodded, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet her gaze remained steadfast. She understood they could not betray the sacrifice of the burly man. They had to survive, they had to return. At the jungle's edge, sunlight cascaded upon the ground, as if unveiling a pathway to their salvation. Chunda and Li Yun quickened their pace, their hearts brimming with hope and determination. This hope, earned through the ultimate sacrifice of a brave man, became their sole motivation for survival. However, just as they believed they had finally escaped from peril, the scene before them plunged them back into despair. They found themselves ensnared in an unfamiliar jungle, surrounded by towering trees that reached for the heavens, entwined with vines and lush foliage, resembling a verdant labyrinth. Chunda felt a heaviness in his heart. He realized they had lost their way. "Where are we?" Li Yun's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting confusion and fear. Chunda shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for panic. They must swiftly find a way out. He scanned their surroundings, searching for any potential clues. Yet, the scenery appeared almost identical in every direction, as if they were trapped in an endless loop. "We must find a higher vantage point to ascertain our direction," Chunda stated quietly, his voice imbued with resolve. Li Yun nodded, closely trailing behind him. They advanced along a narrow path that seemed to have been tread by others, the leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. The air was thick with a dampness, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil and vegetation, instilling a sense of unease. After approximately half an hour, they finally stumbled upon a slightly more open area. Chunda climbed atop a massive rock, attempting to survey the surrounding environment from an elevated position. However, the sight before him only deepened his despair. The dense jungle enveloped them still, devoid of any signs of human presence. "Are we lost?" Li Yun's voice carried a note of hopelessness, her gaze filled with helplessness. Chunda's heart sank. He knew that if they did not find an exit soon, they could be trapped in this jungle indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself. He realized that now, more than ever, they must rely on their wit and courage to navigate their way to safety. At that moment, Li Yun suddenly gasped, her body instinctively recoiling. Chunda swiftly turned, only to see a massive centipede creeping past Li Yun's feet, its body as thick as an arm, its black shell glistening ominously in the sunlight. The centipede's antennae waved in the air, as if searching for its next prey. "Don't move," Chunda whispered urgently, tension lacing his voice. He knew that the venom of such a centipede was highly potent. A bite could lead to dire consequences. Li Yun's body stiffened, her eyes wide with terror, her lips trembling as she struggled to contain her panic. Her fingers clutched Chunda's sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Chunda quickly picked up a sturdy branch from the ground, cautiously approaching the centipede. His heart raced like a drum, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But he dared not let his guard down. The centipede seemed to sense his approach, twisting its body and lunging toward Chunda. With swift reflexes, Chunda swung the branch forcefully, striking the centipede's head with a decisive blow. The centipede emitted a sharp hiss, its body writhing violently before collapsing to the ground, motionless. All was well. Chunda exhaled in relief and turned to face Li Yun. Her complexion remained pale, yet her eyes shimmered with gratitude. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to articulate something, but ultimately, she merely nodded gently. "Thank you," Li Yun murmured, her voice laced with a tremor. Chunda shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of ease. "No need for thanks. We must hasten our departure from this place. for it is rife with venomous creatures. Li Yun nodded and closely followed Chunda as they advanced, the fallen leaves beneath their feet emitting a soft rustling sound. The air was thick with a dampness that mingled the scents of earth and foliage, evoking a sense of unease. Before long, the sky darkened ominously, clouds gathering as if poised to unleash a torrential downpour. Chunda felt a weight in his heart, aware that rain would render their situation even more perilous. "We need to find shelter from the rain," he stated softly, urgency creeping into his voice. Li Yun nodded in agreement, keeping close to Chunda as they traversed a narrow path that appeared to have been trodden by others. After a while, they stumbled upon a cave, its entrance concealed by dense vines, rendering it quite discreet. Chunda cautiously parted the foliage, signaling for Li Yun to follow. The cave was dim and damp, a musty odor permeating the air. He retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and switched it on, the feeble beam illuminating the interior of the cave. It was not large, but sufficient for them to take refuge from the rain. "Let us rest here for a moment," Chunda suggested quietly, fatigue evident in his voice. Li Yun nodded, settling onto a slightly drier stone. Her face remained ashen, yet her heart brimmed with gratitude, comforted by Chunda's bravery and attentiveness. "Thank you, Chunda," she said softly, her voice catching slightly. Chunda shook his head, his tone light. "No need for thanks. We must look out for one another." Li Yun nodded in agreement. "Chunda, what brings you to America?" she inquired. "I was supposed to accompany Mr. Wu to the States, but he went missing, and now I am at a loss as to how to report to the company," he replied with a sigh. "I see. Nonetheless, it seems uncertain whether we will survive and return home from this island." "True enough," he conceded. "By the way, judging by your attire, it seems you come from a well-off background. Is this trip to America for leisure?" Chunda speculated. "In fact, I am here to engage with a local charity," Li Yun revealed. "Oh." Chunda chose not to pursue the matter further, aware that he too was in need of assistance, hoping that the benevolence of the wealthy might one day extend to the impoverished. At that moment, a low rumble of thunder echoed from outside the cave, and soon after, torrential rain began to pour down. Raindrops struck the leaves, producing a rapid, rhythmic sound, as if adding an element of tension to their escape. Chunda and Li Yun sat within the cave, listening to the rain outside, their hearts filled with intricate emotions. They understood that although they were temporarily safe, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Yet, they also realized that only by relying on one another could they surmount the challenges that lay ahead. "We will be all right," Chunda murmured to Li Yun, his tone imbued with a hint of resolve. Li Yun nodded, a flicker of gratitude glimmering in her eyes. In the dim light of the cave, their figures appeared particularly intimate. The tropical rainforest rain always arrived with ferocity and departed hastily. In a short while, the downpour ceased, and the jungle once again became oppressively warm. Chunda and Li Yun exited the cave, contemplating that this place might be suitable for a rest. At that moment, a deep horn echoed from afar. Chunda's heart raced, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the edge of the jungle. A group of dark-skinned individuals, armed with bows and spears, emerged slowly from the thicket. Clad in rudimentary animal hides and grass skirts, their faces adorned with peculiar markings, their eyes radiated wariness and hostility. "It is the Jiwa tribe," Chunda exclaimed in a hushed tone, instinctively taking a step back. Li Yun's heartbeat thundered. She clutched Chunda's arm tightly, her eyes filled with terror. She understood that if they fell into the hands of the Jiwa tribe once more, their fates would be dire. However, just as they prepared to flee, a young hunter stepped forward from the group of Jiwa. His eyes held a glimmer of curiosity and compassion, as if he felt sympathy for their plight. He approached Chunda and Li Yun slowly, speaking in halting English. "Do you need help?" Chunda observed the earnestness in the hunter's face, his eyes brimming with compassion and benevolence, causing his heart to relax slightly. He knew this might be their only chance. He nodded rapidly and replied in a slow, clear voice, "Yes, we need help. We are lost and do not know how to leave this place." The young hunter nodded, gesturing for them to follow. Chunda and Li Yun exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with hesitation and unease. Nevertheless, they recognized that they had no other choice but to trust this young hunter. His name was Kano, and his gaze was gentle yet resolute, as if he could see into their very souls. His skin was sun-kissed and dark, and his muscular physique bore testament to years of hunting. A slight smile graced his face, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Follow me, and I shall guide you from this place. Kano's voice was deep and soothing, akin to a calming presence for two frightened creatures. Chunda and Li Yun trailed behind Kano, their vigilance still intact. However, Kano's demeanor gradually eased their apprehension. He would occasionally glance back to ensure they were not lagging behind, thoughtfully clearing away the vines and branches that obstructed their path. "Where do you hail from?" Kano inquired as they walked, his tone infused with curiosity. Chunda hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak the truth. "We hail from the northern camp and were pursued by the Zhuwa tribe, fleeing here for safety." Kano nodded, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. "The Zhuwa have been particularly restless of late. It is fortunate that you managed to escape." Li Yun gazed at Kano's retreating figure, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. She sensed his goodwill, yet could not fully place her trust in him. Gripping Chunda's hand tightly, she sought a semblance of security. Chunda, perceiving Li Yun's tension, gently squeezed her hand and whispered, "Do not fear, I am here." Li Yun nodded, gratitude briefly illuminating her gaze. She understood that, regardless of what transpired, Chunda would safeguard her. Kano led them through a dense thicket to the banks of a small stream. The water was crystal clear, with a few fallen leaves drifting upon its surface. Kneeling down, Kano cupped his hands to drink, taking several sips before gesturing for them to do the same. "The water here is pristine and safe to drink," he remarked, his tone laced with concern. Exchanging glances, Chunda and Li Yun ultimately crouched down, cautiously sipping the refreshing, sweet water that seemed to instantly dispel their fatigue and fear. "How much longer must we travel?" Li Yun could not refrain from asking, her voice tinged with weariness. Kano glanced at the sky and replied, "In 2 hours. We will reach our village. You may rest there for the night, and I shall lead you out of this jungle tomorrow." Chunda nodded, a slight relief washing over him. He understood that once they reached the village, they would have a chance to find a way out. However, just as they prepared to advance, a deep, menacing roar echoed from a distance. Kano's expression turned grave as he swiftly rose, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. "It's a beast. We must leave this place quickly," he urged, tension evident in his voice. Chunda and Li Yun's hearts raced anew as they closely followed Kano, quickening their pace. Yet the roar grew closer, as if the creature lurked just behind them. "Run!" Kano suddenly shouted, pulling Chunda and Li Yun forward in a frantic dash. They burst through the thick underbrush, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet resonating in the air. The beast's growl reverberated ominously, a reminder of the imminent danger. Chunda's heart pounded fiercely. He recognized the dire consequences should the beast catch up to them. In that moment, Kano abruptly halted, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist and turning to face the direction of the beast. His gaze radiated determination, as if he were ready to engage in battle. "You must go on. I will hold it off," Kano declared loudly, his tone resolute. Chunda and Li Yun exchanged a glance filled with hesitation. They understood that Kano had chosen to stay behind to protect them. Yet they could not abandon him so easily. "No, we shall leave together," Chunda asserted firmly, a glint of resolution flashing in his eyes. Kano paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed together." They continued their frantic dash forward, the roars of the beast drawing ever closer behind them. Just as despair began to settle in, a clearing suddenly emerged ahead. Kano swiftly guided them across the open space, arriving at the edge of a cliff. "Jump," he urged, urgency lacing his voice. Chunda and Li Yun gazed down at the stream below, their hearts brimming with trepidation. Yet, they understood that failing to leap would mean succumbing to the beast's pursuit. "Jump," Kano reiterated, his tone resolute, exchanging a glance of determination. Chunda and Li Yun summoned their courage and plunged over the cliff. Their bodies traced a graceful arc through the air before plunging into the icy waters below. The frigid stream shocked their senses, but they heeded not the cold and swiftly swam toward the shore. Kano followed suit, quickly reaching their side. They scrambled onto the bank, turning to behold the cliff's edge, where the silhouette of the beast lingered briefly before retreating in defeat. "We are safe," Kano exhaled with relief, a faint smile gracing his features. Gratitude welled within Chunda and Li Yun, for they knew that had it not been for Kano, they might have met a grim fate. "Thank you," Chunda expressed sincerely, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Kano shook his head humbly. "It is my duty. Let us hurry. The village lies just ahead." They pressed on, hearts filled with hope. Kano's kindness and understanding gradually eased their vigilance, allowing them to place their trust in him. At last, they arrived at Kano's village, nestled deep within the jungle, surrounded by towering trees and dense vines. The village's structures, constructed from wood and thatch, bore a rustic and ancient charm. Kano led them into the village, where the villagers regarded them with curiosity and warmth. He guided them to a small hut, gesturing for them to enter and rest. "You may stay here for the night. I shall escort you away come morning," Kano said with a note of concern in his voice. Chunda and Li Yun nodded appreciatively, grateful for his presence. They recognized that without Kano, they might have been lost in this wilderness. "Thank you, Kano," Li Yun expressed earnestly, gratitude shining in her eyes. Kano smiled gently, his voice imbued with warmth. "No need for thanks. It is my obligation. Rest well. I shall see you in the morning." Chapter 6. Evening breeze and bonfire. Kano stood at the heart of the village, the flickering flames of the bonfire casting a golden glow upon his dark skin. As if he were cloaked in a shimmering aura, his tall and imposing figure, with muscles sharply defined in the firelight, resembled an ancient statue standing resolute in the night. His gaze was steadfast yet gentle, sweeping slowly over the gathered Zhuo tribespeople encircling the fire. The faces of the tribe members were still marked by vigilance and uncertainty. Although their weapons had been lowered, the hostility in their gazes had not entirely dissipated, as if they were ready to grasp their arms again at the slightest hint of a threat. The night breeze gently caressed them, carrying the damp scent of distant forests, while the flames of the campfire flickered in the wind, producing a soft crackling sound. The firelight danced upon each face, illuminating their intricate expressions. Some furrowed their brows, their eyes brimming with skepticism. Others bowed their heads in contemplation, seemingly weighing the words of Kano. An atmosphere thick with tension and oppression enveloped the air, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. "Kano," he began slowly in the language of the Zhuo tribe, his voice deep and resonant, as if it emanated from the very depths of the earth, imbued with an undeniable authority. "These outsiders are not our enemies. They have been forced to land on our island due to an accident. They harbor no malice and possess no intention of aggression against us." His voice reverberated in the night sky, the glow of the campfire flickering in his profound eyes, as if revealing his inner conviction and belief. The tribe members exchanged glances, murmuring softly amongst themselves, their voices akin to whispers in the night breeze, tinged with unease and hesitation. The campfire's light danced upon their faces, reflecting their complex emotions. Some remained doubtful, their clenched fists betraying their inner wariness. Others began to waver, the hostility in their eyes gradually yielding to a hint of confusion. "Kano, how can you be certain they are not foes?" An elder member rose, his brow knitted in concern, his voice laced with skepticism. His face bore the marks of time, wrinkles etched deep like tree bark, and his gaze radiated a wisdom and vigilance born of experience. Though his tone was low, it carried an undeniable weight. As if questioning Kano's judgment, Kano nodded, fixing his unwavering gaze upon the elder. "I have spent time in their company, and their behavior has shown no signs of hostility. They are merely lost and in need of our assistance." His voice was calm and resolute, as though declaring an irrefutable truth. The tribe members fell silent for a moment, the flickering flames casting shadows that revealed their hesitations and contemplations. The night breeze gently swept by, bringing with it the distant murmurs of the sea, as if adding a layer of mystery to the dialogue. At last, the elder slowly nodded, the deep creases on his face highlighted by the firelight. "Very well, Kano. We trust your judgment, but should they display any treachery, we shall not hesitate to act." Kano smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement, his expression relaxing slightly. "I understand, my kin. I will take responsibility for their oversight, ensuring they pose no threat to us." As Kano's explanation unfolded, the tribe members' demeanor gradually softened. The campfire's glow illuminated their faces, their previously tense expressions easing into a semblance of calm. The night breeze whispered gently, bringing a coolness that contrasted with the warmth of the fire, dispelling the chill of the night. Due to the rain today, the wealthy and the elderly were spared from harm and were released as they had hoped. However, the strong man succumbed to excessive blood loss, leaving Chunda and Li Yun profoundly sorrowful. Their faces were still etched with fear and unease, their eyes reflecting a weariness and dread that came from surviving a catastrophe. "These wretched creatures," the wealthy man murmured, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "How infuriating. Just wait until I return, I shall send people to deal with these savages. His face was a portrait of anger and resentment, his gaze flickering with a desire for vengeance. Yet in this unfamiliar environment, he could only bury his fury deep within. Kano gestured for them to sit and rest. The warm, bright glow of the campfire dispelled the chill of the night. Chunda and Li Yun settled beside the fire, their hearts brimming with gratitude and hope. Chunda's gaze fell upon Kano, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. He felt thankful for Kano's trust and assistance. It was also filled with curiosity and reverence for this strange land. Li Yun sat quietly beside him, her hands clasped tightly together, her expression conveying a blend of exhaustion and relief. The flickering light of the fire danced in the darkness, illuminating each face, as if an ancient tapestry were gradually unfolding. Kano stood by the fire, his gentle gaze sweeping over the gathering before finally resting on the elder among them. The elder, named Ursa, was one of the most respected figures of the Chiva tribe. His hair was completely white, reminiscent of frost on a winter's day, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles, each crease seemingly etched with a tale of antiquity. Though his eyes were somewhat clouded, they still sparkled with wisdom, as if capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul. In his youth, Ursa was the fiercest warrior of the tribe. Now, though aged, he retained immense respect within the community. Seated next to Ursa was the formidable Talak, one of the strongest warriors of the Chiva tribe. His imposing physique and sinewy muscles resembled a moving mountain. His dark skin bore a scar that ran from his brow to his chin, a mark left from his battles with beasts in his youth. Talak's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, ever vigilant and prepared to confront any unforeseen challenges. His voice resonated deep and powerful, like thunder emanating from within, exuding an undeniable authority. Following the air disaster, everyone found themselves stripped of their technological comforts, rendered as helpless as newborns before the vastness of the jungle. As they engaged in casual conversation, familiarity began to blossom among them. The wealthy man's name was Lin Shi. He donned an exquisite suit that, despite being soiled by rain and mud, still hinted at its opulent fabric. His hair was meticulously styled, and his face bore an innate expression of arrogance, as if he were the sovereign ruler regardless of his surroundings. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered with shrewdness and calculation. For even in such dire circumstances, he was plotting how to exploit the present situation for his utmost gain. His dog, a German shepherd named Alpha, was sleek and glossy, with keen eyes, ever watchful beside its master, ready to spring into action against any perceived threat. The elderly man, named Li Weigua, donned a tattered overcoat, his face etched with the weariness of a life well lived. His sparse hair and gray beard framed a visage that radiated warmth and kindness. In his youth, he had been an intrepid explorer, traversing many corners of the globe. Now, despite his advanced age, he retained an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. His voice was gentle and deliberate, as if each word had been meticulously chosen, imbued with a soothing power. "Thank you," Li Weigua began slowly, his voice trembling slightly yet resolute. "Without your assistance, we might have." He left the thought unfinished, yet the meaning resonated clearly with all present. His gaze lingered on Kano, revealing profound gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Shi maintained his haughty demeanor, though fear gnawed at his insides. He refused to show weakness before these individuals. In a hushed tone, he muttered with disdain, "These barbarians dare to treat us this way. When I return, they will pay dearly." Although his voice was low, it pierced the stillness of the night. Talak, having caught Lin Shi's murmurs, furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He rose to his feet and approached Edmund, looking down at him with an imposing presence. His voice was deep and commanding. "If you utter another disrespectful word, I shall not hesitate to let you feel the weight of my fist." His gaze was sharp as a blade, poised to shatter Lin Shi's arrogance. Lin Shi, momentarily daunted by Talak's imposing aura, felt a change in his countenance, but stubbornly held his ground. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately refrained from further comment, diverting his gaze and refusing to meet Talak's eyes. Observing the tension, Kano sighed softly and stepped between the two, his tone gentle yet firm. "Talak, let us remain calm. They are merely frightened and may have spoken out of turn. There is no need to take offense." He then turned to Lin Shi, his eyes conveying a note of counsel. "Mr. Lin, I hope you understand that we are not adversaries. We wish to assist you, but it is imperative that you also show respect to our kin." "What foolish language is this?" Lin Shi replied, a look of confusion on his face. He had no choice but to translate Kano's words into Chinese for Edmund. After a brief silence, Edmund nodded reluctantly, his voice tinged with reluctance. Very well, I comprehend. The flickering flames of the campfire danced in the night breeze, illuminating the expressions on each face. Ursar rose slowly, approaching the fire, his voice deep and resonant. The night is indeed beautiful. Perhaps this is a sign from the divine, reminding us that peace and understanding are of utmost importance. His gaze swept over the assembly, reflecting profound wisdom. Talek remained standing, arms crossed, a hint of vigilance still in his eyes, though his expression had softened considerably. He glanced at Kano, then at Ursar, and finally nodded. All right, since you all advocate for this, I shall temporarily place my trust in them. Kano stood by the campfire, his gaze sweeping across the group, filled with a tumult of emotions. He understood that this encounter was merely a beginning. The journey ahead would be long and fraught with challenges. Yet he firmly believes that as long as one harbors goodwill, a path to peace can invariably be found. The flickering glow of the campfire dances in the night breeze, illuminating the faces of all present. The night sky is sprinkled with stars, seemingly adding an air of mystery to this dialogue. In the distance, the forest looms darkly, as if concealing countless secrets. Kano stands beside the fire, his gaze resolute yet gentle, as if he is safeguarding the last vestiges of tranquility in this land. Chapter 7. A gentle breeze and a thunderstorm. The morning sun filters through the dense foliage, casting its warmth upon the thatched roofs of the Jiwa village, with the air imbued with the fresh scent of earth and vegetation. Chunda and Li Yun stand at the village entrance, gazing at this unfamiliar land, their hearts tinged with both trepidation and anticipation. They are acutely aware that to thrive within this tribe, they must swiftly assimilate. Kano approaches with a warm smile, declaring, "From today onward, I shall teach you the Jiwa language and customs. It is vital that you learn with earnestness." Chunda nods, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "We will strive to do our best." Li Yin responds with a smile, "Thank you, Kano." Kano leads them to a clearing in the village where several tribespeople have already gathered. He gestures for Chunda and Li Yun to sit down before beginning to explain the Jiwa language. The Jiwa language differs significantly from what we typically speak. It possesses its own unique phonetics and grammar. Here, Kano produces a wooden board inscribed with peculiar symbols. This is our script, known as kawa. Each symbol represents a syllable, which, when combined, forms words. Chunda gazes intently at the symbols, filled with curiosity. He begins diligently noting down the pronunciation and meanings of each character. Meanwhile, Li Yun listens quietly, occasionally nodding in understanding. For instance, Kano points to a symbol on the board. This symbol, pronounced ka, means sun, and this one, he gestures to another, is pronounced wa, meaning water. Chunda swiftly records this information in his notebook, secretly grateful for the foundational knowledge of linguistics he has acquired. He raises his head to ask, "Kano, how are these symbols combined to form sentences?" Kano chuckles softly. The sentence structure in Jiwa is relatively straightforward. For example, the sun rises translates to carry in our language, where ri means to rise. Chunda nods, already attempting to form sentences with these symbols in his mind. He tries to articulate in Jiwa, carry, the sun rises. Kano nods in satisfaction, "Very well. Your pronunciation is quite accurate." Li Yun also attempts a phrase, wary, water flows. Kano smiles encouragingly. "You are both learning rapidly." In addition to the language, Kano introduces them to some unique customs of the Jiwa tribe. "We have an important festival known as the Kawa Festival," he explains. "During this celebration, we hold a grand bonfire gathering, where the tribe's people dance around the fire, invoking the blessings of the deities." Li Yun inquires with curiosity, "When does the Kawa Festival take place?" "On the night of the first full moon following the annual rainy season." Kano explained that on this night, we would don our most splendid attire, adorn ourselves with headdresses woven from flowers and feathers, and partake in traditional dances. Chunda listened intently, his mind already conjuring images of the vibrant scene. He inquired, "May we join?" Kano nodded affirmatively, "Certainly, as long as you learn our dances." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Yun's eyes. "That would be wonderful. We shall learn diligently." Kano then guided them to the village altar, situated in the heart of the settlement, constructed from massive stones intricately carved with complex symbols and patterns. "This is our sacred site for honoring the deities," Kano remarked. "Every month on the night of the full moon, we hold a ceremonial rite here, beseeching favorable weather and the safety of our people." Chunda gazed at the symbols with a sense of reverence and asked, "What do these symbols signify?" Kano elucidated, "These symbols represent our ancestors and the divine. Each one carries a unique meaning. For instance, this symbol denotes abundance, while that one signifies peace." Li Yun gently traced her fingers over the symbols, feeling an ancient power resonate within her. "These symbols are truly beautiful," she whispered. As time progressed, Chunda, with his remarkable linguistic aptitude and adaptability, gradually mastered the language of the Zhuo people. He not only communicated fluently with the villagers, but also began to document his thoughts in Zhuo script. One day, as he practiced writing in the village clearing, several villagers gathered around, curious about his notebook. "What are you writing?" a young hunter inquired. Chunda replied with a smile, "I am recording my daily life in your language." The hunter, astonished by the symbols on the page, exclaimed, "You write exceptionally well, more proficiently than some of us." Chunda humbly smiled. "There is still much to learn." Another villager patted Chunda on the shoulder. "You learn swiftly. We all admire you." A swell of pride filled Chunda's heart as he realized he was gradually earning the respect of the community. Meanwhile, Li Yun, with her kindness and willingness to assist, endeared herself to the women and children. One day, while washing clothes by the village stream, she noticed several women crafting flower crowns for the children. Approaching them with a smile, she asked, "May I offer my help?" One woman looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Can you weave crowns?" Li Yun nodded. "I learned a bit in the past." The woman, smiling, handed her some flowers. "Splendid. Let us create together." Li Yun accepted the flowers and began to weave with skillful fingers, and before long, a beautiful crown was complete. The children gathered around, their eyes sparkling with envy. A shy little girl asked, "Sister, can you teach me?" Li Yun smiled gently, "Of course." She patiently instructed the children on how to select fresh flowers and weave floral crowns. The children learned earnestly, and before long, each adorned themselves with their handcrafted wreaths. A woman expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Li Yun. You are truly a kind-hearted person." Li Yun smiled and shook her head, replying, "No need for thanks. I am delighted to engage in this activity with everyone." One evening, Chunda and Li Yun sat beside a campfire when Kano approached and settled beside them. "How are you finding life here?" Kano inquired. Chunda nodded. "It is wonderful. The tribespeople are very friendly." Li Yun added, "We have learned so much and are truly thankful for your hospitality." Kano fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "In truth, our Zhuo tribe was not always so hostile toward outsiders," he confided. Exchanging glances filled with curiosity, Chunda asked, "Then why is it so now?" Kano sighed, speaking softly. "Long ago, our tribe suffered the ravages and slaughter inflicted by foreign invaders. Those armed marauders set ablaze our villages and took the lives of our kin. Since then, we have become vigilant against the outside world." A trace of sorrow crossed Li Yun's eyes. "I see." Kano continued, "Our animosity toward outsiders stems from the fear of history repeating itself. We do not wish to lose our homes and loved ones again." A tumult of emotions surged within Chunda as he quietly declared, "We understand your feelings. We mean you no harm. We simply wish to coexist here." Kano nodded. "I know you are kind-hearted individuals, but my people will require time to accept you." Li Yun gently grasped Kano's hand, assuring him, "We will strive to demonstrate our goodwill through our actions." A glimmer of gratitude shone in Kano's eyes as he replied, "Thank you." In another corner of the village, Li Weiguo was diligently at work. His figure appeared particularly slender in the morning light, yet his hands, worn with wrinkles, were remarkably deft. Crouching on the ground, a pile of bamboo and vines lay before him as he concentrated on weaving. A young Zhuo tribesman approached curiously, his eyes filled with questions. Li Weiguo lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his face as he communicated through gestures, indicating that he was crafting a fishing tool for the tribe. Intrigued, the young man noted that they had always relied on spears for fishing. Li Weiguo chuckled, "While spears are effective, they lack efficiency. I shall make you a fishing net that can capture more fish at once." With renewed vigor, Li Weiguo quickened his pace. His fingers danced skillfully among the bamboo and vines, and soon, a rudimentary fishing net began to take shape. He lifted the net, giving it a gentle shake. The woven mesh was even and sturdy. Presenting the net to the young man, he explained, "You can cast this into the water, and the fish that swim by will be ensnared, far quicker than using a spear." The young man accepted the net with enthusiasm and, along with his companions, they jubilantly made their way to the riverbank. In Li Weiguo's eyes, A flicker of reminiscence danced. In his youth, he traversed many lands and witnessed various methods of fishing. The resources here are abundant, yet the tools are lacking. Reflecting upon his inability to return home for the time being, he resolved to assist these people by crafting something of utility. In the ensuing days, Li Weiguo diligently fashioned an array of tools for the Jiwa tribe. He constructed several rudimentary water buckets from bamboo, teaching the villagers how to store greater quantities of fresh water. He also wove baskets from vines to facilitate the women in gathering fruits. The tribe praised his wisdom and craftsmanship, bestowing upon him the title of sage. Meanwhile, Lin Shi lurked in the shadows of the village, his gaze dark and fixed upon the distant bonfire. His dog, Alpha, lay quietly at his feet, ears perked, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. These savages dare to treat me, Lin Shi, in such a manner, he muttered under his breath, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. His suit was tattered, his face smeared with dirt, yet his eyes still gleamed with shrewdness. Sensing his master's fury, Alpha emitted a low growl. Lin Shi lowered his head, gently stroking Alpha's head, a cold smirk curling his lips. Patience, Alpha. We shall leave this cursed place in due time. When that moment arrives, I shall ensure these savages pay dearly. He scanned the vicinity, confirming that no one was watching, then retrieved a worn scrap of cloth from his pocket, upon which rudimentary maps were sketched. These were drawn after he had covertly observed the village, marking the entrances and exits as well as the patterns of the tribe's activities. Though vigilant, these savages lacked a robust defense. Lin Shi mused quietly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If an opportunity arose, escape would be within their grasp. Alpha raised his head, his gaze betraying loyalty and alertness. Lin Shi gently patted his head, whispering, when the time comes, you will divert their attention, understand? Alpha seemed to comprehend his master's words, nodding slightly. A fierce determination flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Upon my return to the civilized world, I shall bring others to annihilate this tribe, making them aware of the consequences of crossing Lin Shi. As night descended, the bonfire blazed brightly at the heart of the village, with the tribe's people gathered around, laughter and merriment echoing into the night sky. Chunda and Li Yun sat among the crowd, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath the surface of this seemingly placid land, turbulent currents were stirring. 1 month later, on a gloomy morning, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, ominously hinting at an impending storm. Chunda and Li Yun practiced the Jiwa dance in a clearing of the village, with Kano instructing them nearby. Suddenly, a low horn sounded from afar, shattering the morning's serenity. Kano's expression shifted to one of gravity as he swiftly rose, his gaze fixed on the distant coastline. Chunda and Li Yun halted their movements, following Kano's line of sight. What is that sound? Li Yun inquired softly, a hint of unease lacing her voice. Kano remained silent, his eyes brimming with vigilance and concern. He swiftly gathered several clansmen and whispered a few directives. Instantly, they dispersed, rushing in various directions towards the village. What is happening? Chunda inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Kano took a deep breath and replied in a hushed tone, a vessel is approaching our island. A ship? Li Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it a rescue boat? Kano shook his head, a cold glint in his gaze. No, that ship appears far from friendly. They are already felling our trees and ravaging our land. Chunda's heart sank as he recognized the immense threat this ship's arrival posed to the Chiwa tribe. We must investigate, he declared resolutely. Kano nodded in agreement. Follow me. They hurried towards the coastline, traversing the dense jungle, the fallen leaves beneath their feet rustling softly. An air of tension enveloped them, as if even the wind had grown heavy with apprehension. Upon reaching the shore, the sight before Chunda and Li Yun made them gasp in shock. A colossal ship lay anchored not far from the coast, its hull marred by rust and scars, a testament to countless storms weathered. The crew aboard was busy chopping down trees, brutally toppling the sacred ones of the Chiwa tribe, as if this land were theirs to trample at will. These scoundrels, Chunda muttered under his breath, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 8. Civilization and Savagery. Li Yun's complexion paled, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. How can I do this? This is the homeland of the Chiwa tribe. Kano's gaze turned icy as he whispered, these individuals have come in search of the fabled treasure. They care not for our land or our people. They will stop at nothing for their own gain. At that moment, Lin Shi's figure suddenly appeared on the shoreline. A smirk of triumph adorned his face as he surveyed the crew felling trees, seemingly reveling in the destruction. Linshi, Chinda exclaimed quietly, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. What is he doing here? Kano's expression darkened further as he murmured, it seems he has betrayed us. Linshi appeared to sense their gaze, turning his head with a sinister smile. His eyes brimmed with mockery and pride, as if declaring his victory. You savages, at last. Someone has come to deal with you. Linshi shouted, his voice tinged with frenzy. When I return to the civilized world, I will surely bring people to annihilate you. A surge of rage welled up within Chunda as he charged forward, intent on seizing Linshi. However, Linshi was prepared, swiftly evading Chunda's pursuit and dashing towards the ship. Don't let him escape, Kano shouted urgently. Yet, Linshi had already reached the ship's edge, where the crew quickly pulled him aboard. The crew aboard the ship had evidently received Linshi's intelligence, and they began to advance towards the village of the Chihuahua tribe, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. We must return and inform our people. Kano swiftly turned and ran towards the village. Upon their arrival, the tribe's people had gathered around the central bonfire, their faces etched with tension and unease. Kano approached them with urgency and proclaimed in the Chihuahua language, a ship is nearing our island, armed and with unclear intentions. We must prepare to defend our home. Upon hearing this news, anger and fear flickered across the faces of the tribe's people. Talak stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. We cannot allow them to desecrate our land. We must fight. Kano nodded, surveying the crowd. We must unite to confront these outsiders. Everyone, return at once to gather your weapons and ensure the safety of the women and children. The tribe's people responded immediately. The men seized their spears and bows, while the women hurried the children into the depths of the village. Chinda and Li Yun stood aside, their hearts heavy with conflicting emotions. What should we do? Li Yun whispered, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Chinda inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve crossing his eyes. We cannot remain passive. The Chihuahua are our friends. We must assist them. Li Weigua nodded in agreement. You are right. We cannot abandon them. Just then, Kano approached them, his gaze unwavering. Are you willing to fight alongside us? Chunda and Li Yun exchanged a glance and nodded without hesitation. We are willing. A flicker of gratitude shone in Kano's eyes as he patted Chunda's shoulder. Thank you. Your courage and kindness give me faith that we shall overcome these intruders. The tribe's people swiftly constructed defensive fortifications around the village, utilizing branches and vines to create makeshift barriers. Chunda and Li Yun joined the ranks of defenders, wielding rudimentary weapons, their hearts filled with anxiety. The tribe's people murmured prayers, seeking the protection of the spirits. In the distance, the massive ship had reached the shore, its crew, armed and advancing towards the village. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the air, reminiscent of death's whisper, heralding the impending storm. Chunda's heart raced. He understood that this battle would determine the fate of the Chihuahua tribe. Gripping his weapon tightly, a resolute gleam shone in his eyes. No matter what happens, we shall protect this land and safeguard our friends. Heavy clouds veiled the sky, as if nature itself held its breath for the approaching tempest. Within the Chihuahua village, the bonfire flickered in the wind, illuminating the tension and determination etched upon every face. Standing at the center of the village, Chunda scanned his surroundings, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that this battle was not only about the survival of the Chihuahua tribe, but also about the fate of these outsiders. Kano stood beside him, his expression grave. His gaze was fixed on the distant jungle, as if he could see the approaching enemy. Chunda took a deep breath and whispered, Kano, how much time do we have to prepare? After a brief pause, Kano replied in a low, powerful voice. They have already landed on the coast, and will soon arrive here. Chunda nodded, his mind racing with calculations. He knew that the Chihuahua tribe's weapons were primitive and that they stood little chance in a direct confrontation with invaders wielding modern arms. Their only hope lay in utilizing the terrain and strategy to execute an unexpected ambush. Kano, we need a plan, Chunda asserted, his voice resolute and calm. We cannot confront them head-on. We must outsmart them. Kano turned his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. What do you have in mind? Chunda quickly crouched down, sketching a simple map in the dirt with a twig. He pointed at the terrain surrounding the village and spoke softly. This is our village, encircled by dense jungle. The invaders will undoubtedly come through this path, as it is the most direct route. Kano nodded, signaling him to continue. We can set an ambush here. Chunda indicated a narrow valley on the map, a mandatory passage flanked by towering rocks and thick trees. If we lay traps here and attack from both sides once they enter the valley, they will be thrown into disarray. A glimmer of approval shone in Kano's eyes. Yet he remained somewhat hesitant. But how can we ensure they will take this route? Chunda smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. We can provide them with a little guidance. Li Weiguo once taught me some tricks about setting traps. We can create illusions here, making them believe there is treasure or valuable resources. They will surely be lured here. Kano pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chunda quickly stood up and patted Kano on the shoulder. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Kano nodded and turned to the tribe, raising his voice in the Zhuo language. People of the tribe, listen to me. We have a plan that requires everyone's cooperation. The villagers quickly gathered around, their faces a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Kano succinctly conveyed Chunda's plan, and although the tribe's people still harbored wariness towards the outsiders, they chose to trust one another in this crucial moment of life and death. Taolok, you lead a group to ambush at the sides of the valley. Wait for my signal before launching the attack, Kano commanded, pointing to the burly warrior, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Taolok nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Do not worry, Kano, they shall not return. Ursa, you take the women and children to the caves behind the village and keep them safe. Kano turned to the elderly tribesman, concern lacing his voice. Ursula nodded, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. I shall protect them, she declared. Li Weiguo and Kano turned their gaze towards the venerable explorer, their voices laced with anticipation. We require your assistance in devising some traps to lead them into the valley. A subtle smile graced Li Weiguo's lips, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Leave it to me. I will ensure they face considerable hardship. Chunda stood to the side, his heart brimming with tension and expectation. He understood that the success of their endeavor hinged upon the strategic placement of traps and the timing of their execution. He swiftly approached Li Weiguo, whispering, Old Li, we need traps that can sow chaos, ideally ones that will throw them into disarray. Li Weiguo nodded, a sly glint in his eyes. I comprehend. We can utilize the vines and bamboo here to set snares and spring traps. Once they enter the valley, these devices will impede their advance. Chunda nodded in agreement, feeling a slight sense of relief. He recognized that Li Weiguo's experience and sagacity would be their greatest asset. Meanwhile, Li Yun was not idle. She quickly moved to Kano's side, whispering, Kano, I need some brave souls to accompany me in monitoring their movements. We can ascertain their positions in advance, facilitating your trap setups. Kano nodded, a look of approval crossing his face. Very well, Li Yun. Take a team to surveil them. But exercise caution to remain undetected. Li Yun nodded, her eyes shimmering with resolve. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant. She swiftly gathered several young hunters and, with them, stealthily ventured into the jungle, heading towards the coastline. Li Yun's steps were light and rapid, akin to a nimble leopard. Her heart raced with anxiety. Yet it was overshadowed by a steadfast conviction. She was acutely aware that this battle was not solely about the survival of the Zhuo tribe, but also about the fate of her fellow outsiders. Li Yun instructed, once our warriors successfully take down the opposition, the remaining fighters will advance to the beach to seize their vessel. Within the jungle, Li Yun and her hunters traversed silently among the trees. Her gaze was fixed ahead, ears perked to catch any subtle sound. Suddenly, a low rumble of footsteps echoed from afar, causing her heart to quicken. She crouched down quickly, signaling her companions to halt. They are coming, Li Yun whispered, her voice tinged with tension. The hunters nodded, their eyes reflecting a spark of alertness. Li Yun cautiously peered out through the gaps in the leaves and beheld a group of armed invaders advancing towards the village. Their steps were heavy and disordered, clearly unaware that they had wandered into an ambush. A swirl of complex emotions surged within Li Yun. She recognized that these intruders were not innocent. Yet they were also ordinary individuals driven by greed and desire. Li Yun swiftly dispatched a warrior to relay the intelligence while she and her comrades held their positions. Chunda and Li Weiguo had completed the trap setup. A hint of weariness graced Li Weiguo's face, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. He pointed to several mechanisms on the ground and whispered, These snares and spring traps are already set. They will be triggered once the intruders enter the valley. Chunda nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. He understood that, although these traps were rudimentary, they could prove invaluable at a critical moment. How is Li Yun faring? Chunda swiftly approached the soldier and inquired in hushed tones. The soldier nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. The invaders have entered the jungle. They will reach the valley within 10 minutes at most. Chunda's heart raced. He knew that the battle was imminent. He quickly moved to Kano's side and said softly, "Kano, they are almost here. We must prepare at once." Kano nodded, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Tribe members, prepare for battle." The tribe members sprang into action. The men seizing spears and bows, taking positions on either side of the valley. Chunda joined the ambush, clutching a makeshift weapon, his heart brimming with tension and unease. His heartbeat echoed like a drum. He was acutely aware that this battle would determine the fate of the Jiwa tribe. He gripped his weapon tightly, a flicker of unwavering resolve illuminating his gaze. No matter what transpired, they must protect this land and safeguard their friends. At that moment, a low rumble of footsteps echoed from a distance, and the shadows of the invaders gradually emerged at the valley's entrance. Their steps were heavy and disordered, clearly unaware that they had walked into a trap. Chunda's heart raced anew. He recognized that the battle was about to commence. He quickly held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the intruders, awaiting Kano's signal. As the invaders entered the valley, their movements became clumsy among the vines and bamboo traps. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the night, signaling Kano's call to action. "Attack!" Kano's voice reverberated like thunder. In an instant, the Jiwa warriors revealed themselves from either side of the valley, their spears and arrows raining down upon the invaders. Caught completely off guard, the intruders fell into disarray. "It's an ambush. Retreat!" One of the invaders shouted, his voice laced with terror. However, they had already stumbled into the traps set by Liwegwa. The snares of vines and bamboo slowed their escape, while the spring traps rendered them virtually immobile. The invaders struggled like trapped beasts within the valley. Despite the cacophony of gunfire, their weapons became utterly useless. Chapter 9. The return. The heavy clouds finally dispersed, and sunlight streamed through the leaves, bathing the Jiwa village in warmth and hope, as if offering solace to this war-torn land. The smoke of battle gradually faded, the air thick with the sense of earth and blood, yet the faces of the tribe members bore a long-awaited expression of relief and tranquility. The invaders had been thoroughly defeated, their weapons seized, their bodies bound, their faces etched with fear and despair. As Linshi was escorted back to the village, all remnants of his former arrogance had vanished, replaced by an expression of dread and remorse. Chunda stood in the center of the village, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, his heart laden with a tumult of emotions. The victory in battle failed to evoke much joy within him. Rather, it deepened his awareness of the fragility of peace in this land. He glanced at Li Yun beside him, whose face still bore traces of fatigue, yet her eyes shimmered with determination and hope. Li Wegwa stood nearby, his demeanor grave, as though lost in profound contemplation. Kano approached, weariness etched on his face, yet his eyes radiated gratitude. He patted Chunda on the shoulder and spoke softly, "Thank you. Without your aid, we might have lost this land." Chunda shook his head, humility lacing his tone. "It is our duty. The Chiwa people are our friends. We cannot stand idly by." Li Yun nodded in agreement, a soft tenderness flickering in her gaze. "Kano, we merely did what we could. Now, the paramount concern is how to restore tranquility to this land." Kano fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the ravaged jungle in the distance, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. "Those invaders have devastated our home, felled our trees, and scorched our land. We need time to mend all this." Chunda's heart sank. He understood the immense destruction wrought upon the Chiwa people's homeland. His eyes shifted to the bound invaders, a complex turmoil surging within him. Though these individuals were greedy and cruel, they were also ordinary people driven by desire. Chunda stepped closer to Kano and murmured, "Kano, I have an idea." Kano turned, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "What idea?" Taking a deep breath, Chunda's voice resonated with resolve. "These invaders have erred, yet they possess hands and strength. We could allow them to stay and assist you in restoring the environment and rebuilding their homes. In doing so, they might atone for their actions." A flicker of hesitation crossed Kano's eyes as he regarded the invaders, his brow furrowed. "But they once sought to annihilate our home. How can we trust them?" Chunda nodded, understanding his apprehension. "I comprehend your concerns. However, if we merely imprison or expel them, they may return with even greater threats. Rather than that, let us allow them to amend their wrongs through labor. We can assign overseers to ensure they do not transgress again. After a moment's contemplation, Kano finally acquiesced. You present a valid point. We can give this a try? Just then, Lin Shi was brought before the assembly. His face was smeared with dirt and sweat, his suit in tatters, and his eyes were filled with fear and remorse. Upon seeing Chunda and Kano, he immediately fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Please, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. Chunda regarded him coldly, devoid of any sympathy. He recognized that Lin Shi's remorse stemmed solely from fear of his predicament, not from genuine contrition. He approached Lin Shi, his tone icy. Lin Shi, you have betrayed us. Betrayed the Chihuahua tribe. Do you think you can escape punishment? Lin Shi's complexion instantly turned pale. His lips trembled as he spoke with a hint of despair. I only wanted to go home. I never anticipated it would come to this. Li Yun stepped forward, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She gazed at Lin Shi, her voice tinged with compassion. Lin Shi, your greed and selfishness nearly brought ruin to this land. Now, you must take responsibility for your actions. Despair flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he exclaimed, Everyone, I promise to offer you generous rewards if you grant me the chance to return to China. I swear I will not go back on my word. I beg you. I do not wish to spend my life on this island. Kano regarded Lin Shi, a complex emotion crossing his features. His tone was resolute. You must remain and assist in restoring the Chihuahua tribe's homeland. You must comply with the arrangements and harbor no ill intentions. At that moment, Li Yun approached Chunda and whispered, Chunda, we should leave. Chunda nodded, a swirl of complex feelings rising within him. He understood that they could not remain here forever. The Chihuahua tribe's homeland needed restoration, and they had their own paths to follow. He turned to Kano, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Kano, it is time for us to depart. A flicker of reluctance appeared in Kano's eyes, yet he recognized that Chunda and Li Yun had their own lives. He nodded, gratitude lacing his tone. Thank you for everything you have done for us. The Chihuahua tribe will never forget your assistance. Chunda smiled softly, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Kano, you are our friends. We will always remember this land and your kindness and bravery. Li Yun also nodded, tears shimmering in her eyes. Kano, I hope one day we can meet again. Tears welled in Kano's eyes as he extended his hand, firmly grasping Chunda and Li Yun's hands. Wherever you go, the doors of the Chihuahua tribe will always be open to you. Li Weiguo approached. Weariness etched on his face, yet determination shone in his gaze. Kano, we must leave. The boat is still waiting for us. Kano nodded, a tinge of reluctance in his voice. Li Lao, thank you for your wisdom and assistance. The Chihuahua tribe will forever remember you. Li Weiguo smiled gently, kindness reflecting in his eyes. Kano, you are our friends. We will always cherish this land and your kindness and bravery. At that moment, Lin Shi suddenly approached. Urgency etched on his face. Chunda, Li Yun, Li Lao, can you take me with you? I am willing to pay for a ticket. Chunda looked at him coldly, a note of derision in his voice. Lin Shi, do you think money can solve everything? You have betrayed us, betrayed the Chihuahua tribe. Now, you must take responsibility for your actions. Lin Shi's countenance turned pale, his lips quivering, his voice tinged with despair. I just want to go home. Li Yun shook her head, a glimmer of pity flashing in her eyes. Lin Shi, your home is not here. Your home lies on the land of the Chihuahua tribe, and you must atone with your own labor. Lin Shi wailed and pleaded with them, but was forcibly taken away by the Chihuahua people. Chunda, Li Yun, and Li Weiguo approached the vessel anchored by the shore. Sunlight bathed the ship, illuminating it with a golden glow. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying a hint of saltiness, as if bidding them farewell on their journey home. Chunda stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that although this journey had come to an end, their lives would persist. He looked at Li Yun beside him, her face still bearing traces of fatigue. We can finally go home, Li Yun softly declared, her voice imbued with a touch of joy. Chunda nodded, warmth flickering in his eyes. Indeed. We can finally return home. Li Weiguo stood nearby, his expression grave, as if lost in thought. He turned to Chunda and Li Yun, his tone imbued with reflection. This journey, though arduous, has taught us much. The kindness and bravery of the Chihuahua people are lessons we shall forever cherish. Chunda nodded, a surge of intricate emotions swelling within him. He recognized that this expedition had not only subjected them to trials of life and death, but had also deepened their understanding of the complexities and diversities of human nature. Li Weiguo stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The sea breeze tousled his graying temples, carrying the briny scent as if narrating the ocean's endless tales. His hands rested lightly on the ship's railing, fingers pressing gently, feeling the roughness and sturdiness of the wood, though the vessel was modest. Its robust structure was ample to carry them across the vast ocean back to the embrace of their homeland. Mr. Li, you have navigated ships before, haven't you? Chunda approached Li Weigua, his tone laced with anticipation and trust. Li Weigua nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distance, as if reminiscing. His voice was deep and steady, resonating with the weight of years. Yes, in my youth, I worked aboard a fishing vessel for several years. Though that was many years ago, I still remember the fundamental principles of navigation. Chunda nodded, admiration flickering in his eyes. Mr. Li, your experience is invaluable to us. Without you, we might not even find our way. Li Weigua smiled faintly, the lines on his face deepening in the sunlight. He gently patted Chunda's shoulder, his tone imbued with warmth. Young man, navigation is not merely a skill, it is a state of mind. The sea is merciless, but as long as we remain calm and respect its power, it shall grant us a way forward. Li Yun's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the sea met the sky in an endless embrace. A tumult of emotions surged within her, a blend of anticipation for the future and trepidation for the unknown. She spoke softly. Mr. Li, how long do you think it will take us to return to China? Li Weigua pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. This maritime region is unfamiliar to me, but based on our previous position and speed, I estimate it will take at least 10 days to half a month. During this time, we must remain ever vigilant, particularly regarding changes in the weather. Storms at sea can arise swiftly and dissipate just as quickly. A moment's inattention could plunge us into peril. Li Yun nodded, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. I trust you, Old Li. In the ensuing days, life aboard the vessel gradually fell into a rhythm. Li Weigua took the helm, while Chunda and Li Yun alternated in assisting him with monitoring the sea and weather conditions. By day, the sun scorched the deck, and the sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, enveloped them. Occasionally, seabirds soared above, their crisp calls resonating in the air. By night, the starry canopy sparkled brightly, with the North Star twinkling faintly yet resolutely, as if guiding their way. One evening, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the water's surface. Chunda stood at the bow, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze, a sense of tranquility welling within him. Li Yun approached, holding several pieces of dry food, and offered him a portion. Have something to eat. You haven't had much rest today. Chunda accepted the food with a slight smile. Thank you. You mustn't tire yourself too much. We rely on you to observe the weather. Li Yun nodded, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, though weariness tinged her features. Her eyes radiated resilience. She spoke softly. Chunda, have you ever contemplated what we shall do upon our return? Chunda fell silent for a moment, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. I believe that after all we have endured, we might engage in endeavors of greater significance upon our return. The experiences with the Chihuahua tribe have imparted to me the vital importance of peace and environmental stewardship. Perhaps we could dedicate ourselves to such causes and contribute meaningfully to this world. A glint of agreement shone in Li Yun's eyes. I share your thoughts. This journey has unveiled the complexities of human nature and deepened my appreciation for all that we possess. At that moment, Li Weigua's voice echoed from the cabin. Chunda, Li Yun, come here for a moment. The two hastened into the cabin, where they found Li Weigua intently studying the compass, his expression grave. Chunda's heart sank, and he quickly inquired, Old Li, what is it? Li Weigua's voice was low and serious. The wind direction has changed, and the clouds are beginning to gather. I fear a storm may be imminent. Li Yun's countenance shifted to one of seriousness. What should we do? Li Weigua took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. We must swiftly alter our course to avoid the storm's center. Chunda, check the sails and ropes to ensure they are secure. Li Yun, assist me in observing the sea. Immediately inform me if you notice anything unusual. Chunda and Li Yun sprang into action, their hearts laden with tension and unease. The sea breeze intensified, and the waves began to churn, the vessel rising and falling with the swell. Li Yun clutched the railing tightly, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Suddenly, she cried out, Old Li, there are dark clouds ahead. The storm may already be upon us. Li Weigua's expression darkened as he swiftly adjusted their course in a bid to evade the storm's heart. However, the tempest arrived with alarming swiftness, the waves lunging at the vessel like a colossal beast, causing the ship to sway violently amidst the tumult. Chunda gripped the ropes tightly, striving to maintain his balance, his heart laden with fear and helplessness. "Hold on." Li Weiguo's voice resonated with remarkable resolve amidst the storm. "As long as we remain calm, we shall surely endure." The tempest raged throughout the night, only beginning to abate as dawn broke. When the first rays of sunlight kissed the ship's hull, Chunda, Li Yun, and Li Weiguo were utterly exhausted. Their garments, soaked by seawater, bore the marks of fatigue on their faces. Yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of relief at having survived. "We made it," Li Yun murmured, her voice quivering slightly. Chunda nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. "Indeed, we have made it." Li Weiguo stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on the horizon, though weariness lingered on his face. His gaze emanated a sense of fortitude. "The storm has passed, but our journey is far from over. We must proceed with greater caution." In the ensuing days, life aboard the ship gradually returned to tranquility. The sea breeze still carried a briny scent, and sunlight spilled onto the deck, offering a touch of warmth. Chunda, Li Yun, and Li Weiguo took turns on watch, perpetually alert to the changes upon the ocean's surface. One morning, as Li Yun stood at the bow, her eyes scanned the distance. Suddenly, a spark of surprise flickered in her gaze. "Chunda, old Li, look." Chapter 10. Homecoming and the anomaly. The morning light fragmented through the thick fog into countless pale strands, obliterating the boundary between sea and sky. Chunda's knuckles turned white from exertion, the rusted railings leaving dark crimson remnants on his palms. This international port, once bustling with the transit of tens of thousands of tons of goods, now resembled the ravaged remains of a colossal beast. The 30-meter-high gantry crane was severed at its waist, the steel spine contorted into grotesque arcs, while the frayed cables dangled like the molted skin of a giant serpent. Colorful shipping containers lay strewn about like toys discarded by a child, some half-submerged in oil-stained waters, their surfaces encrusted with barnacles and rust, while others precariously piled into teetering towers, oozing dark brown, unidentifiable liquids from the cracks. "This fog feels amiss." Li Weiguo's voice drifted in with the briny sea breeze. The elder, hunched with age, stepped out from the cabin, his hands, marked by age spots, grasping at the air as if attempting to seize some intangible presence. His deeply set eyes narrowed suddenly, the murky pupils contracting, the salty air mingling with the stench of decay, reminiscent of a beached whale left to roast under the scorching sun for 3 days. He removed his heavily worn captain's hat, salt frost crystallizing at his graying temples. As he gently rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in the humid air, the humidity exceeding 90, such weather should not harbor the lingering scent of rot. Li Yun zipped her canvas jacket up to her chin, her delicate fingers unconsciously caressing the frayed edges of the sleeve. The mist coalesced into fine droplets at her hair's tips, trickling down her pale cheeks to converge at her collarbone, forming a chilling stream. Could it be a chemical leak from the factory? She tilted her head to gaze at the oil storage tanks shrouded in mist, her voice as delicate as a falling snowflake. Last year's news reported that the Tinghai port was to expand its hazardous materials storage area. Chunda's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty as his gaze remained fixed on the capsized cargo ship 300 meters away. The ship's torn steel plates resembled the fangs of a colossal beast, glinting with a chilling sheen in the fog. A serpentine dark brown stain stretched from the cockpit to the fractured hull, with some areas particularly thick, as if someone had dragged a dying body, leaving traces of their struggle. Those stains echoed his voice, hoarse and grating like sandpaper, reminiscent of dried blood. As the iron boat approached the wooden pier at Dock No. 3, the decaying planks emitted a groan akin to a dying breath. The moment Li Yun's canvas shoes touched the gangplank, the soles sank into a viscous substance. She looked down, her pupils dilating as she beheld the dark red slime interspersed with shards of glass, entangled with several strands of what appeared to be human hair. A mangled employee badge lay half-buried in the filth, the smiling face on it marred by jagged cuts from a sharp object. "Step back." Li Weiguo's hand, resembling a gnarled branch, clutched her wrist with a force that threatened to crush her bones. The old man crouched like a poised cheetah, his nostrils flaring violently. Blood oxidized for over 20 days mixed with the viscous substance he scraped gently with his pinky finger, drawing out spiderweb-like tendrils of goo, the result of decayed biological tissue. Chunda held the iron paddle across his chest, droplets of condensation rolling down the metal surface. His deliberately softened footsteps resonated painfully in the silence, his eardrums swelling and contracting with each heartbeat, as if countless steel needles were piercing his skull. 3 overturned police cars emerged from the mist, their bulletproof glass radiating intricate spiderwebs of cracks, the doors resembling cans forcefully torn open, while large patches of dark brown stains congealed in the driver's seat. The most bizarre sight was the red and blue police lights atop the vehicles, still flashing rhythmically, casting reflections on the shattered glass below like scattered stars. "Look at that container." Li Yun suddenly pointed toward the 12 o'clock direction. A 40-foot standard container lay toppled beside the crane's base, its surface painted with the insignia of the Tianhai, marred and eroded by acid rain. From the warped seams of the container doors, a corner of a stark white protective suit peeked through, hastily marked with a black marker declaring biological samples extremely dangerous. The last letter had been slashed by some sharp object, oozing dark green slime from the tear. A sharp metallic clang erupted from behind them. Chinda spun around abruptly, paddle raised, only to see a wildcat spring from behind a garbage bin, its green eyes flickering like ghostly flames in the fog. He exhaled deeply, his tense shoulders yet to relax, when Li Yun's scream pierced the air. "Chinda!" A shadow leaped from the top of the container, its movements contorted like a marionette. Li Yun was knocked to the ground, her head striking the concrete with a heavy thud, her vision instantly clouded in crimson. The figure atop her wore a dockworker's uniform, its skin exhibiting a strange greenish hue, grayish-white pupils expanding to fill its eye sockets, and a mouth that split grotesquely to the ears, revealing jagged, uneven fangs. The stench of decay assaulted her senses, mingling with the acrid odor of blood and rotting entrails, nearly overwhelming her. "Get away!" Chun Da's paddle struck the creature's skull with a resounding thud. The clash of metal against bone reverberated, causing the paddle to slip from his grasp. The monster's cranium caved in, spewing forth thick, dark blood, yet it merely turned its head sluggishly, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat, its decaying fingers still clenching tightly onto Li Yun's shoulder. Li Weiguo seized an iron rod from the roadside, delivering a diagonal strike to the creature's neck. The brittle snap of severed vertebrae echoed as its head tilted to one side, yet its body continued to writhe. The elder kicked the lifeless form away, pulling Li Yun back a few steps, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. "This is not a living being. It is a zombie." From the shadow of the container, a curled corpse suddenly convulsed. Chun Da's pupils constricted as he observed a dagger embedded in the corpse's chest, its hilt wrapped in tattered cloth, the end of which bore blood-written, distorted letters. The virus erupted from the Tianhai cargo ship. "Do not approach." The blood had long since dried, and the final exclamation mark was elongated, as if the writer had expended their last ounce of strength. "Tianhai," Li Weiguo murmured, his temples throbbing with veins. The vessel had returned from the Pacific Ocean half a month prior, reportedly transporting deep-sea samples. His gaze swept over the markings on the protective suit, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rust on the iron rod. Could those samples and the virus be connected to the waters near the Chivo Islands? As if in response to his musings, the port's loudspeaker suddenly emitted a piercing static. A disjointed male voice crackled through the speakers, interspersed with a backdrop of static. "Warning, the virus originates from the leakage of unknown biological samples from the Pacific. All personnel must evacuate immediately." The voice abruptly ceased, and moments later, the same recording began to loop, like the wailing of souls trapped in a rift of time. Li Yun leaned against the container, gasping, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm. The agonizing pain in her shoulder jolted her to awareness. The zombie's claw marks oozed black blood, and the skin around the wounds had begun to bruise. When she opened her mouth, she realized her voice was trembling. "I may have been infected." Chun Da's spine stiffened. He turned to her, his pupils constricting violently in the mist, his throat bobbing. Yet no words emerged. The paddle slipped from his numb fingers, clattering to the ground. "We must bandage it first." Li Weiguo tore off a piece of his clothing, his movements brisk to the point of brutality. The fabric wrapped around the wound, and in that moment, Li Yun bit her lip, cold sweat trickling down her neck into her collar. The elder scrutinized the spreading bruises, his voice gravelly. "Let's take a gamble. If this virus is related to the Chiva people, their herbs might be able to cure it." In the depths of the fog, more staggering figures swayed. Low moans approached like a tide, their grayish-white pupils flickering in the mist. Chunda picked up the paddle, its metallic surface reflecting his distorted image, a man compelled to confront the abyss, his eyes ignited with the fire of desperation. To the Tianhai, he rasped. We must find the source of the virus, seek the antidote. Li Weiguan nodded in silence, the iron rod glinting coldly in his palm. Li Yun pressed down on her trembling shoulder, rising unsteadily. The shadows of the three stretched long in the fog, merging into the depths of the port's ruins, into the shrouded darkness of the unknown. Chapter 11. The battle for survival. The thick fog writhed like a living entity outside the warehouse's iron doors, devouring the last vestiges of daylight. Chun Dao's nails dug deeply into his palm, the barbs of the barbed wire piercing the flesh of his hand, blood dripping down and forming a dark red web on the ground amidst the rusted steel. The 30-meter-high warehouse dome hung with broken steel cables, swaying like the entrails of a massive beast in the chilling wind, clanging against the rusted hooks. Li Weigua's stooped figure flickered between the steel beams of the second floor, his gnarled fingers deftly tying the oil-soaked hemp rope into a knot, an improvised snare fashioned from discarded conveyor belts, ready to trigger a deadly steel rod that would swing down like a pendulum. The barbed wire in the southeast corner is loose. Li Yun's voice echoed from deep among the shelves. Chinda turned to see her on one knee before the distribution box, the sleeves of her canvas jacket soaked with blood, the bruises on her neck visibly spreading towards her ears. Her fingers danced rapidly over the circuit breaker, the exposed skin hinting at a web of dark veins beneath, resembling some malevolent tattoo. Chunda seized the iron pincers at his feet and rushed towards the breach in their defenses. 3 zombies were squeezing through the gaps in the wire, their decayed jaws clattering, and their gray-white eyeballs glimmering like phosphorescent embers in the mist. He swung the pincers, crushing the skull of the nearest one, the brain matter splattering across his lashes, and suddenly he recalled a rainy night on the island of the Zhuo tribe, where Li Yun had caught rainwater in banana leaves, the firelight turning her wet lashes to gold. She had smiled then, saying, "When I return home, I will tattoo the star map of the Zhuo tribe on my collarbone." Stop daydreaming. Li Weigua's roar jolted him back to reality. The old man leaped down from the steel frame, his age-spotted wrist unleashing a surprising force, sweeping through the air as 2 zombie spines snapped with a sickening crack. Bits of rotten flesh splattered onto Chun Da's face. He wiped his eyes and noticed a deep, bone-revealing scratch on Li Weigua's left arm. "You are injured." Chun Da's voice wavered. Li Weigua tore off a piece of his clothing to hastily bandage it, his murky pupils constricting like pinpricks in the darkness. 17 minutes ago, the east ventilation duct, he stated nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Xiao Li's injury is 10 times more dangerous than mine. The adrenaline found in the cold storage can only last 4 hours. A sudden, piercing metallic shriek echoed from the depths of the warehouse. Piles of containers toppled as if pushed by an unseen giant hand, crashing to the ground and raising a thick cloud of dust. Within the haze appeared dozens of gray-white eyes, the growls of the mutated creatures resonating with an eerie harmony, as if thousands of venomous bees were buzzing within their skulls. "It's a secondary mutation." Zhou Yan's low growl emerged from above. The man crouched in the shadow of the beam, the scope of his sniper rifle reflecting a cold light, his joints capable of a full 360-degree rotation, aiming to disable the spinal nerves first. Chinda looked up, locking eyes with Zhou Yan. The scar on the left side of the retired military doctor's face glowed a purplish hue under the dim light, resembling a centipede coiling upon his sharply defined features. The collar of his camouflage uniform was slightly open, revealing a tattoo of a crow holding a snake on his nape, identical to the totems on the Zhuo tribe's altar. "You've seen this symbol," Zhou Yan suddenly stated, not as a question. He unfastened the tactical backpack with one hand, and the yellow documents fluttered like snowflakes. A photograph drifted to Chun Da's feet. Amidst the deep blue chasm of the sea, a colossal stone circle adorned with totems stood, and within the central altar lay a glass chamber containing the biological specimen that Li Yun had encountered in the cargo ship's cold storage. 3 years prior, my research team had discovered the sunken holy city of the Zhuo tribe at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Zhou Yan's index finger brushed against the trigger of his sniper rifle, his voice low and thunderous. Those deep-sea specimens were not new species, but rather ancient viruses sealed away. The 17th sample chamber salvaged by the Tianhai was the key to unlocking Pandora's box. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the west side of the warehouse, sending a wave of force that toppled entire rows of shelves. Amidst the flurry of cardboard boxes, Chunda grasped Li Yun's wrist. only to find her body radiating an alarming heat. "Don't touch me." Li Yun violently shook him off, her back colliding with the cold storage door. Trembling, she tore at her collar, revealing that the greenish marks had spread to her chest, with veins beneath her skin pulsating grotesquely with each breath. "Give me a knife," she pleaded, curling into the shadows, her pupils dilating and contracting as if two consciousnesses were battling for control of her body. Chunda's throat constricted painfully as the fire axe clattered to the ground. He recalled that rainy day in the cave on the deserted island when her fingers had felt warm and steady, droplets of water falling from her hair, carrying the scent of gardenias. "Do it." Li Yun suddenly erupted, her bloodied nails tearing at his cheek. "While I can still control myself." Her scream morphed into an inhuman growl, black veins crawling up her carotid artery. Zhou Yan's bullet grazed Li Yun's ear, pinning the approaching abomination against the wall. "You rookie, hesitation will cost us all our lives." He seized Chunda by the collar with such force it nearly fractured his collarbone. "Look at this." A bloodstained USB drive was slammed into Chunda's palm, its metallic casing engraved with a series of coordinates pinpointing the location of the Jiwa Island. The laboratory and city beheld the antibody data, contingent upon obtaining the virus's original strain. Zhou Yan's pupils glimmered with a wolfish gleam in the shadows. "With every second you hesitate, the virus within her consumes 10,000 more cells." A sudden groan of twisted steel echoed from the warehouse's ceiling. Chunda looked up, his pupils constricting as he beheld 5 mutated beings hanging like spiders from the steel framework, their disjointed limbs embedded in concrete, dark red drool dripping from their mouths. Split at the ear, their grayish-white eyes turned simultaneously towards Li Yun, emitting excited chittering sounds. They were calling for their kin. Li Weigua's iron rods swept across the ground, sending sparks that ignited the fuel barrels. Flames raced along the oil trails, illuminating the warehouse like a hellish inferno. In the heat, Chunda saw the old man's graying hair ablaze, the knife-like wrinkles on his face glowing with a molten red light. Li Yun suddenly fell silent. She leaned against the cold storage door, slowly sliding to the ground, her fingers brushing against Chunda's bloodied cheek, the warmth in her fingertips rapidly dissipating. "Do you remember the death ritual of the Jiwa tribe?" Her smile reflected the flames, exuding a semblance of divinity. "When warriors sense the approach of death, they walk alone into the deep mountains." Offering their bodies to her, voice was abruptly cut off. Black veins crept like vines up her temples, her nails extending to an alarming length, scraping against the iron door with an ear-piercing sound. Tears from Chunda fell upon her hand, merging with the bloodstains to form a delicate crimson stream. He lifted the fire axe, its blade poised against her pulsing carotid artery. Yet he found himself unable to grip the 20-pound steel weapon. "I will do it." Zhou Yan's voice resonated behind him. The military medic's palm enveloped his trembling hand, his thumb, calloused from handling firearms, securing the axe's handle as he closed his eyes. The blast shockwave sent Chen hurtling 3 meters away. Struggling to rise, he discovered the cold storage door twisted into scrap metal, and the place where Li Yun had stood was now reduced to a charred crater. In the last moment, Zhou Yan had thrust a Molotov cocktail into her hand. She had chosen the fate of a warrior. Li Weigua yanked Chunda by the collar, his murky eyes reflecting the soaring flames. "Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise." The eastern wall of the warehouse collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a tide of corpses poured forth like a black deluge. Amidst the smoke, Chunda saw Zhou Yan overwhelmed by 3 mutated beings, the medic's right hand still tightly clutching something. As he pried open the stiff fingers, he discovered a half-burned photograph. Before the Chihuahua tribe's altar stood a youthful Zhou Yan alongside a researcher in a white lab coat, whose badge boldly proclaimed him as Lin Jinxing, the chief scientist of the Tianhai project. "Go to the island and find Dr. Lin." Zhou Yan's last words mingled with blood, staining the surface of the USB drive emblazoned with the serpent bird totem. The roar of the modified bulldozer ripped through the night. Li Weigua crashed through the iron door on the west side, his white hair billowing in the heat like a battle standard. The moment Chunda leapt onto the rear compartment, he suddenly heard an ethereal melody carried by the wind. It was the Chihuahua tribe's requiem, a song taught to him by Li Yun. In the glow of the flames, he seemed to see her standing barefoot at the altar's center, her form entwined with celestial patterns, transforming into countless luminous butterflies as she sang. Live. The elder rested an iron rod across his knees, the cracked lenses of his glasses reflecting the swells of dense fog ahead, revealing the sun of tomorrow. The bulldozer rolled over scattered limbs, heading down the winding road toward the harbor. In the rearview mirror, the burning warehouse slowly collapsed, resembling a colossal pyre. Chunda gripped the steering wheel tightly, the flashing coordinates on the GPS searing his eyes. A solitary island deep in the Pacific, the starting point of this journey of death, perhaps also its conclusion. Chapter 12. City of Ruins. Chunda's knuckles, white with tension, gripped the steering wheel as the modified bulldozer's bumper emitted a dying groan amidst the jolts. Cracks in the windshield spread like a spider's web, fracturing the city's silhouette into a broken puzzle. Li Weigua curled up in the passenger seat, a blood-stained bandage dangling from his shoulder, swaying gently in the warm air from the air conditioning vent. Turn left, the elder suddenly barked, his gnarled fingers gripping the edge of the window. Those streetlights are glowing. Chunda yanked the steering wheel sharply, the tires crushing an overturned police car in the middle of the road. Amidst the shrill screech of metal scraping, he beheld the streetlights Li Weigua spoke of, 3 twisted metal poles, their tops entwined with luminescent vines, the fluorescent green sap trickling down the rusting shafts. Dangling between the vines were humanoid figures, swaying gently in the night breeze like cured meats hanging in a butcher's shop. As the bulldozer burst into the commercial street, the putrid, cloying scent penetrated the seams of the armored plating. Chunda's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty as the rearview mirror reflected rows of luxury boutiques, their once gleaming windows now marred by dark brown stains. A female zombie clad in a Chanel outfit was wedged in a shattered display case, her severed body futilely clawing at her surroundings, while a diamond watch gleamed ominously on her decaying wrist. Watch the road. Li Weigua's thunderous shout jolted him back to reality. The bulldozer narrowly avoided a deep pit in the center of the road, and Chunda's forehead collided heavily with the steering wheel. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he licked his broken molar, the rusty flavor mingling with an overpowering stench of decay that invaded his nostrils. Suddenly, the entire street came alive. The asphalt surface resembled the scales of a colossal beast, with countless pale arms emerging from the crevices. These arms were devoid of skin, dark red muscle fibers writhing grotesquely in the moonlight, with bone spurs extending half a meter from their fingertips. Li Weigua grabbed the flamethrower from beneath his seat, his murky pupils reflecting a hellish scene. They were bound spirits, their roots intertwined with the underground pipes. The first bone spur grazed past Chunda's ear, embedding itself in the metal of the cabin. Chunda slammed the accelerator, the bulldozer colliding with 3 advancing zombies, their putrid flesh and entrails exploding like fireworks against the bulletproof glass. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the dashboard. The navigation screen flickered twice, revealing a grainy surveillance image of a figure clad in a hoodie furiously typing at a keyboard. Is someone helping us? Chunda's voice was drowned out by the explosions. The building to the right collapsed with a thunderous roar, concrete debris pouring down like a torrential rain. The bulldozer drifted through the dust, and Chunda caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of a pursuing shadow, something that seemed to be stitched together from countless bodies. 12 arms unfurling behind it like skeletal wings, each joint grotesquely twisted. The glass curtain wall of the abandoned hospital's 13th floor lay shattered, the night breeze swirling papers in the corridor. Yilan clenched a scalpel between her teeth, her blood-stained rubber gloves inserting a transfusion tube into the man's carotid artery. The monitor emitted a piercing alarm as she kicked away an approaching zombie, the needle precisely piercing its eye. The 47th experiment had failed, she whispered to the recorder, watching the man's skin crack inch by inch. Dark green slime seeped from the fissures, corroding the restraints with a hissing sound. The sounds of explosions drew closer from outside, and Yilan tore off her lab coat to wrap around her palm, seizing a fire axe to break the iron lock on the emergency exit. The cold wind on the rooftop lifted her bloodied hair as a bulldozer rampaged down the street, pursued by a massive mutant. Yilan narrowed her eyes, retrieving a laser pointer from her tactical pouch. The red dot danced 3 times on the bulldozer's hood before shifting to the entrance of the hospital's underground parking lot. If you want to live, get in here, she shouted into the miniature microphone, her voice shredded by the gale. The mutant's skeletal wings swept past a road sign, the sound of metal fracturing echoing like a lament. As Yilan turned, she noticed the ventilation ducts vibrating, something rapidly approaching through the pipes. The moment Chunda crashed through the guardrail into the underground garage, the rolling shutter door slammed down behind him. In the darkness, the faint sound of mechanisms turning could be heard, and rows of ultraviolet light tubes ignited one after another, incinerating the incoming zombies into charred remains. The forklift glided through the acrid scent of charred debris for over 10 meters, ultimately colliding with a barrier constructed from stacked hospital beds. "You have 37 seconds to explain your intentions," a cold female voice echoed from above. Chunda looked up to see a woman on the suspended corridor. The hem of her white coat torn into strips, revealing a tactical leg strap laden with surgical knives, and her pupils, obscured by golden-rimmed glasses, glimmered with an unnatural grayish-blue hue. Li Weigua coughed, expelling blood-tinged saliva. "Are we searching for antibody carriers? The source of the virus? Or the foolish savior?" Yilan interrupted him, twirling a bloodied scalpel with her fingertips. "Regardless of which it may be, I suggest you first address the guests in the ventilation ducts." As if in response to her words, the ceiling suddenly caved in. The moment Chunda rolled to the right, a metal pipe plummeted to the ground like a colossal serpent. Amidst the swirling dust, he beheld a creature emerging, a hunched boy, his skull split into petal-like fragments, each crevice sprouting tentacle-like appendages. "Cognitive mutant," Yilan's voice brimmed with eerie excitement. "It can read thoughts. Be cautious." Suddenly, the boy emitted a high-pitched shriek, as if his temples were pierced by steel nails. Fractured images flashed in Chunda's mind, Li Yun plunging into a sea of flames, Kano sharpening his blade under the moonlight. He collapsed to the ground, witnessing the boy's tentacles darting toward him like javelins. Ajia pressed his forehead against the cold server, sweat trickling from his nose onto the keyboard. The forklift on the surveillance screen drifted at the hospital entrance. He pounded the arrow keys frantically, as if this gesture could maneuver the steering wheel for those on the screen. The vibrations from the ventilation duct reverberated overhead. He seized a wrench from the table and shoved the last half of a chocolate bar into his mouth. "Warning, breach of firewall in Zone B." A synthetic voice echoed within the server room. Ajia yanked the drawstring of his hoodie to bind his bleeding left arm, the tattered cuff revealing ashen skin. He fixated on the scrolling code on the screen, suddenly grinning. The encrypted signal from Tianhai Biotech had finally been decrypted. The explosion in the underground parking lot dislodged debris from the walls, and Ajia embraced the mainframe amid the tremors. The surveillance feed abruptly switched to a laboratory scene, a gigantic embryo submerged in green liquid, marked with the identifier CX-17 on its chest. His pupils constricted sharply, recalling the rain-soaked night 3 months prior when he had personally erased this video from the municipal server permanently. The ventilation grating plummeted, and Ajia brandished a fire extinguisher, smashing it against the approaching entity. The cylinder collided with the creature's bony wings, producing a muffled thud, and he leveraged the recoil to roll behind the server, fingers brushing against a grenade at his waist. The 12 arms of the mutant tore through the machine cabinet, and Ajia recognized the name tag embedded in its chest. It belonged to Xiao Wu, his close friend from high school, with whom he had once spent all-nighters at the internet cafe. His voice caught in his throat. The mutant's movements abruptly halted, viscous fluid oozing from its decayed eye sockets. Seizing the opportunity, Ajia pulled the grenade's pin, leaping toward the ventilation duct amidst the explosion's heat wave. As flames engulfed the server room, he glimpsed Yilan in the surveillance footage, raising a laser pointer. Yilan's tactical boots trod upon a pool of blood, droplets splattering onto Chunda's trembling eyelashes. With a single hand, she tore open the buttons of her white coat, revealing the carbon fiber gauntlet beneath, while her other hand gripped a charged scalpel. "Follow my light," commanded Chunda, as the residual image of a laser red dot lingered on his retina. The cognitive mutant writhed and distorted under ultraviolet light, its tendrils meticulously evading the safety zone marked by Yilan with each attack. Suddenly, Li Weigua lunged from the shadows, the flames of his flamethrower licking at the creature's back, the acrid scent mingling with an eerie fragrance of jasmine. Its weakness lay in the abrupt silence of Yilan's voice. The mutant abruptly stood upright, its chest blooming open like a flower bud, revealing a dense cluster of eyeballs within. All the eyes turned simultaneously towards Chunda, who felt icy fingers probing his neural pathways. Memories surged like a tidal wave. The day of his 17th birthday, when his mother informed him over the phone that she would not return home due to overtime. The first time he held Li Yun's hand, her fingertips hand cream scented with lemon. The warmth of the bonfire dancing on his skin as Kano taught him the war dance. With a primal roar, Chunda swung a fire axe towards the mass of eyeballs. In that moment of splattering corrosive fluid, The entire building trembled violently. Ajay fell from the ventilation duct at Yilan's feet, his bloodied laptop still playing an encrypted video. Yilan caught a glimpse of the embryo's identification number on the screen, her gray-blue pupils narrowing to pinpricks. CX series? You truly completed the gene splicing. On the street, the Ripper was dismantling a bulldozer, each of its arms splitting into smaller tendrils, entwined like a cluster of serpents in a Greek statue. Chunda crouched atop the hospital's water tower, the night breeze carrying the faint sound of a distant foghorn from the docks. Ajay was beside him, adjusting the remote control, the screen displaying surveillance footage from a nearby construction site. I need bait. The boy's voice rasped like sandpaper. The crane's control panel had a manual mode, but the path of the past was mine to tread. Li Weiguo loaded the last incendiary round into the magazine. Give me 3 minutes. As the old man's stooped figure vanished into the safety corridor, Chunda recalled the image of the man who taught the Jiwa tribe to weave fishing nets on the deserted island. Ajay suddenly grasped his wrist, pointing at a flickering red dot on the surveillance screen. That is the coordinate of the purification device. They use low-frequency sound waves to drive away the mutants. The Ripper's roar interrupted his words. Through the binoculars, Chunda observed Li Weiguo scaling the crane's framework like a monkey, the incendiary round tracing a brilliant arc against the night sky. The 12-armed monster was incensed, tearing apart concrete pillars in its path as it charged towards the crane. Now, Ajay pressed the remote. The floodlights at the construction site illuminated simultaneously, enveloping the Ripper in a column of light. Chunda pulled the trigger, the flare striking the suspended liquefied gas tank with precision. The explosion's shockwave knocked his protective mask askew, the searing wind infused with the sweet scent of charred flesh. Amidst the torrential rain of fire, Chunda saw the crane's arm slowly tilt. The rusted cables emitted a dying groan as the 30-ton counterweight plummeted like a hammer of divine retribution. The Ripper attempted to split its body to evade but was ensnared by the electromagnetic net Li Weiguo had set up in advance. Amidst the resounding roar of the earthquake, Chunda heard the final laughter of the old man, reminiscent of the crackling wood in the campfire during their first encounter. As the dawn pierced through the clouds, Chunda found Yilan in the operating room. The female doctor was dissecting the remnants of a rift, her scalpel slicing through the dark purple epidermis, revealing a grotesque intertwining of gears and flesh. Ajay huddled in the corner, charging his device, the screen of his laptop scrolling through internal documents from Tianhai Biotech. This was the 7th generation of biological weaponry. Yilan lifted a pair of tweezers, grasping a metal shard inscribed with totems. They were conducting fusion experiments using the genes of the Jiwa tribe. Chunda's temples throbbed, momentarily envisioning Kano sharpening a blade under the moonlight. Ajay suddenly erupted into a violent cough, the rolled-up sleeves revealing bruises that extended to his elbows. Yilan tossed him a suppressant. Your time is running short. Just enough to reach the city center. The boy forced a weak smile, the screen illuminating a 3-dimensional map. The purification device was, in fact, a genetic weapon launch tower. Set for its inaugural test at noon, Chunda's fist struck the dissection table, sending surgical instruments flying. Yilan pressed down on his shoulder, her gray-blue eyes resembling a frozen lake. Anger will save no one. We need the virus data intercepted by that boy and the intelligence you possess regarding the Jiwa tribe's holy city. Chapter 13. The truth. The ultraviolet lamp buzzed overhead, its cold white beams slicing through every inch of the underground laboratory. Chunda's back pressed against the metallic door, his palms slick with sweat leaving damp fingerprints on the handle. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of formaldehyde mingled with decaying flesh, as if countless invisible hands were constricting his throat. His gaze pierced through the fogged lenses of the gas mask, settling on the operating table at the center of the room, a half-dissected mutant corpse. Its gray-green skin was meticulously peeled back, exposing a labyrinthine network of black veins beneath, resembling a sinister circuit board. The chest cavity was devoid of a heart. Instead, a pulsating mass of fluorescent sarcoma filled the void, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like openings, each harboring larvae the size of grains of rice. Most bizarre was the cranial section. The crown had been entirely excised, revealing brain tissue visibly proliferating at an alarming rate, akin to a mass of ever-expanding black coral. Do not touch the culture dish. A cold female voice emanated from the shadows. Chunda spun around abruptly, the scalpel narrowly missing his ear as it embedded into the iron door, its handle vibrating at a high frequency. Yilan emerged slowly from behind the refrigeration unit. The hem of her lab coat stained with dark brown blood, her gray-blue pupils glinting with a metallic sheen under the ultraviolet light. In her left hand, she held a modified syringe, the dark green liquid within gently swaying with her movements. Her right hand gripped 3 willow leaf knives, their blades reflecting an ethereal blue light. "You are 17 minutes later than expected." She swung her leg over a wheeled stool, the tactical boots striking the floor with a crisp sound. Just in time for the experimental subject to awaken. As if to affirm her words, the mutant on the operating table suddenly convulsed. The limbs, secured by steel nails, writhed uncontrollably, the chains clashing against the metallic surface, producing a cacophonous noise. Chunda beheld a mass of brain tissue swelling to twice its size. Dozens of blood-red compound eyes opening between black, coral-like branches. "Crouch down." Yilan's thunderous shout coincided with the crack of gunfire. Instinctively, Chunda dove to the ground. A bullet grazing the tips of his hair, striking precisely at the tumor within the aberrant creature's cranium. Fluorescent fluid splattered, yet upon touching Yilan's white coat, it was deflected by an invisible barrier. It was then he noticed the faint electromagnetic waves enveloping her. Amidst the acrid stench of burnt flesh, Chunda suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar gardenia fragrance. "Chunda, save me," echoed Li Yun's voice. In an instant, his blood ran cold. From the direction of the operating table, the distorted form of the aberration began to dissolve, pus and tissue fluid coalescing into a humanoid silhouette. Dark hair floated from the blood pool like seaweed, pale fingertips piercing through the viscous curtain of blood, amber pupils flickering in the shattered visage. "It's a cognitive parasite." Yilan's voice seemed to resonate through a watery veil. "It's reading your memories to conjure illusions." Chunda's temples throbbed, the breathing valve of his gas mask emitting a strained whine. In the illusion, Li Yun stepped barefoot into the blood pool, her damp cheongsam clinging to her skin. The unfinished star map tattoo on her collarbone radiating a faint golden glow. The very design she had spoken of wanting to ink during a rainy night on the deserted island. "You promised to protect me." Her fingertip brushed against Chunda's neck, its touch as cold as a corpse submerged in the depths of the sea. "And now you dare not even touch my phantom?" The boundary between reality and illusion began to unravel. Chunda heard Li Weigua's distant roar, the sound of a jia striking the keyboard. Yet these noises were drowned by a tidal wave of memories. Li Yun drying the droplets from her hair by the bonfire, grasping his trembling hand amidst the underwater ruins. The last smile she bestowed upon him in the burning warehouse. "Look at me." Yilan's palm suddenly gripped Chunda's chin, the force nearly crushing his jawbone. She tore off their gas masks, revealing intricate patterns in her gray-blue irises at such close proximity. They were not the structures of a human iris, but rather a mechanical matrix composed of millions of nanometer-sized metal rings. Under ultraviolet light, those metal rings began to spin at a high velocity. Chunda's retina felt as though it had been struck by a flashbang. In the agony, he witnessed illusions shatter like fragile soap bubbles. The true laboratory re-emerged. The phantom of Li Yun transformed into writhing maggots on the ground. The aberration on the operating table had been shredded into pieces by Yilan's steel cables. A Jia was inserting a USB drive into the control panel of the cultivation chamber CX-0927, an emotional resonance cognitive virus. Yilan released her grip, cleaning the blood-stained lenses with a disinfecting pad. By stimulating the amygdala, you awaken the target's most painful memories, thereby seizing control of the neural center. Quite fitting for a guilt-ridden fool like you. Chunda gasped violently, retreating until his back collided with the cold storage cabinet. Behind the glass door, hundreds of test tubes were neatly arranged. Suspended within the eerie blue liquid were human organs, kidneys entwined with runes, a brain adorned with crystalline synapses, and a heart embedded with metallic totems. Each test tube label bore the identical emblem, a raven entwined with twin serpents, perfectly mirroring the totem found upon the altar of the Chiva tribe. "You had long been aware of the virus's connection to them." His voice rasped like sandpaper against skin. Yilan chuckled softly, her fingertips gliding over the refrigeration cabinet's keypad. The blue light of the iris scanner swept across her pupil's mechanical matrix, and the cabinet door responded with a soft click, not merely a connection. 20 years prior, when the CX project team unearthed that sacred city from the ocean's depths, I was the one who personally placed the seed into the cultivation chamber. She withdrew a test tube containing a brain specimen. The gray matter surface was adorned with luminescent patterns, astonishingly reminiscent of the star map tattooed beneath Chunda's collarbone. "Do not touch that." Ajia suddenly leapt up from the console. The cyanotic marks on the boy's neck had spread to his jawline, and the veins beneath his skin twisted into grotesque serpentine patterns. "These are samples from the initial infected. Exposure to air will trigger spore dissemination." His warning was abruptly cut off by a shrill alarm. All screens in the laboratory illuminated with a blood-red alert, while the ventilation ducts expelled a pale purple disinfectant gas. Yilan swiftly returned the test tube to its place, a laser scalpel poised before her chest. "Something has triggered the biometric trap." Chunda followed her gaze, noticing large frost flowers condensing upon the cultivation chamber's observation window. The chamber's internal temperature read -196 degrees Celsius, yet black viscous fluid oozed from the seams. The mass that should have remained frozen was stirring to life. Impossible. For the first time, Yilan displayed a look of shock. "The critical awakening temperature for CX-0927 is..." Her words were severed by a metallic tearing sound. The cultivation chamber erupted violently. A tentacle encased in slime shot forth, its end splitting into 5 petal-like appendages, each adorned with barbs and ocular orbs. Chunda was thrown to the ground by the force of the blast, the back of his head striking the edge of the surgical table. As the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, he once again heard Li Yun's voice. This time, it echoed in the real world. "Chunda, to your left." His body reacted before his mind could comprehend. He seized the fire axe from the ground and swung it, severing a tentacle that nearly brushed against his temple. Putrid liquid sprayed onto his protective suit, producing tendrils of acrid smoke. Amidst the chaos, he glimpsed a Jie curled beneath the console, frantically typing on his notebook, while Li Weigui used an iron rod to pin another tentacle. And Yilan was cutting into her own left arm with the laser scalpel. The blade deftly avoided the artery, extracting a chip that glimmered with a blue light from beneath her skin. She hurled the chip towards the core of the aberration, and in the second before the explosion, she yanked Chunda towards the safety door. "That was my final binding program." As they tumbled into the fire escape, the underground laboratory behind them erupted into a fireball. Chunda's eardrums temporarily lost their hearing amidst the cacophony of the explosion, and he could only see Yilan's bloodied lips moving. Following the direction of her fingers, he beheld the night sky drenched in torrential rain, now tinted a dark crimson by the flames, while at the edge of the burning hospital rooftop stood 3 women, each bearing an identical visage to Yilan, clad in matching white lab coats, with the same gray-blue pupils, and enveloped in barriers woven with electromagnetic waves. They looked down upon the fleeing figures, raising their hands as the torrential rain coalesced into ice shards within their palms. "The failures of the CX project are not limited to just me." Yilan tore her sleeve to bandage her wound, her mechanical pupils narrowing into vertical slits amidst the downpour. "Yet I remained the sole flawed remnant of humanity." Chunda wiped the blood from his eyes. In a daze, he glimpsed the apparition of Li Yun standing at the end of the curtain of rain, her fingertips brushing against raindrops that transformed into golden specks. This time, her smile carried a sense of relief. "Move forward, do not look back." As the icicles cascaded like a torrential storm, Ajia finally breached the last firewall. The boy's bloodied hands raised the laptop, the star map on the screen resonating with the azure glow of Chunda's collarbone tattoo. All the icicles vaporized upon contact with them. Yilan's gaze towards Chunda revealed fear for the first time. "What are you?" The downpour washed over the burning hospital, and the spectral silhouette of the Ziva tribe's altar emerged in the flames. Chunda pressed his hand against the searing pain of his collarbone, hearing an ancient ballad mingling with the sound of the rain echoing through the ruins. "We are both the guardians of the grave and the denizens within." Chapter 14. Data Ghosts. The torrential rain battered against the iron door of the air raid shelter, the rusted hinges emitting a dying groan in the wind. Chunda's back pressed against the damp concrete wall, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across Ajie's trembling shoulders. The boy curled within a military sleeping bag, the blue light of the laptop screen casting a living hue upon the bruises on his neck. Yilan crouched in the corner, adjusting the electromagnetic pulse device, her gray-blue pupils reflecting the pulsating red light of the dashboard, the mechanical iris flickering occasionally with the patterns of a nanomatrix under electrical interference. "Found it." Ajie suddenly straightened up, his head colliding with the ventilation duct with a dull thud. Oblivious to the pain, He turned the laptop towards the others. The oily screen displaying encrypted files peeling back layer upon layer like an onion. The voyage log of the Tianhai cargo ship. And this. Chenda's pupils constricted sharply. A holographic projection erupted from the laptop's camera, unfurling a starry coordinate map upon the walls of the air raid shelter. Countless points of light formed familiar spiral patterns, matching precisely with the star map sketched along the edges of Li Yun's notes. A flickering red dot perfectly coincided with the marker for the Fountain of Immortality. The coordinates accurate to 9 decimal places. The Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, depth 994 meters. Yilan's fingertips traversed the holographic projection, light dancing between her knuckles. The recovery coordinates from the CX project 20 years ago. Suddenly, she tore open Ajie's collar, her mechanical iris narrowing into a vertical slit. Beneath the boy's collarbone, serpentine bruises writhed strangely within the star map projection. Ajie recoiled as if electrocuted, his lower back colliding with an ammunition box. What are you doing? It's not an infection. Yilan drew a laser pointer from her tactical belt, the cold light sweeping over the surface of the bruises. Minute crystal reflections cascaded like a starry river, prompting Chunda to recall the fireflies clinging to Li Yun's hair tips on that rainy night on the deserted island. The suppressor had altered the expression of the virus. It was evolving. As if affirming her words, Ajie's hand suddenly erupted. Tiny hexagonal crystal clusters emerged beneath his pale skin, blooming like ice flowers within flesh. The boy, in terror, shook his hand. Shards of crystal mixing with droplets of blood splattering onto the laptop keyboard, triggering an encrypted audio segment. The genetic sequence perfectly aligns with the sacred city mural. Lin Jinxing's voice, tinged with static electricity, reverberates within the air raid shelter. Repeated experiments confirm that CX-17 is not a virus, but a key. Chen Da's temples throb rhythmically. The holographic star map suddenly begins to rotate, its luminous points forming the battle dance steps noted by Li Yun. As he unwittingly takes a third step, all emergency lights in the shelter abruptly extinguish. Don't move. Yilan's thunderous shout coincides with the sound of a gun's chamber being readied. Through the green glow of night vision goggles, Chunda perceives his shadow splitting into 3 indistinct figures, each striking a different combat pose. Akin to a triple exposure pressed onto film. A piercing scream from Ajie shatters the darkness. The crystalline cluster on the boy's neck grows wildly, weaving star map patterns upon his skin's surface. Chunda rushes forward to restrain his convulsing body, a piercing cold pain stabbing through his palm. The crystalline cluster surges along his veins, blooming into an eerie blue flower at his elbow. Release him. Yilan's syringe plunges into Chunda's shoulder. A chilling liquid courses through his arteries, forcing the crystalline cluster back into Ajie's body. The boy suddenly falls silent, his pupils expanding into a pitch-black abyss. His fingertips tracing a burning equation on the cement floor. Chunda kneels in a pool of blood, watching as the glowing symbols seep into the crevices of the ground. From deep within the air raid shelter, the thunderous roar of collapsing rocks echoes, and amidst the dust, a bronze altar rises. Identical to the Jiwa clan's sacred altar from which they fled, yet inscribed with alien script. Cognitive projection. Yilan's mechanical iris spins rapidly as he quantizes the scenes from his memory. Ajie suddenly levitates, his body cocooned in the crystalline cluster. Curling into a fetal position above the altar, a luminous umbilical cord tethering him to the holographic star map. Chenda's tactical watch begins to spin counterclockwise frantically, its glass face exuding the scent of gardenia, favored by Li Yun. Hold on to me. Yilan secures both of them with steel cables around their waists. The floor of the air raid shelter transforms into a liquid light, and they plunge into a kaleidoscopic torrent of data. In his dizziness, Chunda glimpses Li Yun's apparition. She wears the white lab coat of the CX project, diligently cleaning a cultivation pod at the deep-sea base. This is... Yilan's mechanical voice trembles with rare emotion, the Mariana laboratory from 20 years ago. The crimson seawater swirls around them. Outside the transparent corridor, swarms of jellyfish inscribe glowing equations with their tentacles. Suddenly, Chunda's eardrums are pierced by a sharp pain. He hears Lin Jinxing's youthful voice resonating from the depths. Today, we administer the 17th generation catalyst. The subject exhibits star-shaped crystallization. Ajie's shriek materializes into tangible sound waves. The data space quakes violently, and Chunda witnesses the crystalline cluster on the boy's chest pierce through his protective suit, growing into a colossal tree resembling a coral reef in the void. Each branch reveals fragments of memories. The smiling face of the convenience store ant repairing a radio, the pulsating code in the school computer lab, and the glinting needle of Yilan in the air raid shelter. He is retracing memories prior to infection. Yilan tears off the emergency oxygen mask, insisting, "We must locate the anchor point." Chunda lunges toward the nearest memory bubble. The moment his fingertips make contact, he finds himself once again standing at the airport security checkpoint. Li Yun's suitcase glided through the X-ray machine, when suddenly, the alarm light erupted in a vivid red hue. From beneath the inspector's mask, octopus-like tentacles emerged, entwining around the star map tattoo on her collarbone. "Hurry!" Phantom Li Yun abruptly turned and shouted. Her pupils transformed into crystalline orbs reminiscent of a Jia. At the moment the suitcase exploded, Chunda glimpsed a curled CX-17 embryo within. The boundary between reality and illusion collapsed with a thunderous roar. Yilan's steel cables suddenly tightened, yanking the trio from the torrent of data. The emergency lights in the air raid shelter flickered back to life as a Jia fell onto the altar, coughing up crystalline shards. The holographic star map above him coalesced into the complete coordinates of the fountain of eternal life. 1,120 feet 15 inches in, 14,211 feet 30 inches e. Yilan marked the wall with her blood. Right in the area where we had last encountered the transparent jellyfish. Chunda's tactical watch vibrated. He looked down to check the satellite map, and his blood ran cold. The government forces were deploying sonic weapons around that coordinate, with a countdown indicating activation in 72 hours. Ajia struggled to crawl toward the notebook, his crystallized fingers tapping out the final lines of code. The city's power grid map illuminated the screen, revealing red dots representing sonic towers that were engulfing the entire coastline. They did not intend to purify the youth coughing up blood flecked with blue light. They aimed to transform the entire maritime expanse into a graveyard. The air raid shelter suddenly shook violently. Yilan's mechanical eye blinked with alarm, and the holographic projection displayed hundreds of heat sources approaching. The mutated beings, attracted by the crystalline clusters, crashed against the blast doors with their fused limbs. "Take this." Yilan thrust an electromagnetic pulse device into Chunda's hands, assembling a laser disassembler herself. Ajia's crystallization was exceeding expectations. "We must." Her words were interrupted by the shattering of the blast door. Chunda witnessed a creature, a grotesque fusion of a police dog and a human torso, charging in first, 12 compound eyes locking onto Ajia simultaneously. The star map patterns on the youth's neck suddenly glowed, causing all the mutated beings to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. Were they afraid? Chunda's blade hovered in midair. Ajia slowly rose, his crystallized skin refracting a spectrum of rainbow hues. As he raised his right hand, the nearest mutated entity began to disintegrate, its flesh transforming into luminous particles that merged with the crystalline cluster in his chest. Yilan's mechanical eye flickered wildly. It was not fear, but submission. More mutated beings surged like a tide, yet they disintegrated automatically within a 5-meter radius around Ajia. With each step he took, the ground blossomed with lotus flowers made of crystalline clusters. Chunda suddenly noticed that these lotus flowers perfectly matched the totem in Li Yun's notes, and the tattoo on Ajia's nape had transformed into a crow clutching a star map. "Follow me," Ajia's voice resonated with emphasis, as though countless versions of him spoke simultaneously. The walls of the air raid shelter automatically cracked open a passage, revealing stairs leading to the subway tunnel. Chunda assisted Yilan to follow, discovering that in the wake of the youth, the remnants of the mutated beings were reassembling into human forms, their eyes flickering with the blue flame of crystalline clusters. From the tunnel's end, the howling wind of the subway approached. Suddenly, Ajia staggered and fell to his knees, crystalline clusters piercing from behind his ears, weaving into half a mask across his cheek. As his voice began to distort, "Were you truly prepared to confront the impending doom?" Before he could finish, the tunnel's ceiling suddenly collapsed. In the swirling dust, Chunda glimpsed the familiar glow of translucent jellyfish floating above the platform, their tentacles dancing with the phantom of Li Yun. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly emitted a laser, scorching a star map-shaped passage through the jellyfish swarm. "Follow the light," she urged, pushing Chunda toward the corridor. "I will hold them off." Chunda hoisted Ajia onto his back and dashed into the illuminated path. The jellyfish's tentacles brushed against his neck, carrying the scent of gardenias reminiscent of Li Yun. At the end of the passage, in the subway driver's cabin, he saw half a wedding ring embedded in the control panel, perfectly fitting the one in the box containing Kano's mother's relics. Ajia's crystallized fingers abruptly found their way to the control panel. The subway tunnel illuminated with a ghostly blue track light. And Chunda's tactical watch began its countdown. 71 hours and 59 minutes remained until the activation of the sonic weapon. The boy, before losing consciousness, murmured, "Go to the sea to find Mom." Gunfire echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Chunda clenched the wedding ring tightly. As the holographic star map overlaid two coordinates on his retina, the government's death zone and the eternal spring from Li Yun's notes. Quietly waiting in the depths of the Pacific. Chapter 15. Silence. The torrential rain fell like ink poured from the heavens, submerging the city in a viscous darkness. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over shards of glass in the puddles, each step akin to treading upon the debris of a fallen star. In the distance, the red warning light of a signal tower pierced through the rain curtain, casting blood-like splotches on the asphalt. He raised a hand to wipe his goggles, his fingertips brushing against a gelatinous substance. Remnants of brain tissue splattered during Yi Lan's laboratory explosion, now swelling into a translucent membrane with the rainwater. 8 minutes and 17 seconds remained for the electromagnetic shielding. Yi Lan's voice emanated from the gas mask, tinged with a mechanical graininess. Her gray-blue mechanical iris fractured into countless concentric circles under night vision mode, while the tattered edges of her lab coat fluttered in the fierce wind, revealing a carbon fiber knee bracing laden with surgical knives. As they passed the shattered window of a convenience store, she abruptly grasped Chunda's shoulder. 37 zombies stood frozen like marionettes, marching in perfect synchrony, their decayed heads uniformly directed toward the signal tower, pale green slime oozing from their jaws. Ajia's cough sounded like rusty gears grinding against each other. The boy huddled in the shadow of a bank ATM. The zipper of his raincoat snagged at the greenish bruise spreading across his neck. Trembling, he yanked at the collar. And Chunda's pupils dilated as he noticed serpentine patterns writhing beneath the skin, forming a star map identical to that in Li Yun's notes. The crystallization process was accelerating at 18 times the expected rate. The boy forced out a fractured smile, his fingertips tapping out the rhythm of Morse code on a military notebook. But the synaptic conduction efficiency had increased by 230%. Now he could hear the sound of electricity coursing through the rebar. The sound of raindrops hammering against the bulletproof glass suddenly intensified. Chunda looked up to see the skyscrapers flanking Financial Street, slowly twisting under the moonlight. Those glass facades, once symbols of humanity's pinnacle, had transformed into a prism labyrinth, refracting the pallid light into a spiderweb-like cage. In the shadows of every building lurked crimson pupils, the low-frequency hum from the mutant's throat resonating perfectly with the waves emitted by the sound tower, akin to the snoring of an ancient beast in slumber. The ground temperature was anomalous. Yilan suddenly grasped Chunda's tactical vest. Her mechanical iris switched to thermal imaging mode, the metal ring whirring rapidly, emitting a buzzing sound. At 7 o'clock, a life response emanated from beneath the ground. No sooner had she spoken than the asphalt road unexpectedly heaved into flowing waves. Chunda leaped onto the overturned armored vehicle, witnessing humanoid silhouettes emerging from the asphalt, those mutants reshaped by intense heat. Their liquid forms entwining with road spikes and shards of glass, forging metallic skeletons in the torrential rain. A blue arc burst forth from Ajia's notebook, the sonic interference causing his crystallized skin to display circuit patterns, as if someone were etching chip designs on his body with a laser. Take him to the signal tower. Yilan flung 3 willow leaf knives, their blades tracing faint blue arcs in the rain. Chunda hoisted the semi-conscious Ajia toward the revolving door, the crackling sound of solidifying asphalt resonating behind them. Yilan's electromagnetic knife triggered a localized thunderstorm, transforming the entire street into a colossal Tesla coil, incinerating the asphalt mutants into charred sculptures. The automatic doors of the signal tower's hall had long twisted into a postmodern art installation. As Chunda kicked open the emergency exit, a chilling gust laden with rot surged toward him. The beam of his tactical flashlight swept across the walls, his breath abruptly halting as he beheld a mass of claw marks stretching from the floor to the ceiling, interspersed with dark brown fingerprints and bite marks. Ajia suddenly convulsed violently on his shoulder. The boy's crystallized fingertips sparked, searing alien-like symbols into the wall. The sound waves rewrote my neural synapses. as Ajia's pupils alternately expanded into black holes and contracted to pinpoints, the bluish glow of his neck blotches illuminating the room. The password for the top control room was the star map coordinates from page 17 of Li Yun's notes. Chinda's Adam's apple struggled to roll down. The notebook tucked within his backpack suddenly radiated heat. As he withdrew the fragment of the star map, the gold dust on the parchment began to levitate in the darkness, forming a three-dimensional totem of the Jiwa tribal war dance. When the 17th star point coincided with the rust on the ventilation duct, a hidden door creaked open. Yet Chunda stood frozen in place. On the glass of the cold storage behind the door, Li Yun's face gradually came into focus, spreading like frost flowers. A cognitive trap. Yilan's voice came from behind him. Her white coat was encrusted with ice crystals, and her mechanical eye scanned the frost patterns. Constructing a labyrinth from the obsessions within his memory, a misstep could lead to disaster. Suddenly, she raised her hand and shattered the icebox. Chunda's scream lodged in his throat. Inside the cabinet were rows of blue vials, the CX-17 labels gradually dissolving in the melting ice water. Ajia suddenly seized Chunda's wrist. The boy's fingertips were as cold as deep-sea fish. Fluorescent blood oozing from the crystalline fissures. Something in the depths of the cryogenic chamber was calling for him. His right ear began to fracture into particles like quartz sand, producing a rustling sound within the gas mask's breathing valve. As they burst through the final pressure door, the sound wave control panel emitted a cataclysmic roar akin to the Judgment Day. As Ajia lunged towards the main control computer, the entire signal tower began to tremble at a high frequency, the glass facade resonating into a crystalline snowstorm. The boy's crystallized fingers glided across the keyboard, leaving behind phantoms of motion, while the flowing code on the screen mirrored in his cracked pupils, resembling two galaxies rushing in reverse. Found it. Ajia's roar, mingled with the black blood seeping from his gums, adjusted the sound wave frequency to match Li Yun's electroencephalogram. Chinda's wrist was suddenly seized by Yilan, her mechanical iris sparking. Are you insane? This will overload the brains of all the infected. Chinda tore open the collar of his protective suit, revealing a painful star map tattoo on his collarbone. The patterns resonated with the totem of the control console, and Li Yun's final smile in the sea of flames pierced his retina. She had once said that the star map was the language through which the Jiwa tribe communicated with all things. The instant he pressed the confirmation key, a dark bruise on Ajia's neck suddenly ruptured, and the crystalline shards that splattered forth suspended in the sound waves, forming a nebula vortex. For one fleeting moment, the street fell silent amidst the sonic boom. Then, all the mutated beings simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the signal tower, their decayed vocal cords vibrating with a lament inaudible to human ears. Through the bulletproof glass, Chunda witnessed an unforgettable scene. Rain vaporized into a mist of blood under the ultra-high frequency vibrations, the zombie skin melting like wax figures under intense heat, revealing their luminous neural pathways beneath. As the seventh harmonic peak arrived, the infected on the entire street spontaneously combusted, and in the eerie blue flames, countless blurred human-like silhouettes emerged. Fragments of consciousness devoured by the virus danced their final war dance in the fire. Suddenly, Ajia collapsed on the ground, his crystallized right hand pointing towards the elevator shaft. Chunda lifted the boy's alarmingly light body, discovering that his left ear was disintegrating into quartz-like granules. Yilan sliced open the deformed elevator door with an electromagnetic knife, and as the cold air of a refrigerated storage rushed out, her mechanical eye suddenly signaled an alarm. The life detector indicated that the heartbeat frequency of a certain cryogenic chamber was in perfect sync with Chinda's. Within the frost-laden military freezer, Lin Jinxing's diary lay quietly between blood bags. As Chunda opened the cover page, the embedded holographic projector automatically activated, revealing a scene from 20 years ago in the sacred city ruins of the Jiwa tribe, where a young researcher clasped hands with a woman clad in animal hides by the campfire. When the camera shifted to the woman's pronounced abdomen, Chunda's blood froze instantly. The jasmine tattoo on her neck was identical to the birthmark on Li Yun's collarbone. Alert! The CX Special Forces are approaching. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly projected a tactical map, with 30 red dots encircling and closing in on the signal tower. With his last ounce of strength, Ajia pulled out the data cable and inserted it into the interface at the back of his neck, causing the entire building's lighting system to explode. In the moment before plunging into darkness, Chunda saw the boy's cracked lips whispering, Diary, page 47. Amidst the deafening collapse of Kano, Yilan pulled the two of them into the ventilation duct. Chunda's back brushed against the sharp alloy edge, and in an instant of weightlessness, he heard the hydraulic sound of the cryogenic chamber being unsealed and the gentle call akin to a heartbeat. Daddy. Chapter 16. The Trader's Code. The torrential rain washed the glass curtain wall of the signal tower into a distorted kaleidoscope, while Chunda's tactical gloves left frost flowers on the metal handrail. The whimper of the ventilation ducts mingled with the burnt odor of overloaded electronic devices. A Jie curled up in the jagged shadow cast by the condensation pipe, the crystallized shards from his left ear falling like quartz sand. The cyanotic spots on the boy's neck flickered with his breath, as if countless fireflies resided beneath his skin. July 17, 1998, Mariana Trench. Yilan's mechanical iris contracted into a vertical line in the low temperature, the gray-blue metallic ring reflecting a holographic image of a younger Lin Jinxing. The man in the image was recording data at the deep-sea observation station, the pen tip scratching against the logbook, eerily synchronizing with the hum of the freezer's cooling unit at that moment. Chunda's flashlight beam swept across the inner wall of the freezer, suddenly halting on a yellowing parenting bag nestled within a frost flower crack, where half a wedding ring lay quietly. The serpent bird totem etched on the ring's surface reminded him of the emblem on the hilt of the Kano dagger. The instant he reached to touch it, a plume of liquid nitrogen vapor surged forth, and the phantom of Li Yun emerged, enveloped in the fragrance of gardenias. This time, she wore the white coat of the CX project, wiping the observation window of a cultivation chamber. Warning: biological authentication failed. The alarm shattered the condensed air. Yilan's mechanical iris erupted with electric arcs, her left hand twitching uncontrollably towards the electromagnetic pistol at her waist. As Chunda rolled to evade, he knocked over the liquid nitrogen tank. Amidst the frigid mist, he saw the CX-17 embryo in the cultivation chamber suddenly open its amber eyes, mirroring the gaze of Li Yun moments before her demise. The chip activated remotely, and spiderweb-like circuit patterns emerged on Yilan's neck. Tactical boots left charred traces of struggle on the ground. Her right eye projected a holographic keyboard, fingers tapping in the void. Yet the left side of her face contorted into a mask of agony due to a program conflict. Break my. Ajie's crystallized hand suddenly penetrated the distribution box. The boy's shredded vocal cords emitted a shriek surpassing human auditory limits, causing the entire signal tower's lighting system to explode. In the sudden darkness, Chunda saw Yilan's mechanical eye ignite with blood-red light, the charging sound of the electromagnetic pistol akin to the grinding of the Grim Reaper's teeth. Bullets grazed past his ears, searing star map-shaped bullet holes into the bulletproof glass. In the extreme cold, Chunda tore open his collar. The star map tattoo at his clavicle erupted with an ethereal blue glow under the low temperature, a battle totem inked in fluorescent ink by Kano. The whirring of the mechanical iris abruptly ceased, and Yilan became as if paused, like a robot. Star pattern authentication, royal bloodline. Her voice suddenly mixed with electronic static, as if countless whispers were speaking simultaneously. At the moment the explosion-proof door was cut open by the plasma welding gun, a Jie detonated the EMP device. In the electromagnetic pulse storm, Yilan's mechanical eye shattered into electronic fireworks, and Chunda pulled the two of them into the maintenance passage. Behind them came the acrid smell of self-igniting flesh, as burning CX soldiers cast distorted silhouettes in the corridor, resembling the struggling apparitions of a shadow play. Deep within the ventilation duct, Chunda's tactical boots ground against the frostbitten conduits. Ajie's cracked fingertips inscribed a fiery equation upon the floor, while the boys vomited black blood or shimmering crystal clusters. The sound of fishing boats at the dock of Kano mingled with the brittle echoes of crystal collisions. Suddenly, the coral-like synapses of his right arm pierced the wall, instantaneously revealing the structural blueprint of the building to all present. The dock in the torrential rain resembled the carcass of a colossal beast, the rusty crane's arm tolling like a funeral bell in the wind. As Chunda lifted the waterproof cover of the fishing boat, the yellowed maternity bag unexpectedly echoed with the phantom cries of a baby. Half of a wedding ring glimmered under the moonlight, its mother-of-pearl sheen perfectly aligning with the photographs in Lin Jinxing's diary. At the end of the breakwater, Kano's silhouette emerged. This hunter, who always cloaked his tenderness and ferocity, now caressed the bone-carved necklace upon his chest. his gaze mirroring that of the embroidered star map girl in the holographic image. His mother once remarked that his voice blended with the tide's lament. And when the two semicircles reunited, a deafening explosion consumed the ensuing words. The burning signal tower reflected upon the sea, the distorted metallic framework overlapping with the star map tattoo, forming a colossal Ouroboros totem. Agia's crystalline right arm plunged into the seawater, triggering a phosphorescent explosion. As countless transparent jellyfish enveloped the remains of CX soldiers, reconstructing Li Yun's visage amidst the downpour. At the moment the fishing boat's engine roared to life, Yilan's remaining mechanical eye activated autonomously. The holographic projection unfurled within the cabin, revealing Lin Jinxing from 20 years past, tenderly caressing the pregnant abdomen at the ruins of the holy city. The jasmine tattoo on the collarbone of that Chihuahua girl coincided with Li Yun's birthmark. Emotional variables exceeded the threshold. A mechanical voice coldly announced the initiation of the memory purification protocol. Yilan suddenly erupted, the scalpel aimed at Chun Da's carotid artery. In the struggle, Kano's bone-carved necklace shattered, shards of star-patterned stones slicing into Chun Da's palm, blood dripping onto Yilan's mechanical eye remnants. In that instant, everyone was swept into a torrent of data. They witnessed Lin Jinxing on the night of the silencing operation, entrusting the wailing infant to the elder priest. They saw Li Yun, as a CX-17 first-generation embryo, touching the star-patterned stone within the incubation chamber. Finally, the scene froze upon the oceanic rift where countless transparent jellyfish supported a luminous cocoon, within which lay a man bearing the same features as Chunda. The fishing boat pitched amidst the towering waves, as Kano pressed the blood-stained star-patterned stone against Chunda's tattoo. In the searing pain of resonance, Chunda suddenly comprehended the rhythm of the waves, a millennia-old cipher of the Chihuahua. Royal blood is not inherited but chosen. Agia's crystalline form began to disintegrate, fragments suspending within the cabin to form a swirling nebula. The boy's final utterance mingled with electronic static, the convenience store radio. His right eye suddenly emitted a blue light, enveloping the entire fishing boat within an anti-gravity field as it surged towards the luminous vortex deep in the storm. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, Chunda discovered the remnants of Yilan's mechanical eye upon the bow of the boat. The nanomatrix on the surface of the iris abruptly reorganized, revealing Lin Jinxing's final confession. What I have created is not a virus, but the key to human evolution. On the distant horizon, a translucent swarm of jellyfish cradled the burning CX emblem, submerging it into the vortex of the fountain of immortality. Chapter 17, The Crimson Equation. The hum of the quantum computer resonated within the laboratory dome, the eerie blue coolant coursing through transparent tubes like lifeblood. Chun Da's fingertips hovered above the touchscreen of the incubation chamber, the holographic projections dancing upon his eyelashes, fragmenting Li Yun's last smile into disjointed pixels. The glass walls reflected the curled form of Agia, the boy's skin crystallizing, scaly hexagonal crystals spreading from his neck to his temples, refracting a nebula-like iridescence under the cold light source. The cognitive interference index exceeded the threshold. Yilan's mechanical iris splintered into hundreds of concentric circles, gray-blue metal rings reflecting cascading data streams. Suddenly, she tore open the collar of her lab coat, revealing skin beneath the carbon fiber armor, riddled with web-like implants. Agia's brainwaves were entangled with the quantum remnants of the holy city. We needed. The alarm pierced the silence like a blade. The laboratory's alloy door twisted into a helix, and soldiers clad in CX emblazoned helmets burst through. Chunda instinctively dove to protect Agia. A bullet grazing the boy's crystallized ear, exploding in a spark of electricity upon the quantum computer's mainframe. Take him to the isolation chamber. Yilan hurled 3 leaf-shaped blades, their edges transforming into blue lightning under electromagnetic acceleration. The lead soldier was impaled against the wall, his ceramic armor melting into a magma-like substance under extreme heat. Chunda caught the sweet, charred scent of burning protein, momentarily recalling the smoke of Li Yun grilling fish on the deserted island. Agia suddenly convulsed violently, his crystallized fingertips carving burning furrows across the bulletproof glass. The sinuous lines automatically rearranged into the topological structure of a Klein bottle, each vertex flickering with the dim glow of 4-dimensional coordinates. They floated amidst the nanoclusters and the boys expelled black blood from the seabed. The equation required blood for decipherment. The entire laboratory tilted abruptly. Chunda collided with a liquid nitrogen tank, and through the frigid mist, he glimpsed the CX-17 embryo in the incubation chamber rapidly growing. The flesh-wrapped body extended octopus-like tendrils, from which a cracked orifice emitted Li Yun's voice. Run. They are going to detonate the antimatter bomb. Yi Lan's mechanical iris erupted with arcs of electricity. With one hand, she tore apart the armor covering her chest, revealing a miniature reactor nestled between her ribs. Take the data core to the dock. An electromagnetic pulse surged from her palm, melting the pursuing soldiers' Gauss rifles into molten steel. Chun Da's tactical boots crunched over the scattered crystal clusters, noticing the fragments autonomously arranging into a pattern resembling a Mobius strip. The cognitive lock was released. A GS suddenly surged forth, his crystallized palm plunging into the control console. The holographic projection reconfigured amidst the shockwave of the explosion, revealing a holographic map of the underwater ruins, where the energy core's location astonishingly coincided with the frequency of the convenience store owner's radio. Suddenly, the bruise on the boy's neck ruptured, and the splintering crystal shards in the air formed a variant of the Drake equation. Chun Da's clavicle tattoo burned with unbearable intensity. In the fleeting moment he grasped the data core, the phantom of Li Yun emerged from the blazing server. Droplets of luminescent liquid cascading from the hem of her damp cheongsam. The password is the date of our first encounter. Her fingertip pierced Chun Da's chest, tracing the Ouroboros symbol at the heart's location. Be careful. Yi Lan's furious shout mingled with the sharp sound of metal tearing. Chunda rolled away from the plummeting steel beam, catching sight of Commander CX wielding a particle oscillation knife aimed at Ajia. The youth neither dodged nor flinched, his crystalline pupils reflecting the trajectory of the blade. The instant the edge met skin, the entire weapon abruptly quantumized and dissipated, only to reconstitute within the commander's body. The scent of blood had yet to permeate the air when Yi Lan detonated the reactor. In the searing shockwave, Chunda embraced Ajia and leaped from the observation window, the ominous hum of annihilation echoing behind them. The 60-story experimental building collapsed like a melting candle, the shockwave vaporizing the rainwater within a 100-meter radius into crimson steam. The emergency lights in the air raid shelter flickered erratically. Ajia's right arm had fully crystallized, coral-like synapses embedding into the damp wall, projecting the city's underground pipeline network onto the retinas of the onlookers. They had set up a pulse net at the dock. With every word the boy uttered, crystalline flakes fell from the corners of his mouth, yet the equation indicated the necessity to traverse the mirrored dimension. Yi Lan suddenly tore open the bionic skin of her left arm. Liquid metal composed of nanobots surged at the wound, gradually coalescing into the shape of a star-patterned stone key. Use my mechanical eye as a beacon, but you have only 17 seconds. Her mechanical iris began to overheat, burning the molten metal ring, leaving scorched marks on her cheek. Chunda hoisted Ajia and dashed toward the sewage pipe. The putrid wastewater suddenly solidified into a mirror, reflecting countless fragments of parallel realities. In one realm, Li Yun smiled back at the airport security checkpoint. In another, Kano stood at the altar cradling an infant. As they stepped into the mirror, Ajia's crystalline form erupted in a gamma-ray burst, tearing a Klein bottle-shaped breach in three-dimensional space. The dock's searchlights pierced through the curtain of rain. Chunda knelt atop a rusted shipping container, gazing at the star-patterned lines in his palm gradually fading away. Ajia curled beneath the waterproof tarp, his crystalline body absorbing microorganisms from the rainwater. The convenience store radio crackled with the boy's voice, producing the crisp sound of crystal collisions. Tell Auntie I fixed it. The blue light of the pulse net suddenly enveloped the dock. At the moment Chunda lifted Ajia and leaped into the waves, he witnessed Yi Lan's mechanical eye explode into a supernova against the night sky. In the briny water, the bluish bruise on the boy's neck radiated the brilliance of a nebula, guiding the path of the quantum tunnel leading to the underwater sanctuary. Chapter 18. Reverse evolution. The torrential rain washed over the ruins of the laboratory, concrete fragments floating in the pooled water like black islands. Chun Da's tactical boots crunched over shards of glass, each step akin to treading upon the wreckage of fallen stars. He leaned against a fractured support column, gasping for breath. The beam of his flashlight sweeping across the chaotic debris, scorched remnants of incubation pods, where a severed mechanical arm continued to twitch, and broken wires sputtered with eerie blue sparks. Do not touch that slime. Yi Lan's warning, laced with the scent of blood, reached him. The hem of her lab coat was torn into strips, exposing the intricate hydraulic mechanisms of the carbon fiber knee brace beneath, while the gray-blue mechanical iris pulsated with an unusual frequency. Chunda turned towards the sound, only to find a Jia curled in the corner, the bruise on the boy's neck visibly spreading, as veins beneath his skin intertwined in a star map pattern, resembling fireflies laying eggs beneath his dermis. His body temperature was soaring. Chunda reached out to touch Ajia's forehead, only to retract his fingers in pain from the heat. Suddenly, the boy's eyes flew open, his amber pupils splitting into a compound structure, and the surface of his iris bore nanopatterns reminiscent of Yilan's mechanical eye. Chunda cautiously noted the metallic rasp of Ajia's vocal cords as crystalline fingertips abruptly pierced the ground, fluorescent liquid seeping through the spiderweb-like cracks. Outside the laboratory, the sharp sound of tactical boots crushing glass echoed. Yilan disengaged the safety of her electromagnetic pistol through the holographic sight projected from the gun. 3CX Special Forces soldiers approached in tactical formation. Their chemical suits were coated in frost, and the electronic eyes behind their masks glowed crimson, resembling mechanical demons clawing their way from hell. Take him through the ventilation duct. Yilan hurled 3 EMP grenades, the explosive electromagnetic pulse illuminating the corridor in a ghostly blue-white. The moment Chunda hoisted Ajia, he felt a sharp pain in his palm as the boy's neck skin began to crack, pale golden scales emerging from the fissures, their edges as sharp as surgical blades. Ajia let out a pained scream, the sound wave shattering the remaining petri dishes. Chunda's eardrums bled as he hazily glimpsed the phantom of Li Yun amidst the shards of glass, her blood-stained protective suit shimmering, the star map tattoo on her collarbone resonating with Ajia's scales. Following the ethereal finger's gesture towards the vent, her fragmented visage dissolved into a swarm of butterflies in the fluorescence. Yilan's mechanical iris suddenly locked onto Chunda. "You are bleeding." Her voice trembled with an unusual quiver. Chunda looked down to see his palm oozing a pale golden blood, which, upon contact with the fluorescent substance on Ajia's scales, began to coalesce into tiny star map models in the air. This scene reminded him of the light dust that floated from Li Yun's wounds as she dissipated into the inferno. Reverse evolution. Yilan grasped the scale with tweezers, the nanometal rings in her pupils spinning at high speed, as the virus rewrote his genetic code, yet your blood astonishingly purifies this mutation. She suddenly yanked open Chunda's collar, her mechanical fingers gliding over the star map tattoo on his collarbone. The moment the scales touched the tattoo, the entire ruin trembled violently, and amidst the dust, the holographic projection of the Jiwa tribe altar emerged. Ajia's anguished scream pulled Chunda back to reality. The boy's right arm was entirely covered in scales, the elbow twisted backward into the form of an insect's limb, while bony spikes sprouted from his fingertips, inscribing a burning equation into the ground. Chunda's temples throbbed. Those symbols overlapped with the alien script in Li Yun's notes, casting the three-dimensional coordinates of an underwater relic upon his retina. "They are coming." Yilan suddenly pulled both of them towards the ventilation duct. 3 plasma rounds whizzed past Chunda's back, searing honeycomb-shaped holes into the wall. The electronic synthesized voice of the CX soldier echoed through the corridor. "Royal gene signal detected. Executing Class A recovery protocol." The metallic surface of the pipe screeched as it was scraped by Ajia's scales. Chunda's nostrils were filled with a noxious blend of rust and decay, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the wall, revealing scratches that formed the rhythmic path of the Jiwa tribal dance, perfectly mirroring the direction of his collarbone tattoo. As his blood dripped onto a certain totem, the maintenance hatch ahead suddenly swung open, revealing a shaft leading down to the underground garage. This was no coincidence. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned the totem's patterns. The genetic lock discovered by Lin Jinxing at the Sacred City ruins 2 decades ago had long been inscribed within human DNA. Her voice momentarily faltered, as the left side of her face displayed the charred patterns of a circuit board, the remote control program breaching her final firewall. Inside the garage, an altered bulldozer sat parked, the bloodstains on the windshield forming ominous symbols. AGS suddenly broke free from support, his scaled hands ripping open the car door. His vocal cords emitted a high-frequency vibration, causing Chunda's tactical watch screen to shatter. While the vehicle's radio inexplicably began playing an old song often heard by the convenience store Annie. Was he mimicking the electromagnetic wave frequency? Yilan's mechanical eye sparked with arcs of electricity as she swiftly aimed her gun at the back of Aegea's head. The virus was consuming his consciousness. At the moment the bulldozer's engine roared to life, Chunda knocked Yilan's gun off target. The bullet shattered the rearview mirror, and in the shards, 3 overlapping forms of Aegea were reflected: the young man from the convenience store, crystalline data specters, and the monster now cloaked in scales. He was still Aegea. Chunda's roar erupted, mingling with the surge of diesel exhaust. As the bulldozer crashed through the rolling shutter door, torrential rain poured in like ink spilled by a divine hand, Aegea's scales shimmering with an iridescent sheen amid the downpour. The street twisted beneath the wheels, transforming into a nightmarish gallery. Burning billboards reflected the silhouettes of CX soldiers, their mechanical limbs morphing and reshaping in the rain, becoming the scythe-like forelimbs of predators. Yilan fired her electromagnetic pistol at the pursuers, each bullet igniting star map trajectories in the rainfall. 3 o'clock. That subway station has military-grade blast doors. Aegea's compound eyes suddenly locked onto a building. His Adam's apple vibrated at a high frequency, emitting a low-frequency growl reminiscent of a zombie. A shocking scene unfolded as all pursuers simultaneously pivoted, like marionettes, rushing towards the convenience store at the street corner. The vocal cords mimicked Yilan while the mechanical eye recorded the data fluctuations. He was using the viral frequency to reverse control the infected. The blast door at the subway station crashed open under the bulldozer's impact. Chunda, carrying the exhausted Aegea, rushed onto the platform, only to be awestruck by the sight before him. Swarming translucent jellyfish suspended above the tracks, their tentacles entwined around unconscious survivors, each forehead adorned with star map tattoos. At the center of the jellyfish swarm, a luminous cocoon was cradled, within which the ethereal image of Li Yun flickered in and out of view. "Do not touch those creatures," Yilan shouted, severing the attacking tentacles with her electromagnetic knife. Yet Chunda, as if hypnotized, approached the cocoon, the glow resonating with the warmth of his collarbone tattoo. The moment his fingertips grazed the luminous membrane, the entire subway station reverberated with the booming rhythm of the Jiwa tribal drums. The jellyfish swarmed and collectively turned, their tentacles weaving a holographic projection of the underwater ruins. Aegea's scales began to shed. The boy, in excruciating pain, tore open his shirt to reveal a glowing tumor on his chest, its pulsating surface riddled with honeycomb-like cavities, each harboring an embryo the size of a grain of rice. "Chunda, your blood." His voice was interspersed with electronic static. "It can kill it." Suddenly, Yilan tackled Chunda to the ground. 3 armor-piercing rounds whizzed past their heads, creating a 2-meter-wide crater in the wall. The silhouette of Commander CX emerged from the smoke, his mechanical eye flickering with the same blue light as Yilan's. "Surrender the royal genetic specimen. This is your final warning." A burning sensation suddenly surged through Chunda's palm. The star map tattoo oozed pale golden blood, forming a luminous totem in the pooled water on the ground. The moment the first droplet fell into the center of the totem, the gravity field of the entire subway station began to distort. Transparent jellyfish surged into Aegea's body, and the boy's shattered scales regrew, this time enveloping his entire frame in a bioluminescent exoskeleton reminiscent of deep-sea creatures. "Hurry!" Yilan pulled the 2 of them into the track. The uncontrolled gravity field hurled their pursuers away, and as Chunda tumbled, he glimpsed Aegea's back splitting open like an insect's elytra. The boy emitted an inhuman shriek, the sound wave shattering all lighting fixtures. In the absolute darkness, Chunda felt a cool hand grasping his wrist. It was the phantom of Li Yun, her pupils reflecting the faint light of the underwater holy city. When the emergency lights flickered back on, the 3 found themselves in an abandoned air raid shelter. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned Aegea's new form. His exoskeleton exhibited a streamlined structure, with bony spines extending from the joints, and his tail vertebrae sprouting scorpion-like venomous stingers. Most bizarrely, the left half of his face retained human features, while the right half was covered in scales, and a compound eye structure began to form over his iris. Reverse evolution is not regression. Yilan picked up a shed scale with tweezers. The virus was reshaping the host according to environmental demands. "But your blood." She suddenly pressed Chunda's wrist against the lab table. The microscope revealed that the white blood cells and the pale golden fluid were engulfing viral particles, each nucleus displaying a miniature star map. From deep within the air raid shelter, the sound of a baby's cry suddenly echoed. Following the sound, Chunda discovered a frozen chamber behind a dust-laden arms box, where a CX-17 embryo floated within a transparent casing, its genetic chain resonating with Chunda's blood sample. When the star map tattoo touched the observation window, the embryo suddenly opened its eyes, the amber pupils perfectly overlapping with the gaze of Li Yun as she lay dying. "This is impossible." Yilan's mechanical eye sparked. The holographic projection automatically played Lin Zhenxing's encrypted log. On Christmas Eve 1999, he injected the stolen star pattern stone powder into Li Yun. In the footage, the girl curled up in a fetal position on the hospital bed, the patterns on her skin mirroring Chunda's tattoos. Aegea's scorpion tail suddenly pierced the frozen chamber. In the billowing white mist of liquid nitrogen, the embryo transformed into a stream of light, rushing into Chunda's wound. Yilan's alarm blared wildly. Gene fusion detected. Royal certification completion 98. The rumble of the subway tunnel approached from afar. The navigational map of submerged ruins materialized upon Chunda's retina, as Li Yun's phantom kissed his forehead amidst the motes of light. When the uncontrolled subway train burst through the blast doors, Aegea's wing-like appendages unfurled abruptly, phosphorescence tracing a meteor-like trajectory in the darkness. The boy, once concealed in a convenience store repairing radios, now carved a bloody path for civilization's survival with his inhuman form. Chapter 19. Beneath the black abyss, the sea breeze carried the stench of decay into the cockpit, leaving deep crimson imprints from the gas mask upon Chunda's nose. The dashboard glimmered with an eerie cyan green luminescence, the pulsating numbers seemingly imbued with life, twisting into the silhouette of Li Yun on the LCD screen. His knuckles, gripping the helm, turned pale as he suddenly realized the rusted metal was seeping warm, viscous fluid. The entire vessel was transforming into some form of biological innards, 300 meters deep, equivalent in volume to 5 football fields. Yilan's mechanical right eye erupted with violet light, a spiral star map emerging upon her iris. The hem of her lab coat was abruptly torn by an unseen force, revealing thighs bound with test tubes, one containing a boiling pale blue liquid. Aegea pushed the sonar power to critical levels. The boy curled behind the radar screen, the newly formed scales on his neck scraping against the metal walls with a piercing sound. His trembling fingertips traced the control panel, leaving 5 crystalline grooves that sang with the frequency of a cargo ship's horn. Suddenly, the fire axe seized him, striking his left arm, and the splattered blue blood crystallized in the air, this body responding to their call. The entire ship emitted a dying metallic groan. Gazing out the porthole, Chunda beheld the sea surface rising into black hills beneath the moonlight, a 20-meter-high wall of waves enveloping countless phosphorescent tendrils. As the first dark red tentacle breached the water's surface, time seemed to freeze. Within the 2-meter diameter suckers, an array of teeth engaged in a chewing motion. A blonde woman's head lodged between molars, her eyelashes still adorned with pearl earrings. Hard to port. Yilan's roar coincided with the explosive snap of steel cables. Chunda pressed his entire weight against the helm, hearing his scapula crack. As the hull grazed the edge of a tentacle, blood suddenly crept across the bulletproof glass, not from splattered seawater, but from capillaries seeping from the steel welds. Aegea emitted an inhuman shriek. His spine arched into an incredible curve, the scales on his lower back blooming like petals, revealing the writhing, luminescent organs beneath the cryogenic chamber. They were consuming frozen embryos. The boy stumbled toward the surveillance screen, his nails striking sparks upon the reinforced glass. "Look, those tuna." As Chunda turned, he witnessed a 20-ton refrigerated container hurled into the air. Moonlight pierced through the shattered ice mist, revealing thousands of mutated bluefin tuna, their gills evolved into infant hands, still clinging to placental tissues between their fingers. Suddenly, the pupil of a giant fish flipped, revealing a QR code embedded in its retina. Chunda's gas mask instantly decrypted the encoded message. CX-17 experimental subject has awakened. To the lower hold, Yilan snapped the chains, tossing him the fire axe. The blade etched with the star patterns of the Jiwa tribe. The disruptor is behind the diesel generator. Her mechanical eye suddenly emitted a crimson light, scorching the password lock on the hatch with burnt marks. Remember, trust nothing that breathes. Chunda leaped down the maintenance shaft, his boots sinking into a viscous substance. In the harsh glare of the emergency lights, he discerned that what clung to the walls was not barnacles, but thousands of flattened human eyeballs. The surfaces of these crystalline orbs were animated with holographic projections. Researchers in white lab coats, pierced by genetic tendrils, pregnant women whose abdomens burst forth with winged embryos. Lin Shi inscribing a log in Braille within the captain's chamber. This was the biological repository of the CX project. Yi Lan's voice echoed from above, distorted by electromagnetic interference. As they mimicked the sudden transformation of Li Yun's voice. Ada, turn back and look at me. Chun Da's temples throbbed, the sound of war drums reverberating within his eardrums. It was the ancestral war dance rhythm that Kano had taught him, surging forth from the depths of his marrow. Instinctively, as he spun and swung his axe, the blade severed the nerve cord, releasing a jasmine fragrance. Illusion and reality intertwined at that moment. He beheld Li Yun standing amidst the coral, playing a flute, while the severed tendrils before him began to morph into her facial contours. Suddenly, the temperature of the flooded lower chamber soared. A Jia-S scaled wings sliced through the nerve cord, entangling Chun Da's ankle. While the youth's newly formed exoskeleton absorbed the rust from the cabin walls, the disruptor had been transformed into an embryo incubation chamber. His pupils fractured into a compound eye structure, reflecting the writhing tumor behind the diesel engine, its surface riddled with cerebral grooves, pierced by 17 bronze tubes inscribed with star patterns. As Chun Da's axe shattered the protective casing, the entire ship convulsed violently. Glowing jellyfish floated in the seawater, pouring in through the cracks, each umbrella harboring diminutive human embryos. Yi Lan's mechanical eye projected a holographic keyboard, her fingers dancing rapidly in the void. This is not an octopus. It is a biological warship. A GS suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a luminescent tattoo that perfectly matched the star patterns on the diesel engine. The youth pressed his palm against the tumor's surface, emitting a high-frequency resonance. What they want is this. The tumor erupted in response, splattering mucus that coalesced in midair into a life-size sculpture of Li Yun, her fingertip pointing towards the ship's internal layers. The sound of tearing steel reverberated like the lament of a colossal beast. Chun Da pried open the inner layer with his axe, revealing the captain's log illuminated by a blue glow. The leather cover, soaked in seawater, oozed slime. As Lin Shi's signature morphed into serpentine script. Upon turning the cover, the braille protrusions suddenly pierced his fingertips, revealing hidden content written in blood beneath the moonlight. Do not treat the infected. They are the fertilized eggs of the sower. The entire ship plunged into an eerie silence. An 800-meter-long shadow emerged from the depths, the octopus's head embedded with the bridge of the Tian Hai, countless pale arms swaying within the portholes. Yi Lan's mechanical eye's iris shattered, exposing a miniature star map within. This is the guardian of the sacred city of the Chiva tribe. Ajia's scales began to shed, revealing a writhing bundle of luminescent nerves beneath. Chungu, throw me over. The youth tore off his left arm, from which liquid starlight flowed instead of blood. My DNA can deceive its recognition system. As Chunda hurled Ajia's mutilated body towards the beast, the boy blossomed into a cocoon of light in midair. The octopus's tentacles suddenly fell in a gentle surrender, the teeth between the suckers beginning to detach. Seizing the moment, Yi Lan activated the electromagnetic cannon, yet froze in place upon seeing the image through the scope. Lin Shi's lifeless body, ensconced in nerve cords within the cockpit, his skull laid bare. A crystalline brain flower blooming within. On page 47 of the log, Chunda was abruptly reminded of the tactile sensation of braille as he spoke. His blood stained the pages, and the entire log spontaneously ignited, its ashes coalescing into the visage of Li Yun. In her amber-hued pupils, the panorama of the underwater holy city was reflected. The process of the ship's flesh-like transformation accelerated abruptly. Chunda watched as his tactical vest sprouted gill-like appendages, while Yi Lan's mechanical eye integrated into the structure of her facial bones. In the final moment before complete aberration, he heard the distant sound of war drums from the deep sea, the Jiwa tribe's warship led by Kano, its prow ablaze with purifying flames. Chapter 20. The decaying confession. The sea breeze, laden with the rancid sweetness of decay, invaded the cabin. Chunda's tactical boots sank into the mud of the deck's fissures, each step feeling as though he treaded upon the rotting gums of a colossal beast. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, carving the silhouette of this nameless island into jagged outlines, the rugged black reefs resembling the fangs of an ancient leviathan. As the waves crashed against the rocks, emitting a dying wail, the magnetic field readings were abnormal. Yilan's mechanical iris contracted to a pinprick in the darkness, the gray-blue metal ring reflecting the pulsating numbers of the holographic display. The gravitational field here was 127 units below normal, and the air's humidity caused her to suddenly fall silent. The crisp sound of her tactical boots cracking against an elevated object on the beach echoed. Chunda swept the beam of his flashlight across the silvery sand, and his breath caught in his throat. What lay before him was not mere fragments of shells, but a multitude of human teeth that paved the entire coastline, canine and molar teeth arranged in some bizarre pattern, glimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the moonlight. Further away, waterlogged severed limbs surged with the tide, wedding rings on the fingers refracting a faint, cold light. Ajia suddenly fell to his knees, his scaled back heaving violently. The bluish marks on the boy's neck oozed a luminous mucus, newly formed gill-like organs fluttering behind his ears. They were singing with our DNA frequency. Yilan's scalpel pressed against Ajia's throat. Your crystallization rate has accelerated by a factor of 0.3. The mechanical iris scanned the boy's skin, revealing the writhing fluorescent veins beneath. You have 5 minutes to explain why your bioelectric waves synchronized completely with the magnetic field fluctuations after landing on the island. Chunda directed his flashlight deeper into the thicket, the beam expanding as it swept over the treetops. The underside of the tropical rainforest leaves was adorned with luminescent moss, the ethereal blue glow flickering with the sea breeze, resembling countless pairs of watchful eyes. When he focused intently, he was startled to discover that the distribution of the fluorescent moss mirrored the star map patterns in Li Yun's notes. There, Ajia's scales sparked in the darkness, his distorted right hand pointing towards a fissure in the rainforest, as the three of them treaded upon the slick ferns into the island's depths. A sudden pain pierced Chunda's temples, not a physiological ache, but a tremor from deep within his genes, as if ancient codes long dormant in his blood were awakening. The entrance of the cavern was adorned with hanging vines, their leaves glistening with dew that refracted a spectrum of colors. The moment Yilan's tactical dagger severed the obstruction, a pungent stench crashed into the faces of the group like a tangible force. Chunda's gas mask filter emitted an unbearable alarm. Yet a phantom of Li Yun materialized in his retina. She stood barefoot deep within the cave, a luminescent jasmine flower tucked in her damp hair. Do not touch the cave walls. Yilan's warning came a heartbeat too late. Chunda's palm, steadying against the wall, became ensnared in a gelatinous substance that slithered into his skin through the seams of his tactical gloves as if it were a living entity. Under the beam of his flashlight, the entire rock face oozed a dark crimson slime, revealing thousands of shells embedded in the rock layers, each harboring an embryo the size of a grain of rice. Ajia's scales suddenly bristled, emitting a sharp sound akin to metal scraping. It was the resonance chamber, amplifying the psychic corruption within the cavern. Before he could finish speaking, the entire island trembled violently. Debris from the cave ceiling bizarrely levitated in midair, as if gravity had ceased to exist in that moment. Chunda's flashlight pierced the darkness, the beam fixating on an altar at the cavern's end. His Adam's apple constricted painfully as he beheld Lin Shi's corpse, frozen in a kneeling position before the stone platform, its desiccated skin clinging to the bones, resembling a specimen vacuum-sealed for preservation. Even more unsettling were the inscriptions that covered the rock walls, neither a known language nor extraterrestrial symbols, but a hieroglyphic system composed of anatomical diagrams. Confession. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned the wall, representing fear with a gallbladder and regret with a uterus. This was the cryptic script developed by the CX project team in its early stages. She abruptly tore open Lin Shi's shirt, revealing a star map tattoo etched into the corpse's chest, the edges of the wound indicating it had been carved by his own dagger. Chunda's fingertips brushed against the chilling rock surface, and suddenly, the organ patterns began to seep blood. As droplets coalesced along the lines towards Lin Shi's corpse, the hollow eye sockets of the cadaver brightened with a glow, not a metaphor, but a true swarm of fireflies that erupted from the corpse's orifices, coalescing into a rotating star map within the cavern. They emerged from the sea of stars. Lin Shi's jaw abruptly opened, and from his weathered throat, an electronic synthetic voice emerged, weaving curses into our very genes. The star map formed by the fireflies projected onto the rock wall, perfectly overlapping with the network of blood vessels beneath Ajia's skin. Ajia emitted a horrifying shriek. His coccyx tore through his combat uniform, sprouting a glowing organ reminiscent of a scorpion's tail. The youth's deformed right hand plunged into the rock wall, dark red slime flowing back into his veins. This was a vessel of memory, as Lin Shi had uploaded his consciousness into silicon-based fungi. Yilan's mechanical iris suddenly erupted with purple light, and a holographic projection unfolded before them. 20 years prior, Lin Shi was frantically engraving words within this cavern. A pen lodged in his left eye, his right index finger exposed to the bone. The projection revealed a rock wall untouched by the fungi, clearly displaying his final words inscribed. CX-17 is not a vaccine. It is the key to unlocking the genetic lock. As the seventh tremor struck, the altar suddenly collapsed. In that instant of falling, Chunda grasped a crevice, watching as Lin Shi's corpse was overturned by the force of the blast. At the moment the mummified corpse's chest collided with the stalactite, swarms of fireflies erupted from between its ribs, forming a dynamic star map in the air, unmistakably depicting the three-dimensional coordinates of the sacred city of the Chiwa tribe, with each luminous point corresponding to an energy node within the submerged ruins. Catch me. Yilan's grappling hook ensnared Chunda's waist. The three of them hung precariously at the edge of a collapsing abyss, gazing down at the vast cavity gradually revealing itself. Countless transparent cocoons dangled from the ceiling of the cave, each containing a clone bearing the likeness of Lin Shi. Their umbilical cords connected to a central mass of flesh. A pulsating tissue adorned with protruding human faces, chanting in unison, "We are the fertilized eggs of the sower." Suddenly, Ajay's scorpion tail pierced the rock wall, and the blue light bursting from the gaps in his scales illuminated the side passage. In the midst of their escape, Chunda turned back and witnessed Lin Shi's skeleton being drawn upright by fungal mycelium, as the fireflies reconfigured a beating heart within her chest cavity. The fingers of the corpse traced the rock wall, inscribing new cryptic symbols in blood. This time, it was the Morse code taught to Ajay by the convenience store clerk. Go to the coral reef. As the group stumbled out of the cave, a torrential downpour descended in a manner defying the laws of physics. Raindrops suspended in midair formed a luminous matrix, and upon contact with Ajay's scales, began to crystallize. Without warning, the boy tackled Chunda onto the beach, shielding him from an incoming assault with his newly formed bone wings. 12 mechanical seabirds swooped down, their beaks equipped with miniature sonic emitters. It's CX's reconnaissance drones. Yilan's electromagnetic pistol melted through the chip of the leading seabird. Ajay, try imitating the vocal cords. The scales on the boy's jaw trembled violently, emitting high-frequency sound waves that rippled through the curtain of rain. The mechanical seabird flock suddenly altered course, succumbing to some irresistible force, turning upon one another. Seizing the opportunity, Chunda rolled behind the reef, discovering that the teeth on the beach were reassembling, not metaphorically, but rather, those human teeth were being drawn together by mucus to form a warning message. They are watching. Amid the downpour, a prolonged horn blast suddenly resonated. The group turned to see the wreck of the Tianhai, encrusted with barnacles, being pushed ashore by the waves. The rust on the ship's surface formed a colossal totem of serpent and bird, while a chamber within pulsated with red light, perfectly synchronized with the luminescent frequency of Ajay's scales. It's Li Yun's laboratory. Chunda's tactical knife sliced through the rusted hatch. Emergency lights flared to life, illuminating the wall densely covered with formulas, all calculations ultimately leading to one conclusion. Emotion is the key to decoding the genetic lock. Suddenly, the observation window of the cultivation tank shattered, and amid the splattering mucus, Chunda caught a glimpse of his reflection, not as he was now, but as the star-patterned ancestral king of the Chiwa tribe. Ajay's piercing scream yanked Chunda back to reality. The fully crystallized right arm of the boy plunged into the control panel, and the entire Rex electrical system rebooted. Holographic projections unfurled amidst the rain, revealing Lin Shi's final recorded image. Curled up in this chamber, she used a scalpel to slice open her abdomen. They embedded a self-destruct program in my genetic code, telling Chunda that to unravel the mystery, one must first become a mystery. When lightning struck the ship's mast, Chunda finally discerned the complete message on the beach formed by the teeth. They are watching us reborn. The mechanical eye of Yilan suddenly blared an alarm as Ajay's crystallized body began to absorb microorganisms from the rainwater. Amidst the cacophony of torrential rain and crashing waves, a new swarm of fireflies emerged from the remains of Lin Shi. This constellation pointed towards the luminous whirlpool deep within the coral reef. Chapter 21. Magnetic field turmoil. The sea breeze, laden with the briny stench of decay, swept across the rocks. Chun Da's tactical boots crunched over the scattered shells, creating a soft rustling sound under the moonlight. He bent down to pick up a half-soaked cigarette box, his fingertips brushing against the faded logo of the Tianhai. In a moment of reverie, he beheld Lin Shi's silhouette in the captain's cabin, exhaling clouds of smoke. The curling vapors seemed to transcend time and space, coalescing on his retina into the smile of Li Yun at their parting. The magnetic field readings fluctuated beyond critical levels. Yi Lan's mechanical iris constricted into a vertical line in the dark night, the gray-blue metallic rings surface shimmering with a cascade of data. She crouched upon the damp basalt, the 3 probes of her portable detector deeply embedded in the rock crevices, the dancing numbers on the LCD screen casting flickering shadows upon her face. Gravity acceleration, 93 ms. Geomagnetic North Pole deviation, 37 degrees. Ajia suddenly stumbled against the rocks, the scales on his back sparking against the surface. The cyan spots on the nape of his neck writhed beneath the skin, as if countless fireflies were laying their eggs within his veins. They sang, his trembling fingertips pointing towards the inky sea, using a 12-based frequency that eluded human comprehension. Chun Da's flashlight pierced through the curtain of rain, the beam distorting as it grazed the surface of the sea. What should have been a vertical column of light twisted and flowed like melting butter, tracing the outline of a Mobius strip in the void. He raised his left wrist. The luminous dial revealed 3 hands rotating in defiance of the laws of physics, while the salt frost crystallized along the edge of the watch case glimmered with an eerie blue light. The curvature of space-time was anomalous. Yi Lan's scalpel suddenly pressed against Chun Da's wrist, the blade prying open the watch strap. Look at this. In the cold light refracted by the blade, the precision steel gears visibly corroded into crimson powder, as if invisible hands were hastening the passage of time. Ajia's membranous wings unfurled completely, the semi-transparent membranes rustling in the gale. The boy hunched his back, his distorted right hand gripping the crevice of a rock, the nails scraping against the basalt with a piercing sound. 230 meters at 11 o'clock, they're coming. The sea surface abruptly surged, forming black hills as hordes of mutated seabirds broke through the waves. These hybrids of machinery and flesh unfurled their 4-meter-long alloy wings, the sound wave emitters mounted on their beaks glinting with a cold light. The leading assault unit opened its chest armor, revealing miniature missiles nestled between the ribs, while the biological plasma cannon at the tip of its tail was charging, blue arcs dancing through the rain. Find cover. The hem of Yi Lan's lab coat suddenly tore, carbon fiber straps automatically coiling around her thigh. She flung 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades from her tactical pouch, their metallic shells tracing pale blue arcs through the rain. Ajia, prepare for vocal interference. Chun Da rolled behind the rocks, the splintering debris grazing his brow. Warm blood cascaded down the brow, staining the retina with the phantom of Li Yun. Clad in bloodied protective gear, she was calibrating the frequency generator amidst the inferno of the laboratory. The image was so vivid that one could even discern the frost crystallizing on her eyelashes. The boundary between reality and memory blurred within the chaotic magnetic field. When the first plasma round struck the reef, Chunda could not distinguish whether the roar in his ears was the explosion of the present or the hydraulic sound of the cold storage releasing at Li Yun's final moments. A piercing shriek from Ajia shattered the night sky. The boy's completely transformed vocal cords erupted with a composite frequency, the visible sound waves rippling through the curtain of rain. The mechanical seabirds in the front row suddenly lost control, their crimson electronic eyes flashing chaotic codes. Alloy wings colliding uncontrollably. One reconnaissance unit, while diving, abruptly changed its course, its beak-mounted laser cutter severing a companion in half. A torrential downpour of dark red machine oil mixed with biological tissue. Beautiful. Yi Lan's mechanical iris constricted to a pinprick as she fired her electromagnetic pistol in rapid succession. Her shooting angles were exceptionally cunning, each bullet precisely piercing the cooling vents of the seabird's breastplate, scorching a charred star map pattern onto the core processor. Chunda. 3 o'clock direction, the reef cave. Chunda slithered forward through the hail of bullets, the blood coral flute strapped to his lower back clashing against his hip with each stride. This was the relic they had discovered in the cave of the nameless island, now emitting a ghostly light resonating with Ajia's scaled armor. Just as he was about to plunge into the reef cave, An inexplicable thrum from the depths of his genes tightened around his heart. The low-frequency vibrations from the coral reef perfectly matched the requiem Li Yun had played in the underwater ruins. 3 tracking missiles sliced through the rain curtain. Chunda instinctively dove to the left, yet the shockwave propelled his body 5 meters away. As he landed on his back, he beheld a Jia descending like a divine warrior. The boy's fully unfurled scaled wings spanned an impressive 6 meters, their membranous surfaces shimmering with jellyfish-like luminescent patterns. The intricate vascular networks akin to circuit boards absorbing charged particles from the air. "Brother Chun, evade." Ajia's voice mingled with the sound of metal scraping. He enveloped Chunda beneath his wings, the newly formed bony spines at his tail flaring like a peacock's display. Amidst the fiery explosion of missiles colliding with scale armor, Chunda caught the scent of gardenias, the fragrance of Li Yun's favorite shampoo, seeping from the fissures in Ajia's cracked skin. At that moment, Yilan's electromagnetic pulse net enveloped the battlefield. Tons of seawater were ionized into a plasma state, blue-white arcs resembling a divine fishing net ensnaring the remaining seabirds midair. Her mechanical iris overloaded and burned, molten metal cascading down her cheeks. "Ajia!" Now, the boy raised his head, emitting a sound no longer human. It was the roar of a deep-sea leviathan intertwined with the hum of quantum computers, the sound waves shattering the nearest reefs. The captive seabirds collectively self-destructed, burning mechanical debris raining down like meteor showers, searing totems into the sands. When the final spark extinguished, Ajia collapsed with a thunderous thud. His scaled wings shattered into countless glowing fragments, slowly drifting in the rain. Chunda rushed forward to lift the boy. Noticing the bruise on his neck had spread to his jaw, the vascular network beneath his skin flickering with a warning red light. "How much time remains?" Ajia's vocal cords emitted a sound reminiscent of an antiquated radio. His distorted right hand moved unconsciously across the beach, with fluorescent blood seeping from his fingertips, arranging itself into a variant of the Drake equation. Suddenly, Yilan's detector blared an ear-piercing alarm. She fixated on the parameters dancing across the screen. A grayish-blue mechanical arc was shrouded in a haze. The space-time folds, triggered by magnetic field disturbances, were expanding. "If my calculations are correct," she abruptly tore open Ajia's collar, scraping a scale off with her scalpel. "Your cellular division rate is 173 times that of an ordinary person." The roar of the waves intensified abruptly. Chunda turned to look, his pupils contracting as he beheld the coral reefs rising 500 meters away. Those calcareous structures, meant to be anchored to the seabed, writhed as if alive, and from the blooming coral anthers, countless fluorescent spores erupted into the night sky, coalescing into a swirling celestial map beneath the clouds. It was the fountain of immortality recorded in Li Yun's notes. Chunda's clavicle tattoo suddenly burned, resonating with the star map and the spore nebula overhead. Instinctively, he grasped the blood coral flute. A torrent of memories flooding in. Kano imparting the war dance by the campfire, Lin Jinxing cleaning the cultivation chamber at the deep-sea base. Li Yun's final smile before the cold cabinet sealed. Ajia suddenly convulsed violently, his left eye fully crystallized, the surface of his iris revealing the combat code of mechanical seabirds. They were not the mechanical youth, who grasped Chunda's wrist with the last of his strength, but living chips manipulating a corpse. Yilan's mechanical iris projected a holographic map. Red dots, signifying life signs, converged beneath the coral reef, forming a circular array with a diameter of 3 kilometers. The source of the anti-gravity field lay below. She tore off the singed ends of her hair, revealing a biological interface beneath her scalp. To quell the magnetic chaos, someone had to descend. No sooner had she spoken than the sea surface suddenly split open into an abyss. A water spout, 100 meters in diameter, shot skyward, with countless transparent jellyfish swirling upwards, entwined with human limbs. At the center of these nightmarish creatures, a tower constructed of coral and corpses slowly ascended. Upon the observation platform at its pinnacle, 12 mummified figures clad in CX uniforms manipulated some alien apparatus, their weathered finger bones pressing against the console. Bronze keys etched with star patterns oozing luminous slime. Lin Shi's nautical journal. Chunda's temples throbbed. He had mentioned the control tower within the coral reef. Ajia's fragment of wings suddenly levitated, forming a fluorescent barrier around the 3 of them. The youth, with his crystallized right eye, gazed at the tower, his voice echoing as if from the deep sea. Those are not corpses, they are still living brains. As if to validate his words, the mummies abruptly turned their heads in unison. Tentacles emerged from their hollow eye sockets, sticky suckers brimming with human dental remains. The instrument atop the tower erupted with a gamma-ray burst. Chunda's luminous watch face shattered under the intensity of the light. Fragments of the backward spinning hands embedding into the reef like blades. The gravitational field reversed. Yilan's white coat suddenly billowed upwards. Her mechanical limb shot forth a hook, anchoring into the rock strata, while her other hand clutched Chunda's tactical vest tightly. Within a radius of 100 meters, the seawater defies the laws of physics, ascending towards the heavens to create a suspended, luminescent waterfall, while thousands of mutated marine creatures flail in a state of weightlessness. A bright radiance erupts from the gaps in Aegya's scaled armor. The young man stretches his body in the anti-gravity field, as newly formed photon blood vessels flow beneath his skin. Accompanying Chun-gu to the spire, his vocal cords become entirely quantized, with each syllable igniting the air into ionization. I can hold on for 17 minutes. Yilan's mechanical iris scans the energy readings, suddenly propelling Chun-de towards the fluorescent passage constructed by Aegya. His body is being quantized. This is the only opportunity. Her scalpel severs the last binding lock, and she propels herself towards the control tower like an arrow released from a bow, aiming to activate the central controller while I deal with those living corpses. Time flows unusually slowly within the fluorescent passage. Chun-de watches raindrops suspended before him, each droplet reflecting the various smiles of Li Yun throughout different times. Upon touching the outer wall of the control tower, the building materials of coral and bones suddenly soften, extending countless neural synapses to entwine his limbs. The royal bloodline authentication is successful. A synthetic voice emanates from within the tower. The star map tattoo on Chun-da's collarbone bursts forth with golden light, and the wall of corpses before him unfurls like petals. In the bioluminescent chamber, he discovers that the central controller is, in fact, a beating human heart. The heart of Lin Shi that had been removed, its surface embedded with star-patterned stone chips, with blood vessels connecting to the spines of 12 withered corpses. At that moment, Yilan's electromagnetic knife cleaves through the tower's apex. She leaps into the chamber, stepping on the skull of a corpse, while carbon fiber straps ensnare the nearest neural synapses with the blood coral flute. Fragments of Li Yun's memories are present. Suddenly, the entire spire convulses violently. Lin Shi's heart emits a blinding red light, causing the blood coral flute in Chun-da's hands to resonate automatically. The souls imprisoned by extraterrestrial technology rise from the corpses, coalescing into the ethereal form of Li Yun amidst the flute's melody. Her amber-hued pupils gaze intently at Chun-da, her fingertips gently touching his collarbone tattoo. Countless fragments of memory surge in like a deluge. Chun-da witnesses the stormy night 2 decades past, where a pregnant Li Yun was hidden in a submarine by Lin Jinxing. He sees the CX troops' laser blades slicing open her abdomen to extract an embryo fused with alien genes. The final image freezes upon the underwater ruins, where adult Li Yun injects star-patterned stone powder into her temples. Emotion is the key. As Li Yun's ethereal form begins to dissipate, her voice resonates directly within Chun-da's mind. With our memories, Aegya's roar echoes from outside the tower. The boy's fully quantized form begins to disintegrate, and the fluorescent barrier appears to crack like a spider's web. Chun-da frantically plays the blood coral flute, and the notes materialize into glowing war dance totems. As the 17th sound wave strikes Lin Shi's heart, the star-patterned stone chips simultaneously shatter, causing the anti-gravity field to collapse. In the final moment, Yilan grasps Chun-da and leaps from the spire. As they plummet towards the sea, they witness Aegya transform into countless particles of light flowing into the coral reef. Within the collapsing control tower, Li Yun's ethereal form cradles the dissipating light particles, humming the Jiwa tribe's requiem. When gravity returns to normal, the ocean's surface is adorned with dense, luminescent spores. The luminous dial of Chun-da's watch lay quietly in the palm of his hand, its hands finally resuming their clockwise motion. Yet, with each passing second, the visage of Aegya, reminiscent of his smile while tuning into the radio, would materialize upon the dial. Chapter 22. Memory of Coral. The sea enveloped the trio like melting black jade, as the beams of their tactical flashlights struggled to carve a path through the viscous darkness. Chun-da's eardrums buzzed with increasing pressure as they descended, the temperature regulation system of his shark-proof suit emitting a strained whine. Turning to glance at a Jia on his right, he noticed the faint phosphorescence of the boy's blue-green spots glimmering in the deep azure waters. Newly formed gill-like organs fluttered behind his ears, releasing fine bubbles akin to the fragile wings of dying butterflies. At 9 o'clock, Yilan's mechanical voice crackled through the underwater communicator, entwined with electrical interference. Her gray-blue pupils constricted into vertical slits in the depths, the nanomatrix on her irises analyzing sonar data. The coral structure appeared anomalous, its density 17 times that of ordinary coral. Chunda's fins stirred a swirl of luminous plankton, which, in their frantic escape, momentarily formed the silhouette of Li Yun. He reached out to touch it, but the apparition dissipated into stardust at the instant of contact. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through the star map tattoo on his collarbone, as if countless silver needles traced along his spine. The scene before him began to warp and overlap. He saw a 20-year-old Li Yun in a diving suit, smiling back at him before a fissure in the ocean floor, her jasmine flower tattoo resonating softly with his own ink. Chunda! Yilan's thunderous shout yanked him back to reality. A mechanical arm shot forth, embedding a grappling hook into the coral reef, anchoring him against the pull of the dark currents. A Jia swam to his side, his scaled right hand suddenly extending bone spikes, pinning an oncoming venomous sea snake against the rocks. Black blood fanned out in the water, tracing the trajectory of the Jiwa tribe's sacrificial dance. These corals secreted a hallucinogenic slime. Yilan scraped a piece of blood-red coral for analysis. The blade of her scalpel sparked against its calcareous skeleton, revealing a compositional similarity of 896 to the CX-17 virus vector. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden tremor, as the entire seabed illuminated with an ethereal blue glow. Thousands of luminescent spores erupted from the coral thicket, swirling around the three like a rotating nebula. A Jia convulsed violently, the blue spots on his neck fracturing into a web-like pattern. His distorted vocal cords emitted a low-frequency tremor akin to a whale's song, causing the suspended spores to alter their trajectories, assembling into a gigantic Mobius strip in the deep sea. Chunda's diving mask automatically switched to augmented reality mode, revealing coordinates in the center of the ring that perfectly aligned with the mark of the fountain of eternal life in Li Yun's notes. Follow the light. Ajia's consciousness flowed through the resonance of the spores, directly entering the minds of the two others. His compound eyes began to form on the surface of his irises, guiding them toward the blood-red coral thicket that opened before them, halting Chunda's breath. A coral dome, a kilometer in diameter, stood majestically, its surface adorned with pulsing vascular patterns, each raised vein rhythmically throbbing. The most enigmatic are the remnants of life embedded within coral, the ammonites from the age of dinosaurs, the flintlock pistols of medieval pirates, and the oxygen tanks of modern divers, all artifacts from various epochs perfectly encased in sanguine calcareous substance, resembling bizarre exhibits in a cosmic museum. Suddenly, Yilan's mechanical eye blared in alarm, and she grasped Chunda's arm, retreating swiftly. The sandy ground where they had stood erupted, as massive coral tendrils burst forth, their suckers densely populated with human dental remains. Ajia's membranous wings unfurled abruptly, the translucent membranes shimmering with circuitry-like patterns in the glow of spores, while nascent photon vessels surged beneath his skin. Do not move. The flow of the boy's consciousness was wrapped in anxiety as it probed the royal bloodline. It was then that Chunda realized his shark-proof suit had been corroded, a tear allowing blood to seep out and coalesce into a miniature star map within the seawater. The nearest coral tendril suddenly softened, secreting a nacreous slime that gently enveloped the three of them within a luminescent passageway. As they traversed the slimy membrane, the flow of time abruptly altered. Chunda beheld his younger self squatting behind a convenience store counter, busily repairing the radio gifted by Ajia. In an instant, he saw Li Yun turning within the underwater ruins, tears crystallizing behind her protective visor. As the hallucinations ebbed like a receding tide, they found themselves in the heart of a coral palace. 12 spiraled coral columns supported the dome, their surfaces intricately carved with the war dance postures of the ancestors of the Chiwa tribe. At the very center of the palace stood a 10-meter-tall throne of crimson coral, its armrests formed by two entwined whale bones, with the eye sockets of the skulls ablaze with an eternal phosphorescent fire. Most astonishing of all, The entire floor of the palace was composed of a single block of crystalline coral, beneath which lay sealed a crashed disc-shaped spacecraft, its alien symbols shimmering in a ghostly blue light. In 1134 B.C., the ancestors of the Chiwa tribe had brought down this star vessel. Yilan's mechanical eye recorded data frantically, her voice exhibiting emotional fluctuation for the first time. Lin Jinxing's hypothesis was indeed correct. The virus was. Her words were abruptly silenced by the sudden sound of a flute. Chunda felt his blood reverse its flow within his veins as he saw a blood coral flute hovering above the throne, its body entwined with neural strands that resonated with the tattoos of his star map. The moment his fingertips brushed against the flute's surface, memories sealed within the coral erupted to life. Holographic images surged through the entire space like an explosion. Chunda beheld Chiwa warriors cloaked in animal skins standing upon the shore, their spears directed toward the falling fireball in the sky. He witnessed the ancestors performing a war dance ritual to extract luminescent flesh tumors from the wreckage of the star vessel. He saw the CX Project Team's submarine slicing through the seabed seal, Lin Jinxing placing dormant viral samples into the cultivation chamber. Countless fragments of memory converged into the scene of Li Yun's final moments, as she injected star-patterned stone powder into her temples before the cold storage was unsealed, her amber eyes reflecting Chunda's weeping visage. Emotion was the key to awakening. The phantom of Li Yun suddenly spoke, her finger gently tapping Chunda's heart. "Blow into it, and you shall see." A Jia's scream interrupted this transcendent conversation. The boy's fully crystallized right arm plunged into the ground, attempting to halt the suddenly activated defense system. The entire coral palace began to collapse, alien symbols seeping from the floor and coalescing into armed drones in midair. Yilan's electromagnetic pistol pierced through the first 3 attacking machines, only to be besieged by an increasing number of mechanical entities. Chunda pressed the blood coral flute to his lips. The moment the first note sounded, time became viscous. The drones, as if ensnared by a binding spell, froze their trajectories into luminous parabolas in the air. The network of veins beneath Jia's skin erupted with brilliant light, resonating perfectly with the flute's frequency, weaving a neural web that enveloped the entire battlefield in the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, the youth emitted an inhuman howl, his left eye shattered into crystalline fragments, revealing a writhing bundle of photon nerves beneath. They began to rewrite Chunda's pupils, which abruptly constricted, through the visual shared by the neural network. Jia beheld a suffocating future. A fully crystallized version of himself floated amidst the cosmic ruins, with the remnants of a burning Earth in the background. Countless starship wrecks formed a colossal Ouroboros totem, while the phantasmic Jia used a photon blade to slice his own throat. This was my ultimate fate. The real Jia displayed a fractured smile, his newly formed scales shedding. Yet you can alter this. Yilan's mechanical arm suddenly plunged into the nape of the youth's neck, injecting a nano-serum into his violently thrashing body. Jia's anguished scream resonated with the flute's melody, creating vacuum bubbles in the depths. As the 17th note faded, all drones self-destructed simultaneously, and the central throne of the coral palace erupted, revealing a flickering vertical passage below. Chunda, cradling the unconscious Jia, dashed into the passage, with Yilan's electromagnetic pistol weaving a net of firepower behind them. A sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfed them as they slid down the coral slime into the unknown abyss. In what felt like an endless descent, Chunda's shark-repellent suit suddenly split open, causing the star map tattoo to become quantum entangled with the luminous symbols on the tunnel walls. He beheld visions from 20,000 years prior, when alien sours preserved the seeds of civilization within the coral, 8,000 years ago, when the ancestors of the Chiwa tribe activated the remnants of star vessels with their war dances, and 20 years ago, when Li Yun touched the forbidden relics at the ocean's depths. At this moment, he stood at the convergence of all timelines. The blood coral flute in his hand emitted a mournful wail, awakening the souls sealed within the calcareous confines. When the fall finally ceased, they landed in a spherical space filled with liquid light. At the center of this space, a 3-meter-wide blood-red coral slowly blossomed, each petal reflecting Chunda's memories from different eras. And at the heart of the flower, a metallic box engraved with a jasmine emblem floated, identical to the relic left by Li Yun in the convenience store locker. This is the answer you seek. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly wept blood. her vocal cords manipulated by remote commands, uttering an entirely unfamiliar language. Yet the truth was more lethal than any virus. At that moment, Ajia awakened. His fully crystallized right hand pierced Yilan's chest, precisely dismantling the control chip. In the fleeting instant before her mechanical eye extinguished, Chunda glimpsed a holographic projection of Lin Jinxing in his youth, cradling the swaddled Kano, kneeling in anguish before the starship wreckage. Run! Ajia's vocal cords were consumed by the crystal, and communication relied entirely on neural impulses. The moment Chunda opened the metallic box, the coral space began to collapse. The liquid light retreating into the box like a receding tide. In the cataclysmic roar of the apocalypse, he discerned that the object within the box was not a viral sample, but rather a wedding ring embedded with star-patterned stone. Its inner band inscribed with an oath spanning 200 millennia, to measure love in light years and to combat oblivion with eternity. As the escape route opened above him, Ajia summoned his final strength to thrust Chunda away from the abyss. The boy's crystallized form blossomed into a nebula amidst the collapse. His farewell transmitted through the residual nerve impulses, the convenience store radio. When Chunda resurfaced, the dawn pierced through the clouds. The blood coral flute crumbled into powder in his palm, and the wedding ring shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a delicate glow that transcended time and space. Yilan's mechanical eye fell silent, yet her scalpel pointed eastward, where new coral reefs were rising above the sea level, forming vast interstellar coordinates. Chunda clutched the wedding ring tightly, as the phantom of Li Yun danced gently upon the crests of the waves. Behind him, the dissipating particles of Ajia's light merged into the clouds, transforming into a rainbow bridge that spanned dimensions. This journey into the deep sea unveiled merely the tip of the iceberg of truth. Yet it cast forth a more merciless question. When the universe itself is a constantly rewritten program, are humans the players, or merely programmed NPCs? The seawater gently lapped at his ankles, and Chunda finally comprehended the true essence of blood coral. Those sealed memories, those distorted histories, those loves and pains wandering through time and space would ignite the spark for the ultimate battle. Meanwhile, the old radio behind the counter of the convenience store continued to play the unfinished requiem on loop. Chapter 23. The Eye of the Storm at the Horizon. Iron-gray clouds roiled like the throat of a colossal beast preparing to unleash a roar that would consume all. Chunda's palm pressed against the cockpit glass, vapor condensing at his fingertips into meandering streams. Suddenly, the distant sea surface caved into a vortex a kilometer in diameter. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater being drawn skyward by an invisible force, forming a cascade of inverted waterfalls. Raindrops floated in a state of weightlessness, each droplet reflecting their distorted images. The magnetic field in the Bermuda Triangle exceeded the threshold. Yilan's mechanical right eye emitted a blinding violet light as the nanomatrix on her iris frantically reconfigured under high pressure. The gravitational vortex would form in 17 minutes. Her voice was drowned out by the deafening thunderclap, and the entire research vessel spun violently, as if thrown into a washing machine. Ajia's scales scraped against the metallic wall, producing showers of sparks. The boy curled behind the radar screen, his crystallized right eye flickering at a rate of 30 times per second. The bruises on his neck spreading to his jaw, the subcutaneous vascular network illuminated like a galaxy. "They are coming," he rasped, his voice laced with metallic friction. As if responding to his warning, the first ball lightning pierced the clouds. The 3-meter diameter plasma glowed with an eerie bluish-white hue, its surface flowing with ripples akin to liquid metal. It suddenly hovered 10 meters above the deck, releasing an electromagnetic pulse that scorched all electronic devices. Painful light spots lingered on Chunda's retina, and in a daze, he glimpsed Li Yun's apparition emerging in the electric light. Her long hair standing on end in the electrostatic field, her amber pupils reflecting countless swirling nebulae. In the cocoon chamber, her lips remained motionless, yet her voice pierced directly into Chunda's neural pathways. Suddenly, the spherical lightning fragmented into hundreds of diminutive energy entities, surging towards Yilan's mechanical right eye like a swarm of bees. "Get down!" Yilan's warning erupted simultaneously with the hissing sound of melting metal. Her gray-blue iris absorbed the lightning energy like a miniature black hole, while the nanomatrix erupted in blue flames under excessive load. Her entire right face was adorned with spiderweb-like fissures, the bionic skin curled and peeled away in the intense heat, revealing the intricate liquid metal skeleton beneath. This was directed energy transmission. Her vocal cords, scorched by the heat, became hoarse as they powered the mechanical eye. The hull emitted a dying metallic groan. Chunda grasped Ajia's tactical vest and rolled back, as the space where he had stood was torn apart, creating a 2-meter-wide chasm. Through the gap, the catastrophic scene of the lower cabin was visible. Tons of seawater gushed in, and floating instrument cases collided, producing echoes akin to funeral bells. A sealed chamber was severed from its steel cables, crashing heavily against the wall in the turbulent flow. Chunda's pupils constricted. That was the titanium alloy safe containing Lin Shi's maritime log, now oozing dark red viscous fluid from its door. Hold on tight. Ajia's wings suddenly unfurled, the fluorescent patterns on their membranous surface weaving a safety net in the darkness. His crystallized right hand plunged into the control panel, establishing a neural link with the ship's computer through the photon veins beneath his skin. A holographic projection erupted before everyone, displaying the mathematical model of a gravitational vortex. This was no natural phenomenon, but rather a temporal fold created by a colossal energy entity beyond the atmosphere. Yilan's mechanical eye abruptly projected an encrypted star map. At the moment the lightning energy reached 97, her liquid metal skeleton emitted a high-frequency buzz. The cocoon chamber coordinates had been unlocked. As she spoke the coordinates, a second wave of spherical lightning descended like the hammer of divine retribution. Chunda's eardrum bled under the impact of infrasound waves. In that fleeting moment of blurred consciousness, he felt cool fingers brush against the tattoo on his clavicle. The ethereal image of Li Yun intertwined with his fingers, as swirling nebulae coalesced into a clear navigational path in her eyes. When his pupils focused, he was horrified to discover a scene unfolding in the sea, a juxtaposition of miracles and nightmares. Tens of thousands of glowing jellyfish ascended from the depths, their tentacles entwined with human remains, dancing a requiem in the tempest. A transparent creature, 100 meters in diameter, emerged from the vortex's center, its body composed of liquid lightning, containing the charred remains of 17 CX soldiers. Further away, a cargo ship, torn in two by gravitational forces, was ascending against gravity, burning containers plummeting like a meteor shower towards the ocean surface. 3 minutes. Yilan's mechanical arm suddenly gripped Chunda's shoulder. Her right eye had fully transformed into energy, the iris morphing into a collapsing stellar model. Do you see that cold storage? She pointed to the laboratory cold storage floating at the vortex's edge, its CX-17 insignia glimmering with a sanguine hue. This was the singularity of the gravitational field. Ajia's scream tore through the air at that moment. The wings behind the boy were pierced by lightning, his crystallized skin absorbing microorganisms from the seawater. His left eye suddenly exploded, the shards coalescing in the air into a topological structure resembling a Klein bottle. Chen's voice emitted a static akin to that of an antiquated radio. As I was hurled into the fray, the spherical lightning clusters commenced their third barrage. Yilan grasped Chunda, leaping toward the lifeboat, while the mechanical arm launched its grappling hook, which precisely embedded itself into the cold cabinet's outer shell. Amidst the dizzying alternation of weightlessness and overwhelming gravity, Chunda beheld Ajia, resembling a fallen angel with broken wings, diving toward the group of lightning. The boy's form crystallized midair, as gamma rays erupted from the fissures in his scaled armor, colliding with the electric energy and shattering an electromagnetic barrier with a kilometer-wide explosion. Survive. Ajia's final consciousness flowed through Chunda's mind like a gentle spring breeze. As the cold cabinet was drawn into the gravitational vortex, Chunda, through tear-blurred vision, witnessed the boy transform into a myriad of light particles, framing the silhouette of a convenience store clerk repairing a radio amidst the tempest. The temperature gauge within the cold cabinet froze at 196. Chunda's back pressed against the liquid nitrogen pipes, the frigid air causing frost flowers to bloom upon his eyelashes. Through the frosted observation window, he observed Yilan's mechanical arm disassembling and reassembling the liquid metal, akin to a sentient slime, writhing and probing through the gaps of the cabinet door. This was Lin Jinxing's private cold cabinet. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned the icy crystal patterns on the inner walls, recognizing these engravings as prophecies of death from the Jiwa tribe. Her fingertips brushed over a certain protrusion, and a holographic projection unfurled, revealing a yellowed experimental log. Frost formed on Chunda's breath against the mask, The footage displayed a younger Lin Jinxing administering an injection to a pregnant woman, whose jasmine tattoo at the collarbone perfectly aligned with Li Yun's birthmark. January 17, 2000, the 17th gene fusion experiment. Lin Jinxing's trembling voice echoed. Starstone powder induces quantum entanglement characteristics in embryos. Suddenly, the cabinet quaked violently. Yilan's mechanical eye switched to X-ray mode, revealing a plethora of claw marks on the cold cabinet's exterior, chillingly reminiscent of countless human finger bones that had left their traces through relentless friction. As the tremors peaked, a burning pain shot through Chun Da's collarbone tattoo, resonating with a hidden compartment within the cold cabinet. Step back. Yilan's liquid metal arm severed the password lock. Amidst the swirling white mist of evaporating liquid nitrogen, Chunda glimpsed 17 embryonic cultivation pods suspended within the compartment. Each pod housed a fetal experimental subject, their skin adorned with crystalline patterns akin to a GS, their umbilical cords tethered to a central starstone core. The central pod suddenly opened its eyes. The infant, possessing Li Yun's amber-hued pupils, smiled through the observation window, the jasmine birthmark on its forehead glowing with an ethereal blue light. Chinda's tactical watch blared an alarm. The brainwave frequency of the embryo was entangled with his own quantum state. Father, the consciousness of the infant flowed into Chunda's mind like a warm current. The LCD screen of the cultivation pod abruptly displayed a sequence of genetic codes, as Yilan's mechanical eye momentarily overloaded. The match rate of that code with Chunda's DNA soared to an astonishing 998. The roar of the gravitational vortex intensified abruptly. The cold cabinet spun wildly, akin to being tossed into a washing machine, with Chunda's limbs pressed firmly against the chamber walls by centrifugal force. At the precipice of consciousness, he heard Li Yun's phantom humming the battle song of the Jiwa tribe in his ear. The ancient notes resonate with the memory of the blood coral flute, constructing a fleeting realm of tranquility at the quantum level. Seize this. Yilan severed her mechanical right eye and thrust it into Chunda's hand. As the eyeball detached from her body, it began to collapse, ultimately transforming into a walnut-sized metallic cube containing the coordinates of the cocoon chamber, accompanied by your blood. At this moment, the cold storage was torn asunder. In a state of weightlessness, Chunda grasped the drifting embryo chamber, witnessing Yilan's severed body being drawn into the gravitational singularity. Her bionic skin peeled away in the vacuum, revealing the finely etched words on her metallic skull. Lin Jinxing gifts beloved wife Li Yun, 19991224. Suddenly, the storm stilled. Chunda, cradling the embryo chamber, floated at the vortex's center, observing a cluster of spherical lightning weaving a luminous staircase. The ethereal image of Li Yun turned at the staircase's pinnacle, her abdomen adorned with nebula-like stretch marks, countless luminescent spores cascading from her gown. As she returned home, her stream of consciousness tenderly enveloped the embryo chamber. Chunda's blood seeped from the ruptured protective suit, congealing into a miniature star map in the vacuum. When the first drop of blood touched the luminous staircase, the entire gravitational vortex abruptly began to rotate in reverse. In the final moment before consciousness dissipated, Chunda glimpsed convenient store shelves extending into the depths of space. The radio, repaired by a Jia, played the Blue Danube, with Li Yun, clad in an interstellar fleet uniform, standing at the shelf's end. Her fingertips brushed against the embryo chamber, unleashing a deluge of memories sealed within the ice crystals. Chapter 24. Drifting cocoon. The white mist of evaporating liquid nitrogen silently spread within the cold storage, as Chunda's eyelashes crystallized with ice. The breathing valve of his thermal mask became obstructed by the low temperature, emitting a dying wheeze. He curled up in the angle between the liquid nitrogen pipeline and the embryo chamber, the fibers of his tactical gloves fraying to reveal metallic threads. Blood droplets seeping from his knuckles congealed into carmine agate in the -196°C environment, weaving a bizarre web with the frost on the chamber walls. 97 seconds. Yilan's mechanical voice, interlaced with electrical static, reached him. The right half of her body was embedded in the cold storage's metallic compartment, her liquid metal skeleton exhibiting fissures due to the extreme cold, her gray-blue mechanical iris flickering incessantly. The oxygen level in the chamber was about to fall below the survival threshold, recommending the prioritization of destroying the No. 3 liquid nitrogen valve. Chunda's gaze skimmed over her shattered metallic jaw, resting upon the central embryo chamber. The infant, immersed in a deep blue nutrient solution. Curled its limbs slowly, a nerve cord resembling an umbilical tether undulating within the chamber, projecting alien symbols onto the ice crystal-covered observation window. Most suffocating was the infant's amber-hued pupils, encircled with starry patterns, reminiscent of Li Yun's gaze in her final moments. "Did you see it?" he whispered hoarsely. The white mist he exhaled casting the silhouette of Li Yun upon the interior of the mask, the jasmine pattern adorning her neck. Before he could finish, the embryo suddenly opened its eyes. Chunda's head struck the chamber wall with a heavy thud. It was not a physiological pain, but rather a tremor of the spirit that transcended dimensions. The stream of consciousness of the infant surged into his mind like a torrent. Countless fragments of memories detonating between neural synapses. Li Yun consuming stardust powder amidst the underwater ruins. Lin Jinxing trembling as he incised the abdomen of a pregnant woman on the operating table. Kano's mother weaving a blood coral necklace by the campfire. The final image crystallized in the dimly lit submarine cabin on a stormy night, where Li Yun, drenched, stuffed a swaddled infant into the escape pod. The jasmine tattoo on his collarbone seeping blood. The consciousness of the mother and child was entwined with quantum noise as they returned home. The refrigerator suddenly tilting at a 45-degree angle. Chunda grasped the fixture of the embryo pod in a state of weightlessness, witnessing Yilan's mechanical arm severing the weld points of the hatch. Liquid metal dripped onto the superconducting floor, instantaneously vaporizing into a pale purple mist, and crystallizing into tendrils in the frigid air. The DNA matching results emerged. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted with a holographic projection. A spiral model of genes rotating before them, mitochondrial DNA perfectly aligning with Li Yun, while nuclear DNA exhibited a 998% homology with his existence, a miracle wrought by quantum entanglement, and the most audacious creation of Lin Jinxing. Chunda's tactical dagger slipped from his palm, striking the superconducting floor and producing an ethereal resonance. Suddenly, the stardust in the dagger's hilt illuminated, resonating with the neural strands within the embryo pod. Alien symbols detached from the walls like living entities, reassembling in the air into a three-dimensional projection of the Jiwa tribe's death prophecy. 17 burning suns, encircling a shattered earth. Warning: gravitational vortex undergoing secondary collapse. Yilan's alarm blared alongside the sharp sound of tearing metal. The exterior of the refrigerator bulged with a colossal handprint, as some creature pounded against the pod with suction-cupped limbs. Through the crack in the observation window, Chunda glimpsed an unforgettable sight. 12 corpses clad in CX uniforms were being manipulated by transparent tendrils, their skulls pried open, the exposed cerebral cortex flashing with a fluorescence akin to Ajayi scales. The embryo suddenly emitted a wail. This sound pierced through the cold-resistant mask, striking the eardrum, as a blood-red equation surfaced on Chunda's retina, as he unconsciously inscribed the first symbol upon the frost-covered wall of the pod. The entire refrigerator erupted with a blue light. Alien script surged towards the embryo pod from all directions, condensing into a miniature black hole within the nutrient solution. It is absorbing dark matter. Yilan tore off the bionic skin from her left arm, inserting the exposed quantum processor into the console, preparing to forcefully sever the connection. The black hole abruptly collapsed into a singularity. Chunda felt his body being torn by an invisible force, the cold-resistant suit swelling in the vacuum like a balloon. In the fleeting moment before his consciousness dissipated, he saw the neural strands of the embryo's umbilical cord piercing through the pod's shell, precisely connecting to his collarbone tattoo. The star map's patterns glowed red and bright, intertwining their blood into a stream of pale gold. As his vision refocused, Chunda found himself floating amidst the cosmic wreckage. The asteroid belt stretched forth like the bones of a colossal dragon. The remnants of a burning space station formed the Ouroboros totem, and directly before him, Li Yun, clad in the uniform of the interstellar fleet, hovered in quantum foam, her abdomen entwined with a glowing umbilical cord, the other end connected to the embryo pod. "This is our child." Her stream of consciousness flows gently like the surging depths of the ocean, while the stardust stolen by Lin Jinxing intertwines my ova with alien genetic quantum entanglement. Even in its embryonic stage, it bears the memories of two civilizations. As Chunda's atom's apple rolls with difficulty, tactical gloves brush against the cheek of Li Yun's phantom, yet only make contact with the frigid cosmic dust. That day in the cold storage, you had already orchestrated that CX-17 is not a virus, but a key. Li Yun's apparition begins to dissipate, and the stars swirl in her eyes. When the monitoring system of the SOAR descends, only a life form mutually recognized by both civilizations can unlock it. A violent tremor drags Chunda back to reality. The cold cabinet is fracturing into metallic meteors as Yilan ensnares his waist with a grappling hook, her other hand cradling the violently trembling embryonic chamber. Below them, the gravitational vortex reveals a holographic projection of the underwater holy city, with countless transparent jellyfish supporting a burning starship, while Aegea's crystallized remains are being reformed into a navigational totem at the ship's bow. Hold on. Yilan's mechanical right eye suddenly explodes, the burst of energy shattering the approaching swarm of floating corpses. In a state of weightlessness, Chunda opens the embryonic chamber, the infant's pupils reflecting the coordinates of the Jiwa clan's altar. As he cuts his wrist and feeds his blood into the infant's mouth, alien symbols detach from the chamber walls, weaving themselves into the topological structure of a Klein bottle in midair. The embryo emits a laughter like the sound of silver bells. The umbilical nerve cord sweeps across the battlefield like a whip of light, vaporizing the touched CX corpses in an instant. Chunda's star map tattoo erupts in a brilliant glow, sketching the image of Professor Li Yun dancing in the cosmic rays. As he instinctively steps in rhythm with the phantom, the meteors of the entire star domain suddenly come to a halt, then align into interstellar coordinates with precise geometric trajectories. Daddy is coming home. The infant's stream of consciousness is transmitted in its entirety for the first time. Chunda's tears crystallize in the vacuum as he sees the convenience store ant standing at the coordinates end, her radio playing the Blue Danube. Yilan's liquid metal arm suddenly melts away. Just before shutting down completely, she inserts a chip into the embryonic chamber. Her mechanical voice mixed with rare warmth. Tell Lin Jinxing that the surveillance program he implanted years ago has long been enveloped by love. When the Klein bottle fully takes shape, Chunda leaps into the stream of light, cradling the embryo. Countless fragments of time and space rush past him. Kano igniting blood coral at the altar, Aegea repairing the radio in the convenience store, and Li Yun playing a requiem beneath the sea. Ultimately, all light trails converge through the gap of the convenience store's rolling shutter, morning light seeping in from outside. As the radio on the shelves crackles with FM sounds, the embryo's cries transform into laughter. Chunda looks down to see the infant's jasmine tattoo spreading across its chest, resonating with his star map tattoo in a soft golden glow. As the first rays of sunlight illuminate the embryonic chamber, the freezing liquid suddenly vaporizes, and the truth hidden by Li Yun 17 years ago finally emerges in its entirety. Chapter 25. Crimson Dawn. The sea breeze carries the acrid stench of burning flesh across the cliff edge, as Chunda's tactical boots tread upon a ground strewn with ashes, each step igniting fleeting sparks. The Jiwa island before dawn is shrouded in a blood-red mist, while the burning village below the cliff resembles fragments of a fallen sun, staining the sea a molten crimson. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood crust clinging to his eyelashes, momentarily glimpsing the phantom of Li Yun standing beneath the charred palm tree, the hem of her damp qipao dissipating into particles of light in the morning breeze. It is a purification ritual. Kano's voice, thick with hoarseness, came from behind him. The Chiva warrior's bone necklace was smeared with black ash, and the muscles beneath his leather armor twisted like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. The elder had proclaimed that only by incinerating the flesh and blood of the infected could the curse be halted. Chunda's knuckles turned white as they clenched within his tactical gloves. Through the military binoculars, he beheld the bronze altar standing in the center of the tribal square, surrounded by 17 charred corpses like petals encircling a pyre. As the lens swept across one curled-up body, his breath caught sharply. The wrist bore a faded red string, the very talisman Li Yun had purchased at the airport convenience store before leaving Shanghai. Wait. He grasped Kano's scarred forearm. The third corpse in the southeast corner. The howling morning wind suddenly shifted. Ashes, carrying embers, rushed toward him, and as Chunda stumbled backward, he collided with the jagged rocks at the cliff's edge. The briny seawater surged over his boots, yet it could not extinguish the searing pain coursing through his veins. Kano's bone knife sliced through the entwined vines, unveiling a concealed rope ladder on the cliffside. Entering through the drainage hole might still be timely. Yilan's mechanical eye glimmered with a cold light amidst the mist. She tore away the hem of her sea-soaked lab coat, revealing weapon modules bound with carbon fiber straps. The virus could survive for 7 hours after the infected's brain death. If it truly is Li Yun, metallic prosthetics suddenly clamped down on Chunda's shoulder. Remember, she is merely a vessel for pathogens now. Ajai's scaled armor reflected a strange iridescence in the dawn's faint glow. The youth curled within the shadows of the rocks, the cyan spots on his neck having spread to behind his ears, his crystallized skin flickering with each breath. Brother Chun, something in the fire is calling to me. His distorted right hand plunged into the crevice, and dark red moss grew wildly along his fingertips, swiftly weaving into the patterns of the Chiva star map. The air within the drainage hole was thick as blood. Chunda's night vision lenses fogged with a pale crimson mist. Each breath felt akin to swallowing scalding grains of sand. Kano's bone knife cleaved through the hanging vines, and when the blade struck a hard object, sparks erupted like a cascade of stars. Human teeth strung together formed a curtain, producing a chilling sound as they clashed in the eerie wind. These are the remnants of the penitent. Kano used the knife's tip to lift a molar inlaid with gold. For those who consumed the flesh and blood of the infected must extract their teeth here as a testament. He suddenly froze, and Chunda followed his gaze, discovering the cave wall densely inscribed with text, cryptic symbols composed of anatomical diagrams of human organs, seeping dark red sap. Yilan's mechanical eye projected a holographic translation. As the name Linjin appeared, Chunda's collarbone tattoo ignited with pain. The heart design on the stone wall began to ooze blood, flowing like a stream toward the depths of the cave. Ajai emitted a primal growl. His crystallized right eye erupted with blue light, scorching a burning equation into the damp rock face. There is a life response ahead. Yilan's liquid metal arm deployed an electromagnetic knife. As the crowd rounded the bend, Chunda's night vision goggles were seared with a blinding light, revealing a cavernous end 300 meters away. There, a bronze altar slowly rotated amidst a pool of blood, with 17 human skin lanterns suspended between the stalactites, illuminating a scene that left onlookers breathless. The lifeless body of Li Yun floated at the altar's center, her pale skin aglow with a delicate network of light blue veins, reminiscent of bioluminescent sea anemones nestled beneath her surface. Jasmine tattoos sprawled from her collarbone to the side of her neck, their vine-like patterns teeming with minuscule, glowing spores. Most eerily, her hands were interlaced over her abdomen, cradling a blood-stained wedding ring within her palms. Suddenly, Mother Ajia collapsed to the ground, a pale golden liquid seeping from the cracks in her armor. The youthful boy's neck bore a blue mark that split open, revealing a fluorescent pattern akin to Li Yun's tattoos. The bone dagger of Kano clattered to the ground. This seasoned warrior trembled like an autumn leaf in the wind, tearing open the fur collar of his cloak to reveal a bone-carved necklace with a moonstone ring, perfectly aligning with the wedding band on the altar. In an instant, the altar erupted with blinding light. As Chunda felt the searing pain on his retina, he heard the rain from 20 years prior, Lin Jinxing rushing into the submarine with a swaddled infant, while Li Yun's white coat fluttered like a butterfly in the torrential downpour. When the vision returned to reality, he found himself performing the Jiwa tribal war dance, his body no longer under his control. The royal bloodline authentication was confirmed. The mechanical synthesis of ancient Jiwa language echoed through the cavern. 17 fissures split the bronze altar, and dark red luminescent liquid gushed forth like a ruptured artery. The moment Chunda's star map tattoo made contact with the liquid, the entire island began to quake violently, as a towering wall of water surged from the sea below the cliffs. Kano's roar mixed with the sound of the bone dagger slicing through the air. "Stop! You will awaken the demons of the deep." Yet, the blade was deflected by an electromagnetic force before it could reach Chunda's throat. Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded and smoked. She struggled to lift her electromagnetic pistol. His genetic chain resonates with the relic. Ajia's shrill scream pierced through the chaos. The boy's fully crystallized form ascended the altar, as newly formed photonic veins pierced Li Yun's wrist. The moment the pale golden blood flowed into the wedding ring, the cavern was engulfed in a ghostly blue light. Chunda witnessed the apparition of Kano's mother rising from the blood pool, her broken vocal cords singing an ancient war song as she pressed the bone-carved necklace into Li Yun's cold palm. Mother Kano knelt in the blood, a fierce warrior revealing vulnerability for the first time. Yet, the apparition merely tenderly caressed his armor, turning to dance the ancestral war dance that Chunda was repeating. Each spin ignited sparks. Each step resonated with the earth, and when the 17th leap was completed, the deep sea echoed with the awakening roar of primordial beasts. As dawn pierced through the crimson mist, Chunda opened his eyes atop the altar. His tactical suit had turned to ash, yet his star map tattoo roamed his body as if alive. Below the cliffs, the sea had warped into a 1,000-meter whirlpool. As a bronze alien vessel slowly emerged from the abyss, its glowing patterns mirroring his tattoo perfectly. The mechanical eye of Saint City, Yilan recorded the data stream. No, this is the cedar ship from Lin Jinxing's diary. Ajia's crystallized right hand suddenly shattered. The youth pointed his remaining limb towards the vortex's center, his vocal cords emitting the cacophony of quantum entanglement. The embryo is about to be born. Following his gaze, the onlookers beheld a frozen pod emerging at the bow of the ship, within which the embryo's jasmine tattoo had spread to its chest. In a sudden outburst, Kano sprang into action. He seized a bone dagger and aimed it at Chunda's heart, only to be repelled by an abruptly materializing transparent barrier. You have summoned this calamity. 20 years ago it was Lin Jinxing, and now it is you. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. You outsiders do not comprehend. The holy city is not a gift, but a tsunami that engulfs unspoken words. Amidst the towering 100-meter wave, thousands of transparent coffins emerged, each cradling a man whose visage mirrored that of Chunda. The phantom of Li Yun danced atop the waves, her abdomen glowing with an unusual halo as the haunting melody of a requiem resonated with the ship's thunderous roar, producing a frequency of annihilation. The transformation of emotional energy activated Yilan's mechanical eye, which began to play an encrypted recording. The footage revealed Lin Jinxing administering an injection to Li Yun. The star-patterned stone is not a mineral. It is the crystallization of emotions from a bygone civilization. Chunda's temples throbbed violently. As he unconsciously leaped into the final dance of war, his wedding ring suddenly erupted with radiant light. The phantom of Kano's mother synchronized with his movements, plunging the bone dagger into her own heart. In that moment of splattering blood, all the transparent coffins simultaneously opened, and myriad Chundas advanced towards the vortex's center aboard the vessel. As the sun fully ascended, time became viscous. Chunda stood within the ship's control room, witnessing another version of himself cradling the embryo as he approached the energy core. Yilan's remnants leaned against the console, her mechanical eye projecting the final message. Lin Jinxing's confession video looped relentlessly. When you see this footage, the sower has already descended. In the image, the scientist raised the wedding ring. Li Yun did not perish from infection. She willingly became a vessel of emotion. To activate the holy city, the royal bloodline and the sower's genes are required. Ajia's quantum avatar suddenly penetrated the pod's wall. The youth's remaining left eye wept blood, Brother Chun. The convenience store's radio. His voice dissipated along with his form. Tell her I have repaired it. The embryo suddenly cried out. Chunda looked down to find the infant's pupils reflecting two worlds, the burning Zhua Island and the tidy convenience store. As his fingertips grazed the console, the star map tattoo detached from his skin, forming a Klein bottle's topological structure in midair. It must be chosen. The phantom of Li Yun emerged from the halo, her abdomen entwined with a luminescent umbilical cord. Will you return to the past to save me, or remain here to thwart the sower? Kano's bone dagger suddenly pierced the phantom. This blood-soaked warrior raised the burning ancestral spirit totem. Look beneath your feet. Chunda's pupils contracted sharply. Beneath the observation window of the energy core, Kano's mother's corpse entwined with Li Yun's remains, their fingers interlaced by the same red thread. As jasmine tattoos bloomed eerily amidst the pool of blood. As the first pure ray of sunlight pierced through the blood mist, Chunda leaped into the vortex, cradling the embryo. The echoes of the ancestral spirit dance resonated between heaven and earth, transforming thousands of coffins into fluttering light butterflies. The bone knife of Kano pierced the core of the vessel, resonating with an ancient battle hymn and the mechanical roar to produce a mournful chord. Lin Jinxing conveyed to Yilan that the mechanical eye had tumbled to the ground, and the explosion's shockwave shattered the words left unspoken. As Chunda descended, he glimpsed two researchers clad in white lab coats turning at the seabed, while a convenience store clerk cheerfully handed him coffee. When the briny seawater flooded his nostrils, he heard the embryo's clear whisper, "Father, the blood-red dawn ignites the horizon." Amidst the ruins of the burning altar, Lin Jinxing's wedding ring lay quietly in the ashes. the star-patterned stone within suddenly emanating a faint glow. The old radio in the convenience store was playing the Blue Danube from a distant time and space, while a silhouette clad in a Starfleet uniform gazed through the quantum foam at this crumbling world. Chapter 26. Echoes of the bone flute. The morning mist enveloped the acrid scent of burnt tar, thickly entwining itself among the cliffs of Chihuahua Island. Chunda's military boots crushed the ground littered with ashes, each step igniting tiny sparks, as if he were trampling upon countless unblinking eyes. The altar of the Kano tribe had become a ruin, the bronze cauldron askew in the cracked basalt. Dark red viscous fluid seeping from its base, neither blood but a living corrosive fungus, slowly writhing along the stone fissures. The humidity was at 78, and the air's oxygen content was abnormal. Yilan's mechanical right eye glimmered coldly, the nanomatrix of her iris contracting to a point. Her lab coat had long been shredded into strips, and her exposed liquid metal arm, secured by carbon fiber, oozed blue blood from a fierce battle with CX soldiers the previous night, revealing charred circuits in her bionic joints. Ajay huddled at the cliff's edge, the greenish bruise on his neck having spread to behind his ears, and his crystallized skin refracted a prismatic halo in the morning light. His distorted right hand was deeply embedded in the rock layers, the nerve synapses connecting at his fingertips resonating with some existence beneath the ground. They cried out in a hoarse voice of youth, mingled with the sound of metallic scraping, those voices of the burned trapped within the crevices of stone. Chunda clutched the blood coral flute against his chest, its body retaining the warmth of Li Yun, or perhaps the warmth of his imagination. The wedding ring of Lin Jinxing, discovered last night among the altar's flames, now hung from his tactical vest, gently colliding with the blood coral flute, producing an ethereal chime. Kano's bone knife suddenly cleaved through the vines. Behind the ferns cascading from the rock wall, ancient murals, blackened by smoke, were revealed. The pigments, made from crushed shells mixed with human blood, remained a vivid crimson even after a century. In the painting, the ancestors of the Chihuahua tribe raised the bone flute high, while beneath them, a creature with an octopus head and lizard body lay prostrate, its tentacles pierced by chains formed from sound waves, nailed to a glowing vortex on the seabed. The ancestral spirits proclaimed this to be the legend of the Star Prisoner. Kano's animal hide cloak swept over the mural, stirring up a dusty scent of blood. The ancestors had forged a cage with sound waves, sealing the malevolent spirits from beyond the heavens at the ocean's depths. His fingertips brushed against the star map in the corner of the mural, precisely the coordinates of the fountain of eternal life noted by Li Yun. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly burst forth with purple light. The sound wave frequency was at 195 Hz, resonating with the heartbeat of human marathon runners. Her liquid metal finger traced the patterns of the bone flute upon the mural. It was not a weapon, but some kind of resonator. Chunda's temples throbbed with intensity. As the blood coral flute unconsciously met her lips, the first note that escaped initiated a tremor throughout the cliffside. It was not a mere earthquake, but rather the lingering groan of a colossal beast stirring. Shell fragments cascaded from the rock face, revealing an even more enigmatic relief beneath. Depicting the emblem of the CX project, a crow entwined with two serpents, etched 2 centuries prior to the establishment of CX Corporation. The flute's melody collided with the canyon, manifesting tangible sound waves. Suddenly, AGF fell to his knees, the crystalline fissures in his right eye radiating like a spider's web. Stop. They are awakening. It was too late. The 17th scale of the blood coral flute rent the very crust of the earth. A fissure cleaved the altar like a bolt of lightning. As Chunda grasped a protruding rock ledge during his fall, catching sight of the coldly glowing mechanical remnants below, where gears gnawed at human bones, hydraulic tubes entwined with barnacles, and a specimen eye embedded in the control panel spun wildly. Most terrifying was the material of the wreckage, emanating a gray-blue cold luminescence akin to that of Yilan's mechanical eye. Was this the debris of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft that crashed in 1967? Yilan braced herself against the rock face with her electromagnetic knife, the sparks illuminating her astonished visage. No, this structure did not belong to human civilization. Agia's scream echoed from the depths below. The youth was suspended upside down by vines. Beneath him a seething pool of fluorescent water, from which countless semi-mechanical transparent jellyfish ascended. Their tentacles intertwined with human nerve bundles, and beneath each bell floated holographic projections of soldiers in Zhongshan suits having their skulls severed by lasers. A qipao-clad woman inscribing a blind diary within a submarine compartment, and a convenience store clerk repairing a radio that broadcast encrypted Morse code. These were vessels of memory. Yilan's metallic arm shot forth, ensnaring Aegea. These jellyfish were deciphering the biophysical signals stored within the geological layers. Chunda plummeted onto the control panel of the wreckage. The decayed operational screen suddenly illuminated, revealing an image of Lin Jinxing in his youth, clad in a Zhongshan suit from the 1960s, as he administered a serum to Li Yun, who wore a qipao. April 17, 1967, the 17th gene fusion experiment. Lin Jinxing's notes intertwined with electrical static, as stardust particles induced quantum entanglement in the experimental subjects. Yet, as they gazed at the flickering screen, Chunda discerned the CX project's dual serpents and crow emblem boldly etched upon the laboratory's background wall, predating the registration of CX Corporation by half a century. Yilan's liquid metal fingers abruptly penetrated the control panel interface. Her mechanical eye overloaded, emitting smoke, as her gray-blue iris projected a holographic dossier. It was not a crash, but a recovery. What fell in Lopner in 1967 was not a meteorite, but an extraterrestrial probe. The predecessor of the CX project was the Morningstar program, and Lin Jinxing was the inaugural researcher. Aegea's distorted right hand suddenly swelled, bone spurs piercing the approaching mechanical jellyfish. His vocal cords emitted inhuman frequencies, causing the gears of the entire wreckage to reverse. Chungu, this heap of scrap metal is resonating with my virus. The tip of the blood coral flute began to ooze crimson. With each breath, Chunda exhaled a sweet metallic tang, yet the flute's sound grew ever more strident. The relief of the star prisoner on the rock face awakened, the ancestral bone flute's tones transcending time, resonating with the blood coral flute to conjure a storm of infrasound. The mechanical wreckage disassembled within the sound waves, exposing a luminous core, a spherical chamber 3 meters in diameter. Its surface adorned with the same nanomatrix as Yilan's mechanical eye. 17 embryos suspended within the chamber, their umbilical cords tethered to the central star-patterned stone, each adorned with a jasmine emblem embedded in its clavicle. The prototype of CX-17, Yilan, trembled as her mechanical arm pressed against the pod. What Lin Jinxing had stolen was not merely alien technology, but extraterrestrial life itself. Kano's bone knife suddenly pressed against Chunda's throat. You have awakened the prisoners of the abyss. His pupils reflected the glowing pool of the depths, coalescing into a colossal tentacle, its suckers lined with human dental structures. The ancestral spirits had once proclaimed that when the sound wave prison faltered, the blood of the flute bearer must be used. Aegea's crystalline embodiment shielded Chunda, the cerulean marks on his neck splitting open, emitting not blood but liquid starlight. They seek me. At the moment the tentacle shattered the rock wall, the blood coral flute unleashed its final lament. Sound waves solidified into tangible chains, forcibly linking the nanomatrix of mechanical debris with Yilan's mechanical eye. Yilan's gray-blue iris suddenly projected an encrypted star map, precisely the anomalous frequency received by the convenience store's radio. Thus, in the tempest, Yilan laughed maniacally, her mechanical joints sparking from overexertion. My eyes are the key to the Morningstar project. Chunda, cradling the unconscious Aegea, leaped from the precipice. The bioluminescent pool beneath began to flow upstream, the mechanical remnants reconfiguring into a conical device, perfectly mirroring the design of the government's sound wave tower. Kano knelt amidst the ruins of the altar, the bone-carved necklace in his hand resonating with Lin Jinxing's wedding ring. The jasmine emblem glimmered with a ghostly blue in the morning light, while fireflies emerging from the crevices coalesced into the ethereal silhouette of Li Yun, her fingertip pointing toward the sea, to the fountain of eternal life. The truth lies in the convenience store. Before the apparition was torn asunder by the sea breeze, Chunda discerned her lip movements. Convenience store. Chapter 27. The hunger algorithm. The city at twilight resembled a disemboweled giant beast, the lingering rays of the setting sun flowing like rivers of blood upon the shattered glass facade. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the black grease congealed on the asphalt, the sticky sensation recalling the slime from the laboratory's cultivation pots. 300 meters away, the copper bell of the municipal clock tower vibrated at a high frequency, its surface cloaked in dark red, fungal organisms, each filament splitting into a 5-petaled orifice, exhaling luminescent spores in rhythm with the chimes. Humidity at 92. Infrasonic frequencies were intensifying. Yilan's mechanical right eye gleamed coldly, the nanomatrix of her iris contracting to a needle-like point. She tore open the collar of her protective suit, revealing a web-like circuitry of implants beneath her skin. The government had preemptively initiated a purification protocol, the wavelength of the second-generation sound waves shorter than anticipated by 0.3 nanometers. AGS suddenly collided with a rusted fire hydrant, his scaled back sparking against the metal. The cerulean marks on his neck had spread to behind his ears, the crystalline skin refracting a prism of hues in the dim light. They were singing. His distorted right hand plunged into the waterlogged street, the neural synapses connecting at his fingertips creating ripples upon the surface, accompanied by an inaudible 12-tone requiem. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through Chunda's clavicle tattoo. His tactical gloves brushed against the shattered display window of a Walmart, shards of glass shimmering like stardust in the twilight. His retina manifested the ethereal image of Li Yun, clad in bloodstained protective gear, calibrating a frequency generator in a burning laboratory. This apparition was clearer than ever before, even revealing the frost that had formed on her eyelashes. "Be careful." Yilan's furious shout coincided with the sharp sound of metal fracturing. Chunda instinctively lunged to the right, narrowly escaping as a fallen billboard pierced the spot where he had stood. Rusty metal grazed his cheek, leaving a searing mark on his cheekbone. He looked up, his pupils instantly constricting as he beheld a swarm of mutants scaling the skyscraper's surface, their joints bending in ways defying biological norms. Decayed knuckles deeply embedded in the cracks of the concrete. The most bizarre aspect was not their form, but their uncanny cooperation. As one mutant lost its footing and fell, dozens of arms reached out from various floors, rotting muscle fibers stretching like rubber bands, weaving a flesh-and-blood safety net in midair. Once the fallen comrade was deftly caught, all participants began secreting a dark red slime, rejoining the shattered bones. This was not evolution. Yilan's mechanical eye recorded the data stream. It was the manifestation of a collective consciousness. She suddenly tore open the bionic skin of her left arm, liquid metal skeleton coiling around a lamppost like a serpent. "Look east." Chunda's atoms apple bobbed uneasily. On the skyline, tens of thousands of mutants were constructing a human ladder. Their decaying bodies were being shaped by some invisible force. Broken bones and protruding sinews interlocking precisely to form a spiral staircase reaching into the ionosphere. The mutant at the pinnacle had its chest cavity burst open, revealing a pulsating fluorescent tumor within, those translucent tissues greedily absorbing the last rays of the setting sun. They were harvesting solar energy. A metallic scraping sound issued from Ajia's vocal cords, his crystalline right eye reflecting the flow of energy, each tumor resembling a biological photovoltaic panel. Suddenly, the boy collapsed, his scaled back heaving violently, newly formed gill-like organs fluttering behind his ears. The town hall. The source of the sound waves is in the basement of the town hall. The twilight shattered abruptly. Swarms of mechanical bats dove from the clouds, their wing membranes glimmering with the CX Project's double snake crow emblem. Yilan's liquid metal arm ejected an electromagnetic knife, the blade tracing a pale blue arc in the twilight. "Take him to the source of the sound waves. I'll hold them off." Chunda grasped the semi-conscious Ajia and dashed into the underground passage. Corpse-like bodies floated in the putrid water, some parts moving grotesquely. When he stepped over a fragment of a police uniform, his tactical boot suddenly sank into a gelatinous substance. It was a half-dissolved body, and between the exposed ribs beneath the bulletproof vest, a cluster of fluorescent mushrooms bloomed. "Don't touch the spores," Ajia warned with his last strength. The blue spots on the boy's neck fissured, spraying liquid starlight that coalesced into a Klein bottle model in the air. "Their genetic code is rewriting mine." At the end of the passage, cold light suddenly illuminated the scene. Once Chunda's pupils adjusted to the brightness, he beheld an unforgettable sight. The basement of the town hall had been transformed into a colossal sound wave transmitter, hundreds of incubation pods surrounding a central control console. Each pod submerged with crystalline buoys resembling Ajia, their umbilical cords connected to the main control computer, while beneath the skin, photon vessels flickered in synchrony with the frequency of sound waves. "Welcome home, experiment number 0927. A synthetic female voice resonated from above. Chunda abruptly turned, encountering the holographic projection of Lin Jinxing, the long-deceased scientist clad in a pristine white lab coat, with a badge bearing the number of a convenience store employee. The core algorithm of the sonic weapon required a living resonator for its completion. Ajia suddenly erupted with fury. The youth's fully crystallized right arm plunged into the control console, dark red viscous liquid coursing back into the veins along the scales. This is my. His vocal cords emitted a cacophony of quantum entanglement. All screens in the control room flickered simultaneously, revealing footage from the convenience store. A hooded youth repairing a radio. Barcodes on the shelves emanating an eerie red glow. At that moment, Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded with an alarm. She burst through the ventilation ducts into the control room. Her gray-blue iris erupting into a holographic star map. The frequency waveform matched that of the convenience store's cash register. Liquid metal fingers glided across the console, and the greasy screen suddenly decoded a Morse message. Ajia, repair the radio. Memories surged forth like a tsunami. Chunda beheld a 12-year-old Ajia curled up in the convenience store's warehouse, his oil-stained hands assembling a signal receiver. He saw Lin Jinxing disguised as a delivery man, surreptitiously inserting an encrypted USB drive into the candy shelf. Finally, the image froze on a stormy night with Li Yun in a white lab coat pouring star-patterned stone powder into the cash register. The barcode scanner emitting the same red glow as in that moment. It turned out that the cash register was the original sonic generator. Chenda's tactical dagger clattered to the ground. Suddenly, all the cultivation pods in the control room exploded in unison, and the crystallized youths awoke. Their umbilical nerve cords shooting toward Ajia like javelins. Yilan's electromagnetic blades severed the first 3 attacking tendrils, corrosive liquid splattering against the glass of the cultivation pod. Etching the Jiwa star map. Take him away. These are failures. They need. Her voice was swallowed by the synthetic female alarm. Lin Jinxing's holographic projection abruptly twisted into Li Yun's form, luminous umbilical cords coiling around her abdomen. Chunda, the sonic algorithm will trigger a chain reaction. The Phantom's fingertips penetrated the bulletproof glass, pressing the self-destruct program on the console. Go find the infrared scanner of the convenience store. The entire city hall began to collapse. Chunda hoisted the unconscious Ajia into the emergency passage, the hum of material annihilation resonating behind him. Amidst the falling concrete debris, he witnessed Yilan's liquid metal arm dissolving into a stream of galactic particles, her gray-blue mechanical eye projecting the coordinates of the convenience store, 3541N, perfectly aligned with the resonant frequency of the blood coral flute. As night enveloped the city, Ajia awoke in Chunda's embrace. The youth's fully crystallized right eye reflected the starry sky, newly formed photon vessels flowing beneath his skin. Brother Chun. The barcode on the cash register is a distress signal designed by Dr. Lin. His fingertips traced a burning equation in the void, each digit corresponding to the Jiwa star map. Suddenly, a ghostly blue beam illuminated the distant horizon. Swarms of mutants halted their construction of the ladder to the heavens, decaying heads uniformly turning toward the direction of the convenience store. Their thoracic cavities blossomed like petals, the fluorescent sarcoma pulsating like a heart, converting the absorbed solar energy into sound wave energy. The glass curtain walls of the entire city shattered in response. A myriad of shards coalescing in the air to form a colossal barcode projection, precisely mirroring the codes found on convenience store product labels. It dawned upon us that we were indeed the virus, as Ajia's cold laughter intertwined with the crisp sound of crystal collisions. The youth pushed away Chunda's support, staggering towards the beam of light, as gamma rays erupted from the fissures of his scaly armor, incinerating the pavement, signaling to the convenience store attendant that the radio had been repaired. When the first beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, Chunda's tactical watch began to spin counterclockwise in a frenzy. The star map tattoo on his clavicle resonated with the barcode in the sky, and Li Yun's ethereal form emerged in the dust of light. In her amber-hued pupils reflected the image of herself from 20 years ago, clad in a white coat, placing an infant into an escape pod amidst a rainy night. The infrared scanner of the convenience store flickered behind them. Chapter 28. Memory Glacier. The auroras resembled the fluorescent dyes splashed by divine beings, casting an eerie greenish-purple hue across the pitch-black firmament. Ice crystals condensed on the inner wall of Chunda's cold-resistant mask. Each breath felt akin to swallowing shards of glass. He crouched behind the wreckage of a snowmobile, his tactical gloves gliding over the bullet holes in the engine casing. The tremors felt at his fingertips were not merely mechanical vibrations, but the entire glacier emitting a low-frequency groan. The magnetic field readings fluctuated abnormally. Yilan's mechanical right eye glimmered with a cold light beneath the auroras, the nanomatrix on her iris contracting to a pinprick. She tore open the frozen hem of her white coat, revealing a liquid nitrogen tank bound by carbon fiber straps. Beneath 300 meters of ice, a metallic heat source was reacting. Ajia suddenly coughed violently, his frost-laden scarf splattered with dark blue blood. The bruises on the youth's neck had spread to behind his ears, the crystalline skin refracting a prism-like halo of light. Newly formed scales emitted a faint scraping sound beneath his cold-resistant suit. They were singing, echoing through the glacier's fissures. With his right hand plunged into the snow, the synapses at his fingertips stirred ripples in the frozen ground. The name CX-17 throbbed painfully at his temples. Chunda's clavicle tattoo suddenly burned. The night vision goggles switched to thermal imaging mode, revealing a massive honeycomb structure at the end of the ice field, composed of hexagonal metallic capsules. Their surfaces cloaked in ice crystals that appeared a bizarre deep blue in the infrared spectrum. The central shaft descended straight to the glacier's bottom, its mouth surrounded by a rotating laser barrier slicing through the falling snowflakes into diamond dust. Look at that emblem. Yilan's liquid metal arm extended an electromagnetic knife, its tip aimed at the relief adorning the edge of the shaft. The crow totem entwined with twin serpents was cloaked in frost, the serpentine eyes set with luminescent stones flickering in sync with the Jia-S scales, identical to the biological sample chamber markings of the Tianhai cargo ship. A sudden gust of wind altered its direction. Chunda's goggles were marred by spiderweb-like cracks from the ice particles, and in a daze, he glimpsed Li Yun's specter standing at the edge of the shaft. She wore a bloodied wedding gown, the hem encrusted with icicles. Her bouquet long since dried to a grayish-brown, yet her fingers tightly gripped a faded wedding candy. The warning from the cognitive projection of Yilan was drowned out by the roar of the cracking glacier. As Chunda's tactical boots became ensnared in a sudden crevasse of ice, a sense of weightlessness engulfed him in that fleeting moment. Ajia's scaled wings unfurled abruptly. The boy's fully crystallized right arm grasped the grappling gun, its claw ripping through the frigid winds to embed itself into the icy wall. The metallic cable stretching taut like a silvery line beneath the auroras. After descending 300 meters, the chasm opened into a vast expanse. Chunda's breath hung suspended within the mask, at the heart of a kilometer-wide ice cavern, where the core of the CX base, forged from black alloy, stood tall. The surface of the honeycomb-structured chamber was riddled with claw marks, and within certain recesses lay the frozen corpses of those clad in protective suits, their bulging eyes glowing with a phosphorescent light through the ice. The temperature plummeted to -89 degrees. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned the password lock of the hatch. Her fingers, composed of liquid metal, glided over the plaque beneath the ice, revealing the names of CX Project team members missing since 1999. Ajia's scales suddenly bristled. A fissure opened in the cyan blemish on his neck, from which liquid starlight spewed forth. Crystallizing in the air into the model of a Klein bottle, the dormant alarm awakened. The hydraulic hatch opened with a resounding click. Chunda's night vision goggles were instantly overexposed, his retina scorched by 17 swirling beams of red laser. In the instant Yilan tackled him, a torrential rain of bullets whizzed overhead, carving honeycomb-like holes into the ice wall. The mechanical voice of the automated defense system surged from all directions. Unauthorized life form detected. Executing Purification Protocol 04B. Follow in my footsteps. Yilan's white lab coat fluttered amid the hail of bullets, carbon fiber straps launching miniature drones. The gray-blue mechanical iris reflected the battlefield data stream as she precisely targeted the laser emitters on the ceiling. Each electromagnetic pulse round scorching star map patterns into the metallic walls. Chunda rolled amidst the smoke, his cold weather suit torn by stray bullets, blood seeping from the gashes. The metallic scent activated some presence beneath the ice, and a wailing alarm echoed through the base like the cries of an infant. Ajia's distorted right hand plunged into the control console, the crystalline skin sparking with the quantum computer. They are crafting logical traps using my genetic frequency. Holographic projections suddenly flooded the space. Chunda beheld surveillance footage from 20 years prior, where Li Yun, clad in a white lab coat, was restrained upon an operating table, bound by the CX-17 Project S straps around her abdomen. Lin Jinxing's figure trembled at the edge of the frame. The syringe in his hand, glowing with a starry blue light, survived for the evolution of humanity. Suddenly, Agia emitted a primal roar. The boy's fully crystallized right eye unleashed gamma rays, melting the encroaching mechanical guards into molten iron. These memories are not mine. Yilan's liquid metal arm suddenly gripped Chunda. Look at the cryogenic chamber. In the center of the honeycomb structure, 17 cylindrical cultivation pods were arranged in a radiating pattern. Suspended within the eerie blue cryogenic fluid were humanoid beings, their collarbones adorned with jasmine insignias, and their abdomens entwined with luminous umbilical cords. The central pod was particularly massive, and as Chunda's pupils met the observation window, they constricted to pinpricks. Li Yun's visage flickered within the ice crystal, frost flowers crystallizing on her lashes like teardrops. Vital signs were weak, yet brainwaves were abnormally active. The mechanical eye of Yilan scanned the cabin data, revealing that the last recorded date on the memory storage chip was January 17, 2000. The tactical dagger of Chunda clattered to the ground. That was the date he and Li Yun had originally set for their wedding. The alarm blared sharply. Ajaya's wing was severed by a laser, and the boy crashed against the cryogenic chamber, coughing up crystalline fragments. They were rewriting the program to initiate self-destruction. Yilan's liquid metal fingers inserted into the console interface, her gray-blue irises flashing frantically. I require 3 minutes to crack the password. Chunda's blood froze within his thermal suit. He trembled as he pressed his hand against the observation window of the cryogenic chamber. And Li Yun's phantom suddenly materialized inside. Dressed in an oil-stained wedding gown, she traced star map tattoos with her fingertips through the ice layer. Faded wedding candies slipping from her palm, slowly sinking into the cryogenic fluid. The cognitive interference rendered Yilan's warning indistinct. Chunda's temples throbbed, and he heard Li Yun's voice piercing directly into his mind. The password is the date of our first meeting. A mechanical voice suddenly chimed. Royal bloodline authentication successful. The hydraulic lock of the cryogenic chamber sprung open. Chunda caught the falling clone, her breath instantly whitening the thermal mask. Li Yun's eyelashes fluttered, her amber pupils reflecting the convenience store from the snowstorm night. Adele wants strawberry-flavored wedding candies. The entire base began to collapse. Yilan pulled the two towards the emergency exit, the sound of twisted metal shrieking behind them. Ajay shielded them with his crystalline body. As energy streams bursting from the gaps in his scales collided with the red light of the self-destruction program. Hurry! The clone suddenly broke free from his embrace. Li Yun's wedding gown billowed in the laser light as she barefoot traversed the burning cables, her fingertips rapidly tapping on the control panel. Chunda noticed the barcode appearing on the nape of her neck precisely matched the product code from the convenience store's cash register. How wonderful it was to truly live once. Her smile reflected the soaring flames as she pressed the faded wedding candies into Chunda's palm. The floor of the base cracked open into an abyss with a tremendous roar. In the moment Li Yun fell into the icy depths, her last lip movement was etched onto Chunda's retina. See you at the convenience store. An avalanche swallowed all sound. Before consciousness faded, Chunda saw the mechanical eye of Yilan burst with blinding light, and Ajay's crystalline remains transformed into an energy shield. The data chip from the cryogenic chamber flickered between his fingers, the holographic projection displaying a dense array of clone coordinates, each light point emitting a faint distress signal. Chapter 29. Quantum Sacrifice. The sea breeze carried with it the charred ashes across the altar as Chunda's tactical boots crushed the cracked basalt. Sparks flying from the soles to the surface of the bronze cauldron. At the end of the 99 stone steps, Kano's bone-carved necklace glimmered with mother-of-pearl luster under the moonlight, each beast tooth engraved with star-patterned totems, harmonizing with the jasmine emblem on his chest. The ancestral spirits say that the darkness before dawn is the thickest. Kano flicked the embers of the bonfire with the tip of his blade, sparks climbing along the patterns of his armor. But the truth you bring is colder than the eternal night. The mechanical right eye of Yilan suddenly erupted with a violet glow, its nanomatrix iris reflecting the star-patterned stone upon the altar. Humidity plummeted by 12. And the electromagnetic field surged past critical thresholds. Her liquid metal arm plunged into the crevice of the rock, sending fragments of stone eerily suspended in midair. As if something were approaching, Ajia curled in the shadows of the altar, his crystallized right arm absorbing the moonlight. Those prism-like halos flowed along the seams of his scaled armor, weaving energy patterns on his skin that resonated with the starship's essence. They sang through the distorted vocal cords of the boy, emitting quantum noise at frequencies older than the stars. Suddenly, the entire island fell silent as a grave. Chunda's collarbone tattoo began to burn, resonating with the star map patterns and the star pattern stone at the center of the altar. As he unconsciously took the first step of the ancestral spirit dance, the ashes within the bronze cauldron rose against gravity, forming a holographic projection of the ancestors of the Chihuahua tribe shooting down a starship in the night sky. Kano's beastskin cloak crackled in the static field. He drew the bone knife embedded at the altar's edge. As the blade cut into his palm, blood dripped into the cauldron, causing the entire beach's sands to resonate. The first drumbeat echoed from the depths of the sea. Chunda felt his heart constricted by an invisible hand. Images not belonging to this era appearing on his retina, warriors clad in rhino skin stomping by the campfire, their pupils reflecting the fallen starship. The sound of bone flutes piercing through millennia of time, overlapping at this moment. As he instinctively spun, the trajectory marked by his tactical boots on the ground matched precisely with the dance steps in the projection. "Look at his eyes," Yilon suddenly shouted. Chunda turned to see Kano's pupils splitting into a compound eye structure, each crystalline lens reflecting battlefields from different historical eras, Mongolian cavalry trampling the remnants of starships, soldiers in Zhongshan suits slicing alien metals, neon lights of convenience stores flickering in the downpour. A GS scale suddenly stood on end. The blue spots on the boy's neck cracked open like a spider's web, and the liquid starlight that burst forth condensed in the air into a Klein bottle model. There was a cavity beneath the altar. The second drumbeat shattered the rock layers. In that moment of falling, Chunda grasped the bronze chain, his non-slip gloves sparking against the damp metal surface. The underground altar's scale exceeded imagination. Within the 300-meter diameter circular space, 12 basalt statues were arranged radially, each adorned with fragments of star-patterned stone embedded in their foreheads. At the very center of the altar floated a complete star-patterned stone the size of a truck, its surface pulsing with a ghostly blue light in sync with Chunda's tattoo. Civilization filter. Yilon's mechanical eye recorded the data stream. These statues were not mere idols, but measuring instruments. Her liquid metal fingers glided over the grooves in the rock wall, and those seemingly random cracks suddenly illuminated, forming a projection of the spiral arms of the galaxy. Kano's bone knife unexpectedly flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the eye socket of a statue. Chunda's temples throbbed. He recognized the red string entwined around the knife's handle as the talisman Li Yun had purchased from the convenience store years ago. His father wove crowns from lies, and Kano's voice, laced with electronic noise, bore the weight of truth upon us. He tore apart the beast hide armor, revealing a chest adorned with a sprawling jasmine tattoo, its vine-like patterns absorbing the luminescence of the star-patterned stone. A piercing scream from a Jia shattered the darkness. The boy's completely crystallized right arm plunged into the ground, as newly formed photon veins spread across the altar's surface. When the first surge of energy touched the star-patterned stone, 12 statues abruptly opened their mechanical compound eyes. A warning blared. Unauthorized gene sequence detected. A synthetic voice echoed from all directions while dark red slime seeped from the crevices of the rock walls, initiating the civilization eradication protocol. Yilan's white coat was instantly shredded by an electromagnetic pulse. Her carbon fiber straps automatically coiled around the nearest stone pillar, and her liquid metal arm reconfigured into a particle cannon. These statues were the true ancestral spirits. Chunda rolled amidst the hail of bullets, his bulletproof vest seared by energy beams. As he glanced up at Kano, his pupils dilated in shock. The skin of this Jiwa warrior began to quantumize, revealing a dense network of star-patterned circuitry beneath, each circuit node illuminated with historical images. Lin Jinxing inscribing codes within a submarine cabin, the convenience store clerk repairing a radio, Li Yun's clone plummeting into an icy abyss. "You are the outsiders." Kano's roar triggered spatial tremors. His battle blade cleaved through the incoming energy beams, sparks igniting the convenience store's barcode pattern upon the statue's surface. 200,000 years ago, it was you who disguised the star-patterned stone as a sacred relic. A GS suddenly leaped onto the central altar. The boy's crystallized form seamlessly merged with the star-patterned stone, the energy patterns on his scaled armor beginning to flicker in an overclocked rhythm. "Brother Chun, the memory star-patterned stone is altering our memories." Chunda's tactical dagger flew from his grasp. As he instinctively leapt into the final dance of combat, the star map tattoo detached from his skin, forming a burning equation in midair. The compound eyes of the 12 statues simultaneously turned towards him, their depths revealing holographic projections of Earth's civilizations in ruin. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly overloaded, emitting smoke. In her last clear vision, she beheld Chunda's blood flowing along the star-patterned stone's lines, each droplet imbued with Li Yun's genetic memories. As the 17th drop seeped into the altar's fissure, the entire island began to ascend. The gravitational field reversed. Yilan drove her electromagnetic knife into the rock wall. Her liquid metal skeleton was disassembling, and a gray-blue mechanical iris projected a dying message: prevent energy resonance. Kano's battle blade pierced the core of the star-patterned stone. In the supernova-like brilliance, Chunda saw two overlapping timelines of convenience store shelves infinitely extending upon the altar, where Li Yun, clad in interstellar fleet uniform, was wiping a coffee cup behind a counter. Her amber eyes reflected the starship control room, and the wedding ring she touched glimmered with the same radiance as a Jia's scaled armor. Emotion was the sole variable. Li Yun from different timelines spoke in unison. Countless fragments of memories exploded upon Chunda's retina. The lemon scent of her hair during their first encounter at the convenience store, trembling hands intertwined among the underwater ruins. The final smile of the clone falling into the icy abyss. Jia's quantumization had reached a critical point. The boy howled with the remnants of his human vocal cords. He repaired his body, disintegrating into a torrent of light particles, weaving a holographic projection of the convenience store radio among the statues. As the antiquated antenna aligned with the star-patterned stone, the entire altar began to emit an encrypted Morse code. It was the confessional recording of Lin Jinxing. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly reflected light. In the instant the particle stream engulfed her, Chunda finally discerned the truth obscured by electromagnetic interference. The star-patterned stone was not an ore, but a tombstone from a bygone civilization, with the gravitational field collapsing in the fourth dimension, clutching the gradually crystallizing Kano. Chunda beheld thousands of transparent coffins rising from the altar's fissures. Within each coffin lay humans adorned in garments from various eras, their collarbones embedded with shards of star-patterned stone, their features strikingly reminiscent of convenience store patrons. "Welcome to the exhibition room." The voice emanating from the star-patterned stone bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Jinxing's. "You are the products of the 927th civilization reboot." Suddenly, the coffins opened en masse, and all the bodies pointed towards the convenience store, poised to complete the final selection. A GS particle form abruptly reconstituted into human shape. The energy lines on the boy's neck reached skyward. They deceived us for 200,000 years. His fingertips erupted with gamma rays, igniting the clouds to outline the silhouette of a starship. The so-called ancestral spirit dance was merely a biological key to activate the selector. Kano's quantum body suddenly surged. His battle blade pierced the core of the star-patterned stone, and the energy flow unleashed from the jasmine tattoo triggered a chain reaction. Tell the convenience store that this steel warrior has smiled for the first time. The Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf was, in fact, my mother's favorite. As the first ray of sunlight pierced the sea's surface, the star-patterned stone shattered into quantum dust. Chunda knelt amidst the ruins, tightly clutching Kano's bone-carved necklace. The vintage radio in the convenience store spontaneously turned on. Amidst the crackling noise, a Jia's repaired frequency resonated. When the pendulum returns to its origin, remember to restock the Blue Mountain coffee. Yilan's mechanical eye lay quietly in a pool of blood, the last projection on the surface of her iris revealing the wreckage of a starship on the far side of the moon. Chunda's star map tattoo suddenly burned, and he glimpsed the ethereal form of Li Yun standing in the morning light, her fingertip touching the dew that refracted the starlight of the entire universe. Deep within the altar's most profound fissure, a fragment of the star-patterned stone was absorbing a Jia's light particles. Those energy lines gradually outlined the designation CX-18, akin to the last flicker of the convenience store's neon lights before dawn. Chapter 30. Silent Antibody. The torrential rain pounded against the iron door of the air raid shelter, the rusted hinges groaning in the fierce wind. Chunda pressed his back against the damp cement wall, the beam of his tactical flashlight sweeping back and forth over a Jia's curled figure. The boy's neck bore blue marks that had spread to his jawline, his crystallized skin reflecting a prism-like halo in the cold light. as if countless shards of diamonds were buried beneath his dermis. The analysis of cerebrospinal fluid samples was complete. Yilan's mechanical right eye erupted with a ghostly blue glow, the nanomatrix on her iris reflecting the data streams in the holographic projection. The hem of her blood-stained lab coat was torn into strips, revealing a portable centrifuge bound with carbon fiber straps, the antibody concentration reaching critical levels. Yet the neurotoxin was exceeding the standard by 470 times. Chun Da's fingers tightened around the syringe, the pale golden liquid within the glass vial rippling with his tremors. The star-shaped crystals suspended within the liquid evoked memories of the ethereal dust that drifted from Li Yun's body as she departed from this world, those luminous particles escaping from her wounds now reenacting the dance of death within Ajai's veins. A sudden, brittle sound of crystal growth echoed from the depths of the air raid shelter. Ajai's distorted right hand plunged into the rock wall. Dark red moss spreading wildly along the bony protrusions, weaving luminescent patterns on the surface reminiscent of the ruins of the ocean floor. The metallic rasp of Chun Gu's youthful voice emerged, but before he could finish, the entire shelter quaked violently. As Chunda lunged toward Ajai, the concrete layer above them cracked open in a web-like fissure, and bioluminescent seawater poured down, accompanied by mutated barnacles. Yilan's liquid metal arm extended an electromagnetic knife, and as the blade sliced through the incoming tendrils, blue-violet sparks erupted. The hounds of the CX unit. They had tracked the antibody signal. The bulletproof glass of the modified truck was riddled with radial cracks, the wipers futilely swiping against the torrential rain. Chunda secured the unconscious Ajai in the front passenger seat. The newly formed scales on the boy's nape creating tiny sparks as they scraped against the metal buckle of the seatbelt. In the rearview mirror, 5 armored vehicles emerged from the thick fog, their sonic wave emitters rotating to lock onto their target. "Hold on tight," Yilan shouted, jerking the steering wheel as the truck smashed through the rusted roll-up door and barreled into the abandoned pharmaceutical factory. Her gray-blue pupils contracted into slits under night vision mode. The mechanical iris scanning the structure of the factory. Area B's cold storage featured military-grade protective doors that could buy them 20 minutes. Chun Da's tactical boots crunched over the glass, shards littering the floor, fragments mingling with yellowed experimental records. As he kicked open a warped iron door, the beam of his flashlight illuminated the wall, revealing a multitude of scratch marks, grooves of varying depths forming the trajectory of the Chihuahua tribe's war dance. Mirroring his own movements when awakening ancestral spirits at the altar, the hydraulic door of the cold storage slowly opened under Yilan's electromagnetic pulse. Chun Da's breath fogged up his mask as his pupils rapidly contracted, revealing rows of cylindrical culture chambers resembling a gigantic beehive, where crystalline experimental subjects similar to Ajai floated in the eerie blue liquid. Their umbilical nerve cords connected to the central control console, and the photon vessels beneath their skin flickered in sync with the alarm's red light. CX-0927 to CX-0943. Yilan's mechanical eye recorded the chamber numbers. All living resonators for sonic weapons. She abruptly severed a cable from one of the chambers, and the boy inside awakened with a start, his amber eyes reflecting the illusion of convenience store shelves. Ajai suddenly convulsed on the stretcher, his neck marred by web-like blue patterns. Chunda pressed down on his rapidly growing bone spurs, realizing that the luminous blood seeping from the boy's fingertips was inscribing a burning equation on the ground. Precisely the hasty calculations found at the edges of Lin Jinxing's diary. This is the place. Yilan's liquid metal arm plunged into the control console's interface, her gray-blue iris erupting with a cascade of data streams. Activate the main control program using your antibodies. Chun Da's temples throbbed. As the syringe's needle pressed against Ajai's carotid artery, he caught a glimpse of a reflection in the culture fluid. There stood a man wielding a fire axe. His eyes ignited with the same solitary flame that flickered on the rain-soaked night of the deserted island. The phantom of Li Yun suddenly manifested in the corner of the cold storage, the damp hem of her qipao dripping with luminescent seawater. "You promised to protect him. The antibodies will annihilate his neural synapses." Yilan's mechanical voice was as frigid as a scalpel, yet capable of extracting the critical sequence of the retrovirus. Her lab coat was abruptly lifted by a fierce wind, revealing a miniature reactor embedded within her ribs. Or would you rather witness him transform into an unconscious killing machine? A Jia scream pierced the silence. The boy's fully crystallized right eye erupted with gamma rays, scorching nebula-like cracks into the bulletproof glass. Chunda's tactical gloves were sliced open by scales, and as blood dripped into the cultivation chamber, all the subjects abruptly awakened en masse. They resonated with Ajia's vocal cords, producing a cacophony of quantum entanglement. The console's screen flickered wildly, revealing a convenience store surveillance image of a hooded youth repairing a radio, the barcodes on the shelves glowing with an eerie red light. Yilan's electromagnetic knife pressed against Chunda's back. 20 years ago, Lin Jinxing faced the same choice. Her mechanical eye projected a holographic image of Li Yun, clad in a lab coat, bound to an operating table, the restraining straps leaving bruises on her abdomen. To save the majority, one must always sacrifice. To hell with sacrifice. Chunda's roar shattered the observation window of the cultivation chamber. A pale golden liquid gushed forth, coalescing in the air into a life-size sculpture of Li Yun. As his fist struck the console, Ajia's quantum arms suddenly swelled, photon vessels piercing the forehead of each subject. The entire cold storage fell into an absolute silence. 300 crystallized youths simultaneously spoke, their sound waves colliding against the metallic walls, creating a requiem. Brother Chun, take action. The torrential rain twisted into a river of blood upon the bulletproof glass. Chunda cradled the gradually cooling Ajia. The boy's scales were shedding under the moonlight, revealing the writhing, luminescent bundles of nerves beneath. Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded and smoked, yet her liquid metal fingers firmly grasped a syringe filled with reverse virus. His consciousness was undergoing quantum transformation. Yilan tore open Ajia's protective suit, the jasmine emblem at his neck radiating a ghostly blue light. This serum could convert the virus into a symbiote, but it required live neural synapses as a breeding medium. Suddenly, the thunderous rumble of armored vehicle tracks crushing gravel echoed from outside the air raid shelter. Chunda's retina displayed a slow-motion image of Li Yun plummeting into a sea of flames. The drifting motes of light intertwining with Ajia's shed crystalline shards to form a star map in the air. Upon receiving the syringe, he discovered that the surface bore a barcode identical to that of the convenience store cash register, perfectly matching the frequency of the government's sonic weapons. Ajia's pupils suddenly expanded into a pitch-black cosmos. The boy whispered with his last vestiges of humanity, "I fixed it." His fingertips delicately brushed against the star-patterned tattoo on Chunda's collarbone, the photon vessels beneath his skin extinguishing like a receding tide. Yilan's mechanical arm abruptly pierced through the concrete wall, an electromagnetic pulse storm hurling the pursuers away. Amidst the explosive roar, Chunda forcefully plunged the syringe into his carotid artery. The reverse virus surged into his veins like liquid starlight, and his retina exploded with countless fragments of memories. The scent of lemon from Li Yun's hair during their first encounter at the convenience store, the trembling of intertwined fingers amidst the underwater ruins, and the final smile in the burning warehouse. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Chunda opened his eyes amidst the ruins. His tactical suit was adorned with crystalline protrusions, and the steel framework he touched crumbled into powder under quantum resonance. Yilan's mechanical eye lay silently in a pool of blood, the last holographic projection on its iris displaying the final moments of Ajia, whose crystalline body transformed into particles of light, reconstructing the repaired electronic display above the cash register. An alarm reminiscent of a baby's cries echoed from the depths of the air raid shelter. Chunda stepped over the scattered crystal fragments and discovered a cultivation pod labeled CX-18 hidden at the lowest level of the cold storage. Suspended in the eerie blue liquid was an embryo the size of a fist, its umbilical cord connected to a star-patterned stone core. With Lin Jinxing's last words inscribed in blood, "When the pendulum returns to the origin, remember to restock Blue Mountain coffee." In the distance, the sea suddenly heaved with a black hill, the shadow of an alien fleet looming over the rain-drenched sky. Chunda gripped the blood coral flute tightly, and Li Yun's apparition danced gently in the morning light. As the first note shattered the silence, all crystalline remnants simultaneously erupted into starlight, forming the neon sign of the convenience store above the ruins. Chapter 31. The air of fireworks. The sky, just relieved from the torrential rain, glimmered with a cold, iron-gray light. Chunda's boots crunched over the charred rebar in the convenience store's ruins, the twisted metal creaking like the dying groans of the city. His fingertips brushed against the remnants of the cash register, The shattered screen still flickered with the welcoming message. The blue light reflecting the scattered rainbow candies among the shards of glass. Ajie's favorite snack during his lifetime. Warning. Thermal source reaction. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly erupted with blinding red light. Her tattered white coat billowed ominously in the radiation wind, revealing the exposed liquid metal skeleton beneath the carbon fiber harness, seeping eerie blue electrolyte. 3 kilometers southeast, 12 F-35 fighter jets. Chinda's pupils constricted sharply. The remnants of starlight in his retina overlapped with the black dots on the horizon, as memories surged like an inundating tide. 72 hours prior, Ajie's crystalline wings had blossomed into a supernova atop the sound wave tower, the remnants of the boy's last consciousness still echoing in his ears. Brother Chun, third shelf. A violent sonic boom shattered the recollections. The first missile, trailing a pale wake, pierced through the clouds. And Chun Da's tactical gloves clawed out 5 streaks of blood from the rubble. Kano's bone knife cleaved through the overturned freezer. The eerie phosphorescence emanating from the tattoo on the back of this Jiwa warrior's neck. Bring the embryo into the air raid shelter. I'll distract them. The shockwave of the explosion crushed the words. Chinda embraced the CX-18 cultivation pod, rolling toward the wreckage of the shelves, while the bulletproof glass behind him shattered into a storm of diamond dust. The embryo within the cultivation liquid suddenly opened its eyes, amber pupils reflecting the burning neon sign of the convenience store, while the umbilical nerve cord coiled around his wrist like the tentacles of a startled octopus. Beware of cognitive contamination. Yilan's electromagnetic knife severed the nerve cord, an arc of blue and purple electricity sparking as the blade clashed against the mutated tissue. Her mechanical iris ruptured into a web-like pattern as the nanomatrix reconfigured at a frenzied pace. The military had received erroneous intelligence, mistakenly believing the antibodies to be a novel virus. The second wave of missiles sliced through the sky like the scythe of death. Chinda's temples throbbed, and the star-like tattoo on his collarbone suddenly burned with excruciating intensity. A deluge of aviation fuel exploded into a sea of flames 500 meters away. And amidst the heat waves, the quantum remnant of Ajia emerged. The crystalline right arm of the youth unfurled like wings descending from the heavens, and the shattered scales suspended in the mushroom cloud formed a brilliant halo of stars. Protective shield. Kano's roar mingled with the haunting echoes of ancestral war drums. Chunda beheld Ajia's remnant smiling amidst the rain of fire, as the swirling crystalline fragments unexpectedly assembled into the topological structure of a Klein bottle, enveloping an area of 100 meters beneath a pale golden dome. At the moment the missiles collided with the shield, time and space seemed to be paused. The burning shrapnel, splintered concrete, and even distorted light froze into the starry night painted by Van Gogh. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted with a torrent of data. This was not an electromagnetic barrier, but a temporal wrinkle created by Ajia's sonic wave trap. She tore open the charred fabric across her chest, revealing a miniature reactor embedded in her ribs, with only 117 seconds until collapse. The incubation chamber suddenly emitted an alarm akin to a baby's cry. Chunda looked down to see the embryo's jasmine emblem resonating with the radiant arc of his star pattern tattoo. As a drop of his blood fell onto the observation window, the solidified time and space outside the shield rippled, and 12 aircraft disintegrated into billions of metallic particles like wounded steel giants. Chunda, look at the ground. Yilan's shriek pierced through the tinnitus. Chunda stumbled to his knees, discovering that the burning asphalt revealed glowing patterns. Li Yun's handwriting was being reborn in the flames, as differential equations intertwined perfectly with the Jiwa star maps in the charred traces. Those leaping symbols reminded him of rainy nights at the underwater ruins, where Li Yun's hair dripped with luminescent seawater. Inscribing at the edge of the experimental log, when the pendulum returns, the error is hope. Kano's bone knife suddenly pierced the center of the equation. This man, who always masked tenderness with ferocity, now trembled like a palm tree in a storm. The ancestors were warning us. We have touched what we should not. His words were abruptly cut off by the rumble of the earth splitting. The burning convenience store's foundation suddenly collapsed, revealing the unfathomable depths of the CX Project's underground laboratory. Chunda clutched the incubation chamber and leaped down. The sensation of weightlessness persisted for an elongated 3 seconds. And what he collided with was not concrete, but a gelatinous texture, Rows of biochemical incubation chambers glimmered under the emergency lights, with hundreds of crystalline experimental subjects resembling a GF floating in the pale green liquid. Their umbilical nerve cords wove into a neural network across the ceiling, connecting to the star-patterned stone core of the central console. CX0927 to CX0939. Yilan's mechanical eye scanned the chamber numbers, and her gray-blue iris abruptly constricted to a pinprick. This was a warehouse for the living resonators of sonic wave weapons. Her liquid metal arm plunged into the console interface, suddenly convulsing violently. As something began to reverse engineer her data, the embryos within the incubation chamber began to struggle violently. Chunda's tactical gloves shattered against the observation window, and droplets of blood oozing from his palm diffused into nebula-like patterns in the culture fluid. As he touched the fingerprint lock on the surface of the chamber, the entire laboratory was suddenly filled with the youthful recording of Lin Jinxing. Errors are part of the plan. Trust that the explosions in the fireworks descend from above. Kano dragged the two towards the ventilation duct, the shrieking of melting metal resonating behind them. In the midst of their tumultuous movements, Chunda glimpsed a GS quantum specter hovering above the control panel, the boy's shattered vocal cords resonating through neural threads. The password is Blue Mountain Coffee. Yilan suddenly erupted. Her mechanical eye exploded into electronic fireworks, yet her left hand deftly pressed the concealed compartment of the shelf, activating the long-dormant coffee machine, its grinding sound perfectly synchronizing with the frequency of ancestral war drums. As the first drop of coffee fell onto the star-patterned core, all the incubation chambers opened in unison, the compound eyes of the experimental subjects simultaneously turning towards Chunda. They recognized the royal bloodline. Kano's bone knife traced a crimson arc in the air. Chunda's star-patterned tattoo suddenly detached from his skin, sketching a holographic projection of the Zhuwa tribe's sacred city in the void. At that moment, the embryo emitted a clear wail, the sound waves cleaving through the crust like a blade, revealing the deeply buried remnants of a starship's propulsion system. A military drilling projectile pierced the laboratory at that instant. Chunda, clutching the embryo in the searing wave of heat, beheld a GS specter transforming into a storm of light particles, swirling upwards. Those crystalline shards ignited into blue flames amidst the explosion, each flicker revealing scenes from the convenience store. A GS profile as he repaired the radio, Li Yun's ponytail while stocking the shelves. Even Lin Jinxing's trembling fingers as he stealthily placed a cryptographic USB drive. Errors and fireworks. Yilan slumped beside the coffee machine, her mechanical voice, for the first time, tinged with human emotional resonance. This was what Dr. Lin referred to as the ultimate safeguard. Her liquid metal fingers grazed the scattered crystalline shards, and the burning blue flames suddenly coalesced into Li Yun's handwritten formula, Et. Kano's beast-skin cloak turned to ashes in the radiating winds. This seasoned warrior raised his head to drink the last drop of blood coral wine, hurling the empty bottle against the control panel. The ancestors say that when the error exceeds the threshold, the pendulum will. His words were drowned by the roar of the starship's engine igniting. Countless fragments of memories exploded across Chunda's retina. He saw different versions of himself standing amidst the ruins of the convenience store, some kneeling and weeping while cradling an embryo, others confronting mechanical Yilan with guns drawn, and yet another leading Li Yun, clad in interstellar uniform, towards the morning light. As these images dissipated like fireworks, the equation in his hand suddenly became scalding. It was not merely a mathematical symbol, but a cosmic coordinate inscribed with star-patterned stone powder. The awareness of the embryo flowed like a spring breeze through his mind, the scent of jasmine becoming suddenly rich and tangible. Mom is waiting for us. Yilan's mechanical remnants erupted once more. Her quantum processor emitted a blinding light of retroreflection. Carbon fiber straps tightly binding Chunda and the embryo to the starship seat. Remember, the permissible range of error is. Before her words could finish, she transformed into molten iron, dripping onto the control panel's surface, etching the coordinates of the convenience store. At the moment the starship debris broke through the surface, Chunda beheld the entire city collapsing into a singularity within the blue flames. A GS quantum shadow waved farewell outside the porthole, the boy's lips forming the final words, "It's fixed." Chapter 32, Recursive Dreams. The torrential rain exploded against the tempered glass, creating ice-blue ripples, while Chunda's pupils contracted and expanded in sync with the undulations of the electrocardiogram. The scent of disinfectant resembled countless ants gnawing at his nerves. And the harsh white lights of the ICU fragmented Yilan's mechanical iris into prism-like shards. Her liquid metal fingers were administering the sixth sedative into his vein, the syringe reflecting the fiery tattoo on his collarbone. "Are you suffocating again at the bottom of the sea?" Yilan's voice crackled with electric noise, her gray-blue pupils spinning to analyze the brainwave patterns. "How long did you endure this time?" 3 minutes and 17 seconds? Chunda's Adam's apple struggled to move. The cold, sweat-soaked hospital gown clung to his back, as if countless hands of the drowned were tearing at his skin. The remnants of retinal illusions still burned. The bronze altar of the sunken relics, Li Yun entwined with glowing jellyfish, and the liquid starlight spilling from coral crevices. The most visceral pain emanated from the burning mark left by the wedding ring on his left ring finger in the dream, now seeping pale golden droplets of blood into the waking world. Kano suddenly kicked open the iron door of the ward, his beast-skin cloak carrying the briny scent of the sea. The pupils of this Jiwa warrior still bore the traces of quantum entanglement, the jasmine emblem on his neck resonating with the weak fluorescence of Chunda's tattoo. The ancestral spirits say your dream is the key to the starry sea. No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire hospital was plunged into darkness. As the backup power activated, Chunda glimpsed a viscous black shadow surging from the ventilation shaft. Monsters formed by the fusion of countless human silhouettes began to scale the walls with their 360-degree rotating joints, their decaying vocal cords producing frequencies akin to a baby's cries. Cognitive pollutants. Yilan's electromagnetic knife sliced through the nearest shadow, a burnt scent mingling with an eerie jasmine fragrance. As they materialized your fears, Chunda rolled off the hospital bed, shards of broken glass embedding into his palm. The pain was like a red-hot key, abruptly unlocking the first death dream within the Pandora's box of memories. As briny seawater flooded his nostrils, he saw Li Yun's wedding dress bloom in the deep blue. At a depth of 37 meters within the sacred city ruins, swarms of transparent jellyfish wove her long hair into luminous knots with their tentacles. He struggled to paddle his leaden limbs, yet the cracks in his oxygen mask spread like a spider web. "Breathe." Li Yun's silent words pierced through the liquid starlight. Her fingertips brushed against the tattoo on Chunda's collarbone, the stardust mingling with seawater to create a swirling galaxy. When the first bubble escaped from his throat, Chunda suddenly beheld the altar in its entirety, realizing it was not cast from bronze, but rather formed from countless human skulls, a platform for observation. Amidst the agonizing suffocation, he heard the requiem of Kano's mother. The underwater gravel rearranged itself into equations with the changing tones, and a shadow, curled within the coral, slowly lifted its head to reveal his own rotting skin. "It's time to awaken." Yilan's mechanical voice shattered the dream. Chunda convulsed violently on the hospital bed, seawater spilling from the corners of his mouth and crystallizing into patterns of star maps upon the floor. Kano's bone blade was embedded in a gelatinous mass, which, in that moment of death, revealed the visage of Li Yun. Yilan's iris matrix contracted to a pinprick. For the fourth time, your near-death experience is generating quantum imprints. The convenience store shelves twisted into Van Gogh's Starry Night amidst the flames. Chunda knelt in the ruins of the cashier's counter, tightly clutching a half-melted wedding ring. Agia's crystalline wings shattered into a blue meteor shower outside the bulletproof glass, the last remnants of the boy's consciousness lingering in his ears. "Brother Chun." The third shelf of the goods. When the blast wave overturned the freezer, Chunda witnessed it. In the angle between the chocolate shelves and the pile of instant noodles, Lin Jinxing's diary emerged in the flames, revealing blood-red text. Those equations resembled living tadpoles, burrowing into his veins through his fingertips, etching the topology of a Klein bottle upon the surface of his heart. Finding the error, Li Yun's phantom emerged from the thick smoke. The hem of her cheongsam dripped with fluorescent liquid, the jasmine emblem at her collarbone resonating with Chunda's tattoo. At the moment the burning ceiling collapsed, Chunda suddenly tasted the flavor of a latte, reminiscent of the cheap coffee powder Li Yun had used during her first attempt at brewing coffee for him. Yilan's electromagnetic blade cleaved through the dream. In reality, the walls of the hospital room bore scorch marks, and Chunda's tactical wristwatch indicated a body temperature soaring to 423 degrees. Kano was inscribing constellations on the ground with his ward dance, each footprint seeping pale golden blood. "Your cells are being quantumized." Yi Lan tore open Chun Da's hospital gown, the gray-blue iris reflecting the fluorescent patterns coursing beneath his skin, each death amplifying this mutation. The bulletproof glass of the laboratory reflected 300 versions of himself. Chun Da's protective mask was encrusted with frost, while he observed the CX-17 embryo within the incubation chamber stretching its limbs. Its pupils split into a compound eye structure, the jasmine emblem on its neck absorbing the alarm's red glow. The consciousness stream of the paternal embryo was sweet as poison. Its umbilical cord nerve cord penetrated the isolation chamber, leaving star-like imprints on Chun Da's wrist. When the first vial of viral solution was injected into his veins, Chun Da beheld countless glowing cocoons rising from the ruins of the convenience store, each cocoon cradling a crystallized aegea. Yi Lan's mechanical eye suddenly alerted in the real world. The life monitor in the hospital room displayed that Chun Da's heart had ceased beating, while the quantum reader captured signals from 17 parallel timelines. Kano's bone blade lodged into the floor's fissure, resonating with the battle song of the Zawago language and the explosions in the dream. He died simultaneously across all timelines. Yi Lan's liquid metal arm emitted wisps of smoke. These quantum imprints were. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Da abruptly opened his eyes. His iris displayed a mechanical matrix pattern, and his right hand grasped the blood coral flute from the dream. As the first note rent reality, the lights of the entire hospital began to flow backward, extinguished bulbs reignited, shattered glass returned to the window frames, and even the slain cognitive contaminants reassembled. The neon sign of the convenience store flickered amidst the torrential rain. Chun Da pushed open the glass door, coated in seaweed, and the wind chimes emitted a hoarse groan. The products on the shelves were cloaked in cosmic dust, the cash register screen displaying the time as 0000, while the automatic doors incessantly opened and closed, revealing an endless ocean of stars beyond. This is the terminus of all dreams. Dressed in her interstellar uniform, Li Yun wipes a coffee cup, the luminescent gill-like organs behind her ears gently undulating. Every moment of annihilation in the universe leaves a projection here. Suddenly, Chun Da's wedding ring becomes embedded in the groove of the cash register. A holographic menu unfurls in the void, a latte temporal anchor, a sandwich spatial fold, and Odin quantum communication. As he selects the Americano option, the entire convenience store abruptly collapses into a singularity. Li Yun, encountering discrepancies across different timelines, harmonizes within the singularity. Their fingertips simultaneously point to the deepest recesses of the shelves, where the long dusty store manager's handbook lies, its cover embossed with the fluorescent code CX-18. Yi Lan's mechanical eye explodes in the real world. As Chun Da rises from his hospital bed, he clutches a convenience store badge, the origin of which is unknown. The war song of Kano resonates with the alarm of the quantum reader, searing the hospital walls with interstellar coordinates that correspond to the constellation of the dreamlike convenience store. The allowable margin of error is 47 seconds. Yi Lan's damaged vocal cords emit electronic sounds. Each rebirth of yours corrects this value. Suddenly, the torrential rain outside comes to a standstill. Chun Da's pupils reflect images from 12 parallel timelines. Himself suffocating in the depths, himself ablaze in the convenience store, himself distorted in the laboratory. At the climactic moment of each scene, the neon glow of the interstellar convenience store pierces through the rain curtain. As the first raindrop falls once more, Chun Da's skin begins to crystallize. Star-pattern tattoos detach from his body, hovering in the air, forming a long bridge leading to deep space. The ancestral war song of Kano harmonizes with Yi Lan's mechanical hum at this moment, akin to the first heartbeat at the dawn of the universe. Chapter 33. The breath holder. The morning mist lay upon the sea like a solid block of lead. When Chun Da's fingertips brush against the star-pattern embroidery of his shark-proof suit lining, he suddenly recalls the scene of Kano's mother weaving fishing nets. Those fingers, stained with cod blood, weave through the moonlight, incorporating the trajectory of the Zhuwa tribe's war dance into the mesh. As the alveoli close, one must envision oneself as a deep-sea anglerfish. Kano's voice, wrapped in the briny sea breeze, drifts over as he applies seal oil to a jia. The peculiar pearlescent sheen of the boy's bruised neck glimmering in the morning light. Yi Lan's mechanical iris constricts into a vertical slit, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the continuously updating sonar data. At a depth of 10,994 meters, with a water temperature of 42 degrees, the pressure coefficient is anomalous. She taps on the touchscreen of her modified diving computer, her liquid metal fingers sketching a three-dimensional trench model in the void. At the edge of the anti-gravity field, an oxygen membrane appears, akin to suddenly tearing away the bionic skin of her left arm, revealing the pulsating quantum processor beneath, much like the insulating layer encasing a chip. Agias suddenly coughs violently, the crystallized nails of his right hand leaving 5 ice crystal scratches on the ship's railing. Chunda notices the scales behind the boy's ears multiplying, their edges sharp as surgical blades. The microorganisms emit metallic friction-like noises from Agia's vocal cords. As his distorted right hand plunges into the seawater, dark red plankton immediately coalescing into a whirlpool, gnawing at my synapses. Kano's bone-carved necklace suddenly bursts forth with a cold light. The Cheval warrior poured the dark green liquid from the sealskin pouch into the water bags of the onlookers. The intense stench evoking memories of the bonfire on a rain-soaked night on a deserted island. The technique of breath-holding was not merely about ceasing to breathe. Kano carved star-patterned totems into his palm with the tip of his blade, transforming his blood into a second sea. As his blood droplets fell into the dark green liquid, the entire pouch suddenly boiled, and the emerging bubbles formed the visage of Li Yun in the morning light. As they descended to 300 meters, Chunda began to see double. The beam of the shark-proof suit's helmet was refracted by some gelatinous substance, slicing through the deep blue to create a prism-like labyrinth. Schools of glowing tunicates swept past him, their transparent bodies suspended with human teeth that collided in the water, producing an eerie lullaby. Look to 3 o'clock. Yilan's mechanical voice pierced through the ear-splitting pressure. As Chunda turned, the joints of his shark suit groaned under the strain, revealing the slowly writhing edges of a fissure in the ocean floor, not rock, but a multitude of mutated barnacles, each shell cradling an embryo the size of a grain of rice. Suddenly, Agia emitted a high-frequency shriek, causing the embryos to open their eyes in unison, their amber pupils mirroring the gaze of Li Yun in her final moments. Kano's bone knife severed the neural cords wrapped around his ankles. Chunda collided with a coral reef during the turmoil, and the oxygen tank on his lower back ruptured with spiderweb-like fissures. As the salty seawater surged into his mask, he felt a sudden searing pain from the star-patterned tattoo on his collarbone, and pale golden blood seeped from his nostrils, congealing into tiny bubbles in the deep sea, each bubble revealing fleeting images of convenience store shelves. Completion of alveolar closure. 82. Yilan's mechanical eye projected holographic data, her carbon fiber straps releasing electromagnetic pulses. Yet, Agia's warning of crystallization was abruptly interrupted by a sudden sandstorm, revealing colossal shadows within tons of sediment. As Chunda swept his spotlight across, the beam sparked against scales, an aberrant creature, a fusion of a megamouth shark and the human torso, with decaying gill slits adorned with the name tags of convenience store employees. Kano's battle cry triggered a chain reaction. The rhythm of the ancestral spirit dance reverberated through the deep sea via the bone conduction device, causing Chunda's temples to throb as he momentarily envisioned 20 versions of Kano dancing the same steps across different historical epochs. Stone Age warriors clad in animal hides, World War II divers, and night shift security guards at a convenience store. As the 17th step was completed, the creature's scales began to collectively shed, revealing a dense matrix of star-patterned circuit boards beneath. The oxygen membrane boundary has been reached. Yilan's lab coat tore open, revealing thighs wrapped with test tubes. She inserted her electromagnetic knife into the ocean floor, the blade's blue light illuminating the surrounding waters, which formed a clear spherical boundary here, filled with countless transparent jellyfish whose tentacles entwined with glowing equations, like starlight scattered into the abyss. Agia's scream suddenly quantumized. The boy's fully crystallized right arm penetrated the oxygen membrane, the photon veins beneath his skin creating arcs of electricity with the anti-gravity field. Home. His vocal cords emitted frequencies surpassing human auditory limits, causing all the mutated beings in the area to turn in unison. Just as Chunda's alveoli completely closed at that moment, the peculiar sensation of blood surging through the vessels in place of oxygen evokes memories of the night before the viral outbreak. When Li Yun taught him to waltz in the alley behind the convenience store, the glow of the cash register casting a rosy hue upon her eyelashes. As the first transparent jellyfish brushed against his mask, memories surged through his nerves like high-voltage electricity on a rainy night 2 decades prior. Lin Jinxing had rushed into the submarine, cradling an infant wrapped in a blanket, which concealed promotional flyers from the convenience store. The royal bloodline certification was approved. The synthetic Shivago language reverberated within his eardrums. Suddenly, the anti-gravity field collapsed to reveal a passage, and Chunda beheld a scene at the end of the corridor where the remnants of a burning starship fused with underwater ruins. While the neon sign of the convenience store remarkably floated between the two, the instant noodles on the shelves flickering with the script of an unknown civilization. A GIS body began to disintegrate. His crystalline skin shed like a cicada's exoskeleton, revealing the writhing, luminescent bundles of nerves beneath. Chenggu, in his youth, pressed his last human hand against Chun Da's chest, and the star-patterned tattoo detached from his skin, hovering in the air. While his words were drowned by a suddenly surging swarm of microorganisms, the glowing plankton voraciously consuming his quantum body. Kano's bone knife erupted with a cold luminescence. As the blade sliced through his own chest, Chunda glimpsed his heart's surface embedded with miniature star-patterned stones that fit perfectly into the grooves of the relic's control panel. The ancestral spirit declared that the end of a breath holder is the warrior's last words scattered by the sea, while the body transforms into flowing light. Rushing into the passage, at that moment, Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded and exploded. The final projection of its iris revealing the waveform of the energy shield over Hiroshima in 1945. As Chunda swam toward the neon of the convenience store, the shark-repelling suit was undergoing quantum disintegration. The radio on the shelf suddenly turned on by itself, the frequencies repaired by a GIA resonating with the underwater war drums. The red glow of the radio weaving a star map upon his bare skin. When his fingertips brushed against the freezer door, he heard three voices from different timelines simultaneously. Li Yun's gentle laughter amid the inferno, a GIS humming as he repaired the radio, and the chime of the convenience store's wind bell trembling as the torrential rain began to subside. Inside the freezer lay a CX-17 in its embryonic form, its umbilical nerve suddenly piercing through the observation window. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Chunda finally discerned the truth behind the glowing equations. Each symbol represented the coordinates of the convenience store across different timelines, while the barcode on the cash register was the key to unlocking all parallel universes. Chapter 34. Transparent Assassination. The sea enveloped the descending quartet like molten sapphire, and Chunda's eardrums buzzed with increasing depth. The beam of the tactical flashlight penetrated the darkness, refracting into eerie, prismatic patterns at the edge of the anti-gravity field. A GIS scale shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster under the cold light, the bluish spots on the boy's neck flickering with the flow of water, as if countless fireflies dwelled beneath his skin. 10 o'clock. Kano's bone knife sliced through the seaweed entwined around his ankle, the star-patterned stone embedded in the hilt suddenly emitting a cold light. Chunda turned to look, and his pupils constricted as swarms of transparent jellyfish surged from the ocean floor's fissures, their umbrella-shaped bodies radiating iridescent hues, with the tips of their tentacles splitting into delicate bundles of nerves, each entwined with glowing equations. The mechanical iris of Yilan constricted to a pinprick, while the gray-blue nanomatrix automatically focused in the pitch-black environment. Measuring 3 meters in length, her movement followed the elegant trajectory of a Fibonacci spiral. Suddenly, her liquid metal arm deployed an electromagnetic blade. Wait, those symbols were from Li Yun's notes. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the nearest jellyfish accelerated abruptly. Chunda felt a chilling finger brush against the tattoo on his collarbone, causing goosebumps to instantly rise on the skin beneath his tactical gloves. As the transparent tentacles penetrated his shark-proof suit, time seemed to rewind. Oxygen level stood at 72, and the depth was 10,994 meters. Yilan's voice reverberated once more, identical to 3 minutes prior. Chunda lowered his head sharply, noticing the diving watch on his wrist spinning counterclockwise, while the wounds, torn by seaweed, healed at a visibly rapid pace. It was a time loop. A metallic rasp emerged from a GIS vocal cords as his crystallized right hand pointed toward the swarm of jellyfish, whose nerve bundles could create localized temporal folds. The boy suddenly convulsed violently. The bluish bruises on his neck split into a web-like pattern, and the liquid starlight he expelled crystallized into a Klein bottle model within the seawater. Kano's bone-carved necklace emitted a high-frequency vibration, while the Jiwa warrior's pupils reflected 20 overlapping timelines. The ancestral spirits had foretold that when the eye of the sea opened, his war blade would cleave through the currents. Yet bizarrely, the blade passed through the jellyfish's body as though they were not living beings, but rather the embodiment of memory. Chunda's temples throbbed. When he glanced back at the jellyfish swarm, a phantom of convenience store shelves materialized on his retina. Those transparent tentacles perfectly aligned with the barcode scanning light of the register. A primal shiver surged up his spine, as he suddenly realized that these equations were the hasty calculations scribbled at the edges of Lin Jinxing's diary. Follow my trajectory. The hem of Yilan's lab coat ripped apart, and carbon fiber straps unleashed electromagnetic pulse waves. The gray-blue mechanical iris erupted in a cascade of data streams, tracing a zigzag course through the water, deftly avoiding all temporal disturbance points. Aegea's membranous wings unfurled entirely, the photon vessels on their surface generating arcs with the anti-gravity field. The boy's distorted right hand plunged into the seabed layers, where dark red moss spread wildly along the bony protrusions, swiftly weaving a star-patterned totem identical to the entrance of the ruins. The code was the convenience store's opening date. Chunda's atoms apple-bobbed with difficulty. Memories surged like a tide, flooding back to the night before the virus outbreak, where Li Yun squatted at the register, modifying the system date, his eyelashes casting butterfly wing shadows in the blue light of the display. The moment his fingertips grazed the star-patterned rock face, the diving watch exploded with blinding light. Time began its 13th cycle. This time, Chunda rushed toward the swarm of jellyfish first. As the transparent tentacles pierced his chest armor, he witnessed the embryos in the convenience store's freezer open their eyes, while Li Yun's phantom turned and smiled in the cold mist. Before the pain signals could reach his brain, he exerted every ounce of strength to etch 200-0117 into the rock wall. Suddenly, a deafening roar akin to a primordial beast awakening echoed from the depths. Tons of sediment were upheaved by an unseen force, revealing the entrance to millennia-hidden ruins. The bronze door, adorned with star-patterned locks, absorbed Chunda's blood, with each groove illuminating barcodes reminiscent of convenience store products. Verification successful. The mechanical synthesis of the Zawago language resonated directly within his mind. Suddenly, Yilan emitted an inhuman shriek as her liquid metal arm uncontrollably penetrated the door's crevice, her gray-blue iris erupting with a violet light alien to earthly civilization. This is the dwelling of the stars. Age's crystalline form abruptly shielded Chunda. The azure marks on the boy's neck had spread to the back of his ears, his skin's photon vessels pulsating like a supernova explosion. They demanded this. He ripped open his chest, revealing the beating core of star-patterned stone, imploring his aunt. Time disintegrated completely in that moment. Chunda beheld 23 versions of himself acting simultaneously across different timelines. Some were torn apart by jellyfish, others frantically inscribed symbols before a password lock, while yet others danced with translucent tendrils. As all possibilities converged into a singular reality, the bronze door thunderously swung open. The spectacle within the ruins left all breathless. The walls were composed of living biological tissue, dark purple membranes undulating with the rhythm of breath, while neural synapses embedded in the flesh flickered with fluorescent symbols from Li Yun's notes. Suddenly, Kano's battle blade slipped from his grasp, and as the tip embedded into the ground, it did not unleash blood but a pale golden liquid exuding the fragrance of jasmine. Welcome home, royal bloodline. A mechanical voice resonated from all directions. Yilan was abruptly ensnared by 3 tendrils, the translucent jellyfish's umbrella enveloping her entirely. Her liquid metal skin assumed a bizarre, translucent state under the bright light. Detection of CX Project's initial researcher commencing memory synchronization. The moment Chunda lunged for the control console, the entire ruin sprang to life. The floor transformed into a writhing carpet of flesh, and the ceiling descended with thousands of glowing umbilical cords, each connecting to biological batteries in the shape of human fetuses. Age's shriek triggered quantum resonance, and the boy's crystalline form began to decompose into light particles, scorching a layout of the convenience store onto the surface of the flesh wall. Time anchor locked to January 17, 2000. Yilan's voice morphed into an electronic synthetic tone as her right eye exploded, revealing a projection of a miniature star map. Error. Error. Emotional variables exceed threshold. At that moment, Kano's bone knife severed the tendrils. The Jiwa warrior's hide armor had long since shattered, and on his exposed chest, a star-pattern tattoo identical to Chun Da's emerged. Ancestral spirits slumbered in his blood. As his blood dripped into the console's grooves, a holographic projection unfurled, revealing a scene from 200,000 years ago, humanoid beings in spacesuits kneeling in prayer before the ruins of the convenience store. The translucent jellyfish suddenly ignited in a collective combustion. In the blue-white plasma flames, Chunda discerned the truth. Those so-called jellyfish were, in fact, memory carriers of an extraterrestrial civilization, each glowing formula chronicling the destruction and rebirth of earthly civilization. As the last jellyfish turned to ash, a thunderous clamor of interlocking gears resonated from the depths of the ruins. They have returned. Yilon slumped upon the flesh carpet, the mechanical eyes lingering images revealing a fleet of starships on the moon's far side, the sower poised to reap the experimental results of this cycle. Ajia pressed his last human hand against Chunda's chest. The crystalline fissures on the boy's neck had spread to the corners of his mouth. Yet the voice that emerged from his vocal cords was that of Li Yun, gentle and soothing. The password is the sum of love and regret. In the moment his form completely transformed into particle light, the phantom of a convenience store's neon sign illuminated the entire seabed. Chun Da's tears mingled with the ocean, creating iridescent hues upon the star-patterned lock. As the bronze doors once more closed, he heard the whispers of 3 timelines echoing in his ears, the suffocator of the past beneath the sea, the relic decipherer of the present, and the man of the future standing before the ruins of the convenience store, all calling out for Li Yun in unison. The beam of the tactical flashlight suddenly extinguished. In the enveloping darkness, the tattoo upon Chun Da's collarbone became the sole source of light, the swirling star patterns resonating with the distant register of time. When the first ray of alien dawn pierced through the water, he finally beheld the figure of his mother upon the flesh walls. That woman who always donned the convenience store apron, gently smiling at the center of the star map. Chapter 35. The flesh sanctuary. The briny scent of the sea was abruptly replaced by a heavy metallic tang, as Chun Da's tactical boot sank into a gelatinous substance, each step akin to treading upon the gums of a colossal beast. The instant the flashlight's beam shattered the darkness, breaths were collectively held. The walls of the ruin writhed in an ethereal blue glow, the dark purple fascia surface teeming with pulsating vascular networks, as if intruding upon the chamber of an ancient creature. Maintain your respiratory rhythm. Yilan's mechanical iris constricted into a vertical slit, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the pulsing cadence of the walls. The metabolic cycle of these biological tissues synchronized with the human stress response at 37 seconds. Ajia suddenly collapsed to the ground. His crystalline right arm plunged into the earth. The azure blotches on the boy's neck fractured into a web-like pattern, the liquid starlight that sprayed forth coalescing in the air into a Klein bottle model. They were retrieving my memories arranged like the shelves of a convenience store. Chunda's collarbone tattoo suddenly seared with pain. Pale golden blood dripped from his nose, swirling into a star map upon the gelatinous floor. As he gazed upward toward the dome, countless fragments of memories exploded upon his retina. Li Yun's silhouette sorting yogurt before the refrigerated section, the war song hummed by Kano's mother while weaving fishing nets, and the glint of motor oil upon Ajie's eyelashes as he curled in the convenience store's storeroom. Mending the radio. 10 o'clock. Kano's bone knife cleaved through the hanging nerve cords, the blade sparking with blue-purple electricity as it scraped against the biological tissue. The warrior of the Jiwa tribe wore a tattered beast skin cloak, his bare back revealing luminescent patterns in sync with the wall's vascularity. The ancestral spirits proclaimed that the true trial lay ahead. Before the words had left his lips, the entire sanctuary suddenly contracted violently. Chunda was hurled towards the wall by an invisible force, the collision of his bulletproof vest with the living tissue producing a sticky, muffled sound. Clusters of glowing spores erupted from the ceiling, each containing surveillance footage from the convenience store, where Lin Jinxing, clad in a lab coat, was stealthily concealing encrypted USB drives among the shelves, the red glow of the register elongating his hunched silhouette into that of a demon. Cognitive pollution escalates. Yilan's white coat suddenly ignites, revealing a weapon module bound by carbon fiber straps. Her liquid metal arm penetrates the fissure in the wall, and a cascade of data flows bursts forth from her gray-blue irises. These spores carry a memory virus, swiftly silencing Ajia, whose screams become quantized. The boy's fully crystallized form radiates gamma rays, creating a nebula-like purification zone amidst the rain of spores. Seizing the opportunity, Chunda rolls to the control panel, his pupils constricting abruptly as he notices the grooves on the star-patterned stone perfectly mirroring the tattoos on his collarbone, verifying royal lineage. The mechanical synthesis of the Shivago language reverberates within his mind, just as Chunda's fingertips brush against the star-patterned stone. An alarm akin to a baby's wail erupts throughout the sanctuary. The surface of the control panel reveals a holographic image of Lin Jinxing in his youth. This mad scientist administering injections to a pregnant woman, whose neck bears the distinct jasmine tattoo of Kano's mother. Kano's bone knife clatters to the ground. This battle-hardened warrior suddenly clutches his chest, the fluorescent patterns beneath his skin slithering toward the star-patterned stone. Impossible. My mother said my father was a volunteer for the first generation of the CX project. Yilan's mechanical eye abruptly projects encrypted files. The image depicts Lin Jinxing clad in a 1960s Zhongshan suit, caressing the pregnant woman's belly amidst underwater ruins. As the star-patterned stone powder imparts quantum entanglement properties to the embryo, Kano is the sole surviving bidirectional carrier. As if to validate her words, the biological tissue of the control panel suddenly proliferates. 3 nerve cords, entangled with convenience store labels, pierce Kano's chest, greedily siphoning his pale golden blood. An astonishing scene unfolds as the star-patterned stone erupts with a supernova-like brilliance. The membrane layers of the dome peeling away to reveal countless frozen chambers embedded within the flesh walls. Within each chamber floats a youth identical to Kano, their temples embedded with neural interfaces, umbilical cords connecting them to a colossal central embryo. Welcome home, experiment number 0927. Lin Jinxing's holographic image suddenly distorts into that of Li Yun, her abdomen entwined with a luminous umbilical cord. You are the true heir to the royal bloodline. Chunda's tactical dagger slips from his grasp, the blade slicing past Kano's ear, severing the nerve cord, injecting green liquid. Ajia abruptly falls out of the quantized state, his crystallized right arm plunging into the control panel interface. They are manipulating this place using convenience store supply chain management strategies. The entire sanctuary begins to collapse. Yilan's liquid metal arm melts and reconstitutes into an electromagnetic cannon, each pulse scorching a charred star map onto the flesh walls. Chunda drags the disoriented Kano toward the cluster of frozen chambers, the glass shards crushed beneath his bulletproof boots oozing a pale golden liquid, diluted CX-17 virus concentrate. Look at the embryo. Ajia's vocal cords emit a warning akin to metal scraping. The observation window of the central frozen chamber is cracking, and a 2-meter-tall embryo slowly opens its eyes, its amber pupils reflecting the flames of the exploding convenience store. More terrifying still was the intertwining of the star-patterned tattoos on Chunda's skin with the fluorescent lines of Kano, forming a double helix structure upon its surface, as if 2 invisible hands were stitching together the genes of 2 civilizations. Suddenly, Kano erupted with fervor. This silent warrior tore apart the bone-carved necklace adorning his chest and pressed the blood-stained moonstone into the authentication slot of the embryonic chamber by the ancestors. With blood as my covenant, his Shivago battle song resonated with alarms, causing the entire relic's lighting system to overload. In the blinding brilliance, Chunda beheld Kano's skin quantumizing, the fluorescent lines detaching from his body and hovering in the air, forming an ancient royal emblem. Authentication successful. As the mechanical voice echoed, all cryogenic chambers simultaneously opened. Thousands of Kano clones blinked their compound eyes, their vocal cords vibrating to produce frequencies beyond human auditory limits. Age's crystallized right arm suddenly disintegrated, and the youth grasped Chunda with the remnants of his human palm. The control console required dual authentication. Chunda's clavicle tattoo detached from his skin, merging with Kano's fluorescent emblem in midair. At the moment of their contact, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the sanctuary as hydraulic gates swung open. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly blared an alarm. Biological signal of Lin Jinxing detected. Her warning was drowned out by the explosion. A figure slowly emerged from the dust, freezing the blood of all present. The elderly man, clad in a CX uniform, though decayed in visage, wore a wedding ring on his left ring finger that perfectly matched an heirloom of Kano's mother. This scientist, who should have perished 20 years prior, now gazed upon his creation with a star-patterned stone eye. My dear children. Lin Jinxing's vocal cords grated like rusty gears as he caressed the observation window of the embryonic chamber. Do you know how many cups of coffee a convenience store sells each day? Abruptly, he tore open his shirt, revealing a pulsating core of star-patterned stone within his chest. 4,372 cups was precisely the energy threshold required to control this sanctuary. Abe's quantum state had reached a critical point. The boy pieced together a burning equation from crystalline shards in the air, the final calculation inscribed in the margins of Li Yun's experimental log, Brother Chun. Within the margin of error. At the instant his body fully transformed into light particles, the entire relic began to play surveillance footage from the convenience store. Age, clad in school uniform, was stealthily swapping expired food labels, the red light of the cash register dancing upon his eyelashes. Now, let us complete the final step of civilization selection. Lin Jinxing's star-patterned stone eye emitted a blinding light. All clones suddenly turned in unison, their palms splitting open to reveal barcode scanning ports, aimed squarely at the heaving chest of Chunda. Chapter 36. Civilization Selection. The dark red glow of magma cast grotesque shadows upon the biological walls, as Chunda's tactical boots adhered to a pale golden slime. Each step akin to treading upon the tongue of a colossal beast. The star-patterned stone on the control console erupted with a supernova-like brilliance, illuminating the gaping wound on Kano's chest in stark detail. Beneath the flesh torn by neural cords, the fluorescent lines pulsed in synchrony with the wall's vascular network. Welcome to the cultivation chamber, candidate number 0927. Lin Jinxing's star-patterned stone eye swept over the assembly, his decayed vocal cords producing laughter reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Thousands of cryogenic chambers behind him simultaneously opened, revealing clones with compound eyes reflecting a cold light, their barcode scanning ports aligned precisely towards Chunda. Yilan's liquid metal arm suddenly melted and reformed into an electromagnetic cannon, her gray-blue iris erupting with cascading data. The genetic strands of the CX-17 embryo were rewriting the laws of reality. She pointed to the central incubation chamber, where a 2-meter-tall embryo had taken on the contours of a youth, the star patterns flowing across its skin entangling quantumly with the tattoo on Chunda's collarbone. Its metabolic rate surpassing that of a human by 120,000 times. A residual quantum echo of a GF flickered in the air. Crystalline fragments spelling out a burning equation. The voice of the youth, within the permissible error range, was swallowed by the low-frequency resonance of the clones. Suddenly, Chunda felt as though ice picks were exploding within his skull, his retina flashing images from the day of the convenience store explosion. The manager's handbook on the third shelf flipping in the flames, its yellowing pages revealing the same star-patterned totem as in this moment. Do you know how many expired items a convenience store processes daily? Lin Jinxing caressed the embryo chamber, his prosthetic eye projecting the original blueprint of the CX project, 4,372 items, precisely the minimum energy threshold for initiating the selection process. His fingertips traced the scanning ports of the clones, and the slimy ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a web-like fissure, and you are the freshest raw materials. Kano's bone knife suddenly plunged into his own chest. The blood of this Chiva warrior dripped onto the control panel, activating a long-dormant holographic image of an anthropoid in a spacesuit sowing luminous spores on the ocean floor. The neon sign of the convenience store's prototype floating on the ancient sea surface. In the year 10247 BCE, the sower submerged the cocoon of civilization into the Mariana Trench. Yilan's mechanical voice trembled with rare emotion as her liquid metal fingers delved into the data interface, harvesting every 10,000 years, using viruses to eliminate underperforming experimental groups. The holographic image transitioned to the 20th century. Lin Jinxing, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, dissected a pregnant woman on Chiva Island, injecting star-patterned stone powder into the fetus's heart. Amidst the ruins of the convenience store, Li Yun's clone inscribed a blood-red equation in the freezer, the scene finally freezing on the eve of a Jiez crystallization. A youth curled up in a warehouse repairing a radio, his neck adorned with the same jasmine pattern as Kano's mother. The error fireworks were no accident. Chunda's pupils reflected multiple temporal images, the star-patterned tattoo detaching from his skin and floating, a calculated window for the leap of civilization devised by Li Yun. His tactical dagger suddenly lunged towards the embryo chamber, only to be deflected by a quantum shield upon contact. The blade pierced the pulsing flesh wall, pale golden blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground to form Li Yun's handwritten formula, et. Lin Jinxing's prosthetic eye suddenly overloaded and exploded. revealing a pulsating core of star-patterned stone within. Foolish. You do not comprehend the greatness of selection. His roar was interrupted by the rumble of the earth splitting, magma surging forth from the fissure as the clones melted into fluorescent slime in the extreme heat. The self-destruction protocol had been initiated. Yilan's white coat carbonized in the heat wave, revealing the CX chip embedded in her spine. In 117 seconds, this place would collapse into a singularity. Her mechanical eye erupted with electronic fireworks, the final projection of her iris displaying the surveillance footage from the day of the convenience store explosion, where the uniformed Agia was seen darting between the shelves, clutching an unopened Blue Mountain coffee. Kano suddenly leapt onto the control console, the ancestral war song mingling with the explosive roars of magma reverberating through the dome. His fluorescent patterns detached from his body, intertwining in the air to form a celestial map of the Jiwa sacred city. Riding on the ancestral whalebone vessel, the warrior's last words were consumed by magma. His body transformed into a stream of light, flowing into the embryonic chamber. Chunda scooped up the rapidly growing embryo and rushed toward the ventilation duct, while the fleshy blanket behind him rolled into a massive maw. Agia's quantum afterimage led the way ahead, crystalline fragments composing a Klein bottle topology that temporarily trapped the magma within the folds of spacetime. The embryo's eyes suddenly opened, its amber pupils reflecting the burning neon of the convenience store. Its umbilical nerve cord pierced through the chamber's shell, resonating with the star patterns of Chunda's tattoo, producing a blinding arc of light. As the first drop of magma splashed upon his ankle, Chunda discerned the jasmine pattern on the embryo's neck, bearing a striking resemblance to that of Kano's mother, Li Yun's clone. Yilan's mechanical remains abruptly obstructed the pursuing clone. Her liquid metal arm melted into a silver cascade, forging the final line of defense in the corridor. The electronic voice announced a permissible error margin of 47 seconds, abruptly ceasing as the quantum processor vaporized into pale blue mist amidst the magma. The moment Chunda leaped into the ventilation shaft, the entire relic contracted violently like a heart. The stream of consciousness from the embryo brushed through his mind like a spring breeze, the scent of jasmine evoking the phantom of Li Yun. As the pendulum returned, he clutched the scorching embryo tightly, witnessing multiple versions of himself during free fall. The one who knelt and wept as the convenience store exploded, the one deciphering the underwater relics, and the future self standing before the starship's viewport, all simultaneously reaching out to touch the shimmering star patterns. The sound of coffee grinding echoed from the bottom of the shaft. Chapter 37. The twin choices. The torrential rain beat a dense rhythm against the bulletproof glass, the amber liquid within the cultivation chamber violently swaying under the alarm's red light. Yilan's mechanical iris contracted to a pinprick, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the distorted outline of the embryo within the chamber. The dormant CX-17 specimen was expanding at a visibly rapid pace, its umbilical nerve cord piercing through the observation window, scorching the metallic floor with a charred jasmine pattern. The growth rate increased by 300 per hour. Yilan's liquid metal fingers glided across the holographic data panel, the electromagnetic knife spinning coldly in her palm, suggesting immediate injection of liquid nitrogen to halt development. Agia's scales stood erect in response to the alarm. The boy's deformed right hand pressed against the bulletproof glass, the crystalline skin resonating peculiarly with the cultivation liquid. It was crying, every neural synapse screaming, his vocal cords distorted by quantum erosion. The cyan spots on his neck seeping fluorescent liquid. Those equations were not attacks, but distress signals. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over the shards of glass scattered across the floor. The star pattern tattoo at his collarbone flickered in time with the embryo's heartbeat, a resonance originating from the depths of his genes causing his temples to throb. As he approached the cultivation chamber, 12 nerve cords suddenly surged forth, the divided suction cups at their ends firmly adhering to his wrist. Memory coursed through the nerves like a high-voltage current, the ice crystals upon the lashes at Li Yun's last moments, the frost flowers condensed in the convenience store's cold cabinet, and the blood-stained fingers of Kano's mother as she wove fishing nets within the underwater sanctuary. All of these images ignited and overlapped upon the retina. Cognitive pollution escalated. Yilan's electromagnetic blade severed the neural strands, the scent of charm mingling with that of jasmine, as its consciousness synchronized with your memories. The cultivation chamber suddenly erupted. Amber-hued liquid coiled around Chunda's waist like a giant serpent, corroding the surface of his bulletproof vest into a honeycomb of holes. In that instant, as the slime splattered, everyone froze, and the creature curled at the bottom of the cultivation chamber slowly lifted its head. Beneath its damp, black hair lay a visage that melded the features of Chunda and Li Yun. The jasmine emblem on its neck shimmered with an iridescent sheen, identical to the bone-carved necklace left by Kano's mother. Father. The experimental subject's vocal cords vibrated with Li Yun's distinctive timbre, though its deformed right hand exhibited the crystallized traits of a jia. Chunda's pupils abruptly constricted as the memory rewound to the inferno of the convenience store 72 hours prior, where a jia's quantum remnant had whispered these very words before the protective shield shattered. The skin beneath his tactical gloves suddenly throbbed with pain. He lowered his gaze to find a wound ensnared by neural strands, seeping pale golden blood that pooled into a blueprint of the convenience store upon the ground. Verification complete. The synthetic Shivago language resonated throughout the laboratory. Yilan's mechanical eye blared an alarm, projecting surveillance footage from 20 years ago. Lin Jinxing, clad in a white lab coat, injected star-patterned stone powder into the abdomen of a pregnant woman, whose neck bore an identical jasmine emblem to that of the experimental subject. Kano's bone knife clattered to the ground. The silent warrior collapsed into a pool of blood, the glowing patterns beneath his beast-hide cloak entangled in quantum resonance with the experimental subject. Mother. He tore open his garment, revealing the CX-0927 branding mark upon his chest. So I am also. The experimental subject emitted a high-frequency shriek. The titanium alloy walls of the laboratory writhed as though flesh, while the ventilation ducts expelled a gelatinous shadow. Yilan's electromagnetic blade cleaved through the encroaching cognitive pollution entity, her liquid metal arm emitting smoke from overload. These were the materializations of embryonic memories. Make a decision swiftly. A jia's scaled wings burst open with a thunderous sound. The youth's fully crystallized right arm plunged into the console's interface, his neck bearing a web-like pattern of greenish bruises. I saw the coordinates beneath the underwater sanctuary, where 3 layers of blood flowed from the corners of its mouth, coalescing on the ground into a Klein bottle model, requiring royal blood to unlock. So, are you wagering the fate of humanity on this creature? Yilan's mechanical voice exhibited a tremor of emotion for the first time. She tore away the charred white lab coat, revealing a miniature reactor nestled among her ribs. Do you know why the CX project was chosen to be beneath the convenience store? Azure arcs of electricity danced at her fingertips, each cash register serving as an emotional energy collector, while her electromagnetic blade pointed at the transforming experimental subject, a virus capable of dismantling the entire system. The experimental subject suddenly fell silent, its deformed right hand gently pressed against Chun Da's chest, and the star-patterned tattoo detached from the skin, suspended in midair, tracing the holographic projection of the underwater sanctuary. As the pale golden blood dripped onto the jasmine emblem projected before us, the laboratory floor abruptly collapsed, revealing the deeply buried remnants of a starship below. My mother awaited the moment when the subject's pupils would split into a compound eye structure, each lens reflecting distinct convenience store scenes from alternate timelines, with a permissible error margin of only 47 seconds. At that instant, the ancestral war song of Kano resonated. This warrior, flowing with royal blood, tore apart a bone-carved necklace, the blood-stained moonstone tracing a crimson arc through the air. As the melody of the war song harmonized with the subject's piercing wail, the starship wreckage suddenly erupted in a supernova-like brilliance. Chunda witnessed 23 versions of himself making divergent choices amidst the radiance. Some pulled triggers, others embraced monsters, while a few plunged daggers into their own hearts. As the pendulum returned, the error became a glimmer of hope. The phantom of Li Yun materialized within the blinding light. Her fragmented quantum shadow passed through Chunda's body, and the convenience store name tag fell from the void, fitting perfectly into the authentication slot of the starship control panel. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Chunda cradled the subject. Its skin transformed, becoming soft and warm, as the scent of jasmine mingled with the aroma of Blue Mountain coffee wafted through the smoke. When the first tear fell upon the starry tattoo, all cognitive pollutant entities abruptly froze, transforming into luminous spores ascending towards the shattered ceiling. Yilan's mechanical eye exploded at that moment. Before completely shutting down, it projected the final data stream. Lin Jinxing's encrypted log revealed that the jasmine emblem was indeed the mark of an alien civilization selecting its heirs. In the depths of the sea, Ajia roared with the last vestiges of the human voice. The boy's fully crystallized form shielded the military's drilling missile trajectory, conveying to the convenience store and the unfinished words swallowed by the explosion. Chunda plummeted amidst the scorching wave, the subject in his arms connecting nerve cords to the starship's control system. As the emergency lights of the air raid shelter flickered to life, he discerned the engravings on the wall, warnings etched by his own hands 72 hours prior, which now morphed into Li Yun's elegant script, when the twins make their choice. All timelines shall converge. Chapter 38. Whispers in the cocoon room. The emergency lights of the starship wreckage flickered in the viscous darkness as Chunda's tactical boots crunched through a floor coated in luminescent slime, each step akin to treading upon the decaying entrails of a whale. The umbilical nerve cords of the CX-17 subject interwove above him, forming a glowing neural network. The scent of jasmine mingled with the acrid tang of ionized air, invading his nostrils and causing his temples to throb. Fragments of the incubation pod were deeply embedded in the wall, and an embryo, gleaming with pearlescent luster, curled upon the starry stone pedestal. Beneath damp, dark hair, a pair of pupils, fused with the amber of Li Yun and the alien compound eye, slowly opened. Father. The subject's vocal cords vibrated in overlapping scales. Its deformed right hand pressed against Chunda's chest. The starry tattoo detached from the skin, floating in the air to outline a holographic projection of an underwater sanctuary. As the pale golden blood fell upon the jasmine emblem, the entire laboratory erupted with an alarm akin to an infant's wail. Yilan's mechanical eye burst forth with electronic sparks, the gray-blue iris projecting a cascade of data from 23 parallel timelines. Warning: emotional energy overload. Her liquid metal arm transformed into a silver serpent, entwining the fraying neural strands on the verge of a violent outburst, synchronizing the memories of all the infected. Ajia's scaled wings erupted with a thunderous sound as his crystalline right arm penetrated the console interface. The bluish patches on the youth's neck had spread to his jaw, the quantum erosion rendering his voice akin to a malfunctioning radio. Brother Chen gazed at the ceiling. The moment Chunda tilted his head back, his breath froze. Tens of thousands of neural strand terminals erupted with brilliant light, weaving a holographic projection of Earth in the void. The Maya pyramids collapsed into binary code within the data stream, the Hiroshima nuclear fireball crystallizing into luminous gems, while the ashes of Pompeii revealed convenience store shelves at the moment of each civilization's demise, accompanied by a pale blue emotional energy being extracted from the surface, converging into the transparent cocoon suspended in low Earth orbit. The observation station feasted on despair. The consciousness flow of the experimental subject pierced Chunda's mind like an icicle. Staggering to his knees, Chunda's retina exploded with memories that were not his own. On a rainy night 2 decades ago, Lin Jinxing injected stardust powder into a pregnant woman's abdomen, the embryo's quantum fluctuations penetrating the womb, inscribing the first surveillance program in the ionosphere. Kano's bone knife suddenly pierced the holographic projection. This warrior, coursing with royal blood, tore open his garment, the CX-0927 brand on his chest resonating with the experimental subject. The ancestral spirits proclaimed that the cocoon is alive. His words were violently interrupted. The laboratory floor writhed like a living entity, revealing buried, transparent conduits beneath, a pale blue energy surging within, each stream of light coiling with fragments of human memories from their final moments. Chunda beheld himself from 72 hours prior, kneeling in the convenience store engulfed in flames. While Ajia's crystalline wings shattered into a sky of blue fire, those burning star fragments eternally cycling within the conduits. Mother is waiting for us. The experimental subject's left hand suddenly became quantumized, its fingertips penetrating Chunda's skull. There was no pain, only a tsunami of memories flooding in. Li Yun caressing her pregnant belly amidst underwater ruins, a glowing CX-17 embryo suspended within her womb, in the convenience store's freezer. Hundreds of clones awakening amidst frost patterns, finally freezing within the gigantic cocoon of the starship's core chamber, a 2-meter-tall mother connected to all the infected by an umbilical cord. Yilan's electromagnetic knife sliced through the neural strands entwined around Chunda, the blade sparking blue-violet arcs against the mutated tissue. It is assimilating you into a biological terminal. Suddenly, alarms blared from the mechanical eye. Ajia? Sever the connection. The youth remained unresponsive, His crystalline form had spread to his left chest. The photon vessels on his scaled wings creating electric arcs with the starship's energy core. There are 47 seconds remaining. Agia's remaining human pupils reflecting the experimental subject. Within the acceptable margin of error, I can read the relic map. Chunda's Adam's apple struggled to move. He saw Agia retrieve an old radio from the tactical pack, a remnant from the night before the virus outbreak, when the youth had stayed up late repairing it in the convenience store warehouse. As the knob turned, the crackling noise synchronized perfectly with the frequency of the cocoon's energy flow. Agia! Chunda's roar mingled with the metallic distortion of a thunderous rumble. Suddenly, the laboratory dome peeled away, alien alloys cascading down like a torrential rain. In the final moment, the youth pressed the radio against his chest, the crystalline curve of his lips lifting in a familiar, cunning arc. Tell Auntie it's truly fixed this time. The quantum light engulfed his unfinished words. Agia's body disassembled into a polyhedral swarm of particles, constructing a Klein bottle shield around the experimental subject. Chunda's retina retained the boy's last smile, overlapping with the silhouette of him curled behind the cash register, stealthily devouring rainbow candies during that stormy night. The neural link achieved a completion of 100. Yilan's mechanical voice was as cold as iron. Her liquid metal fingers delved into the control panel, the gray-blue iris erupting into a torrent of data. The map indicated 3 layers of incubation pods beneath the ruins, yet royal bloodline was required. The experimental subject suddenly emitted a high-frequency shriek. The jasmine emblem detached from the neck, hovering in the air to form the star map of the Chihuahua tribe's sacred city. Chunda's star pattern tattoo resonated with it, his pale golden blood flowing backward like a river, etching Lin Jinxing's handwriting into the viscous ground. When the twins make their choice, all timelines will converge. Kano's ancestral war song resonated at that moment. The warrior tore open his quantum chest, the fluorescent lines departing his body to merge into the star map, riding on the ancestral spirit's whalebone vessel. His final words were shredded by the energy storm, flesh and blood reassembling into a rainbow bridge leading to the incubation pods. Chunda lifted the experimental subject and leaped onto the bridge. Below was a boiling torrent of memories. He saw himself from different timelines, weeping during the explosion of the convenience store, choking at the seabed, and at this moment, cradling the monster while simultaneously gazing up at the core of the cocoon room. The experimental subject's umbilical nerve suddenly pierced his wrist, the stream of consciousness sweeping through like a spring breeze across the barren land. Dad, close your eyes. In the instant darkness descended, he beheld the light. Countless fluorescent spores cascaded from the cocoon's surface, blooming in the void into a holographic sea of Earth's civilization. Supermarket shelves emerged upon the sandy floor of the ancient Roman Colosseum, the Trojan horse stuffed with frozen pizzas, while the flying goddess from Dunhuang's murals held all of human history's brilliance and suffering, now transforming into a pale blue stream of energy, flowing into the transparent pipes connected to the maternal umbilical cord. They referred to this as the rust of goodwill, the consciousness of the experimental subject, imbued with Li Yun's tenderness, corroded the soul with war and love, refining the most pure emotional core. Chunda's tears fell upon the star-patterned stone. As the rainbow bridge reached the entrance of the incubation pod, he discerned the authentication device on the metal gate. A puzzle composed of 360 convenience store product barcodes, with the red light of the cash register weaving through like a serpent. The code was the experimental subject's compound eye suddenly contracting as the jasmine emblem burst forth with supernova brilliance. The first time you asked Mom out for coffee. Memories surged forth like a rewound video. 3 months before the virus outbreak, Lian secretly brewed instant coffee for him during her night shift. The lipstick mark on the edge of the cheap paper cup, the dancing numbers on the cash register, and the arc of her ponytail sweeping past the shelves. Chunda's trembling fingers touched the center of the puzzle, and all the barcodes abruptly reorganized into the opening date of the 2000117 convenience store. Amidst the thunderous roar of the gate opening, Yilan's mechanical body crashed heavily to the ground. Her liquid metal visage manifested a human smile. The electronic sound of permissible error abruptly ceased, and the processor vaporized into a pale blue mist under overload. The scene within the cultivation chamber left Chunda breathless. Thousands of transparent cocoons suspended in the void contained biological entities identical to the experimental subject. their umbilical nerve cords intertwining on the ceiling, forming a celestial map, while jasmine patterns flickered beneath their skin like breaths. In the heart of the colossal cocoon, the maternal compound, I suddenly turned toward him, its amber pupils reflecting the burning neon of a convenience store. Welcome home, child of error. The vocal cords of the maternal entity resonated with the remnants of the starship. Now, choose your civilization. Suddenly, Chunda's wedding ring embedded itself into the control panel. The Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf ground itself automatically, its aroma coalescing in the void into the quantum afterimage of Li Yun. As her fingertips pierced through the experimental subject's chest, all cultivation chambers opened simultaneously, and the fragrance of jasmine surged forth like a tsunami engulfing the darkness. In the fleeting moment before consciousness dissipated, Chunda heard the whispers of 3 temporal realms in his ears, the tremor of the convenience store's wind chime, the thunder of drumbeats from the ocean's depths, and the humming of a jia as he repaired the radio, finally synthesizing a complete frequency. The fireworks of air erupted at that moment. Chapter 39. The clock against the current. The torrential rain solidified into crystalline bead curtains outside the quantum shield. As Chunda pressed his palm against the observation window of the cultivation chamber, feeling the faint heartbeat of the CX-17 embryo beneath his fingertips, the cold light of the emergency lamp cast his shadow upon the wall, where a blurred outline split into 3, the corporate drone of the past, the warrior of the present, and the specter of the future, devouring one another against the metallic wall. The time anchor calibration was complete. Yilan's mechanical eye exploded with electronic fireworks, projecting the surveillance footage from before the convenience store's explosion onto the gray-blue iris. Her liquid metal fingers delved into the fissures of the control panel, nanotendrils intertwining with the starship's nerve cords, producing violet-blue arcs of electricity. While the neurotoxins of the transparent jellyfish sustained 117 seconds of cognitive clarity, a jia's scaled wings trembled in the corner. As the crystalline right arm of the youth exuded a nacreous sheen of slime, his distorted vocal cords vibrated with the residual echoes of ancestral war songs. The shattered radio from the third shelf slid from the tactical pack, its knobs rotating automatically in the pool of blood. Amidst the static emerged the broadcast from the convenience store 72 hours prior. Chunda's star-pattern tattoo suddenly burned. The embryo within the cultivation chamber opened its compound eyes, the jasmine emblem flickering at its neck like a breathing lamp. As his blood droplets fell upon the observation window, the entire starship wreck reverberated with the chimes of an antique clock, the very one Li Yun cherished in life, now tracing the trajectory of a Klein bottle in the void. Hold on. Yilan's roar mingled with the cacophony of tearing metal. 12 transparent tendrils pierced through the chamber wall, as the luminous equations within the jellyfish's umbrella came to life like animated tadpoles, swimming into the depths of Chunda's memories through his retina. At the moment the sensation of weightlessness struck, he beheld the frost flowers of the convenience store's refrigeration unit growing in reverse through the temporal fabric, crystallizing into icy steps leading to the past. The quantum storm tore open the clouds above the Pacific, as Chunda's tactical boots crushed the fluorescent slime upon the starship's deck. Yilan's mechanical remnants were pinned to the control console by 3 tendrils, her gray-blue irises flickering with garbled data. The permissible error margin was still at 47. Her warnings were drowned by the roar of the waves, and her liquid metal visage melted into the silhouette of Li Yun under the intense light. Ajia's crystalline wings shattered into stardust amidst the tempest. The last vestiges of the youth's consciousness entwined around Chunda's wrist. Fragments of scales suspended in the torrential rain, forming a mirage of convenience store shelves. As the quantum echoes dissipated, Chunda discerned that the crystalline coordinates were precisely those of Pudong International Airport, 72 hours prior to the viral outbreak. Suddenly, a swarm of transparent jellyfish ignited collectively. Within the blue-white flames, Chunda's star-pattern tattoo detached from his skin, tracing 3 convenience store door frames in the air. As he reached out to touch the glass door from 2019, the chill of the bulletproof glass morphed into the metallic coldness of airport security equipment. On December 24, 2019, Christmas carols flowed through the terminal. Chunda's inexpensive suit was drenched in sweat as the translation materials in his hands slowly moved along the security conveyor belt. 30 meters away, at the Starbucks counter, Li Yun was on tiptoe, sprinkling toffee hazelnut syrup into her coffee, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine tattoo on her neck. "Sir, Please remove your coat. The mechanical voice of the security officer pulled him back to reality. The star pattern tattoo on the X-ray screen suddenly flickered, and Chunda's temples throbbed, a warning from his 2023 self resonating at the quantum level. Instinctively pressing on his collarbone, he turned just in time to see Li Yun pivot, her amber pupils reflecting his alarmed visage. Transparent tendrils pierced through the barriers of time and space. The terminal's dome suddenly manifested a colossal jellyfish umbrella, the buzzing of the security apparatus transforming into a battle song in the Zawaga language. Chunda beheld his future self racing towards him from 72 hours ahead, the star-patterned tattoo beneath his suit emitting wisps of smoke. Further away, his fully crystallized third self was being sliced into fragments by military laser nets. Mr. Chen? Li Yun's voice echoed as if through the depths of the ocean. Her fingertips grazed the bloodstains left by the future Chunda, the scent of jasmine suddenly thick and palpable. Did we? The explosion's roar swallowed the latter half of her sentence, as the terminal's glass curtain wall shattered into slow-motion diamonds amidst the air bubbles. Military drones navigated through the quantum storm, and Chunda's crystallized right arm penetrated the fissure in the control console. Yilan's mechanical remnants behind him formed a humanoid artillery, electromagnetic pulse waves obliterating the approaching transparent jellyfish into ionized dust. Coordinates confirmed. Her electronic voice intertwined with the Jiez quantum echoes. 2019. T2 Terminal, Security, Checkpoint 7. Holographic projections unfolded in the void. The past Chunda was frantically tearing at his suit, attempting to reveal the star-patterned tattoo to Li Yun. The present Chunda was pinned to the ground by military agents, the branding on his collarbone casting extraterrestrial equations under the X-ray. The future Chunda knelt amidst the ruins, cradling Li Yun's clone as it transformed into luminous spores ascending towards the shattered dome. All three entities must simultaneously touch the anchor point. Yilan's liquid metal fingers melted into the shape of a key, inserting into the star-patterned recess on Chunda's chest. In the throes of excruciating pain, he beheld the embryos in the convenience store's refrigerated display awaken with multifaceted eyes. From the third tier of the shelves, a packet of Blue Mountain coffee plummeted, its barcode astonishingly morphing into a spatio-temporal coordinate formed by the jasmine floral emblem. Chunda's triple visage overlapped at the security checkpoint. The past, clad in tailored suits, the present, adorned in blood-stained battle armor, and the future, enveloped in crystalline scales, melded together in a luminous orb akin to a supernova through quantum entanglement. Miss Li's coffee cup hovered in midair, the toffee syrup congealing within time bubbles into the formula of E.T. Miss Li, do not touch that cup. The cacophony of the triple vocal cords shattered the glass curtain wall. Chunda's star-patterned tattoo erupted in a brilliant arc of white light, intertwining his three selves into a Mobius strip, just as his fingertips were about to graze Li Yun's wrist. Lin Jinxing's maniacal laughter suddenly blared from the PA system. The error fireworks have commenced. The terminal's floor tiles illuminated with glowing patterns. The moment Chunda discerned those symbols, memories surged through his nerves like high-voltage currents, reminiscent of the fishing net patterns woven by Kano's mother in the underwater sanctuary. A swarm of transparent jellyfish collectively self-destructed, and the time bubbles, carrying viral sample capsules, breached the security passage, unerringly plummeting into the departing Tianhai cargo vessel. No. The roar of the triple timelines incited a quantum tsunami. Chunda watched helplessly as Li Yun was hurled by the shockwave, the jasmine emblem on her collarbone illuminating a distress signal. His future self suddenly surged forth, a crystalline hand piercing the temporal barrier, shattering the viral sample capsule into metallic powder, though a single luminescent spore had already drifted into the ventilation duct. 72 hours hence, this spore would gestate the first generation of mutants within the convenience store's refrigerated display. The time bubbles began to collapse. Chunda's triple visage ignited in the void, while Li Yun's quantum remnant converged from disparate timelines. In 2019, she collided with bulletproof glass, her palm perfectly aligning with the handprint of Chunda from 2023. In 2020, gasping for breath underwater, she expelled bubbles, etching a heart on the glass visor. And in 2023, amidst the inferno of the convenience store, she turned and smiled, her burning locks piercing the temporal barrier. As the pendulum returned, the triple Li Yun's lip movements coalesced into a complete sentence. Chunda's tears flowed backward into stardust, weaving a jasmine garland within the time bubble. He pounded desperately against the temporal barrier, witnessing his past self rise with Li Yun, both oblivious as they approached the fated terminal exit. The neurotoxin of the transparent jellyfish dissipated at that moment. Chun Da's triple visage collapsed into a singular entity, crashing heavily back into the wreckage of the starship. Suddenly, the embryo within the incubation chamber cried out, the jasmine emblem on its neck shining like a supernova, casting the illusion of the convenience store's neon sign amidst the quantum storm. Yilan's mechanical eye burst forth with the final data stream, error rate 47. In accordance with Dr. Lin's prediction, her liquid metal form melted into the shape of a key, embedding itself into the star-patterned recess of the starship's control console. When a GIS radio resumed playing Christmas carols, Chun Da finally discerned the confession buried beneath static. Mr. Chun, I secretly added an extra sugar cube to your coffee. In the calm that followed the quantum storm, stardust floated upon the ocean's surface, while Chun Da's tactical glove clutched half a toffee hazelnut candy. The stream of consciousness of the embryo blossoms into a holographic depiction of a convenience store within the mind. The manual for store managers on the third shelf opens autonomously, its yellowed pages revealing the frenzied scrawl of Lin Jinxing. When three versions of yourself make a choice simultaneously, the error becomes salvation. On the distant horizon, a translucent swarm of jellyfish resurfaces, their tentacles entwining the yet-to-occur future, weaving a luminous web of prophetic visions surrounding the explosive scene of the convenience store in 2024. Suddenly, Chun Da's star-patterned tattoo ignites with pain in a yet-to-be-born space-time, as Li Yun cradles the CX-17 embryo, scattering blue mountain coffee grounds into the reversing river of time. Chapter 40, The Twin Mirror Realm. Torrential rain solidifies into diamond-like stars beyond the quantum shield, as Yilan's liquid metal fingers glide over the tactical map, her gray-blue irises reflecting the three-dimensional modeling of the military base. Her mechanical joints emit a faint hum in the damp air, while bioluminescent fluid seeps from beneath her synthetic skin, etching radiant star patterns onto the ground. The southeast corner watchtower changes shifts every 117 seconds. A GIS-scaled wings quiver lightly, as his crystallized right arm suspends a holographic projection. The underground command center's ventilation ducts connect directly to the main server room. Yet the youth's voice suddenly distorts in a quantum haze, a web-like pattern fracturing upon his neck. Chun Da reaches out to steady his swaying form, the skin beneath his tactical gloves exuding a bone-chilling cold. Those bioluminescent microorganisms stained in the underwater sanctuary now traverse the gaps in a GIS-scaled armor, akin to living punctuation marks upon a celestial map. However, living authentication is requisite. Yilan tears open her charred sleeve, exposing the pulsing quantum processor beneath her skin. Lin Jinxing's genetic key having been updated merely 3 days prior. Her mechanical eye abruptly projects surveillance footage. An elderly scientist replaces a prosthetic eye in a sterile chamber, the surgical blade splattering stardust as it traverses the eye socket, reflecting the neon specter of the convenience store beneath the shadowless lamp. Chun Da's tattoo on his collarbone ignites with sudden pain. He gazes toward the electric fence surrounding the base, amid the beam of searchlights in the downpour. 12 quantum phantoms of himself can be discerned, bathed in blood during the store's explosion, pupils dilated in the depths of the sea. Kneeling before the wreckage of a starship while cradling the embryo, flickering asynchronously, reminiscent of a misaligned vintage film. Let it begin. Yilan's electromagnetic blade cleaves through the curtain of rain, carving topological fissures of a Klein bottle in the void. Hundreds of mutants surge forth from the crevices of the earth, their skin adorned with star patterns reminiscent of Chun Da's, their eyes splitting into compound structures, emitting low-frequency resonances akin to the deep-sea anglerfish. The titanium alloy gates of the military base dissolve into molten iron under the electromagnetic pulse. Yilan's lab coat crackling in the heat wave. Her liquid metal arm inserts into the authentication terminal, nanoscopic tendrils colliding with the firewall to spark blue-violet arcs. At the instant the alarm blares, Chun Da witnesses viscous black shadows emanating from the ventilation ducts, cognitive pollutants formed from the fused bodies of CX Special Forces, scaling the walls with their 360-degree rotating joints. Third shelf. A GIS-piercing scream quantizes into a high-frequency pulse. The boy's fully crystallized right arm plunges into the power distribution box, the photonic blood vessels on his scaled wings resonating with the electric current, creating a brilliant halo of stars. Chunda rolled to evade the corrosive liquid barrage, his tactical dagger slicing through the chest of the nearest contaminated entity. To his astonishment, a convenience store employee's name tag tumbled out from the putrid innards. Suddenly, Yilan's mechanical eye erupted in a dazzling display of electronic fireworks. The gray-blue iris projected a cascading waterfall of data from 23 timelines. The key was the wedding ring number of Lin Jinxing. Her warning was drowned out by the thunderous roar of rockets, as the bulletproof glass curtain wall shattered into slow-motion prisms under the shockwave. In his roll, Chunda collided with a server cabinet, and the star-pattern tattoo on his lower back detached from his skin, momentarily tracing the visage of Li Yun in her final moments. The faint stream of his father's consciousness brushed across his nerves like a spring breeze. Chunda's pupils constricted sharply as the CX-17 embryo within the cultivation pod manifested at the center of the holographic projection. The jasmine emblem on its neck pulsed in synchrony with the countdown of the base's self-destruction protocol. As the first drop of electrolyte fell upon the authentication panel, Yilan's liquid metal visage suddenly bore a human smile, 47 seconds remaining in the margin of error. From the depths of the third underground level arose the tremors of a colossal beast awakening. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over the scattered mechanical debris, the spectral remnants of convenience store shelves overlapping with the control console of a nuclear launch silo in his retina. Aegea's scaled wings shed in the intense radiation, and the boy pressed his last human palm against the fingerprint lock. Tell Annie Blue Mountain Coffee. The mechanical voice of authentication resonated simultaneously with the nuclear explosion alarm. Chunda engulfed the quantum form of Aegea, rolling toward the blast-proof door, as behind them, a mushroom cloud ascended, within which Yilan's mechanical remains transformed into a silver waterfall, flowing upstream and inscribing Li Yun's handwritten formula in the void. On December 24, 2019. The Christmas carols at Pudong Airport surged forth, intertwined with the aroma of coffee. Chunda's inexpensive suit became drenched in cold sweat, the star-pattern tattoo on the X-ray conveyor belt flickering with an eerie red glow on the surveillance screen. 30 meters away at the Starbucks counter, Li Yun stood on tiptoe, sprinkling toffee hazelnut syrup into coffee, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine tattoo on her neck. "Sir, please remove your coat." The security officer's mechanical voice was as cold as iron. Chunda's temples throbbed as images of 3 overlapping timelines manifested on his retina, his present self being pinned to the ground by military agents, his future self weeping amidst the ruins of the convenience store, and the viral spores crawling through the ventilation ducts toward the steam outlet of the coffee machine 72 hours hence. Transparent tendrils pierced through the temporal barrier. The terminal's dome revealed a colossal jellyfish umbrella, the hum of the security apparatus transforming into a battle hymn in the ancient Zawaga language. Chunda glimpsed his future self rushing forth from the quantum storm, the star-pattern tattoo smoldering beneath his suit, further away. His completely crystallized third self was being sliced into luminous particles by a laser net. "Mr. Chen?" Li Yun's voice echoed as if from the depths of the ocean. Her fingertips brushed the bloodstains left by future Chunda, the jasmine fragrance suddenly rich and palpable. The explosion's roar swallowed her unfinished words, and the bulletproof glass shattered in the temporal bubbles, each fragment reflecting the tragedies of different timelines. Chunda's threefold silhouette overlapped at the security checkpoint. The past in tailored suit, the present in bloodstained battle armor, and the future in crystalline scales melded together in a supernova-like luminescence through quantum entanglement. Li Yun's coffee cup floated in the air, the toffee syrup congealing into the shape of a Klein bottle, while the base of the cup revealed the barcode of the convenience store's opening date. The fireworks of error commenced. Lin Jinxing's maniacal laughter erupted from the broadcasting system. Chunda's star-patterned tattoo burst forth with a blazing arc of light, intertwining the 3 selves into a Mobius strip. Just as his fingertips were about to graze Li Yun's wrist, time and space suddenly warped into Van Gogh's Starry Night. 72 hours later, a viral spore traversed the time rift, landing precisely in the ventilation duct of the cargo ship Tianhai. No, the roar of triple timelines triggered a quantum tsunami. In the future, Chunda's crystalline palm crushed the spore capsule, yet a single luminescent microorganism had already seeped into the steam valve of the coffee machine. The present Chunda furiously pounded against the temporal barrier, witnessing his past self assist Li Yun, obliviously moving towards their predetermined fate. A blood moon rose from the edge of the Pacific, its crimson halo encasing a second silver moon. Chunda knelt amidst the ruins of the military base, cradling a Jia, who had transformed into luminous particles, leaving only half of a crystallized radio knob. Yilan's mechanical eye hovered in the air, projecting the surveillance of the burning convenience store, where the Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf emerged from the flames, its packaging barcode reconfiguring into starship coordinates. Mother is waiting for us. The consciousness flow of the CX-17 embryo coiled around the nerves like a venomous serpent. Suddenly, Chunda's star-patterned tattoo detached from his body, constructing a rainbow bridge between the dual moons. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the remnants of the military base overlapped with the airport security checkpoint. As Lin Jinxing's wedding ring collided with the convenience store's employee badge, sparking a Klein bottle, Li Yun's quantum afterimage converged from the triple timelines. In 2019, she collided with bulletproof glass, her palm overlapping with the future Chun Da's handprint. In 2023, suffocating beneath the sea, she expelled bubbles, forming a heart with her mask. On the eve of the viral outbreak, she turned at the checkout counter, smiling, her burning hair tips piercing through the veil of time and space. As the pendulum returned, the triple Li Yun's lip movements synthesized a complete message. Chun Da's tears flowed backward into stardust, weaving a jasmine garland on the rainbow bridge. The nuclear launch codes of the military base intertwined with the convenience store's opening date in the air, transforming into interstellar coordinates leading to the far side of the moon. Yilan's mechanical remains completed the final transmission at that moment. Her liquid metal visage manifested a gentle smile, her gray-blue iris exploding into an electronic galaxy. One must believe that the unspoken words within the fireworks transformed into data meteors, etching Lin Jinxing's frenzied handwriting upon the surface of the blood moon. The error is hope. Chunda stood at the end of the rainbow bridge, his left hand on the nuclear launch button, his right hand clutching an unopened bag of Blue Mountain coffee. The ruins of the military base reassembled beneath his feet into the ruins of the convenience store, where a Jia-S repaired radio played Christmas carols amidst the scorched earth. The moons of two timelines simultaneously erupted with a corona, revealing the faces of all the infected within the blood-colored halo. The consciousness flow of the embryo suddenly softened. Like the first snow, "Dad, close your eyes." As Chun Da's eyelashes fell, he beheld 23 versions of himself making different choices. Some pressed the button. Others tore open the packaging, while others embedded their wedding rings into the recesses of the star-patterned stone. 72 hours later, the viral spores collided with the toffee syrup of 2019 in the void, erupting into a blue firework that enveloped the earth. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, three Chunda simultaneously heard the chime of the cash register. The wind chimes trembled in the quantum storm. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updated its expiration date, while deep within the freezer, an embryo quietly grew within the permissible error of 47 seconds. Chapter 41. The rust of kindness. The torrential rain exploded against the bulletproof glass of the laboratory, creating ice-blue ripples. Chunda gripped the scalpel with his tactical gloves, the blade's tip refracting a cold light like star tattoos beneath the shadowless lamp. Yilan's mechanical iris contracted into a vertical line, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the thoracic structure of the CX-17 experimental subject. What should have been organs now flickered with countless metallic rust spots. This was not biological corrosion. Yilan's liquid metal fingers glided across the rusted surface, the nanotendrils producing an eerie lullaby through their friction, a byproduct of oxidized memories. Suddenly, a Jia-S scaled wings trembled violently, the boy's deformed right hand inserted into the incubator interface. The bluish bruises on his neck cracking into a web-like pattern. It wept. Each rust spot concealed a war. Chunda's temples throbbed. As the scalpel sliced through the intercostal muscles of the experimental subject, pale golden blood surged backward, coalescing into a holographic image of the Hiroshima mushroom cloud, overlapping with the burning neon of a convenience store. Glowing equations hung suspended between the charged shelves. Warning. Cellular activity restored. Before Yilan's mechanical voice could finish, the experimental subject suddenly opened its eyes. Its compound pupils split into 12 prisms, each reflecting battlefields from different historical periods, the flames of the Crusades, bullet holes in the Nanjing city walls, and Ajia's shattered crystalline wings during the explosion at the convenience store. Father. The experimental subject's vocal cords vibrated with the voice of Li Yun, the jasmine emblem on its neck gleaming with a mother-of-pearl luster. Its left hand suddenly quantumized, fingertips penetrating Chinda's protective suit, pale golden blood coursing backward into his veins. The agonizing pain brought Chinda to his knees. Memories not his own erupted on his retina. Lin Jinxing injecting a pregnant woman in a dim cabin, star-patterned stone powder coalescing into an embryo within the womb. Deep within the convenience store freezer, hundreds of clones simultaneously opened their eyes, frost flowers growing on the observation window into Mayan calendar totems. Finally, the holographic record of an underwater temple, where alien observers referred to war as a harvest season of emotional energy. They considered slaughter as sowing. Chinda's atoms apple-rolled painfully, the star-patterned tattoo on his collarbone resonating with the rust spots of the experimental subject. Every drop of blood we shed was experimental data for an alien civilization. A jizz-piercing scream quantumized into a high-frequency pulse. The boy's fully crystalline right arm cleaved through the ventilation duct. 12 nerve strands coiling like octopus tentacles around the rampaging experimental subject. Chinda, look inside the rust spots. At that moment, Yilan's electromagnetic knife struck. The blade, in friction with the rusted metal layer, produced a blue-violet electric arc. And from the searing smoke emerged a holographic film at the nano level depicting soldiers from the Normandy landing passing cigarettes in the trenches, with shell casings engraved with the opening date of a convenience store. Pilots from the Gulf wore jasmine necklaces around their necks, while the scopes reflected the star maps of the Chiva tribe. The benevolent rust of leaf-like flames erupted from the mechanical eye, exploding into electronic fireworks. And the residual images in the iris revealed the ruins of a church in Hiroshima in 1945. It was the chemical remnants of love and sacrifice that constituted their true source of energy. Suddenly, the laboratory trembled violently. The experimental subject tore through the last restraint, its rust-covered palm striking the bulletproof glass. The special material, which could withstand armor-piercing rounds, shattered like thin ice, and the flying shards of glass suspended in the air formed a Klein bottle structure. Chinda, tumbling, grasped the edge of a Jia's wing, witnessing the rust spots on the experimental subject's chest proliferating wildly, enveloping its entire body in an instant. Cognitive contamination breached the threshold. Yilan tore away the scorched lab coat, as a miniature reactor nestled between the ribs erupted with a ghostly blue arc. It was imperative to sever its quantum entanglement with the mothership. A Jia's crystalline wings unfurled with a thunderous sound. The boy's neck, adorned with greenish spots, had spread to behind his ears, his vocal cords vibrating to produce a battle song that surpassed human auditory limits. As the rhythm of ancestral warriors' dances penetrated the laboratory, all rust spots suddenly detached from the experimental subject, coalescing in the air to form a holographic projection of Earth, with luminous veins intricately connecting the continental plates. Each vein linked to renowned battlefields throughout history. Mother is waiting for us. The consciousness stream of the experimental subject suddenly softened, akin to the first snow. Its quantum fingers penetrated the projection at the Pacific location, and the submerged remnants of a starship from a sunken temple rose to the surface in response. Chunda's wedding ring suddenly felt searing hot, as the handwriting of Li Yun emerged within the circle, dissolving in the pale golden blood when the pendulum returns. The error is redemption. The rumble of an armored vehicle erupted from the corridor's end. Yilan's liquid metal arm melted and reformed into an electromagnetic cannon, with a gray-blue iris reflecting the CX Special Forces storming through the door. Take it into the ventilation shaft. At the bottom of the shaft lay the remnants of a rocket left by Dr. Lin, its fiery tail consuming unfinished words. Chinda embraced the experimental subject and leaped toward the pipe entrance, as a Jia's wings shattered into stardust amidst the rain of bullets. The boy's final quantum remnant traced a blueprint of the convenience store in the void, as the can of Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf manifested through the flames. The echoes of a Jia faded amidst the metallic distortion's roar. The descent into the ventilation shaft lasted a protracted 3 seconds, as Chunda's back collided with a gelatinous substance. The experimental subject gently caressed his cheek with its rusted fingers. Those brown blemishes suddenly became soft and warm, exuding the familiar scent of jasmine perfume that Li Yun often wore. "Father, close your eyes." The compound eyes of the experimental subject shimmered with a sea of stars. As Chunda's eyelashes fell, he glimpsed 23 versions of himself reflected in the rust, embracing a baby amidst the ruins of Hiroshima, relaying information beneath the Nanjing city wall, and envisioning a future self brewing coffee at an interstellar port, all conveying the same hope through the blood rust of war. The sound of the coffee grinder echoed from the bottom of the shaft. Chunda's star-patterned tattoo suddenly detached from his skin, sketching the neon sign of the quantum convenience store in the darkness. The experimental subject freed itself from its embrace and approached the light source, rust peeling away in flakes to reveal amber-hued pupils identical to Li Yun's. It conveyed to its mother that the vocal cords of the experimental subject had returned to the human frequency, for benevolence should never be the rust of civilization. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the well's mouth, Chunda's palm was left clutching a rusted nut. Yilan's mechanical eye flickered amidst the ruins, the final projection of her iris displaying the convenience store's surveillance footage, revealing an unsealed can of Blue Mountain coffee placed on the third shelf by an unknown hand. Chapter 42. Grammatical violence. Raindrops condensed into suspended diamond ice crystals outside the quantum shield, while the neon signs of the convenience store ruins flickered in and out under the electromagnetic storm. Chunda's tactical gloves grazed the holographic projection screen. Pale blue particles escaped from his fingertips, spelling out distorted alien characters in the air. Those symbols were like wounds etched upon the retina with a knife's tip, each glance igniting a sharp pain at the temples. The frequency analysis reached a completion of 89. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into electronic snowflakes, the gray-blue iris reflecting a dense array of waveforms. Her liquid metal fingers penetrated the console's fissure, nanotendrils entwining with alien code to conjure blue-violet arcs of electricity. This was not mere text, but a grammatical virus. Ajia's scaled wings suddenly trembled violently. The boy's completely crystallized right arm pressed against the translator's temple, fluorescent slime seeping from the bruises on his neck. He inscribed equations within the cerebral cortex, each neuron reorganizing the vocal cords distorted by quantum erosion, reminiscent of a broken phonograph repeating the same melody. The translator abruptly threw back his head and screamed. Chunda observed the skin on the back of his neck roiling like boiling water, the vertebrae protruding in the shape of letters. An E seared into the surface of the scapula, and ultimately, the entire skull bent backward into the curvature of AT. Those glowing bone spurs pierced the bulletproof glass, etching the surveillance footage from the day of the convenience store explosion onto the metal wall. Cut the link. Yilan's electromagnetic knife severed the data line, the blade scraping against the mutated nerve bundles and sparking with the scent of sulfur. The translator collapsed to the ground, his pupils fracturing into a compound eye structure, each lens reflecting battlefields from different historical epochs. Grammar is alive, his vocal cords vibrating with the war songs of the Zhuo language, teaching us to speak through warfare. Chunda's star-patterned tattoo suddenly burned with intensity. The lines at his collarbone detached from his skin, suspended in the air, sketching the scene of Lin Zhengsheng's laboratory in his youth. This mad scientist was injecting star-patterned stone powder into a pregnant woman, while the quantum fluctuations of the embryo inscribed the first line of alien code within the womb. Memories surged like high-voltage currents through the nerves, and he suddenly realized that those so-called characters were, in truth, cognitive traps woven from the traumas of civilization. On the third shelf, Ajia's quantum afterimage flickered in the void. The boy's shattered crystalline wings floated into a star map, fragments of his armor outlining the floor plan of the convenience store, the barcode on the Blue Mountain coffee packaging having been rewritten. Yilan's liquid metal arm abruptly melted and reformed. Her mechanical eye projected a cascade of data from 23 timelines, the gray-blue iris erupting in alarming red light. All translators were simultaneously undergoing cerebral mutations. In the holographic scene, hundreds of researchers convulsed in laboratories scattered across the globe, their skin revealing convenience store product labels, while the red glow of cash registers seeped from their eye sockets. Chunda forcefully pushed open the iron door of the storage room. Dust danced under the spotlight, and the Blue Mountain coffee cans on the shelves emitted an eerie resonance. The moment he touched the can, the barcode suddenly detached from its packaging and hovered, forming a topological structure of a Klein bottle, with each digit corresponding to the dates of significant wars in human history. As his fingertip glided over the glowing numbers 19911172003-320, memories surged like a tidal wave. He witnessed himself on the day of the convenience store explosion, kneeling amidst the flames, while Aegea's crystalline wings shattered into a rain of blue meteors. Further away, Li Yun, clad in a school uniform, was running between the shelves, clutching that very can of coffee. The can's body abruptly underwent quantumization. Chun Da's tactical gloves melted under the intense light, and the star-patterned tattoos resonated with the barcode. When the first drop of blood fell upon the number 1991117, the entire convenience store resonated with the cries of an infant. This was the sound of the CX-17 embryo awakening in its incubation chamber. Mingled with the sudden broadcast of an alien nursery rhyme, cocoon of the moon, chrysalis of the stars, the convenience store is a cradle. At that moment, Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded and exploded. Her liquid metal visage reflected human astonishment, and her gray-blue irises retained the final image, Lin Jinxing in a white lab coat, writing the same nursery rhyme amidst the ruins of a church in Hiroshima in 1945. The translator's mutation reached its zenith. His vertebrae detached from his body, floating and spelling out the complete ET formula in the air. Those bone spurs suddenly reversed direction, piercing towards Chun Da's temple at a speed that transcended physical limits. Cognitive pollution complete. Aegea's scaled wings erupted with a thunderous sound. The boy's fully crystalline form shielded Chun Da, and his quantumized vocal cords vibrated with the frequency of ancestral war songs. At the moment the bone spurs collided with the scales, the temporal flow in the entire laboratory became chaotic. Within the folds of spacetime, Chun Da glimpsed the truth. Each alien character was devouring human cognition, transforming memories of war into bioelectric signals. Those glowing bone spurs were not weapons, but biological antennas connecting Earth to extraterrestrial observation stations. Aegea's lingering echoes mended within the quantum storm. The last human hand of the boy pressed against Chun Da's chest, a bluish bruise on his neck splitting into a jasmine-patterned emblem, conveying to Auntie that the password was. The mutated translator suddenly erupted. His skull split into 3 segments, revealing a writhing alien text processor within. The moment Chun Da's tactical dagger pierced the core of the processor, the convenience store radio automatically shifted frequencies, transforming the nursery rhyme into Li Yun's voice. When language becomes a cage, silence is freedom. Chapter 43. Shared pain outside the quantum shield. The torrential rain crystallized into a suspended matrix, and the emergency lights of the laboratory fragmented Aegea's scaled wings into shattered shadows. The boy's distorted right hand hovered above the neural link device, the crystalline tips of his fingers sparking with ethereal blue electricity as they collided with the holographic interface. The data lines extending from the infected individual's temples now writhe across the metallic floor like living serpents, their ends connected to metallic patches radiating the unique star-patterned dim glow of the CX project. The brainwave synchronization rate stands at 897. With the pain threshold having surpassed critical levels, Yilan's mechanical iris erupts in a cascade of data, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the vital signs of 3,000 pulsating life forms, as his hippocampus undergoes quantization. Chun Da's tactical gloves grip the edge of the control panel tightly. On the other side of the bulletproof glass, the bruising on Aegea's neck has spread to the area behind his ear, the fluorescent patterns beneath his skin flickering in sync with the data flow, as if countless stars are collapsing within his veins. Suddenly, the remnants of the youth's human left eye weep pale golden tears, which drip onto the surface of the neural link device, blurring the surveillance footage from the day of the convenience store explosion where the third shelf's Blue Mountain coffee can contorts in the fire, its barcode melting into the equation of EMC stop. Chun Da's roar reverberates, causing the incubation chamber to hum ominously as he bursts through the isolation door. He is met by a mingling scent of blood and the burnt fragrance of jasmine, the latter being the favorite perfume of Li Yun in her lifetime. Yilan's liquid metal arm obstructs his path, the carbon fiber straps taut under the alarm's crimson glow like a drawn bowstring. Severing the connection would trigger a neurological tsunami, resulting in brain death for half the city's infected individuals. Her mechanical eye suddenly projects a holographic image of 3,000 contorted figures in agony, each bearing the same jasmine emblem upon the nape of their necks as Aegea. The control panel erupts with a supernova-like brilliance. Aegea's wings unfurl with a thunderous sound, the photon veins on the surface of his membranous wings generating arcs of electricity with the quantum shield, scorching the metallic wall into a celestial map of the Jiwa tribe's sacred city. The boy's vocal cords emit a noise reminiscent of metal scraping, They are weeping. Every neuron replaying the moment of the convenience store explosion. Chunda's star pattern tattoo suddenly burns with intensity. As he reaches out to touch Jia's shoulder, 3,000 dying memories surge through his nerves like a high-voltage current. The first layer of pain, searing. A school uniform-clad girl curls up in the corner of a cold storage. Her skin blooming with crystalline roses in the -20-degree environment. Her fingertips etch "I'm sorry, Mom" upon the shelf surface, while frost flowers on her eyelashes reflect the trajectory of military aircraft dropping bombs. The second layer of pain, tearing. A veteran pierces his approaching wife and child with rebar. The putrid blood splattering across the cash register's digital display. The pulsing red light stains the jasmine emblem on his neck crimson, perfectly overlapping with the tattoo of Kano's mother before her passing. The third layer of pain, suffocation. A pregnant woman lies on the shattered bulletproof glass, the movements of her unborn child resonating with the air raid siren. In her dilated pupils, the neon sign of the convenience store melts into the shape of a Klein bottle amidst the mushroom cloud. Locate the discrepancy. Jia's quantized sound waves shatter the incubation chamber. The boy's fully crystallized right arm plunges into the main control system, the seams of his scales oozing with a nacreous sheen. There is light within the shared network. Suddenly, Yilan's mechanical eye blares an alarm. The gray-blue iris fractures into a web-like pattern, nanotendrils frantically repairing the overloaded quantum processor. An anomalous consciousness detected. Coordinates, CX0927 node. The holographic projection abruptly distorted into a blizzard of noise. Amidst 3,000 agonizing shrieks, a melodious hum pierced through the torrent of data. It was Jasmine Flower, often hummed by Li Yun during her night shifts at the convenience store. Suddenly, Chunda's wedding ring grew unbearably hot. The blood-red patterns emerging on the inner band resonating with a certain consciousness source. Ajay, amplify the 0927 frequency. Chunda tore open the collar of his protective suit. The star pattern tattoo on his collarbone detaching from his skin and floating into the air, as the light golden blood dripped into the authentication groove on the control panel. A translucent figure gradually emerged at the center of the quantum storm. Li Yun, clad in a convenience store apron stained with coffee, the jasmine emblem on her neck radiating a soft, pearlescent glow. "Mr. Chun, how reckless you are," said the apparition, her fingertips brushing against the virtual interface, causing 3,000 data streams to weave into a glowing cocoon, where pain resembled an over-extracted black coffee, requiring 2 sugar cubes to neutralize it. Yilan's liquid metal fingers twitched unexpectedly. Deep within her mechanical eye's iris, a surveillance video from 2 decades prior began to play automatically, revealing Lin Jinxing pouring star-pattern stone powder into a pregnant woman's vein, the test tube labeled boldly reading CX0927 Yun. Cognitive pollution has surpassed the threshold. The mechanical voice barely faded when the titanium walls of the laboratory suddenly became flesh. Clusters of neural fibers surged from the ventilation ducts, their ends adorned with suction cups embedded with convenience store product labels. Ajay's scream triggered quantum resonance, and the scales on the boy's back began to shed, revealing energy patterns akin to those of starship wreckage beneath. At that moment, Li Yun's apparition materialized. Her hair tips dripped with a phosphorescent liquid, and the toffee hazelnut candy in her palm pierced through the barriers of time and space, precisely landing in the energy core of the neural link device. As the candy melted, all painful memories rewound. The frozen girl regained her body heat. The soldier's wife felt her heartbeat return, and the fetus in the pregnant woman's belly opened its amber compound eyes. On the third shelf, Li Yun's apparition illuminated Ajay's remaining human pupils, which erupted with a clarity reminiscent of light returning. The boy's fully crystallized right hand plunged into his chest cavity, extracting the pulsating core of the star-patterned stone. The password is Blue Mountain Coffee. Chunda caught the falling boy, his fingertip brushing against the glowing blood seeping from the gaps in the scales. The liquid starlight coalesced on the ground into a layout of the convenience store, the position of the freezer flashing with coordinates of extraterrestrial civilization. When he looked up at Li Yun's apparition, the bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping versions of himself, each cradling Ajay in different forms, each silently screaming. Yilan's mechanical body collapsed heavily to the ground. Her liquid metal visage manifested the weariness only humans possess. The margin of error allowed only 47 seconds. The gray-blue iris cast one last holographic image, revealing a Jai in school uniform, repairing a radio in the warehouse, while the unopened Blue Mountain coffee lay quietly on the third shelf. Li Yun's apparition began to quantumize, her fingertips penetrating Chun Da's chest, inscribing a luminous equation on the surface of the star pattern tattoo. When pain becomes a bridge, memory becomes the gentlest virus. The laboratory was suddenly engulfed in absolute darkness. As Chun Da's consciousness began to fade, the final sound he heard was the repaired radio playing Christmas carols. Amidst the static lay the unfinished confession of a youth. Tell the convenience store lady that I secretly fixed her. Chapter 44. Gravity love letters. The torrential rain coalesced into suspended diamond ice crystals beyond the quantum shield, while the laboratory's emergency lights penetrated the protective glass, fragmenting Chun Da's shadow into three parts. One bowed before the holographic projection, another sprawled upon the data cable-wrapped floor, and the last suspended within the ripples of the gravitational anomaly monitoring screen. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into a flurry of delicate electronic snowflakes, her gray-blue iris reflecting a myriad of gravitational curves, the undulating lines resembling a crumpled starry sky, each peak marked with the coordinates of underwater ruins. Within Lin Jinxing's safe, there resided more than just viral solutions. Yilan's liquid metal fingers slipped into the fissures of the console, her nanotendrils colliding with the encrypted system, sparking the scent of sulfur. Suddenly, the hem of her tattered lab coat ignited, revealing a CX chip embedded within her spine. Dark red rust creeping along the circuit board's pattern, alongside a letter inscribed in the blood ink of the Chihuahua tribe. Ajia's wings abruptly folded, his crystallized right arm refracting prismatic light in the alarm's crimson glow. The bruises on the youth's neck cracked open with web-like patterns, and a nacreous slime dripped to the ground, inexplicably coalescing into the topological structure of a Klein bottle. The letter's paper was fashioned from the flaking star-patterned stone of the sacred city's murals. His vocal cords distorted by quantum corrosion, his voice resembled a malfunctioning radio playing an old tape, each letter breathing with Chun Da's essence. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Chun Da's tattoo on his collarbone, as he accepted the metallic box handed to him by Yilan. The bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping images of himself, each cradling boxes of various hues, each lid embossed with the jasmine emblem of Li Yun. The moment his fingertips brushed the latch, the laboratory's gravitational field became chaotic, the suspended instruments drifting like a school of deep-sea fish, the data cables weaving into a Van Gogh-inspired starry night. Beware of cognitive pollution. Yilan's electromagnetic knife sliced through the neural cords, ensnaring Chun Da's ankle. And at the moment the blade severed, the acrid scent of burnt flesh exploded into the rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee. Chun Da, in a daze, glimpsed his former self from 72 hours prior, a dapper translator clutching a boarding pass, brushing past Li Yun at the security checkpoint in Pudong Airport. Her jasmine tattoo on the back of her neck rendered an eerie fluorescent green by the X-ray. As the box lid sprang open, gravitational waves surged a silent tsunami through the laboratory. The letter was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The moment Chun Da's fingertip grazed its edge, ripples emerged upon the surface of the star-patterned stone. Lin Jinxing's frenzied handwriting swimming like tadpoles. To the child of error, when gravity becomes a love letter, the coordinates of reunion are concealed within the spaces of heartbeats. A weeping Mariana Trench, 1121 foot in 14212 E. The frost date on the third shelf of the convenience store freezer. The lunar elevation angle at Li Yun's last blink. The script suddenly underwent quantum transformation, the letters detaching from the paper and suspending in midair, reconstructing into a three-dimensional star map. AJE's scaled wings unfurled with a thunderous resonance, the photon vessels on their membranous surface harmonizing with the star map, scorching the contours of the Jiwa clan's sacred city onto the metallic wall. This was not a mere cipher. It was the musical score of an anomaly in gravitational fields. The crystalline fingers of the youth pointed towards the monitoring screen, where the undulating curves synchronously flickered in time with the illuminated letters. Suddenly, Yilan's mechanical eye erupted with a torrent of data, the gray-blue iris fracturing into a web-like pattern. Each letter corresponded to a gravitational vortex. Her warning was swallowed by the sound of the earth splitting. The laboratory floor writhed as if alive, revealing the transparent conduits buried beneath. A soft blue energy surged within, each stream of light coiling with fragments of human memories from their final moments. A mother in Hiroshima cradling her infant, a student ID beneath the walls of Nanjing. The shattered crystalline wings of AJE amidst the explosion at the convenience store. Chinda, let the clone of Li Yun touch the letter. Yilan's liquid metal arm reformed into a protective shield, carbon fiber straps snapping under the strain of the gravitational pull. As Lin Jinxing established the authentication protocol using their genetic resonance. At that moment, the observation window of the cryogenic chamber began to crack. The CX-17 clone slowly opened its eyes. Beneath damp black hair, amber pupils reflected the violently contracting irises of Chunda. The jasmine emblem on her neck shimmered with a pearl-like luster, entangling quantumly with the star-patterned stone on the edge of the letter. The vocal cords of Mr. Chin's clone vibrated with Li Yun's distinctive voice, fingertips penetrating the protective shield to gently tap the frosted date on the third shelf of the convenience store's freezer. Suddenly, the entire continuum fell into silence. Chunda's retina erupted with memories, reminiscent of the night before the viral explosion. Li Yun squatted in front of the freezer, documenting the growth of frost flowers, her eyelashes casting butterfly-like shadows in the blue light of the display screen. As her fingertip grazed the third shelf, the freezer emitted a sudden alarm, the frost coalescing on the glass surface into the date 2000117. Precisely the anniversary of Lin Jinxing's initiation of the CX project on Jiwa Island. Authentication successful. The synthesized ancient Jiwa language resonated within her mind. The star map abruptly collapsed into a singularity, only to explode into a holographic galaxy, the arms of which projected the shelves of the convenience store, with each product barcode corresponding to a star. Chunda and the clone of Li Yun pressed their palms against the letter, pale golden blood seeping between their intertwined fingers, etching the coordinates of an underwater relic's entrance onto the ground. The gravitational reconfiguration reached a critical point at that moment. The bulletproof glass of the cultivation chamber melted into liquid starlight as the surgical knife hovered, poised to pierce the right shoulder of the clone Li Yun. Yet upon contact with her skin, it quantumized, transforming into a bouquet of blue roses nestled in her hair. AJE's scales began to shed, crystalline fragments reassembling in the air into a floor plan of the convenience store, the packaging of instant noodles shimmering with the script of an alien civilization. Quick! Sever the connection. Yilan's mechanical voice crackled with electrical static, her left leg having fully quantumized, the gray-blue iris reflecting scenes of destruction from 23 parallel realities. As the gravitational anomaly began to rewrite the laws of existence, the clone Li Yun suddenly grasped Chunda's hand. Her palm's warmth was indistinguishable from the memories. The scent of jasmine mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Mr. Chun, look at the ceiling. The laboratory dome, shrouded in mystery, transformed into transparency, while the clouds above the Pacific swirled into a colossal gravitational lens. Through the distorted membrane of space-time, Chunda glimpsed another version of himself kneeling in the underwater sanctuary. Cradling the CX-17 embryo, the star-pattern tattoos resonated with the relic control console, emanating arcs of blinding white light. In a more distant dimension, Li Yun, clad in interstellar uniform, stood before the lunar base's porthole, the jasmine emblem upon her collarbone resonating with the current clone. This was the final romance of Dr. Lin. The pupils of the clone Li Yun fractured into a compound eye structure, each lens reflecting convenience stores from divergent timelines. He inscribed gravitational anomalies as love letters, ensuring our eternal reunion amidst the folds of space-time. Before the last words faded, the vintage sound of a typewriter echoed through the laboratory. Suspended components reassembled into a 1937 Remington typewriter, its rusty keys rhythmically striking to produce blood-stained phrases. Dear child of error, by the time you read this letter, I shall have perished across all timelines. The scent of jasmine served as a gravitational anchor, while the convenience store shelves became quantum steps. Venture to the depths, to prove that humanity's love can transcend the mathematical formulas of civilizational selection. Suddenly, blood seeped from the back of the letter. Chunda discerned that it was not ink, but a mixture of star-patterned stone powder and the clone Li Yun's blood. Each letter writhed as if it possessed life, crawling along his retinal nerves towards the cerebral cortex. A GIS-piercing scream transformed into a high-frequency pulse. The remnants of the boy's humanity wept blood from his left eye, while his crystallized right hand plunged into the gravitational monitor. They were transmitting cognitive pollutants through gravitational waves. The walls of the laboratory abruptly morphed into flesh, and the ventilation ducts spewed forth gelatinous shadows. These monsters, born from the failed experiments of the CX project, rotated 360 degrees, their joints adorned with convenience store price tags. As their decaying vocal cords vibrated, emitting the melody of an alien nursery rhyme, cocoon of the moon, pupa of the stars, the convenience store is a cradle. Yilan's electromagnetic knife cleaved through the approaching monstrosity, blue-violet arcs sparking from the friction against the mutated tissue. This is not ordinary cognitive pollution. Her warning was interrupted by the jarring sound of metal distortion. As the liquid metal visage revealed astonishment, they were reconfiguring the gravitational constant. Chunda embraced the clone Liyun, rolling to evade. The operating table collapsed behind him into a two-dimensional plane, while viral samples and petri dishes floated, expanding into balloons, their surfaces projecting holograms of the obliteration of Earth's various civilizations. Drops of blood from the clone fell upon the star-patterned stone letterhead, triggering a chain reaction. All objects in the laboratory began to quantumize, the microscope transforming into a glowing dandelion, while data cables melted into an asphalt-like starry sky. Take my hand. The clone Liyun suddenly tore open her hospital gown, revealing the star-patterned stone recess at her heart, as Chunda's tattoo aligned with it. Gravitational waves materialized into visible strands of pale gold, entwining them in a cocoon. Ajia's wings shattered completely at that moment, and the boy, using the last vestiges of his human vocal cords, screamed, "The Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf." His final words were devoured by the gravitational singularity. The laboratory, along with half a city block, suddenly collapsed into the structure of a Klein bottle. Amidst the turbulence of time and space, Chunda beheld the burning neon sign of a convenience store, each letter serving as a portal to a parallel universe, while the items on the shelves reassembled into components of a starship amidst the explosions. As the gravitational storm subsided, Chunda found himself standing on the star-patterned stone altar of an underwater sanctuary. The quantum manifestation of the clone Liyun was dissipating, yet the jasmine emblem grew increasingly vivid. My mission is complete. Her fingertips pierced Chunda's chest, inscribing the equation of gravity upon the surface of his heart. Seek the true Liyun. She awaits you at the checkout of all timelines. Above the altar, Yilan's mechanical eye hovered, its iris projecting the final holographic image. Lin Jinxing, clad in a blood-stained white lab coat, was administering a star-patterned stone serum to the unconscious Liyun. The monitor beside the operating table displayed the number 2000117, while the frost patterns on the convenience store's freezer grew into totems of the Mayan calendar. The permissible margin of error was dwindling to 47 seconds, as a mechanical voice resonated from the depths of the void. Suddenly, Chunda's wedding ring melted, its band transforming into a liquid star-patterned stone that flowed into the altar's recess. The underwater ruins thunderously opened, revealing a deeply buried interstellar port below, where rows of quantum convenience stores floated in the vacuum, each window reflecting the destruction and rebirth of different civilizations. In the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Chunda heard the simultaneous whispers of three dimensions, the roar of the gravitational storm, the beep of the convenience store's register, and Liyun's light laughter as she turned at the airport security checkpoint, finally merging into a complete frequency. The star-patterned stone letter turned to ash in his palm, the final line of blood-written words igniting in the void. When gravity becomes a love letter, I shall forever fall towards you. Chapter 45. The Fountain of Lies. The dome of the underwater sanctuary cracked open with a web-like fissure, pale blue seawater hovering outside the quantum shield in a crystalline matrix. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the fluorescent slime covering the floor, each step creating delicate ripples, as though he were treading upon shards of the galaxy. Yilan's mechanical eye burst forth with intricate electronic snowflakes, its gray-blue iris reflecting the light's source at the end of the corridor. That ghostly green halo pulsed with the ebb and flow of the tides, resembling the solitary eye of a deep-sea leviathan. The gravitational coordinates shifted by 0.7 degrees. Yilan's liquid metal fingers glided across the holographic projection, nanotentacles entwining with the data streams to produce violet-blue arcs of electricity. The fabled fountain of immortality, mentioned in Lin Jinxing's letter, lay within the third fold of the anti-gravity field. In the shadows, Ajia's scaled wings trembled softly, The boy's fully crystallized right arm shimmered with an iridescent mother-of-pearl sheen, while the greenish blotches on his neck had spread to his jawline. Quantum erosion causing his voice to echo like a poorly tuned radio. The spring sings. Each note tears at my synapses. Chunda's collarbone tattoo suddenly burned with pain. He glanced at his palm, where the gravitational equation inscribed by the dissipating clone of Li Yun continued to flow beneath his skin. The faint golden light resonating with the green glowed deep within the corridor. 3 hours prior, when the gates of the underwater sanctuary had thunderously closed, Yilan had accessed Lin Jinxing's top-secret files from the folded space of her mechanical eye. The deranged scientist had sketched a star map with Jiwa blood ink, ultimately pointing to an alien relic known as the Fountain of Lies, buried 10,000 meters deep in the trench. As he traversed the final biological membrane barrier, Chunda's breath halted. Within the vast spherical expanse, a spring floated in the void's center, resembling a liquid planet that had been cleaved asunder. Countless luminous filaments extended from the spring's source, their ends connecting to translucent, oval chambers, each containing a curled humanoid being. Their skin exhibited a jellyfish-like transparency, allowing the organs within their chests to be discerned. The heart pulsated like a Klein bottle. The lung lobes expanded into a nebula-like form, while the surface of their cerebral cortex was adorned with images from convenience store surveillance footage. Yilan's mechanical voice trembled with an unusual resonance. She tore open her singed cuff, revealing a pulsating quantum processor beneath her skin. These were vessels for the purification of emotional energy, where human joys, sorrows, and passions were distilled into alien fuel. Suddenly, Ajie collapsed to the ground, his crystallized right hand plunging into the viscous floor. The bluish marks on the boy's neck fissured into a web-like pattern, and the liquid starlight that erupted coalesced in the air into the equation of ET. They were weeping, each vessel replaying the most agonizing lies of their lives. Chunda's retina ignited with memories that were not his own. 2019, Pudong Airport, security checkpoint. When Li Yun sprinkled toffee hazelnut sugar into her coffee, her fingertips unconsciously brushed the scar on her ring finger. 3 days prior, on a rain-soaked night, she had just signed her name on the divorce agreement, yet she deceitfully claimed to her colleagues that she was unmarried. At that moment, Chunda was clumsily loosening his suit tie. On the X-ray machine screen, the star pattern tattoo on his collarbone emitted an eerie red glow. "Mr. Chun, look at the bottom of the spring." Yilan's warning pierced through the illusion. Deep within the shadowy green spring, a bronze altar slowly emerged. Lin Jinxing's wedding ring was embedded in its central recess, the ring's surface reflecting the inferno from the day of the convenience store explosion. Ajie's crystalline wings ignited into blue flames just before the protective shield shattered, while the blue mountain coffee cans on the third shelf melted into alien symbols. The verification process had commenced. Yilan's white coat spontaneously ignited, the carbon fiber straps tightening under the bright light like drawn bowstrings. Someone needed to drink from the spring and expel the key. As the first transparent being materialized, Ajie's scaled wings erupted with a resounding flourish. That entity oozed from the spring's viscous depths, its silhouette reminiscent of a curled fetus, yet possessing joints that rotated in every direction. Its chest split into 3 petals, revealing a writhing holographic projection, none other than the moment Chunda had lied to the security officer at the airport. "I know nothing of the star pattern tattoo." Lies materialized into guardians. Yilan's electromagnetic knife cleaved through the advancing creature, sparks of sulfur igniting as the blade scraped against the transparent body. Lin Jinxing's letter was a trap. He awaited the generation of sufficient keys to unlock the altar. More transparent beings surged forth from the spring. Chunda beheld himself kneeling before the ruins of the convenience store, telling the dying Li Yun, "You will survive." He saw Yilan's composed profile as she fabricated data in the laboratory. He even witnessed Ajie deceitfully swapping medication labels, falsely claiming to the nurse that it was vitamin supplements. Each lie transformed into a distorted guardian, the eyeballs rotating 360 degrees, flickering with the remnants of the convenience store's neon glow. "Yilan, can your mechanical eye calculate the quantum frequency of the spring?" Chunda rolled to evade the piercing tendrils, his bulletproof vest corroding into a honeycomb of holes. The slate blue iris erupted with a torrent of data, as Yilan's liquid metal arm suddenly melted and reformed into an interface device. "Original lie sample required." "Ajie, repeat that statement you made at the Soundwave Tower." The boy's remaining human pupils abruptly constricted. 72 hours prior, when Ajia had manipulated the sound frequency, he had lied over the communication channel. All is normal. No signs of survivor life detected. It was this very statement that led to the incineration of the infected across 3 city blocks. Ajia's scales began to shed, crystalline fragments reassembling in the air into a convenience store layout, the screams of those people still echoing in my synapses. Yilan's mechanical eye exploded into electronic snowflakes. She suddenly seized Ajia's left hand, her liquid metal fingers penetrating the jasmine-patterned emblem on the boy's wrist. This is an order. A high-frequency shriek rent the darkness. Ajia's fully crystallized body emitted gamma rays, his quantumized vocal cords vibrating with a cold electronic sound. All is normal. No signs of survivor life detected. The spring bubbled violently. Mucus surged into a towering wave 3 meters high, as a transparent creature, comparable to a starship, burst forth from the water. Its head resembled a rotating cash register screen. Within its chest cavity floated a holographic projection of the incinerated block, and 12 tentacles split into barcode scanners at their tips. Take Chunda to the altar. Yilan's white coat carbonized in the radiation wind, revealing the embedded antimatter battery at her spine. I will be the bait. Chunda's roar was drowned out by the explosion. He saw Yilan charge toward the colossal creature, beneath her charred liquid metal skin. A human heart was erupting with azure arcs of electricity. This was the self-destruct program she had secretly embedded while modifying antibody data in the underground laboratory of the convenience store. The bronze altar was within reach, yet Lin Jinxing's wedding ring began to quantumize. Brother Chun observed the back of the altar, where Ajia's quantumized sound waves directly reverberated within Chunda's mind. Chunda's pupils constricted once more. The reverse side of the altar was etched with ancient Zhuo tribal war dance totems, and the central star-patterned stone matched precisely with the tattoo on his collarbone. Royal bloodline certification. Yilan's mechanical voice echoed from afar, mingled with the roar of tearing metal. Use your blood to activate the altar. Chunda's tactical dagger sliced across his palm. The moment his pale golden blood dripped into the groove of the totem, the entire underwater relic resonated with a wailing alarm akin to a newborn's cries. The spring suddenly reversed flow. The suspended liquid planet collapsed into a 2-dimensional plane, revealing the buried starship reactor below, which astonishingly was a quantum projection of the convenience store's refrigerated display, stocked with blue coffee cans labeled CX18. Mr. Chun, turn around. Ajia's voice unexpectedly softened. As Chunda turned, the remnants of starlight from his retina overlapped with the scene before him. Yilan's mechanical remains were pinned within the chest cavity of the transparent creature, her liquid metal visage manifesting a human smile. The margin for error remains at 47 seconds. The slate blue iris erupted with its final holographic image. Outside the Nanjing city walls in 1937, Lin Jinxing stood beside the wreckage of a crashed UFO, pouring star-patterned stone powder into the veins of a pregnant woman. Ajia's crystallized form began to disintegrate. The password is Blue Mountain Coffee. The last human hand pressed against Chunda's chest, and suddenly, the star-patterned tattoo detached from his skin, sketching the ethereal silhouette of Li Yun in the air, conveying to the convenience store clerk that this time, the quantum storm had truly engulfed the unspoken words. Chunda dashed towards the starship reactor at the center of the altar, and the blood-stained barcode on the coffee can reconfigured itself into a temporal coordinate. As the canister nestled into the reactor's recess, the entire underwater relic resonated with the chime of a cash register, welcoming him. The void split open countless fissures, each a glass door of a convenience store. Chunda beheld different versions of himself standing before the doors, a suited translator, a bloodied warrior, a father cradling an embryo. And before the cash registers behind each door stood Li Yun in various uniforms. As the tendrils of a transparent entity pierced through Chunda's right shoulder, he unhesitatingly twisted open the coffee can. The aroma of Blue Mountain transformed into a blade of light, cleaving through the darkness. Before his consciousness faded, Chunda finally discerned the so-called Fountain of Lies, which was merely an alien civilization's distillery for harvesting human guilt. Each suspended transparent vessel replayed the confessions he had failed to utter on the day of the convenience store explosion. Chapter 46, The Civilization of Error. The dome of the starship's control room flowed with liquid starlight. As Chunda's tactical boots pressed against the ground, intricate ripples radiated from his feet, as if he had shattered the galaxy. The control consoles suspended in midair were composed of coral-like biological tissue, their pale purple membranes undulating with the rhythm of respiration, while the neural synapses embedded within the flesh glimmered with the fluorescent symbols from Li Yun's notes. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into a flurry of electronic snowflakes, the gray-blue iris reflecting the cascading data streams on the holographic screen, a genetic map woven from 30,000 human languages. Each spiral chain's end adorned with the barcodes of convenience store products. Civilization selection progress, 997. The mechanical synthesis of the Zawago language reverberated directly within his mind, the sound waves penetrating his skull, causing a prickling sensation in his nerves. Ajia's wings abruptly folded, his crystalline right arm inserting into the control console interface. While his neck erupted with spiderweb-like patterns, they were rewriting the evolutionary tree, forcing humanity back to the primordial stage of single-celled organisms. Chunda's tattoo on his collarbone suddenly burned. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, hovering and depicting a holographic projection of the day of the convenience store explosion. The Blue Mountain coffee can on the third shelf twisted in the flames, its melted plastic reconfiguring into alien script, ET. As he reached out to touch the projection, the flesh wall suddenly secreted a gelatinous slime, and hundreds of nerve cords descended from the ceiling, their ends adorned with the visages of world leaders. Welcome, child of error. The mouths on the suction cups opened and closed simultaneously, their voices grinding together like rusty gears. You have proven that chaos is more creative than order. Li Yun's clone suddenly became quantumized. Her damp black hair dripped with fluorescent liquid, etching a jasmine emblem into the slimy ground. This was not a commendation, but a notification of execution. Her amber pupils fractured into a compound eye structure, each crystalline facet reflecting scenes of civilization's destruction. The Maya pyramids collapsing into binary code, the Hiroshima nuclear explosion coalescing into luminous crystals, and the convenience store's neon lights shattering into prisms in the air bubbles. The flesh wall suddenly peeled away, revealing a deeply buried mirrored chamber behind it. Chunda's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld an elder composed of luminous particles within the mirror. The contours of the wrinkles were identical to his own, and even the star-patterned tattoo on the collarbone emitted the same pale golden sheen. As the Arbiter raised his hand, the emergency lights of the starship wreckage overloaded, projecting 300 overlapping dimensions within the chamber. You are my most remarkable mistakes. The aged Chunda's vocal cords resonated with the roar of the starship engine, as his fingertips traced through the void where the streets of 21st century Shanghai intertwined with the sacred city of the Chihuahua tribe. While other experimental groups remained ensnared in the cycle of survival of the fittest, you managed to unravel the four-dimensional equations using a convenience store cash register. Suddenly, Yilan's liquid metal arm began to dissolve. Within the depths of her mechanical eye's iris, images of the Nanjing city wall in 1937 began to play. Lin Jinxing, clad in a Zhongshan suit, was seen caressing the shell of a crashed UFO, with star-patterned stone powder cascading from his fingers. So you began observing from that time? Observing? No, it was cultivating. The Arbiter's light and shadow swept past the frozen chamber cluster, and the embryos suspended within each pod manifested Chunda's visage. When the first primitive man cooked meat over fire, the seeds of error had already taken root. He suddenly pointed at Ajia, and the youth's scaled armor instantly revealed energy patterns akin to those of the starship. For instance, this child should have perished when the sound wave tower collapsed. Yet due to your promise to the cashier, he survived an additional 117 days. Ajia's crystalline wings erupted with a thunderous display. The photon veins on the surface of his scaled wings unleashed gamma rays, scorching a charred blueprint of the convenience store upon the mirrored chamber. To hell with your cultivation. The youth's quantum sound waves shattered 3 frozen pods, and the pale green culture liquid coalesced in the air into Lin Jinxing's manic visage. Nervous cords suddenly surged forth. 12 tentacles entwined with the flags of various nations pierced Ajia's scales, greedily siphoning his pale golden blood. At that moment, Chunda's wedding ring became intensely hot, and the handwriting of Li Yun on the inner band materialized, igniting in the void into the topological structure of a Klein bottle. For humanity to join the interstellar alliance, it must relinquish its corporeal form. The Arbiter waved his hand lightly, and the starship's outer shell became transparent. Earth was slowly incinerating within the protective shield, the remnants of the convenience store's neon signs floating in a circular star belt. Or one could choose to retain their physical form and continue as mere test subjects in a petri dish. Suddenly, Li Yun's clone positioned herself in front of Chunda. Her patient gown was shredded by a quantum storm, revealing a star-patterned stone indentation at her heart. True civilization should not be defined by multiple-choice questions. As her fingertips entered the indentation, the entire starship began to play the broadcast recording from the convenience store's opening. The cash registers beeping perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of ancestral war drums. Yilan's mechanical body collapsed heavily to the ground. Her liquid metal visage bore the bittersweet smile unique to humanity. The margin of error allows for just 47 seconds. The gray-blue iris projected a final holographic image of a Jia squatting on the third shelf of the convenience store warehouse in 2023, repairing a radio. The barcode on the Blue Mountain coffee can glowing with an eerie red light. Act now. Chun Da's roar mingled with the metallic distortion's thunderous clamor. The star-pattern tattoo detached from his skin, intertwining in the air to form a star map of the Chihuahua tribe's sacred city, entangling quantumly with the jasmine emblem of the clone Li Yun. At the moment of collision, the observation windows of the frozen pods shattered simultaneously, unleashing 300 clones of Chunda, their compound eyes wide open, while their umbilical neural cords lashed out like the furious tentacles of an enraged octopus toward the Arbiter. The Arbiter's light and shadow abruptly collapsed into a singularity. The entire mirrored chamber began to undergo dimensional reduction, the floor melting into a two-dimensional starry night, while the suspended control console morphed into a distorted starry sky reminiscent of Van Gogh's brushstrokes. A Jia's fully quantifiable form erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, his scales fracturing into a swarm of dodecahedral particles, constructing a three-dimensional anchor point for a convenience store within the reduced dimensions. The final stream of consciousness from the boy on the third shelf flowed over Chun Da's nerves like a gentle spring breeze. His quantum remnant sketched the security checkpoint of Pudong Airport in 2019, where Li Yun, on tiptoes at the Starbucks counter, added sugar, her ponytail sweeping past the jasmine tattoo on her neck. Yilan's mechanical eye abruptly embedded itself into the main control console. Her liquid metallic fingers melted into the shape of a key, inserting into the star-patterned groove on Chun Da's chest. Remember, deviation is not a defect. Amidst the agony, images from 23 parallel timelines surged into his mind. The him kneeling and weeping during the convenience store explosion, the him deciphering codes at the underwater ruins, the future him gazing up at the starry sea while cradling an embryo, all simultaneously reaching out to touch the shimmering star patterns. At the instant the dimensional storm engulfed the starship, Chunda grasped a floating can of Blue Mountain coffee. The barcode suddenly reconfigured into a spatio-temporal coordinate, and the can melted into a liquid stargate under the intense light. As he leaped into the light gate with the clone of Li Yun, he caught a final glimpse of the Arbiter's remnant, his aged self smiling before a burning earth, fingertips pinching a convenience store employee's badge. The sensation of weightlessness lingered for an interminable 137 years, or perhaps merely 3/4 of a second, when Chunda opened his eyes once more. The chill of the bulletproof glass pressed against his cheek. He still wore that crumpled suit, and the boarding pass in his hand displayed December 24, 2019, CA 1831. 30 meters away, at the Starbucks counter, Li Yun was sprinkling toffee hazelnut syrup into her coffee, the jasmine tattoo on her neck illuminated in fluorescent green by the X-ray. "Sir, please remove your coat." The mechanical voice of the security officer jolted him back to reality. Chunda's fingertips unconsciously brushed over his collarbone, smooth as ever, yet haunted by the phantom pain of the star-pattern tattoo. When his gaze met Li Yun's, the fireworks from the convenience store explosion, the luminescence of the underwater sanctuary, and the shriek of the quantum storm suddenly overlapped on his retina. "Mr. Chun?" Li Yun's voice emerged as if traversing through the depths of the ocean. The rim of her coffee cup bore a lipstick stain, precisely as he remembered. "Are we at the airport?" The dome of the terminal suddenly manifested a jellyfish umbrella. Amidst the blaring alarms, Chunda lunged toward Li Yun, the phantom of the star-pattern tattoo emitting wisps of smoke beneath his suit. As the first shard of the temporal rift brushed past his ear, he heard the whispers of 3 dimensions in his vicinity, the beep of the cash register, the thunder of ancestral war drums, and a Jia humming while repairing the radio, finally coalescing into a complete redemption. Chapter 47. Baking in darkness, the torrential rain solidified into amber-colored crystals outside the quantum shield. while the emergency lights in the basement of the convenience store elongated the shadows of the shelves into a distorted cage. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over the shards of glass scattered across the floor, the sole scraping against the viscous black liquid, producing a sound that sent shivers through his teeth. His star-pattern tattoo glowed faintly at the collarbone, as if countless heated needles were traversing beneath the skin. Is this what Lin Jinxing referred to as the ultimate insurance? Yilan's mechanical eye radiated blue light, its gray-blue iris scanning the vintage coffee machine nestled in the corner. Her liquid metal fingers brushed against the rusted surface, with nanotentacles creating intricate electric sparks upon contact, while thermal readings indicated the presence of a star-patterned stone resonance chamber within. Ajia's scaled wings suddenly trembled violently, as the fully crystalline right arm of the youth penetrated the distribution box. The bluish-green spots on his neck shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster in the humid air, while quantum erosion rendered his voice akin to a radio signal interference. The coffee bean chamber does not contain coffee beans. Chunda crouched down, his tactical gloves pinching a dark red crystal. Memories surged forth like an inundating tide, recalling the day of the convenience store explosion. When Ajia's crystalline wings shattered into blue flames, their stardust-like particles once suspended within the protective shield. At that moment, the crystal in his palm gradually softened, exuding a pale golden liquid that etched the equation of ET into the ground. It was a quantum memory core. Yilan pried open the coffee machine's exterior, revealing a labyrinth of biological circuits within. The gray-blue iris reflected the pulsating wires that resembled veins, which required an infusion of emotional energy to activate. Suddenly, an alarm akin to a baby's cry reverberated from deep within the air raid shelter. Swarms of cognitive pollutants surged forth from the ventilation ducts. Monsters formed from the failed experiments of the CX project, adorned with convenience store price tags on their 360-degree rotating joints. Chunda's electromagnetic knife cleaved through the nearest shadow, releasing a rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee amidst the charred scent. Step back. Ajia's quantized sound wave shattered 3 of the pollutants. The remaining human left eye of the youth suddenly bled, the bluish-green spots on his neck fracturing into a web-like pattern as they shielded the coffee machine. Yilan's white coat fluttered in the radiation winds. Deep within her mechanical eye, the image of the Nanjing city wall from 1937 materialized, as her liquid metal arm melted and reformed into a data interface. Chunda, I require your memories as a detonator. The moment the electrode pads adhered to Chunda's temples, his retina exploded with images that were not his own. The security checkpoint at Pudong Airport in 2019 reconstructed in the void. His own figure, clad in a cheap suit, awkwardly tugged at his tie on the X-ray machine screen. The star-pattern tattoo at his collarbone emitted an eerie red glow. 30 meters away, at the Starbucks counter, Li Yun stood on tiptoe, sprinkling toffee hazelnut syrup into her coffee, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine tattoo on her neck. Error rate 47. Yilan's mechanical voice crackled with electrical noise. The grinding of the coffee machine resonated with the air raid siren, as the dark red crystal melted into a gelatinous substance within the filter. Continue to recall. The more painful the memory, the purer the energy. More images surged forth, the bloodied fingers of Kano's mother weaving a fishing net in an underwater sanctuary. The slow-motion fall of Li Yun's clone into the ice abyss within the convenience store's cooler, the moment AGS shattered into quantum stardust atop the Soundwave Tower. Each memory transformed into a current, injected into the biological circuitry of the coffee machine through the neural link device. Enough. Chunda tore off the electrode pads, his bulletproof vest soaked with cold sweat. Within the observation window of the coffee machine, star-patterned stone powder crystallizes in a pale blue flame, its form perfectly mirroring the tattoo upon his collarbone. Suddenly, Ajia convulses violently. The fully crystallized body of the youth emits gamma rays, with the photon vessels upon his scaled wings resonating with the coffee machine to produce a resplendent halo of stars. Chunji's shelf on the 3rd tier. Chunda turns to gaze, where Lin Jinxing's diary manifests in the ethereal glow at the angle between the chocolate shelf and the pile of instant noodles. Those hasty equations resemble living tadpoles, burrowing into his veins along his fingertips, etching the topology of a Klein bottle upon the surface of his heart. As the pendulum returns, Li Yun's specter emerges from the smoke. The hem of her qipao drips with luminous liquid, the moment her fingertips touch the coffee machine. The entire basement is suddenly filled with the chimes of an old-fashioned clock. The convenience store at midnight resembles an abandoned spaceship. A Jie curls up in the corner of the warehouse, his crystallized right hand pressed against his chest. The quantum readout displays that his body mass is dissipating at a rate of 3 per hour, yet the fluorescent patterns beneath his skin grow increasingly vivid, revealing the blueprint of the starship's energy core. The coffee machine hums in the darkness. A Jie's wings tremble gently, encoding childhood memories into a stream of data. The jarring sound of the orphanage's iron gate closing, the cold sensation of a caregiver injecting a sedative into his veins, and the warm silhouette of Li Yun wiping a coffee cup in the convenience store's back alley while he picked up expired bread. Memory purity stands at 986. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly illuminates from behind. Her liquid metal visage flows in the blue light of the coffee machine, resembling a melting silver mask. With this painfully baked antimatter, it would suffice to obliterate half a starship. A Jie's vocal cords vibrate, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. Do not inform Chingu. The youth tears open the scales of his left arm, allowing pale golden blood to drip into the coffee bean hopper. As the first drop of liquid contacts the star-patterned stone powder, the entire machine abruptly quantumizes, projecting scenes of 23 parallel convenience stores into the void. Yilan's gray-blue iris contracts into a vertical slit. You will be completely quantified. Her mechanical finger hovers above the termination key, nanotendrils entwining with the control system, generating arcs of blue and purple electricity. It is not too late to stop now. The air raid shelter suddenly quakes violently. Swarms of mechanical octopuses emerge from the crevices of the earth, their compound eyes flickering with the crimson insignia of Project CX. A Jie's quantum sound waves shatter the nearest 3 octopuses, and crystalline fragments reassemble in the air into a blueprint of the convenience store. This is my choice. As the antimatter capsule ejects from the baking chamber, the remnants of the youth's humanity flow tears of blood from his left eye. Upon those dark red crystalline surfaces, the faces of all the infected whose memories he has altered emerge. The torrential rain before dawn resembles silver bullets from the heavens. Chunda rushes towards the wreckage of the starship, clutching the antimatter capsule, while the star-patterned tattoo beneath his protective suit emits wisps of smoke. Yilan's mechanical remains form a humanoid artillery behind him, electromagnetic pulse waves obliterating the pursuing adversaries into ionized dust. Coordinates confirmed. A Jie's quantum projection hovers within the chamber. The youthful, fully quantifiable form presented a semi-transparent state, the jasmine emblem at the neck resonating with the starship's control console, while ventilation ducts led directly to the reactor. Chinda's pupils suddenly constricted. In the ethereal blue glow of the starship's core, he beheld countless transparent cocoons, each housing a crystalline experimental subject akin to a Jai. Their umbilical nerve cords intertwining on the ceiling to form a neural network, with their ends connected to a colossal coffee machine at the center. Welcome home, royal bloodline. Echoed the mechanical synthesis of the Zawaga language throughout the chamber. Lin Jinxing's holographic image abruptly distorted into an elderly version of Chunda, decaying fingertips gliding across the control panel. Would you truly sacrifice that child's soul as fuel? At that moment, the antimatter capsule overloaded. Ajai's quantum projection materialized suddenly, the last vestige of humanity pressing his palm against Chunda's chest. I have repaired his body, disassembling it into a dodecahedral particle cluster, constructing a 3-dimensional anchor point for the convenience store in the void. As the aroma of Blue Mountain coffee transformed into a blade of light, Chunda finally discerned the truth. The coffee machine at the starship's core was the very essence of the cash register system for all parallel universes. Each item on the shelves bore the date of some civilization's demise. Chapter 48. Gentle detoxification. The torrential rain condensed into amber-hued crystal beads outside the quantum shield, while the emergency lights in the basement of the convenience store elongated the shadows of the shelves into twisted cages. Chinda's tactical boots crunched over shards of glass, the soles scraping against the viscous black liquid, emitting a sound that sent shivers through his teeth. His star-patterned tattoo burned faintly at the collarbone, as if countless red-hot needles danced beneath his skin. Is this the antidote you spoke of? Yilan's mechanical eye erupted with blue light, its gray-blue iris scanning the fluorescent test tubes on the lab bench. Liquid metal fingers brushed the glass surface, nanoscopic tendrils colliding with the particles in the solution, producing delicate arcs of electricity. The activity index soared beyond 300. Are Are you certain this is serum, not a virus? The fingertips of Li Yun's clone trembled slightly. The jasmine emblem at her neck shimmered with an iridescent sheen in the dim light, and as the sleeves of her patient gown slipped, a myriad of pinpricks revealed themselves. When the antibodies and the CX-17 quantum entanglements reached resonance, her vocal cords unexpectedly distorted into quantum disarray, causing the laboratory's ultraviolet light tubes to shatter with a bang, glass fragments suspended in the air, forming ET's equation. Chunda's pupils abruptly constricted. Memories surged like an inundation of seawater, flooding the underwater sanctuary where Kano's mother wove fishing nets with blood-stained fingers. The last smile of Li Yun's corporeal form in the convenience store's refrigerator, and the moment Ajay shattered into quantum stardust atop the Soundwave Tower. Those pale golden droplets of blood began seeping from the clone's wrist, coalescing on the ground into a star map of the Jiwa sacred city. You have used your own spinal fluid. Chunda's tactical glove gripped the edge of the lab bench, the metallic frame twisting and deforming under immense pressure. Lin Jinxing's gene modification program was still in effect. You will become a key or a lock cylinder. The clone suddenly turned, her amber compound eyes reflecting scenes from 300 parallel timelines. Her hospital gown billowed without wind, the fluorescent liquid dripping from the tips of her hair etching a blueprint of the convenience store upon the ground. 12 hours prior, the first batch of injectors had unfurled jacaranda blossoms at the Pudong dock. From the depths of the air raid shelter came a wailing alarm reminiscent of a crying infant. The holographic projection unfurled automatically, depicting the infected standing in torrential rain, their skin erupting in clusters of blue-purple flowers. Those translucent petals swayed with each breath, each glistening with the luster of star-patterned stones. In despair, Yilan tore open the singed cuff, revealing the pulsating quantum processor beneath her skin. The flower language of the jacaranda was a tragically whimsical romance. Suddenly, the downpour shifted. Countless droplets defied the laws of gravity, suspending in midair, coalescing into the topology of a Klein bottle. Chunda's wedding ring seared upon his ring finger, the inside of the band revealing the handwriting of Li Yun, which suddenly materialized, igniting in the void as coordinates for 23 timelines of the convenience store. Cognitive pollution breached the threshold before Yilan's mechanical voice could finish. The titanium walls of the laboratory abruptly morphed into flesh. Bundles of neural strands surged from the ventilation ducts, their ends adorned with the visages of global leaders. Those writhing lips opened and closed in unison, emitting the maddened laughter of Lin Jinxing. When the pendulum returns, error is hope. The palm of a clone suddenly pressed against Chunda's chest. Her body temperature was 7 degrees lower than that of a human, yet her fingertips bore the unique calluses of Li Yun. Mr. Chun, I require your star pattern resonance. As their blood mingled upon the ground, the entire basement underwent a quantum transformation, the packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updating its expiration date to December 24th, 2023, melting into alien symbols. The turbid waves of the Huangpu River crashed against abandoned cargo ships, a blue-purple halo swirling within the rain curtain. The infected individual numbered CX-0927 leaned against a rusted container. The jacaranda spread from his skin to his neck. He gazed down at his palm, where the shadow of his daughter's birthday party flickered. A fleeting tranquility before the viral outbreak. In his hallucination, the little girl reached out to touch his decaying cheek, her fingertip piercing the quantum projection and stirring ripples. The infected's vocal cords suddenly erupted with high-frequency vibrations, causing the river to explode into towering columns of water, while slumbering mutated eels writhed in the electric light. 5 kilometers away, at the observation station, Yilan's mechanical eye contracted into a vertical line. The flower clusters secreted four-dimensional proteases, their cells warning of the abrupt flood of data interrupting them. The gray-blue nanomatrix reflected terrifying imagery, bones of the infected gradually becoming transparent, while the organs within their chests unfurled into the luminescent forms of jellyfish. Chunda's tactical dagger glided across his palm, as pale golden blood dripped into the petri dish. The serum of the cloned Li Yun suddenly boiled, projecting 360 swirling jasmine emblems into the void. It was not detoxification, but symbiosis. She tore open the collar of her hospital gown, the star-patterned stones recess at her heart absorbing the lab's alarm's red light, when the jacaranda enveloped her entirely. They would. The sound of shattering blast-proof glass drowned out the rest of the sentence. 12 fully blossomed infected beings crashed through the observation station's outer wall, their pupils fracturing into a compound eye structure, blue-violet petals unfurling in the radioactive wind like wings descending from the heavens. Yilan's liquid metal arm melted and reformed into an electromagnetic cannon, but in the instant of firing, it was ensnared by vines, the vascular tendrils growing from the ribs of the infected. "Do not shoot." The clone suddenly leapt into the fray. Her fingertips grazed the chest of the infected, the jasmine emblem erupting with a brilliance akin to a supernova. A shocking scene unfolded as the rampaging mutant collapsed to the ground, the blue jacaranda on its skin beginning to retract, revealing the intact human skin beneath. Chinda's star-patterned tattoo suddenly detached from his skin. A totem suspended in the air became entangled in quantum resonance with the clone, enveloping the entire observation station beneath a pale golden dome. As the first infected regained consciousness, a cataclysmic explosion echoed from the direction of the convenience store ruins, with hundreds of blue jacarandas simultaneously blooming, transforming the night sky into a bizarre shade of violet. The emergency lights of the underwater sanctuary penetrated the deep azure waters, casting ripple-like shadows on the profile of Clone Li Yun. She floated at the center of the incubation array, her umbilical neural cords connected to hundreds of CX embryos. Fragments of star-patterned stone floated in the pale green nutrient solution, each reflecting the inferno of the convenience store explosion. "You have long known the cost." Yilan's mechanical voice emanated from the communicator, laced with rare electrical static. "The blue jacaranda is not an antidote, but a harvesting device of an alien civilization." The clone's fingertips lightly touched the observation window. The glass surface immediately sprouted Maya calendar totems, resonating with the star-patterned tattoo at Chunda's collarbone. Yet, this also presents an opportunity. Her pupils reflected the compound eye structures of the embryos, and when the symbiotic rate reaches 100, we can reverse it. The alarm suddenly became quantumized. The bulletproof glass of the incubation chamber cracked, and swarms of transparent jellyfish surged through the fissures. Within the umbrellas of these alien beings, luminous equations calculated the final results of Earth's civilization selection. Clone Li Yun's vocal cords emitted a frequency surpassing the limits of human hearing. The jasmine emblem detaching from her neck and suspending in the air, constructing a topological structure of a Klein bottle. In the intense light, Chunda beheld the truth. Each blue jacaranda infected being served as a living signal tower, their blossoming energies converging into interstellar coordinates. The neon sign of the convenience store ruins suddenly emerged from the sea, the instant noodles on the shelves flickering with the script of an unknown civilization. The red glow of the cash register piercing through the clouds to reach the far side of the moon. Returning home, the consciousness streams of hundreds of embryos chorused in the void. Their umbilical neural cords pierced through the chamber walls, the divided suckers at their ends adorned with the youthful visage of Lin Jinxing. Chunda's wedding ring suddenly melted, liquid star-patterned stone flowing through his fingers into the incubation chamber interface, etching Li Yun's handwritten formula onto the surface of the console. At this moment, Yilan's mechanical remains completed their final transmission. Her liquid metal visage manifested a gentle smile, her gray-blue irises exploding into an electronic galaxy. One must believe that the unspoken words amidst the fireworks transformed into streams of data, igniting the silhouette of a Jia repairing the radio among the blue jacarandas. The security checkpoint at Pudong Airport twisted and warped amidst the torrential rain. Chinda's suit was drenched in cold sweat. On the X-ray screen, the clone Li Yun was sprinkling toffee hazelnuts into her coffee. Her ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem on the back of her neck, creating a quantum entanglement with the space-time of 2019. "Mr. Chun, turn around." The voices from 3 dimensions resonated simultaneously. Li Yun's original form, clad in interstellar uniform, floated within the space-time rift, her combat gloves pressing against the ever-expanding blue jacaranda buds. Each bloom served as a tombstone of memory. Petals the size of aircraft carriers slowly unfurled, revealing countless iterations of herself. Convenience store cashiers, suffocators from the depths of the ocean, embryonic cultivators. The clone suddenly grasped Chinda's hand. Her body heat transmitted through the starry tattoos, flooding his nerves with images from 23 parallel timelines. Some knelt in floral groves weeping. Others faced off against mechanical winds with guns drawn, and still others cradled luminous energy forms as they approached the dawn. As these visions dissipated like fireworks, The fragrance of the blue jacaranda became overwhelmingly tangible. It was time to make a choice. The quantum afterimage of Yi Lan materialized from the cash register screen. Her mechanical eye projected two lines of continuously fluctuating equations. On the left, data of Earth's orbital path. On the right, a list of convenience store inventory. Chunda's tactical dagger plunged into the control panel. A faint golden blood seeped along the circuitry, and the jars of Blue Mountain coffee on the shelves suddenly quantumized, their barcodes reconfiguring into interstellar coordinates. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, all blue jacaranda infectees looked up, their pupils reflecting the alien cocoons suspended in low Earth orbit. Telegia, the clone Li Yun's form began to particleize, her fingertips penetrating Chunda's chest, etching the jasmine emblem upon his heart's surface. No radio repair needed this time. At the moment, the quantum storm engulfed Pudong Airport. Chunda beheld the three-dimensional projection of the convenience store unfurling in the starry sea. Each item on the shelves was marked with a civilization number. And deep within the freezer, an embryo quietly grew within the roots of the blue jacaranda. Chapter 49. The applause of faults. The torrential rain solidified into amber-colored crystalline matrices beyond the quantum shield, while the neon signs of the convenience store ruins hung suspended in the void, casting Chunda's shadow into 12 fragmented timelines. He knelt before the starry stone altar, the tattoo on his collarbone searing the viscous ground into a charred Klein bottle pattern. Yi Lan's mechanical eye hovered 3 meters above, her gray-blue iris projecting an ever-collapsing star map, the rotating coordinates synchronizing with the barcodes on the cash register screen. Neural linkage completion stood at 997. The mechanically synthesized Zawaga language reverberated within his skull, and a Jiez quantum afterimage suddenly materialized. The boy's crystallized right arm plunged into the altar's fissure, his neck bearing a web-like pattern of blue spots. Brother Chun, applause is about to echo. Suddenly, the entire city fell into profound silence. Burning vehicles froze in midair. Raindrops crystallized into daggers of water, and even the fluidity of Yi Lan's liquid metal visage slowed to a crawl like asphalt. Chunda heard a sound transcending the laws of physics emanating from the depths of the Earth's core. It was not merely a sound, but the resonant frequency of collective civilization memory. As the pendulum returns, the ethereal image of Li Yun rises from the fissure of the altar, the hem of her qipao dripping with phosphorescent seawater, while the permissible margin of error is devoured by the suddenly ruptured folds of time and space. The sensation of weightlessness persisted for 3/4 of a second, or perhaps 170 years. When Chunda opened his eyes once more, his tactical boots were firmly planted on the dark crimson velvet carpet. The decaying scent of jasmine mingled with the oil of an old projector, infiltrating his nostrils. He found himself standing at the highest point of a circular theater, where the celestial map of the dome was composed of countless convenience store price tags, each barcode marking the date of humanity's demise. Welcome to the Observer Theater, a mechanical voice emanated from all directions. Chunda's pupils constricted abruptly as a Klein bottle, a kilometer in diameter, floated at the center of the stage. The transparent surface of the bottle played historical scenes in a rolling display. The flames of Qin Shi Huang's book burning and the blue flames of a convenience store explosion overlapped, while the mushroom cloud of Hiroshima revealed the silhouette of an interstellar battleship. Fragmented applause echoed from the audience. Chunda staggered, grasping the gilded railing, and saw countless translucent figures seated below. A student in uniform, Ajia, was repairing a radio in the third row, while the cold light emanating from Yi Lan's mechanical remains flickered in the VIP section. Even the youthful specter of Lin Jinxing was fervently taking notes directed at the stage. In the front row, Li Yun's quantum projection turned to him, her bioluminescent gill-like organ behind her ear slowly undulating. Mr. Chun, there are only 117 seconds until the intermission concludes. A sudden searing pain radiated from the star-pattern tattoo on his collarbone. Chunda's retina exploded with memories that were not his own. Beneath the Nanjing city wall in 1937, Lin Jinxing, clad in a Zhongshan suit, caressed the shell of a crashed UFO. Within the convenience store freezer of 2023, hundreds of embryos opened their eyes simultaneously, and further still, his elder self stood at an interstellar port, scattering Blue Mountain coffee grounds into the reversing river of time. The performance was about to commence. As the mechanical voice resonated once more, the Klein bottle on stage suddenly collapsed. Thousands of glowing threads surged from the bottle's opening, their ends connecting to the spectral image of renowned figures from human history. Einstein was deriving the formula EMC. Helen of Troy donned a convenience store employee badge. And Genghis Khan's curved sword bore alien inscriptions. Chunda's wedding ring unexpectedly lodged itself into the railing's groove. A holographic menu unfurled in the void. Latte time anchor point, sandwich space folding, Odin quantum communication. As he reached out to select the option for American coffee, the entire theater erupted with an alarm resembling a baby's wail. The sound of a seat toppling echoed from the seventh row. Chunda turned to see another version of himself confronting Yi Lan with a gun drawn, the bulletproof glass reflecting 300 overlapping images. Each of him entering the theater at different historical junctures, each pressing the stop button at the same location. This was the 0927th cycle. The specter of Li Yun passed through the wall, the jasmine emblem on her qipao shimmering with a mother-of-pearl luster. Each time the curtain fell, you chose to restart the universe. Suddenly, a blood curtain descended upon the stage. On the day of the convenience store explosion, Chunda witnessed the scene replayed on the screen, where Ajia's crystalline wings shattered into azure flames, and Yi Lan's liquid metal arm melted into the shape of a key. He embraced the embryo and leapt into the ventilation shaft. The slow-motion moment seamlessly merging with the image of the residents of Pompeii, fleeing for their lives. The audience erupted in applause. Suddenly, Li Yun, clad in interstellar uniform, appeared beside him, her fingertips piercing through Chunda's chest, etching celestial coordinates onto the surface of his heart. The true audience awaits outside. The bulletproof glass curtain wall became transparent in response. Chunda's breath halted as billions of Klein bottles floated beyond the theater, each containing various forms of human civilization. In the nearest bottle, primitive humans were sharpening stone axes beneath the neon lights of the convenience store. At the furthest depths, starships navigated through the shelf-shaped nebulae. Isn't the air of fireworks beautiful? Lin Jinxing's phantom approached, leaning on the staff of civilization, the decayed vocal cords producing a metallic rasp. He raised his hand in a gentle wave, and suddenly, the Einstein on stage tore away its facade, revealing a writhing bundle of alien nerves beneath. These actors were oblivious to their repeated lines. Chunda's tactical dagger flew from his grasp, the blade piercing Lin Jinxing's apparition and embedding itself in the seat behind, splattering pale golden blood. Kano's quantum projection. The warrior's luminescent patterns resonating with the star chart. The ancestral spirits declare that applause is the tombstone of civilization. As the control console rose from the center of the stage, Chunda's temples throbbed. It was a device transformed from a convenience store cash register. The display counting down from 00000000, the confirmation key engraved with the pattern of Li Yun's wedding ring. Ajia's quantum remnant suddenly solidified, the boy's fully crystalline form erupting in gamma rays. It's repaired. The theater began to collapse. The gilded railings transformed into luminous spores, and the phantoms in the audience sequentially underwent quantum transmutation. Li Yun's clone leapt down from the ventilation duct, the jasmine emblem on her neck resonating with the confirmation key when the twins make their choice. Chunda's retina retained the last night's images of the convenience store. The can of Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf twisted in the flames. And as Li Yun turned, her ponytail swept across the cash register keys. Ajia curled in the warehouse, repairing the radio, his silhouette overlapping with the boy's current quantum state. He suddenly comprehended that those endlessly looping dreams were warnings conveyed by alternate versions of himself across different universes. Should this farce be terminated? Lin Jinxing's phantom twisted beside the control console into the form of an elderly Chunda, the star-patterned artificial eye reflecting a burning earth. Should humanity remain forever trapped in this meticulously orchestrated tragedy? Yi Lan's mechanical eye suddenly embedded itself into the control panel. Her liquid metal visage manifested the weariness unique to humanity. Only 47 seconds remain in the error tolerance. The gray-blue iris projected a final holographic image of the convenience store's surveillance footage, where Ajia, clad in his school uniform, was hiding a coded note on the third shelf. Chunda's fingertips hovered just above the confirmation key. He saw 23 versions of himself across parallel timelines simultaneously reaching out. Some wept profusely, some laughed maniacally, while others held hands with Li Yun, each adorned in different uniforms. When the theater's dome completely collapsed, interstellar dust cascaded like golden rain, each grain shimmering with unspoken confessions. Miss Lee's throat constricted painfully as Chunda's Adam's apple rolled laboriously. The starry tattoo on his collarbone detaching from his skin, intertwining in the air to form a garland of jasmine. As the first spore touched the confirmation button, he finally discerned the melody of the radio repaired by a Jia amidst the quantum noise. It was the eve of the viral outbreak. The Christmas carol that played on a loop in the convenience store. In that fleeting moment of pressing the button, the universe unraveled like a film torn apart by a child. Chunda beheld the three-dimensional projection of the convenience store unfolding in the void, with the packaging of instant noodles updating the doomsday countdown, and an embryo deep within the freezer suddenly wailed. The quantum projections in the audience collectively rose, applause surging like a tidal wave, yet shattering into stardust upon reaching the stage's edge. You have made an intriguing choice. Lin Jinxing's phantom collapsed into a two-dimensional plane, revealing surveillance footage from the store's opening day. A young scientist in a white lab coat was hiding a USB drive among the shelves, the red glow of the cash register elongating his hunched silhouette like a demon. Kneeling before the control console, Chunda discovered that his wedding ring had long melted into a solution of star-patterned stone. Li Yun's clone embraced him from behind, the temperature of its body 7 degrees lower than that of a human, carrying the bitter aftertaste of Blue Mountain coffee. The error is not a mistake. Suddenly, the entire theater began to descend in dimension. The gilded seats melted into Van Gogh's Starry Sky, and Einstein on stage tore apart the laws of physics, while the neon sign of the convenience store penetrated the quantum barrier. When the last bulletproof glass shattered into a prism, Chunda heard the whispers of 3 dimensions simultaneously, the cash register's alert tone, the thunderous beat of ancestral war drums, the wailing of embryonic consciousness, finally merging into a complete redemption. A rift opened in the void. The repaired radio from a GF fell through the crack amidst the static. The convenience store's aunt's call echoed. "We are closing. Please come early tomorrow." Chunda gripped the remnants of the radio, turning for one last glance amidst the dimensional storm. The phantom of Li Yun in the audience was dissipating, her lips silently reciting the shared lines of all timelines. You must believe in the fireworks. Chapter 50, Grammatical Rebirth. The torrential rain solidified into an amber-hued crystal matrix outside the quantum shield, the neon sign of the convenience store dangling in the void, tearing Chunda's shadow into 12 fragments of time and space. He knelt before the control console of the observer's theater, his fingertips hovering above the scarlet termination button, his retina retaining the lingering images of 300 parallel selves, each clutching a different form of Blue Mountain coffee can. The barcodes on each can melting into the equations of E.T. As the pendulum returned, Li Yun's quantum remnant penetrated the bulletproof glass, the jasmine emblem on her qipow's hem shimmering with a mother-of-pearl luster. The permissible range of error was. Before the words could finish, the entire theater abruptly began to descend in dimension. The gilded seats melted into Van Gogh's Starry Sky. Einstein on stage tore apart the laws of physics, and the shelves of the convenience store penetrated the quantum barrier. Before consciousness dissipated, Chunda pressed the button, hearing the simultaneous detonation of 3-dimensional sounds, the cash register's chime, the thunderous beat of ancestral war drums, and the weeping of embryonic consciousness, weaving a symphony of destruction within his eardrums. Agonizing pain spread from the tattoo on his collarbone to the nerve endings. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself floating in the void of the starship's core chamber. Countless glowing umbilical cords descended from the dome, their ends connected to the quantum projections of convenience store products, the expiration date of instant noodles flowing backward on the packaging, while the battery gauge morphed into a pointer of gravitational vectors. Welcome to the realm of grammar. Yi Lan's mechanical voice, intertwined with static, emanated from behind him. Her liquid metal form was melting and reshaping, her gray-blue irises projecting a waterfall of data, as Lin Jinxing inscribed the laws of physics into product codes. As Chunda's tactical boots touched the void, ripples expanded beneath his feet, transforming into the Jiwa star map. He beheld chocolate packaging on the shelves marked with a time dilation coefficient of 0.7, and within the boiling broth of Odin, floated Li Yun's amber-colored pupils. Most chilling were the rows of embryonic observation windows in the freezer, each CX-17 experimental subject synchronizing with his heartbeat frequency. The expiration date of the instant noodles served as a temporal anchor. Yi Lan's mechanical fingers inserted into the cash register interface, where nanotentacles entwined with the barcode scanning beam, creating blue-violet arcs of electricity. Suddenly, she tore open her singed sleeve, revealing a pulsating antimatter core beneath her skin, determining the gravitational direction of this dimension. The alarm resonated in quantum frequencies. The outer wall of the starship abruptly became transparent, revealing Earth slowly igniting within the protective shield. The steel skeleton of Tokyo Tower melting into liquid starlight, while Big Ben's hands floated in a Klein bottle structure amidst the mushroom cloud. The remnants of the convenience store's neon signs orbited in low Earth orbit, forming alien script. They sought to encapsulate human civilization. The hem of Yilan's lab coat carbonized into ashes, exposing a star-patterned crystal chip embedded in her spine, reminiscent of supermarkets processing near-expiry goods. Chen Da's wedding ring suddenly felt scorching. The inner surface of the band revealed Li Yun's handwriting, which detached from the metal, igniting in midair to become coordinates for convenience stores across 23 parallel universes. As he reached out to touch the projection of Pudong Airport from 2019, the entire starship erupted in alarms that resembled the cries of an infant. Yilan's liquid metal arm dissolved into an electromagnetic cannon. Each electromagnetic pulse scorching star maps onto the shelves. Swarms of mechanical octopuses surged from the ventilation ducts, their compound eyes glimmering with the crimson insignia of the CX project, their tentacle tips splitting into barcode scanners. To the left, at 3 o'clock, a GS quantum afterimage suddenly materialized. The boy's fully quantized form emitted gamma rays. Crystal shards reassembling in the air into a blueprint of the convenience store, the firewall vulnerabilities of the cash register system lying within the Odin pot. Chunda rolled to evade the barrage of corrosive liquid, his tactical dagger slicing open the chest of the nearest octopus. From the putrid mechanical parts fell half of a melted wedding ring, perfectly matching the relic Li Yun had left in the underwater sanctuary. Memories surged through his nerves like high-voltage currents, and he suddenly realized that these mechanical entities were replaying the scene of the convenience store explosion. The permissible margin of error dwindled to a mere 47 seconds. Yilan's warning was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the rocket. Within the depths of her mechanical eye's iris, a vision of Nanjing's city wall in 1937 played on repeat, showcasing Lin Zhenxing, clad in a Zhongshan suit, gently caressing the shell of a downed UFO, with stardust cascading from his fingertips. In the instant Chunda lunged towards the Odin pot. A cry erupted from the depths of the freezer, where an embryo lay. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updated its expiration date. The inscription of December 24th, 2019 melting into alien symbols. As his blood droplets fell into the bubbling broth, the entire convenience store unexpectedly underwent quantum transformation, ensnaring the approaching mechanical octopus within the folds of a temporal loop. Li Yun's quantum afterimage pierced through the bulletproof glass, her wedding gown blossoming into a luminescent jellyfish amidst the ethereal blue. Chunda's retina exploded with a cacophony of memories, overlapping the night before the viral outbreak at the convenience store proposal with the farewell to the clone within an underwater sanctuary. Mr. Chun, turn around. The corporeal Li Yun, dressed in interstellar uniform, floated within the rift of space-time. Her combat gloves pressed against the swelling bud of the blue jacaranda, while countless versions of herself, a convenience store cashier, an underwater asphyxiator, an embryo cultivator, curled among the petals, which were as large as an aircraft carrier. A fragment of Ajay's wings suddenly converged into a stellar bridge. The remnants of youth vibrated their vocal cords, producing frequencies that transcended the laws of physics. The barcode of the Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf disintegrated in his quantum avatar amidst the blinding light, crystal shards coalescing in Chunda's palm to reveal the store's opening date. Suddenly, his wedding ring embedded itself into the control panel. A holographic menu unfurled in the void, and upon selecting the option for American coffee, the core chamber of the starship began to collapse. The frenzied script of Lin Zhenxing materialized on the metallic wall, each letter writhing and reconfiguring until it ultimately spelled out the final phase of the CX-18 project. The cry of the embryo suddenly manifested in corporeal form. Chunda embraced the rapidly growing CX-17 experimental subject, realizing that the observation window of the freezer was cracking. A 2-meter-high embryo opened its compound eyes, the jasmine emblem on its neck intertwining quantumly with his stardust tattoo. The vocal cords of the experimental subject vibrated with Li Yun's unique, breathy tone. Its umbilical nerve pierced the cabin, with the ends of its split suckers adorned with name tags of convenience store employees. "We are home." The exterior of the starship shattered with a deafening roar. Chunda beheld the quantum state of the convenience store suspended in the interstellar harbor, where the instant noodle packaging bore the designations of various civilizations, and the red glow of the cash register penetrated dimensional barriers, reaching the far side of the moon. At that moment, Yilan's mechanical remnants completed their final transmission, her liquid metal visage revealing a gentle smile. "Believe in the unspoken words within the flames." Transforming into a data meteor, burning in the void, reminiscent of Ajay's silhouette as he repaired the radio. As the first rays of alien dawn streamed through the porthole, Chunda finally discerned the truth. Earth slowly rotated within the protective shield, its azure oceans adorned with a grid shaped like convenience stores, each grid flickering with the fluorescent designation of CX-18. The entire narrative unfolded as a cognitive training program, with Lin Jinxing's holographic image seeping from the blood coral flute. The scientist, who should have perished 2 decades ago, now gazes at his creation through the star-patterned ocular prosthetic. From survival on a desolate island to the interstellar battlefield, it all serves merely to test the adaptability of CX-18. Suddenly, Chunda's clavicle tattoo detaches from his skin. The star-patterned totem sketches a 3-dimensional projection of a convenience store in the air, with each item on the shelves materializing alongside experimental records. The security checkpoint at Pudong Airport in 2019 serves as the initial anchor of his memories, while the fluorescent equations of the Underwater Sanctuary act as logical verification codes. Even Yilan's mechanical eye is a preordained emotional variable. The embryo abruptly quantizes into a storm of light particles. Billions of luminous spores peel away from the surface of the experiment, blossoming in the void into a nebula of blue jacaranda. Each petal reflects scenes of human civilization's destruction, with quantum remnants of Li Yun at various ages suspended at the center of the flower's stamen. Mother awaits us. As the consciousness stream of the experimental subject caresses the nerves like a gentle spring breeze, Chunda's tactical gloves dissolve under a blinding light, resonating with the roots of the blue jacaranda. When he touches the nearest petal, the entire starship suddenly plays the recording of the convenience store's grand opening announcement. The registers beeping harmonizing perfectly with the rhythm of ancestral war drums. Lin Jinxing's maniacal laughter quantizes into high-frequency pulses. The wreckage of the starship begins to collapse into a singularity, and the items on the shelves plummet towards Earth like a meteor shower. In the final moment, Chunda grasps the umbilical nerve of the embryo, witnessing the instant noodles packaging revealing the ultimate truth of the universe amidst the flames. Each expiration date a countdown to a civilization's tombstone. Every tier of the packaging a command to reboot the program. Darkness lingers for 3/4 of a second, or perhaps 170 years. When Chunda opens his eyes once more, his tactical boots tread upon the shards of the convenience store's bulletproof glass. Wind chimes tremble in the quantum storm. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updates its expiration date, while the embryo in the depths of the freezer quietly grows within a permissible error of 47 seconds. The register's screen suddenly illuminates. A GIS-repaired radio plays Christmas carols at the counter, the static concealing a youthful, unfinished confession. "Tell the convenience store auntie that this time it's truly fixed." Chunda's wedding ring suddenly melts. Liquid star-patterned stone flows through his fingers into the certification groove of the embryo chamber, etching Li Yun's handwritten formula upon the surface of the control panel. As the first drop of morning dew slides down the neon sign, he sees the 3-dimensional convenience store overlapping in the morning light. The former cashier, Li Yun, is polishing the coffee machine, while the current warrior, Chunda, cradles the embryo, and the future interstellar caravan navigates through the shelves. The grammatical reconstruction is complete. Yilan's mechanical eye floats in the air, its iris projecting a quantum representation of Earth. All product codes rewritten. Chunda lowers his gaze to his palm. The barcode of the Blue Mountain coffee can is reconfiguring into cosmic coordinates, while the frost patterns in the freezer grow into the terminal symbols of the Mayan calendar. As the first rays of sunlight penetrate the protective shield, the automatic doors of the convenience store emit a melodious electronic sound. "Welcome, experiment subject number 0927. Chapter 51. The iris epitaph. A torrential downpour solidified into amber-hued crystal beads outside the quantum shield. As the emergency lights in the convenience store's basement pierced through the humid air, refracting cold, prismatic light upon Yilan's mechanical iris. Her liquid metal fingers hovered 3 centimeters above the control panel, the gray-blue nanomatrix reflecting the densely packed, encrypted files in the holographic projection. Their twisted symbols resembling ancient insects ensnared in amber, each stroke emanating the unique starry glow of the CX project. Are you certain you wish to activate the folded space? Chunda's tactical boots crunched over shards of glass, the soles producing a sticky sound as they scraped against the slimy floor. He glanced at Yilan's profile and noticed the bionic skin behind her ear cracking, revealing the pulsating quantum processor beneath. Last time in the underwater temple, they had only managed to decompress the historical archive of 7. Yilan tore at her charred cuff, a blue-hued electrolyte seeping from beneath the carbon fiber straps. Lin Jinxing was erasing not just data. Her mechanical eye suddenly erupted with blinding red light, the iris fracturing into a web-like pattern. He had altered the grammatical structure of humanity's collective memory. Ajia's scaled wings trembled in the shadows. The boy's fully crystalline right arm inserted into the power interface. While the bluish spots on his neck flickered with the energy waves, I can hold for 117 seconds. His vocal cords distorted due to quantum erosion. Sounding like a malfunctioning radio playing an old cassette recording, these files are gnawing at my photonic veins. Suddenly, Chunda's collarbone tattoo burned fiercely. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, hovering in the air, outlining a holographic projection of the convenience store on the day of the explosion. The third shelf's Blue Mountain coffee cans twisted in the fire, the melted plastic packaging reconstituting into the equation of E.T. As he reached to touch the projection, the basement was abruptly filled with an alarm reminiscent of a baby's cry. It has begun. Yilan's liquid metal visage bore the solemnity characteristic of humanity. At the moment her mechanical eye's iris contracted to a pinprick, the entire basement began to descend into lower dimensions. Bulletproof glass liquefied into liquid starlight, while the instant noodles on the shelves unfurled in the void like glowing pages of history. Chunda felt icy fingers penetrate his temple, his retina exploding with imagery not belonging to this era. December 13th, 1937, Nanjing Zhonghua Gate. The cold wind, laced with gunpowder, swept past the crumbling city walls. Severed limbs of soldiers hanging from charred phoenix trees like a grotesque wind chime. A girl wrapped in a coarse cotton jacket curled up in a shell crater. The cries of the infant in her arms swallowed by the cacophony of artillery. Suddenly, the sky split open with a web-like fissure. What fell was not a shell, but a spindle-shaped aircraft. "Look, Mommy, the stars are falling," the girl murmured, her pupils reflecting the eerie blue of the energy shield. The membrane rising and falling like a breath, completely isolating the Japanese incendiary bombs outside. Liquid metal flowed over the wreckage of the aircraft, gradually coalescing into the nascent form of the convenience store's neon sign. Yilan's mechanical voice pierced through the folds of time and space. CX-0001 file. Humanity's first contact with the Cedar civilization. The gravitational field in the basement began to spiral into chaos. Ajia's scales began to shed, and crystalline fragments in the air reassembled into a chronological tableau of the 20th century within the protective shield. The dissection of a youthful pilot's quantum sound waves triggered a chain resonance, causing the walls to manifest projections of yellowed research logs. Chunda discerned the trembling penmanship. December 15th, 1937. A humanoid entity discovered within the wreckage, its chest cavity embedded with star-patterned stone organs. The Lin Corporation assumed control of the research, and Chairman Jiang sanctioned the confidential Qilin project. March 21st, 1938. The 27th live experiment ended in failure. Following the injection of star-patterned stone powder into a pregnant woman's womb, the embryo exhibited quantum entanglement characteristics. The Chihuahua woman hummed a battle song as she neared death, while Chunda's throat tightened as he recalled Kano's mother. The holographic image transitioned to a dimly lit operating room, where Lin Jinxing, donned in a Zhongshan suit, administered an injection to the pregnant woman, and the signature section of the experimental log boldly displayed Yi Biotech. Yilan's liquid metal arm suddenly convulsed. My initial code originated from that spacecraft servo. The alarm transformed into a high-frequency pulse. Ajia, now entirely crystallized, emitted gamma rays, scorching a charred blueprint of a convenience store in the dimensional space. The energy waveform of the shield matched successfully. Following his gaze, Chunda beheld the energy shield spectrum from 1937, which astonishingly overlapped perfectly with the flickering frequency of the convenience store's neon sign. More terrifying was the star-patterned totem emerging at the center of the shield, mirroring the tattoo on his collarbone precisely. The royal bloodline authentication passed. The mechanical synthesis of the Chiwa ancient language reverberated within his skull. Yilan's white coat spontaneously ignited, revealing a CX chip embedded in her spine. A construct not of modern technology but a neural interface forged from alien alloys. Disconnect the link. Chunda thrust his tactical dagger toward the data line, only to be obstructed by a suddenly materialized historical projection. A woman in a cheongsam, Li Yun, emerged from the streets of Nanjing in 1937. Blood droplets cascading from her hair, etching a jasmine emblem into the ground. Mr. Chun, you are also an experiment. The Phantom's fingertips penetrated the bulletproof vest, inscribing Lin Jinxing's signature upon the surface of the star-patterned tattoo. From 1937 to 2023, we have all existed within the same petri dish. Yilan's right eye erupted in a display of electronic fireworks. Her slate blue iris projected the final holographic image. In the surveillance footage of the convenience store from 2023, a Jia, clad in a school uniform, concealed a coded note on the third shelf. Her liquid metal visage began to quantumize, the left half of her body melting away like silverware. The folded space is the gravestone of the sower, a mechanical voice enveloped in electrical static. My memory bank is the true iris epitaph. A Jia's shriek precipitated a spatial collapse. The remnants of the youth's humanity wept tears of blood, his neck bearing a blue mark that split into the shape of a jasmine emblem. Codes were devoured by the dimensional storm of his words at Blue Mountain Coffee. Crystalline shards coalescing in the air to form the date of January 17, 2000. Chunda grasped Yilan's mechanical eye within the void. When the folded space completely closed, he heard the simultaneous whispers of three dimensions, the torrential rain of the air raid shelter, the artillery fire of 1937, and the beep of the convenience store cash register, intertwining into a chilling elegy on his eardrums. As the morning light penetrated the fissures of the quantum shield, the basement transformed into a bronze altar. Yilan's mechanical remnants knelt at the center, the left half solidified into a star-patterned stone sculpture, while his right hand pointed towards the third shelf, where an unopened can of Blue Mountain coffee emerged in the ethereal glow. Chunda trembled as he twisted open the canister, the brown powder dispersing into a projection of Nanjing in 1937. At the core of the shield's energy waveform, he discerned the truth erased by history. Lin Jinxing's wedding ring embedded in the spaceship's helm, its surface reflecting the surveillance footage from the day the convenience store opened. It turned out that Chunda's star-patterned tattoo suddenly detached from his skin, sketching the ethereal figure of Li Yun in the air, all within the permissible range of variance. The radio unexpectedly activated, and the channel repaired by a Jia played Christmas carols. Amidst the static of the electrical noise, faintly emerged a message from the youth traversing time and space. Tell the convenience store ant that the iris is the key to the past. Chapter 52. The geometry of sorrow. The dome of the starship's core chamber flowed with liquid starlight, as a Jia's scale-like wings shed in the particle stream. The crystallized form of the youth hovered in the center of the anti-gravity field, with photon veins beneath his skin pulsating in a Fibonacci spiral, each beam of light refracting projections of the 12-dimensional convenience store. The emotional stability index plummeted below the threshold. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into electronic snowflakes, his gray-blue iris projecting an ever-collapsing wave function image, with his sorrow reconstructing the topology of space. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the crystalline debris on the floor, the soles creating eerie blue arcs as they scraped against the metallic surface. He saw a Jia's fully quantized right arm inserted into the console interface, the quantum vocal cords vibrating to produce a metallic scraping noise. Each particle of those cries screamed. Suddenly, the entire chamber twisted into the shape of a Mobius strip. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelf tore apart autonomously, the noodles writhing in the air like living serpents. The bulletproof glass of the freezer melted into liquid, and hundreds of CX embryos' umbilical nerve cords penetrated the cabin, the ends of their split suction cups revealing the visage of Li Yun at her last moments. Ajia! Chunda's roar was swallowed by the folds of space. As he lunged toward the console, the star-patterned tattoo on his collarbone suddenly detached from his skin, sketching the star map of the Jiwa sacred city in the air. Pale golden blood seeped from his nostrils, pooling on the ground to form Lin Jinxing's handwritten formula, it. The remaining human left eye of the youth wept blood. Ajia's neck, marked with a blue spot, cracked into a web-like pattern, and from the nacreous sheen of the droplet, a coral-like luminescent entity sprouted from the metallic floor. Brother Chun. Look at the ceiling. At the moment the dome peeled away, Chunda's retina exploded with images not belonging to this era. Above Hiroshima, on August 6, 1945, a B-29 bomber pierced through the clouds. Inside the cockpit, the American pilots suddenly turned their heads in unison, their pupils splitting into compound eye structures, barcodes of convenience store products materializing in their throats. As the young boy's atomic bomb detached from its chamber, its surface glimmered with energy patterns reminiscent of Igea's scaled wings. No, Igea's quantum roar induced a spatial resonance. A swarm of dodecahedral particles erupted from the debris of the scales, constructing a topological structure of a Klein bottle in the void. The furious stream of particles burst forth like a supernova, instantly penetrating the starship's triple-layer armor. Yet when it reached the bomb's body, it triggered temporal ripples, manifesting a fireball reminiscent of a mushroom cloud within the chamber amidst the scorching gusts. A neon sign of a convenience store ablaze flickered into view. Yilan's liquid metal arm melted and reformed into a protective shield, deep within her mechanical eye's iris. The image of the Nanjing city walls from 1937 overlapped with the nuclear explosion site. Sorrow can rend dimensions, and anger can rewrite history. Chunda grasped Igea's shoulder amidst the particle storm. The boy's fully crystallized skin was undergoing quantum transformation, the jasmine emblem on his neck radiating an eerie pearlescent sheen. They deceived us. All wars are energy harvesting. Igea's distorted right hand plunged into the void, pulling out a half-melted wedding ring from the folds of time, a relic left by Li Yun in the underwater sanctuary. The bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping images. Chunda beheld various versions of himself across different timelines kneeling amidst the ruins, some cradling embryos in tears, others confronting mechanical Yilan with weapons drawn, and still others leading Li Yun in interstellar attire toward the morning light. As these images dissipated like fireworks, Igea's particle stream abruptly changed direction, scorching the starship's exterior with the totem of the Mayan calendar. Warning: gravitational constant anomaly. Yilan's white coat carbonized in the radiation wind, revealing a pulsating starstone chip at her spine. He was transforming the starship into a temporal anchor. Igea's quantum avatar began to collapse. Countless luminous particles escaped through the fissures in his skin, weaving into a cocoon-like topological structure in the air. Chunda's wedding ring suddenly became searing hot. The inscription of Li Yun emerging from the metal, igniting within the particle stream into coordinates of convenience stores across 23 parallel universes. This is the truth of energy quantification. Yilan tore away the charred synthetic skin, exposing the writhing alien nerve bundles beneath. They were uploading exceptional test subjects into the civilization database. Memories surged like high-voltage currents through the nerves. Chunda suddenly grasped everything. The focus Igea had while repairing the radio, the resonance of the jasmine emblem in the underwater sanctuary, and the ever-replenishing Blue Mountain coffee on the convenience store shelves were all cognitive inducement programs preordained by an alien civilization. The blue mark on the boy's neck was not a viral imprint, but rather a progress bar for consciousness uploading. Igea's remaining human vocal cords vibrated with a warm frequency. Within the particle cocoon, a holographic projection of the convenience store warehouse emerged, revealing a school-uniformed boy crouched on the third shelf, adjusting the radio. The red glow of the cash register danced on his eyelashes, telling the ant that this time it was real. At that moment, space utterly collapsed. Chunda saw Igea's quantum avatar flow into the core of the starship, resonating with the neural strands of the CX-17 embryo. When the first particle touched the embryo observation window, the entire starship suddenly played the broadcast recording from the store's opening. The chime of wind bells perfectly synchronizing with the rhythm of ancestral war drums. Seize this! The mechanical eye of Yilan suddenly sprang forth, its gray-blue iris emitting a blinding flash of light. The moment Chunda caught this metallic sphere, his retina exploded with erased historical imagery. On the streets of Nanjing in 1937, Lin Jinxingdan in a Zhongshan suit was documenting data beside a crashing UFO. While the nascent form of a convenience store's neon sign hovered in the center of a protective shield. As the anti-gravity field failed, all unsecured objects began to spiral upward. Chunda rolled amid the floating shelves, witnessing a GS particle cocoon absorbing the starship's energy, luminous tendrils piercing through the temporal barrier. Stitching together the ruins of Hiroshima in 1945 with the inferno of a convenience store in 2023, he was reconstructing the constants of the universe. Yilan's liquid metal fingers delved into the fissures of the control console, nanotendrils entwining with alien code to produce blue-violet arcs of electricity. Using waves of sorrowful emotion as curvature engines, Chunda's star-pattern tattoo suddenly detached from his body. The totem hovering in the air became entangled in quantum connections with the particle cocoon, enveloping the entire chamber within the topological structure of a Klein bottle. Upon touching the nearest luminous tendril, the bulletproof glass unexpectedly reflected a tridimensional scene. The starship in the reality dimension was on the brink of disintegration. The airport security checkpoint in the memory dimension and the interstellar convenience store in the future dimension. At that moment, a GS particle stream reached a critical threshold. The dodecahedron structure suddenly unfurled, each face revealing scenes of daily life within the convenience store. Li Yun counting stock with her ponytail swaying. Chunda's profile as he brewed coffee, and a GS mischievous smile while swapping expired labels. These fragmented memories refracted like a prism, scorching the metallic walls with Lin Jinxing's frantic scrawl. When error becomes fuel, civilization may endure. It was time to bid farewell. A GS quantum voice reverberated directly within Chunda's mind. The last human hand of the youth pressed against his chest, and the star-pattern tattoo erupted into a supernova of light. Mom, there are still 47 seconds left in the error margin on the far side of the moon. The roar of spatial folding drowned out any unspoken words. When Chunda opened his eyes once more, only half a crystallized radio knob remained in his hand. While outside the starship's breach, the mushroom cloud of Hiroshima's nuclear explosion reversed into a falling rain of cherry blossoms. Yilan's mechanical remains lay slumped before the console. Her liquid metal visage bore the fatigue only humanity knows, her gray-blue iris projecting the final data stream. A GS particle cocoon had fused with the starship's core, digitizing and uploading the data of Earth's civilization. This was the ultimate form of filtration. She severed the data line from her chest, and the electrolyte etched the layout of the convenience store onto the ground, where exemplary individuals became eternal memories, while the rest remained permissible redundancies. Chunda's tactical gloves brushed against the starship's exterior. Amid the residual warmth of the metallic surface, he sensed a GS final waves of consciousness. Those glowing sorrows transmitting the aroma of the auntie's freshly baked bread from the convenience store, as well as the warmth of curling up behind the cash register on a stormy night. On the distant horizon, the first rays of dawn pierced through the protective shield. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updated its expiration date, the inscription from December 24, 2019, melting into alien symbols. As the automatic doors of the convenience store emitted a melodious electronic chime, Chunda finally discerned the truth reflected in the glass. Each hero destined to save the world was merely a character within a report from an advanced civilization. Chapter 53. The cocoon of liberation. The dome of the starship's core chamber flowed with liquid starlight, and as Chunda's tactical boots traversed the ground, the viscous substance rippled delicately, as if he had shattered the galaxy beneath his feet. The array of cultivation pods undulated in the cool, ethereal blue light, and the observation windows of thousands of egg-shaped chambers shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, while embryos suspended in pale green nutrient fluid stretched their limbs. Their neural cords intertwined across the ceiling, forming a complex network, with each suction cup embedded with barcodes of convenience store products. The royal bloodline certification was successful. The mechanical synthesis of the Shivago language reverberated within his skull. Suddenly, the tattoo on Chunda's collarbone detached from his skin and floated, tracing a holographic projection of the sacred city of the Chiva people in the air, approaching the nearest cultivation pod. The bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping images, translators in tailored suits, warriors stained with blood, and fathers cradling embryos, each reaching to touch the same star-patterned totem. The fingertips of the clone of Li Yun penetrated her protective suit, gently pressing against the observation window. Her patient gown rustled in the radiation breeze, and the jasmine emblem at her neck resonated with the embryo. These were not mere experimental subjects, but the seeds of civilization. The amber-hued compound eyes reflected the interior scene, and a 2-meter-high embryo suddenly turned its head, its pupils fracturing into 12 prismatic structures, each lens revealing a different historical tableau from the convenience store. Chen Da's temples throbbed. Memories surged through his nerves like high-voltage electricity, and he saw Lin Jinxing administering starlight stone powder to a pregnant woman in the dimly lit cabin. The embryo's quantum fluctuations penetrated the womb, inscribing monitoring programs in the ionosphere. Further back, deep within the convenience store's refrigeration unit, hundreds of clones simultaneously opened their eyes. Frost patterns growing on the glass surface to form Mayan calendar totems. Check the serial number. The voice of clone Li Yun suddenly distorted as it underwent quantum transformation. Her mechanical right eye exploded into electronic snowflakes, the gray-blue iris projecting encrypted files CX0927 to CX0939 onto the surface of the pod. The barcodes reconfiguring into significant dates in human history: 194586, 200, 1911, 202, 3117. Chen Da's pupils constricted sharply as his blood droplets fell upon the surface of the cultivation pod. The nutrient fluid erupted into a boil, and the embryo's skin revealed intricate star-patterned circuits. Even more horrifying was their visage, where Einstein's curly hair intertwined with the crown of Qin Shi Huang in the liquid, and the red glow of the convenience store register spun within Madame Curie's pupils. They were cultivating with the genes of great figures. The clone tore open the bionic skin of her left arm, exposing a pulsating core of starlight stone, while I remained merely a defective product within acceptable margins of error. Her fingertips suddenly underwent quantum transformation, penetrating the pod to grasp the wrist of the embryo. Two bodies simultaneously emitted gamma rays, burning the equation of EMC into the metallic floor. The alarm shattered the silence. Clusters of neural cords descended from the ceiling, and the faces of a youthful Lin Jinxing manifested upon the split ends of the suction cups. Chen Da's electromagnetic knife cleaved through the approaching tendrils, releasing a rich aroma of Blue Mountain coffee amidst the burnt scent, an echo of the inexpensive coffee brewed by Li Yun on the eve of the viral outbreak. Third shelf. Suddenly, a GIS quantum remnant materialized. The boy's fully realized form shielded the two, as crystal fragments in the air constructed a blueprint of the convenience store. The password inscribed on the inner side of a wedding ring. The clone of Li Yun erupted with fury, her wedding dress as hem tearing into glowing tendrils. Her mechanical right eye bursting forth with a torrent of data. Mr. Chun, close your eyes. In the fleeting moment when Chen Da's eyelashes fell, the entire cultivation chamber abruptly transformed into a convenience store's refrigeration unit. Neural strands morphed into the steam of Odin, while the phantom of Lin Jinxing solidified into frost flowers upon the icebox. At that instant, Chen Da's wedding ring became searingly hot. Li Yun's handwriting emerged from the metal of the ring, igniting in the air as coordinates to 23 parallel universes. When he touched the projection of Pudong Airport from 2019, the embryos collectively wailed, their sound waves slicing through the chamber walls, revealing a deeply buried starship reactor, an enormous model of the wedding ring. Its surface embedded with star-patterned stones that absorbed all the energy from the cultivation chamber. This was the true selector. As the quantum incarnation of the clone Li Yun began to disintegrate, her hair tips dripped with fluorescent liquid, etching Lin Jinxing's frenzied script in the void. When errors become nourishment, miracles manifest. Chen Da embraced the rapidly dissolving clone, the star-patterned tattoo intertwining with her jasmine emblem in a quantum entanglement. As the first tear fell upon the ring's surface, the reactor suddenly erupted with the brilliance of a supernova, all cultivation chambers responding in unison. The embryo's umbilical neural strands coiling toward the control panel like the furious tentacles of an octopus. At that moment, the gravitational field spiraled out of control. The instant noodles on the shelf spun counterclockwise, batteries leapt from their chambers, suspended as constellations, and the Odin in the icebox boiled into a nebula in the void. Chunda collided with the main control panel, the oxygen tank on his back splitting open like a spider's web, memories from 72 hours prior overlapping with reality. In the convenience store on the eve of the viral outbreak, Li Yun was tiptoeing to organize the shelves. Her ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem on her neck as the red glow of the cash register stained the wedding ring crimson. Mr. Chun, if the world is to perish. Her words were swallowed by the alarm's blare, as soldiers in CX uniforms shattered the glass doors, the blue flames spewing from their guns reflecting Lin Jinxing's twisted smile. Anchor point. The remnant of clone Li Yun pierced through the barriers of time and space. Her quantum fingertips pressed against Chun Da's chest, the star-pattern tattoo suddenly detaching from his skin, weaving into a three-dimensional projection of the convenience store when the twins make a choice. Chun Da's tactical dagger plunged into the reactor's core. Amidst the blinding light erupting from the ring, he saw 23 versions of himself acting simultaneously across different dimensions. Him in a suit pushing through security with Li Yun. Him in warrior form embracing the quantum clone, and him, the future interstellar merchant, embedding the wedding ring into the control panel of the lunar relic. In the moment the gravitational vortex tore through the starship's armor, the cries of the embryos transformed into a clear and transcendent hymn. Pale golden blood poured forth from thousands of cultivation pods, coalescing in the air into the ethereal form of Li Yun. Clad in a blood-stained convenience store apron, she cradled an unopened can of Blue Mountain coffee in her palm. Discrepancy does not equate to error, she whispered, embodying 3 dimensions simultaneously. Their fingertips penetrated Chun Da's body, inscribing the opening date of the convenience store upon the surface of the star-patterned stone. As the first rays of alien dawn pierced the shattered dome, all embryos fell into an eerie silence, their collarbones bearing identical star-patterned grooves that shimmered with a mother-of-pearl luster. Chun Da knelt in the void. The clone in his arms transformed into a luminous spore. The radio, repaired by a Jia, tumbled from a crack, its static crackling with a message transcending time. The convenience store is about to close, but it will reopen tomorrow. Chapter 54, The Grammar of Mercy. The gravitational vortex tore the starship into glowing ribbons. Chun Da rolled among the floating shelves, tactical gloves grazing the serrated edges of instant noodle packaging, pain piercing his nerves like ice picks. The array of cultivation pods burst from the ceiling, the cries of thousands of embryos morphing into high-frequency sound waves, shattering the bulletproof glass with spiderweb-like cracks. He caught sight of a Jia's quantum remnant flickering in the void, the crystalline fingertips of the youth pointing towards the third shelf, where half of a melted wedding ring hovered, its star-patterned stone gleaming with a mother-of-pearl sheen. The grammatical structure is being reorganized. Yi Lan's mechanical voice cut through the quantum noise. Her liquid metal form was torn apart by gravity into strands like noodles, her gray-blue irises projecting a constantly collapsing language model. Alien script is contaminating the logic of reality. Chun Da grasped the nearest cultivation pod to stabilize himself. The Einstein-Sheen Shi-Huang hybrid in the nutrient solution suddenly opened its eyes, the pupils of the embryo fracturing into 12 prisms, each facet refracting the apocalyptic scenes of the convenience store across different timelines. The shelves of 2023 vaporized in an antimatter explosion. The cash register of 1945 submerged in a nuclear blue light, and the automatic doors of 3021 pierced by alien tendrils. More terrifying was their vocal cords vibrating in perfect synchrony with the chime of the convenience store's wind bells. This is not language, it is a cognitive virus. Chun Da's temples throbbed. The star-pattern tattoo at his collarbone detached from his skin, sketching a holographic projection of the sacred city of the Jiwa tribe in the air. As his blood dripped upon the ring, the star-pattern stone erupted with gamma rays, searing the equation of ET into the void. Yi Lan's mechanical eye suddenly underwent quantum transformation. The gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, displaying erased historical images beneath the city walls of Nanjing in 1937. Lin Jinxing was inscribing alien symbols upon the abdomen of a pregnant woman with powdered star-patterned stone. At the moment the pen pierced the skin, a ghostly blue shield descended from the sky, solidifying incendiary bombs into amber-colored rain. It became clear that the eradication was Chun Lan's liquid metal visage. Manifesting the terror only humanity could possess, they sought to elevate exceptional individuals into constellations. A Jia's quantum remnant materialized at this moment. The youth's fully crystallized right arm plunged into the control panel, the blue-black bruises on his neck fracturing into a jasmine emblem. The global broadcast has begun. The entire starship quaked suddenly. Bulletproof glass melts into liquid starlight, refracting the projections of Earth's continents. The colossal screen in Shibuya, Tokyo, displays the voting interface, while a luminous option box hovers over the Reichstag in Berlin, and the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro cradles a countdown in its palm. All text continuously distorts and reorganizes, transitioning from English to cuneiform script and then to alien symbols, ultimately converging into two radiant totems of the Jiwa tribe. On the left, a soaring phoenix, and on the right, a coiled giant python. The hologram of the clone Li Yun seeps from the incubation chamber. Her wedding gown's hem flowing with fluorescent blood, etching Lin Jinxing's inscription into the void. The chosen one shall transform into a star. The cost being the obliteration of all interpersonal bonds. Suddenly, Chen Da's wedding ring becomes searing hot. The inscription of Li Yun on the inner band detaches from the metal, igniting in the air into surveillance footage from the day of a convenience store's opening, where a boy in a school uniform, a Jie, hides a coded note on the third shelf, the red glow of the cash register staining his eyelashes crimson. Do not look at the options. Yilan's liquid metal arm dissolves into a protective shield as those totems secrete cognitive pheromones. It is already too late. Chen Da's retina erupts with images that do not belong to this dimension, transforming into a constellation of himself suspended in the arm of Orion, beneath which lies the quantum projection of the convenience store's ruins. The hologram of Li Yun fades amongst the starlight, her final lip movements revealing the code for Blue Mountain Coffee amidst pain that explodes like a supernova within his skull. He witnesses 23 parallel versions of himself collapsing simultaneously. The impeccably dressed version vomits alien symbols at the airport security checkpoint. The interstellar merchant version excavates star-patterned stones from lunar ruins, while the youngest version curls up in the convenience store's refrigerator, cradling the icy clone of Li Yun. The votes originate from different timelines. Ajie's quantum sound waves trigger spatial resonance. The remnants of humanity's youth weep blood from their left eye, etching the floor with the convenience store's blueprint. The radio receives cross-dimensional signals. As if to validate this statement, the starship's dome abruptly fractures. Countless vintage radios plummet like meteors, their dials automatically tuning to the frequency of the Nanjing radio station from December 13, 1937. A hoarse female voice repeats in 7 languages, "The safe zone has fallen," echoing Lin Jinxing's maniacal laughter. When discrepancies become sustenance, Yilan's mechanical eye's iris contracts rapidly. Gray-blue light spots in the air assemble into a suffocating truth. The vote counts for the dimensional ascent options are not real-time statistics, but rather a transformation of emotional energy from every moment of death since the dawn of human civilization. The agony of the Hiroshima nuclear blast, the despair of the Nanjing massacre, the heartbreak of the convenience store explosion. These memories are encoded into a luminous data stream, flowing into the alien control system through the starship's core. We are the very essence of grammar. The quantum body of clone Li Yun begins to disintegrate. Her fingertips penetrate Chen Da's chest, and the star-patterned tattoo suddenly erupts with supernova brilliance. Each choice rewrites the cosmic code. At this moment, the gravitational field completely reverses. The instant noodles on the shelf spin counterclockwise. Battery packs float into a formation resembling the North Star, and the Odin in the freezer freezes and boils within the framework of quantum thermodynamics' second law. Chen Da grasped the floating wedding ring, and the starstone on its surface suddenly revealed the face of the convenience store lady, who was wiping a radio on Christmas Eve in 1999. The third shelf behind her glimmered with unopened cans of Blue Mountain Coffee. The electronic static emitted by Anti-Agia's fading image echoed as I repaired the starship's core, which unexpectedly began broadcasting the convenience store's opening announcement. Amidst the melody of jingle bells, Yilan's liquid metal visage manifested human enlightenment. The act of grammatical compassion transforms painful memories into celestial bodies. She severed the data cable at her spine, causing the electrolyte to coalesce into a luminous Fibonacci spiral in the air. When the first droplet touched the main console, all the incubation pods suddenly activated. The umbilical cords of the embryos, resembling the furious tentacles of an octopus, softened upon contact with Chen Da. Einstein's curly hair sprouted convenience store price tags, while the crown of Qin Shi Huang flickered with the red light of the cash register. And Marie Curie's pupils reflected the brown powder of Blue Mountain Coffee. The global projection began to flicker. The phoenix totem of Shibuya, Tokyo, cracked like a spider's web, while a giant python in the Berlin option box expelled starstone signals, and the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio revealed the layout of the convenience store in its palm. Agia's quantum remnant reached its energy peak at this moment, and the boy's fully crystallized body transformed into a dodecahedral prism, enveloping the starship within the topological structure of a Klein bottle. Use this. Yilan's mechanical eye shot forth. The instant Chen Da caught it, His retina exploded with the erased memory virus from the eve of the convenience store's explosion, where Li Yun was hiding the wedding ring on the third shelf. Her ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem on her neck, and the cash register's alert sound perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of ancestral war drums. Chunda embedded the wedding ring into the main console. The starstone on the ring suddenly unleashed a ghostly blue shield, resonating with the energy waveform of the Nanjing city wall from 1937. In the fleeting moment of superdimensional layering, he discerned the truth. Each deceased soul transformed into a constellation was guarding the convenience store, and every chime of the cash register was the heartbeat of civilization's survival. The global voting interface abruptly froze. The totems of the phoenix and the giant python melted and reformed, ultimately transforming into a quantum projection of the convenience store's neon sign. Amidst the radio's static came a cross-dimensional broadcast. Compassion within the permissible error range has now descended. At the breach of the starship's exterior, the mushroom cloud of Hiroshima's nuclear explosion reversed into a rain of cherry blossoms, while the cracks in the Nanjing city wall sprouted blood corals. And the burning neon of the convenience store was reshaped in antimatter. A GIS quantum remnant transformed into light particles flowing into the incubation pod, where the embryos of Einstein and Qin Shi Huang suddenly smiled, cradling an unopened can of Blue Mountain coffee in their palms. When the first rays of dawn pierced the quantum shield, Chunda heard the whispers of 3 dimensions at his ears, the sound of the convenience store lady wiping the radio, Li Yun's murmurs before her clone vanished, and the electronic static as a Jia repaired the knobs, weaving together an eternal elegy of stars in the compassionate reconstruction of grammar. Chapter 55. The Convenience Store Paradox. The automatic doors of the convenience store opened and closed in the void, and the neon sign projected infinite reflections in 12-dimensional space. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over the temporal folds between the shelves. The soles caked with the scorched earth of Nanjing in 1937 and the dust of the Hiroshima nuclear fallout. The bulletproof glass reflects 300 overlapping dimensions as a Jia, clad in a school uniform, wipes the cash register. Li Yun's clone meticulously counts embryos before the cold storage, while Yilan's liquid metal visage emerges from the steam of the coffee machine. Third shelf. A Jia's quantum afterimage suddenly materializes, crystalline scales shedding in the gravitational vortex. The boy's fully quantized right hand points towards the Blue Mountain coffee can, where the brown powder spirals counterclockwise into the topology of a Klein bottle. The code being the margin of error. A deafening explosion rends the fabric of time and space. Lin Jinqing's electronic specter emerges from a puffed food packaging. A suited shadow wielding an ET equation transformed into a luminous sword strikes forth. Chunda rolls to evade the assault, and the instant noodles on the shelf unfurl into glowing pages of history, each noodle inscribed with the date of humanity's demise. Leave the reality dimension to me. Yilan's mechanical eye projects a gray-blue iris onto the coffee machine, unveiling an antimatter roasting program. Her liquid metal arm melts and reshapes, nano-tentacles entwining with Lin Jinqing's equation sword, generating a violet-blue arc retrieve Li Yun's wedding ring. The tattoo on Chunda's collarbone sears like a branding iron. A star-patterned totem detaches from his skin, suspended in the air, sketching the surveillance footage from the convenience store's opening day. Li Yun, adorned in a wedding gown, conceals her ring within the Blue Mountain coffee can, the jasmine emblem at her neck entangling quantum-wise with the embryo's shadow on the shelf. A Jia's piercing scream triggers a spatial collapse. As Chunda plummets into the dimension of memory, the bulletproof glass suddenly reflects the security checkpoint of Pudong Airport. In 2019, Li Yun's ponytail sways. The wedding ring on her ring finger glows softly. Mr. Chun, if the world is to perish, run. Now Chunda howls, pounding against the temporal barrier. The security X-ray machine suddenly erupts with gamma rays, quantizing the past Li Yun into a stream of luminous code. Lin Jinqing's specter crawls out from the conveyor belt, his electronic vocal cords vibrating with manic laughter. Error is the womb of civilization. The cash register's alert morphs into a mournful toll. Chunda seizes the floating wedding ring, its star-patterned stone suddenly revealing the scene of a future dimension. An interstellar merchant is embedding the very same ring into lunar ruins, while the neon sign of the convenience store casts a blood-red shadow upon the surface of the crater. The wedding rings across the 3 dimensions must be activated simultaneously. Yilan's mechanical voice pierces through the folds of time and space. Her liquid metal form is pierced by the light sword in the reality dimension, the electrolyte dripping like a melting galaxy. Ajia cannot endure for 117 seconds as the quantum storm topples the freezer. The umbilical nerve of the CX-17 embryo pierces through the cultivation chamber, the fusion of Einstein and Qin Shi Huang awakening its 12-prism pupils. While the convenience store shelves contort into a Mobius strip amidst the cries of an infant, Ajia's particle flow erupts deep within the cash register system. The remnants of the boy's humanity weep blood from his left eye. The bluish mark on his neck splitting into the shape of the jasmine emblem. Clear the protocol code in the Odin broth. Lin Jinxing's specter suddenly stiffens. His electronic form is ensnared by glowing tentacles as Li Yun's clone from the memory dimension breaks through the barrier, the hem of her wedding gown tearing into quantum chains. Her mechanical right eye explodes with a torrent of data, the hospital gown rustling in the radiation wind. Dad is watching. Chunda suddenly awakens to realization. He simultaneously bit through the bands of 3 wedding rings, causing stardust to trigger a chain reaction through the fabric of time and space. The coffee machine in the realm of reality erupted with blue antimatter flames, while an energy shield rose at the security checkpoint of the memory dimension. And the lunar relics of the future dimension manifested as holographic projections in the convenience store. No, the specter of Lin Jinxing collapsed in a 3-dimensional strangulation. His electronic visage melted into the price tags of the convenience store, with barcodes astonishingly restructured from a code with an error allowance of 47. As the quantum storm subsided, the packaging of instant noodles on the shelves automatically updated its expiration date. Chunda knelt at the center of the temporal rift, cradling the melting wedding ring, which reflected a new form of the convenience store. The refrigerator transformed into an embryonic incubation chamber, the Odin pot became a starship reactor, and the cash register screen scrolled through logs of observations from alien civilizations. Yilan's mechanical remnants leaned against the coffee machine. Her liquid metal visage bore the fatigue unique to humanity. The entire Earth merely served as a petri dish for the CX-18 experiment, with the gray-blue iris projecting the ultimate dossier where every item in the convenience store acted as a parameter regulator of civilization. The Blue Mountain coffee on the 3rd shelf, perpetually restocked, was in fact a buffer to stabilize experimental discrepancies. A GIS quantum remnant flickered in the morning light. The crystalline fingertips of the youth lightly touched the radio dial, and the repaired channel unexpectedly played a message from the convenience store ad. Egg prices have risen. Remember to update the price tags. An alien starship appeared beyond the ozone layer. Chunda lifted the remnants of the wedding ring, and suddenly all items on the shelves began to levitate, with battery packs aligning to form the Orion's belt, chip bags unfurling into spiral arms of the galaxy, and the Blue Mountain coffee can erupting into a brown mist that coalesced into a projection of Earth. You have passed the screening. The Arbiter's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to an elderly Chunda, the voice a cacophony of the convenience store alerts from 300 dimensions, yet the observation continued. The phantom of Li Yun's clone seeped from the freezer. Clad in a blood-stained apron, she placed an unopened coffee can on the counter. Are you closing soon? Chunda pressed the button for eternal operation. The neon sign pierced the atmosphere, illuminating the quantum projection of the Earth franchise within the sea of stars. In the last flicker of antimatter blue flames, he saw Jia repairing the radio in a parallel universe, Yilan baking stardust on the far side of the moon, while Li Yun, in an untainted timeline, stood on tiptoe arranging the goods on the 3rd shelf. As the morning light penetrated the quantum shield, a new price tag quietly emerged at the bottom of the coffee cup. CX-18 experiment. Error value 0. Chapter 56. The symbiotic storm. The electronic screen of Times Square in New York twisted amidst static noise, advertising visuals melting into flowing liquid metal. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the shattered neon tubes scattered across the ground, their soles adhering to luminous blue mycelium. The neural strands that had wormed out from the eyes of the infected, now weaving glowing patterns upon the Earth like living entities. Look up. Yilan's mechanical voice pierced through the ionosphere with a shriek. Her liquid metal right arm transformed into an observation lens, its gray-blue iris reflecting the bizarre whirlpool beyond the atmosphere. The once clear blue sky was torn open with a dodecagonal rupture, each facet revealing projections of the convenience store across different timelines. The refrigerator from 2023 exuding a chill, the cash register from 1945 floating amidst nuclear dust, and the shells from 3021 displaying instant noodles packaged in alien script. Chunda's clavicle tattoo suddenly underwent a quantum transformation. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, hovering in the air and sketching the final smile of a Jia. The crystalline remnants of youth flickered in the void, while the jasmine emblem at his neck pulsed in rhythm with the disturbances of the Earth's magnetic field. As Chen spoke, the horde of zombies in Times Square abruptly tilted their heads upward. Thousands of pupils fractured into a prism structure, and faint golden light patterns seeped from beneath their skin, intertwining in the air to form a holographic projection of the Jiwa tribe's sacred city. More terrifying was the vibration of their vocal cords, which echoed the convenience store's cash register beeps, the rhythm of ancestral war drums, and the roar of starship engines, all perfectly layered in a Fibonacci sequence. The symbiotic evolution had commenced. Yilan tore apart the carbon fiber straps, revealing the pulsating CX chip nestled within her spine. The alien alloy-crafted neural interfaces secreted a nacreous slime, etching ET's equation into the ground. The virus was transforming the host into a living antenna. A thunderous crack interrupted her words. The torch of the Statue of Liberty suddenly became quantum, its bronze surface melting into a glowing liquid starstone. Chunda beheld the clone of Li Yun suspended in the liquid metal, the hem of her wedding gown tearing into a torrent of data. As the blue light erupting from her mechanical right eye pierced through the rift in the ionosphere, the margin of error had surpassed the threshold. Yilan's mechanical eye exploded into electronic snowflakes. The holographic star map projected from her gray-blue iris indicated that the Earth was deviating from its orbital path at a speed of 37 meters per second. More ominously, the shadow of the moon revealed the surface of that silver sphere, etched with the neon signs of convenience stores, while the static of a Jia fixing a radio echoed from the depths of the craters. It was not the moon. Chen Da's temples throbbed. He raised his tactical dagger, and the starry sky reflected on the blade suddenly warped. Those stars were, in fact, thousands of convenience store freezers, each observation window floating a CX embryo. Einstein's curly hair intertwined with the steam of Odin. The crown of Qin Shi Huang flickered with the red glow of a cash register, and Marie Curie's pupils reflected the blue flames of antimatter. Yilan's liquid metal fingers penetrated the ground. Nano tendrils entwined with bioluminescent mycelium, producing indigo arcs. They were using the Earth as ammunition. Her vocal cords distorted under data overload. The gray-blue iris rapidly contracting to the size of a pinhead as the holographic projection shifted to the core of the underwater ruins, where a magnified model of a wedding ring absorbed the energy of the Earth's core, the starstone on the band revealing the manic face of Lin Jinxing. Chen Da's wedding ring suddenly became scalding hot. The inscription from Li Yun's hand within the band detached from the metal, igniting in the air to form the three-dimensional coordinates of the convenience store. Upon touching the projection of Pudong Airport from 2019, the entire Times Square was reduced to a horde of glowing particles that ascended, reconstituting into a dodecahedron at the rift in the ionosphere. A Jia's quantum remnant flickered among them. The crystalline fingertips of youth gently brushed against the surface of the prism, and the map of New York was instantaneously enveloped by the topological structure of the convenience store shelves. Seize this! Yilan's mechanical eye shot forth. At the moment Chinda caught it, his retina exploded with memories erased, the night before the outbreak of the memory virus at the convenience store, where Li Yun was hiding starstone powder on the third shelf. Her ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem at her neck, the cash registers beeping perfectly synchronized with the frequency of the Earth's core tremors. The skyscrapers of Manhattan began to radiate a luminous glow. Illuminated patterns emerged upon the glass curtain walls, reminiscent of the star-like circuits found on the skin of the infected. Chinda sprinted through the streets, the tactical gloves brushing against the buildings, sending a sensation akin to a fetal heartbeat through his palms. It was not merely the decorative white coat of Yilan that was carbonizing in the radiative winds. Her liquid metal visage displayed a human-like terror. The entire city had transformed into a womb. As if to validate this statement, the ground of Fifth Avenue suddenly heaved. Mycelium wove into a towering statue of the Virgin Mary, her visage a fusion of Li Yun and Lin Jinxing, with viscous droplets cascading from her hair, etching a blueprint of the convenience store onto the pavement. More horrifyingly, her translucent mycelial skin revealed thousands of CX embryos floating in a pale golden amniotic fluid, each adorned with Chun Da's star-like tattoos. The Virgin Mary statue abruptly opened her mouth, Sound waves shattered the glass of surrounding buildings. The shards suspended in the air forming a Klein bottle structure. Chunda's wedding ring emitted gamma rays, revealing the suffocating truth that each node of the mycelial network was a miniature convenience store, shelves brimming with the canned memories of human civilization. Yilan's mechanical eye's iris spun rapidly, assembling data streams from the gray-blue light spots. Symbiotic spores were rewriting DNA. The aggressive genes of survivors were supplanted by her voice. Abruptly silenced, the mycelial virgin's fingertips suddenly became quantumized, penetrating the protective suit and pressing against Chunda's chest. The star-like tattoos detached from his skin, resonating in the air with the virgin's jasmine emblem. The discrepancy was not an error. Li Yun's whisper echoed through 3 dimensions simultaneously. Their ethereal forms seeped from the convenience store's refrigerator, the core of a starship, and the lunar craters. Inscribing the ultimate answer onto Chunda's retina, we are the antidote to the virus. The ionospheric rift abruptly constricted. Aegea's quantum remnant screamed within the collapsing spacetime, his crystallized form transforming into a torrent of light particles, surging into the Virgin Mary's chest. Chunda beheld the youth smiling within the embryonic amniotic fluid. The blue marks on his neck splitting into the barcode 20191224 of a convenience store price tag, melting into alien symbols. The checkout system was hijacked. Yilan's liquid metal arm dissolved into a protective shield. Her mechanical eye projected a holographic interface as the automatic doors of global convenience stores swung open. Products on the shelves suspended in a Dyson ring formation, Blue Mountain coffee cans igniting with antimatter blue flames at the center of the ring. Chunda dashed towards the electronic screen in Times Square. His tactical dagger plunged into a fissure in the control panel, pale golden blood coursing down the circuit board, pooling on the ground to form a Zulu tribal dance totem. When the first drop of blood touched the core of the totem, the mycelial network of the entire city convulsed. The Virgin Mary's visage flickered between Li Yun and Aegea, the embryos within her chest collectively wailing, their sound waves slicing through the clouds like blades. As dawn pierced the quantumized canopy, Chunda discerned the truth. The trajectory of Earth's deviation from its orbit was but the projection of the neon signs of convenience stores on a cosmic scale. The luminous patterns on the skin of each survivor were microscopic replicas of the starship's energy circuits. And the mycelial virgin was merely a personified interface of the CX-18 experimental subject's cognitive training. Inform Auntie that Aegea's remnant flickers upon the virgin's shoulder. The last human boys left, I wept blood, etching the frequency scale of a radio onto the ground. Egg prices have surged. Yilan's mechanical remnants leaned against the nodes of the mycelial network. Her liquid metal visage exhibited a weariness unique to humanity. Her gray-blue irises displayed the folded history of 23 parallel Earths simultaneously veering off course, colliding at the galaxy's edge to birth new nebulae. Within each nebula's embryonic glow, a projection of a quantum convenience store hovered. Chunda raised his melted wedding ring, its surface reflecting an astonishing scene. His clone traversing between convenience stores across different universes, dressed impeccably, restocking shelves, while in another form, he modified price tags, and as an interstellar merchant, he brewed Blue Mountain coffee. Yet, all-dimensional cash registers timers pointed toward the same doomsday countdown. Suddenly, the mycelial Madonna disintegrated. Li Yun's clone plummeted from a torrent of light particles, her wedding dress speckled with luminescent spores. Her mechanical right eye exploded with data streams as her fingertips brushed against the decaying palm of Chunda. It is time to close. When the first tsunami triggered by orbital shifts engulfed Manhattan, the convenience store's automatic doors emitted a melodious electronic chime. Chunda saw Jia wiping down a register in a parallel universe, Yilan baking star-patterned stones on the far side of the moon, while Li Yun's original self, in an untainted space-time, delicately arranged memory jars on the third shelf. As the dawn light penetrated the quantum shield, new price tags emerged from the depths of the mycelial network. CX-18 experimental subject, symbiotic value 100. Chapter 57. The arrival of the Arbiter. The ruins of New York twisted into a spiral under gravitational distortion. The remnants of the Empire State Building resembling toys crushed by a child's hand, suspended in the ethereal blue halo cast by the ionosphere's rifts. Chunda's tactical gloves embedded into the helicopter's control stick, his knuckles pale from exertion. Outside the window, a horde of zombies in Times Square gazed upward at the sky at an eerie angle, their skin's star-patterned circuitry radiating a pearlescent sheen, as if thousands of humanoid lanterns illuminated the apocalyptic streets. The shield's energy peak breaches the critical threshold. Yilan's mechanical voice, intermingled with electrical static, resonated through his headphones. Her liquid metal form seeped from the passenger seat into the dashboard, her gray-blue irises projecting a holographic star map onto the windshield. The vibration frequency of the underwater ruins was rewriting Earth's mass parameters. The tattoo on Chun Da's collarbone burned like a branding iron. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, floating in the air, outlining Li Yun's final smile. The side profile that transformed into quantum dust amidst the convenience store explosion, now perfectly overlapping with the luminous patterns of the ionosphere's rift. He thrust the control stick forward, the helicopter carving an acute angle in the anti-gravity field, its belly grazing the quantumized torch of the Statue of Liberty. Bronze liquid like a melting galaxy dripping onto the surface of the Hudson River. 117 seconds remain. A Jez quantum remnant flickered on the dashboard. The boy's fully crystallized right arm interfaced with the navigation system. The jasmine emblem at his neck pulsing in sync with the starship's ascent. They intended to transform Earth into ammunition. The thunderous roar drowned out the subsequent words. In the depths of Manhattan, a gamma-ray storm erupts, while ancient underwater ruins breach the crust, floating in the stratosphere. Surrounded by countless convenience store refrigeration units resembling satellites in rotation. Chun Da's retina bursts with images that do not belong to this dimension. Lin Jinxing penned prophetic manuscripts in a laboratory 50 years ago, as Li Yun's clone blossomed with blue jacaranda upon its fall into the icy abyss. Ajia adjusted the radio, its red light reflecting off the cashier's eyelashes. All fragments of memory were suddenly and violently stitched together into a panoramic tableau. The judger approaches. Yilan's liquid metal visage manifested the terror known only to humanity. The liquid metal flowing across the ruins abruptly solidified, transforming into an exaggerated neon sign of a convenience store. Alien script reconfigured into Earth's languages in the blue light, each stroke shimmering with the unique star-pattern glow of the CX project. Civilization Selection Protocol, Reboot Number 18742. Sound waves resonated deep within the skull, and golden blood seeped from Chun Da's ear canals. He saw his reflection in the windshield fracturing into 300 dimensions, an impeccably dressed translator, a blood-soaked warrior, a merchant clad in interstellar uniform, each covering their ears, yet the same lament escaped through their fingers. You traversed our millennia in just 2 centuries. A synthetic voice emanated from the core of the ruins, its frequency causing ripples across the helicopter's armored deck, yet it still succumbed to self-destruction and fear. The neon sign suddenly collapsed into a Klein bottle structure, from which an energy entity emerged. The judger's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to an elderly Chun Da. White hair flowing with streams of starship data, his pupils reflecting the crimson hue of convenience store surveillance cameras. His fingertips gently touched the void, causing the horde of zombies in Times Square to freeze, their star-patterned skin detaching from their bodies and suspending in the air, reconstructing all the war scenes in human history. Behold, this is your true essence. The judger's voice was a symphony of 3,000 convenience store notifications, distilled into a fine wine of error. Suddenly, Chun Da's wedding ring became searing hot. The star-patterned stone erupted with a deep blue shield, enveloping the cockpit in a projection of the Nanjing city walls from 1937. He saw his younger self curled up in a shell crater, cradling a Blue Mountain coffee can left behind by Li Yun, as an alien shield in the sky solidified incendiary bombs into amber rain. That child is you, and he is every experimental subject. The judger waved a hand, erasing the projection, instantly replacing the streets of Nanjing with the ruins of convenience stores. We merely transformed fear into the sustenance of civilization. Yilan's mechanical eye became quantum in that moment. The gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, displaying Lin Jinxing's frenzied inscriptions etched in the underwater ruins. When the judger descends, one must laugh heartily at his heart. Now is the time. Yilan's liquid metal arm melted into nanomissiles. Chun Da yanked the control stick, the helicopter inverted and plunged into the gravitational vortex. The rotor blades stirring up the smoke of 1937 and the powder of Blue Mountain coffee from 2023. The judger raised a hand to create an energy shield, only to see Chun Da abruptly change course. The cargo door swung open during the dive, releasing hundreds of instant noodle packaging bags that howled as they flew forth. The expiration date labels emblazoned with alien script suddenly glowed, scorching breaches of the Mayan calendar into the shield's surface. Ajia's gift. Chunda bellowed as he pressed the detonation button. The instant ramen bomb blossoms with antimatter blue flames through the fissures of the energy shield, sending shockwaves that hurl the remnants of the helicopter towards the core of the ruins. The windshield reflects 3 dimensions of myself, the past translator gripping Li Yun's hand, the present warrior severing the safety belt, and the future merchant embedding a wedding ring into the control panel. The shadows of the adjudicator waver for the first time. From the cracks of the energy shield, liquid starstone seeps, its nacreous sheen eerily reminiscent of the tattoo on Chunda's collarbone. Suddenly, Yilan's mechanical remnants surge forth. Liquid metal fingers penetrating the dashboard's crevice as nanofeet entwine with alien codes, producing indigo arcs of electricity. Its core is the convenience store's cash register system. At that moment, the helicopter collides with the exterior shell of the ruins. As Chunda is flung against the cabin wall by inertia, he glimpses Ajia's quantum specter piercing through the adjudicator's chest, the crystalline fingertips of the boy grasping the radio knob of the convenience store ant. The repaired channel broadcasting Christmas carols from 1999. The last message to the ant is swallowed by the sound of the explosion. His quantum embodiment erupts like a supernova, scorching a colossal jasmine emblem onto the surface of the ruins. Chunda plummets into the void. The sensation of weightlessness tears at his insides. Yet the electronic sound of the convenience store's automatic door resonates in his ears. He opens his eyes to find himself standing before the third shelf. The label on the Blue Mountain coffee can indicating error value 0. This is your heart's imagined space. The adjudicator's voice surges from all directions. Suddenly, the shelves extend infinitely, each product reflecting scenes of divergent choices. Yilan, ascending in the moonlit Starstone Bakery. Kano, leading a tribe to incinerate embryos. Ajia, pressing the delete button, transforming into an eternal specter of the cash register system. Chunda's wedding ring shatters, the Starstone revealing the ultimate truth. Every chime from the convenience store is the heartbeat of civilization selection, the moment of restocking corresponding to the obliteration and rebirth of parallel universes. He reaches out to touch the coffee can, the brown powder abruptly dispersing into the phantom of Li Yun, clad in a blood-stained apron, tiptoeing to organize the shelves. The jasmine emblem on her neck resonating with the energy patterns of the starship. You are also an observer, are you not? The adjudicator's shadows emerge in the steam of instant coffee, examining his genetic chain. The bulletproof glass of the freezer suddenly reflects a DNA model. Chunda's genes display a chimeric structure of alien symbols intertwined with the convenience store's barcode, while the starstone on his collarbone serves as the certification mark of civilization's filter. Memories surge like high-voltage currents through the neural forest, resonating with the laughter in the underwater ruins, the horrific screams of Kano's mother infused with starstone powder, and the pain of Li Yun's clone blooming in the icy abyss, all converging into a resplendent galaxy at this moment. The error is not a weakness. Chunda suddenly clenches the coffee can, the brown powder slipping between his fingers revealing the starlight of Nanjing in 1937, a compassion that permits our tears. The core of the ruins erupts with supernova brilliance. In the quantum storm, Chunda seizes the adjudicator's data stream, the starstone tattoos detaching from his skin to form chains, anchoring the alien consciousness within the projection of the convenience store's ruins. The products on the shelves begin to rotate counterclockwise, battery packs aligning into the belt of Orion, while the steam from the Odin condenses into Li Yun's teardrops in the void. This is the answer you seek. Chunda embedded the remnants of his wedding ring into the console. The star-patterned stone on the ring suddenly played the surveillance footage from the day the convenience store opened, revealing Ajia in his school uniform hiding a coded note on the third shelf, while the red glow of the cash register stained his fingers crimson. The shadows of the judges trembled violently. The exterior of the starship manifested countless fissures, each crack resonating with the alert tones of convenience stores from cities across Earth. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the quantum shield, Chunda heard the whispers of 300 dimensions in his ears. Survival itself is the most magnificent error. The relics disintegrated amidst the thunderous noise, transforming into a ring of stars encircling the Earth. In his descent, Chunda glimpsed Yilan's mechanical eye suspended among the clouds, its gray-blue iris compiling the starship's data stream into price tags for the convenience store. In the deepest ocean of consciousness, Li Yun's ethereal form gently placed an unopened can of Blue Mountain coffee in the most prominent position at the cash register. Chapter 58. Ancestral Spirit Battlefield. From the fissures of New York's ruins seeped bioluminescent blue mycelium, the scent of jasmine unexpectedly wafting over the scorched earth. Chun Da's tactical gloves brushed against the collapsed bronze bull of Wall Street, luminous spores clinging between his fingers. Those nacreous particles fluctuated with his breath, casting the spectral image of the Chiva tribe's sacred city upon his retina. The blood coral altar spun in the void, while Kano's bone flute pierced the clouds. The concentration of biological signaling substances exceeded permissible levels. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into electronic snowflakes, a visage of liquid metal revealing spiderweb-like cracks. Leaning against the half-melted subway turnstile, her gray-blue iris rapidly contracted. The ancestral spirit network was reverse invading the alien consciousness field. A Jez quantum remnant flickered on the advertising screen in Times Square. The youth's fully crystallized right arm plunged into the transformer box, the jasmine emblem on his neck flickering like breath. Brother Chun, look at the sky. The ionosphere's fissures violently expanded, and a dodecahedron light screen cascaded downward. New York skyline, akin to a child's toppled blocks, unfurled into the primordial jungle's vines within the dimension of reduction. The Statue of Liberty's torch melted into the liquid of the star-patterned stone, where it dripped and birthed the living walls of the underwater relics. The battlefield of 3 dimensions intertwined in quantum entanglement amidst the jasmine fragrance. As Chun Da's wedding ring suddenly radiated heat, reflecting the spectral images of 300 Kanos, some dancing in the rainforest, some holding their breath in the deep sea, and others inscribing totems in the ruins. The margin of error allowed was 47. Yilan severed the carbon fiber strap across her chest, exposing the pulsating CX chip, asserting that to synchronize with the ancestral frequency, a royal bloodline was needed as a resonator. Chun Da's tattoo on his collarbone detached from his skin, the star-patterned totem in the air forming the notes of an ancient battle song. In the underwater dimension, Kano's pupils split into 12 prisms. He stood barefoot upon the blood coral altar, the sound waves from the bone flute shattering transparent jellyfish. The liquid walls oozed star-patterned stone slime. Lin Jinxing's electronic specter seeping from the console, a specter in a suit wielding an ET equation lightsaber. Do primitives dare to touch the divine? In the jungle dimension, the ancestral totems burned in the downpour. The aged Chiva shaman struck the human skin war drum, each beat awakening the consciousness of an ancestor. Vines crushed the mechanical prosthetics of CX soldiers as the hybrid embryo of Einstein and Qin Shi Huang fell from the treetops, its umbilical nerve roots piercing the soil and triggering fissures in the earth. Urban dimension, Aegea's scales shed like fragile leaves. The remnants of youth weep blood from the left eye, crystalline fragments reassembling into a Klein bottle structure amidst the scent of jasmine. They seek to transform Earth into a projectile. Before the words fade, the energy entity of the judge descends from the rift of the starship, obliterating a network of mycelium across 3 city blocks in a torrent of data flowing through white hair. Chunda tumbles through the dimensional storm. A tactical dagger pierces the eye of the charging bull on Wall Street, its pale golden blood dripping from the horns, etching the profile of Li Yun into the ground. As the battlegrounds of 3 dimensions intertwine through quantum entanglement infused with jasmine, he hears Kano's bone flute, the shaman's war drum, and Aegea's wing beat frequencies harmonizing perfectly. Yilan's liquid metal fingers delve into the subway tracks. Nanotendrils extend along the mycelium network. The gray-blue iris rapidly decrypting ancestral codes. Signal factors rewrite cognitive grammar. Beware of memory contamination. Chun Da's temples throb. The reflection in the bulletproof glass suddenly distorts. In a tailored suit, he embraces Li Yun at the security checkpoint of Pudong Airport, blood-soaked and curled up in a convenience store's cold cabinet. The interstellar merchant embedding a wedding ring into a lunar crater. Memories across all timelines surge like high-voltage currents through his nerves. The scent of jasmine intensifies, coalescing in the void into the phantom of Li Yun. Mr. Chun, whichever you choose, you will regret it. The phantom's fingertips brush against his decaying palm, the jasmine emblem resonating with star tattoos, emitting gamma rays. Yet the very variance embodies hope. Kano, from the oceanic dimension, suddenly bellows. The bone flute pierces Lin Jinxing's electronic heart, the starstone control console erupting with the brilliance of a supernova. The shaman of the jungle dimension expels his final breath. The drum beats, shattering the embryonic fusion into quantum dust. Agia, in the urban dimension, unfurls his tattered wings, unleashing the last vestiges of human vocal cords in a primal scream. Now is the time. At that moment, the energy entity of the judge collapses. White hair disperses into convenience store price tags, and the torrent of data reverses into the brown powder of Blue Mountain coffee. Seizing the moment of resonance across the three battlegrounds, the wedding ring plunges fiercely into the core of the jasmine emblem on the starship's hull. The jasmine scent suddenly undergoes quantum transformation. The battlefields of all dimensions begin to converge. The active walls of the underwater relic shrink into the cold cabinet of the convenience store. Jungle vines weave into bulletproof glass at the checkout. And the mycelium network of the ruins of New York reorganizes into barcodes for shelf goods. Agia's crystalline form erupts with ultimate radiance. The fully energized right arm of the youth plunges into the core of the starship. The jasmine emblem at his neck fracturing into luminescent spores. Tell Annie the coffee can's code is. Unfinished words swallowed by the ancestral war song. His quantum remnant erupts like a supernova, scorching out projections of 23 convenience store coordinates in the dimensional descent. Yilan's mechanical eye overloads at this moment. The gray-blue iris expands into a circular screen, showcasing a folded history, the Nanjing Shield of 1937, the explosion of the convenience store in 2023, and the imagery of the interstellar caravan in 3021, all interlinked through Jasmine into a biological code. Her liquid metal visage manifests the compassion inherent to humanity. We are all neurons within the ancestral network. Suddenly, Kano's bone flute shatters. The altar of blood coral rose, unveiling the ethereal apparition of Li Yun, clad in a blood-stained wedding gown. With her fingertips, she inscribed the ultimate truth upon Chun Da's chest. Jasmine is not the fragrance of flowers. It is the mimicry of civilization's lament. The energy form of the judge disintegrated utterly. The remnants of starships cascaded like cherry blossom rain, each fragment reflecting the neon signs of convenience stores. Chunda knelt at the heart of the quantized battlefield, the remnants of a wedding ring in his hand absorbing the luminous spores of jasmine, coalescing into Li Yun's phantom, only to dissipate into a can of Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf. Yilan's mechanical remnants began to undergo data transformation. Her liquid metal fingers brushed against Chun Da's star pattern tattoo, the gray-blue iris projecting one last holographic image. Agia's repaired radio floated at the interstellar port, while the convenience store attendant busily polished a coffee cup emblazoned with CX-18. The cacophony of war machines within the permissible error range enveloped in electrical static came to an end. As the morning light penetrated the quantum shield, the jasmine essence quietly vanished. Chun Da's retina retained the lingering shadows of three battlefields, the oceanic Kano slumbering amidst the blood coral. The jungle shaman transformed into a totemic stone, and Ajia from New York, his shattered feathers becoming stars. Simultaneously, the automatic doors of convenience stores across all dimensions chimed with the electronic melody of jingle bells. In the ruins of a convenience store 3 years hence, shelves displayed Ajia's crystalline feather shards, Yilan's mechanical eye pendant, and fragments of Kano's bone flute. As Chinda brewed Blue Mountain coffee, the radio crackled unexpectedly. A message transcending time and space emerged alongside the jasmine essence. Survival itself is the most magnificent error. Chapter 59, Torrent of Data. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted into electronic snowflakes, the gray-blue iris contracting to the size of a needlepoint. The entire underwater relic trembled violently. The array of cultivation pods collapsing like a line of dominoes, pale green nutrient liquid pooling on the ground into a glowing stream. Chunda gripped the swaying shelf, catching sight of his reflection in the bulletproof glass, the impeccably dressed Li Yun pushing through airport security, his warrior form cradling the quantized clone, and the interstellar merchant embedding the wedding ring into a lunar reactor, an anomaly in the gravitational constant. Yilan's liquid metal arm melted into data cables, inserting themselves into the fissures of the relic's control console, extracting energy from the Earth's core. Alarm signals transformed into high-frequency pulses. Ajia's scaly wings shed, crystalline fragments assembling in the air to form a holographic star map. The fully quantized right arm of the youth pierced the void, extracting a suffocating truth from the 12th dimension. The Earth's core was not a seething mass of iron and nickel, but a sphere of nacreous liquid energy. Its surface reflecting the projections of convenience store neon signs. This was the power source of starships, and the pain of Chunda's clavicle tattoo burned like a branding iron. The star pattern tattoo detached from his skin, floating and resonating with the waves of core energy, causing the bulletproof glass to instantaneously melt into liquid starlight. He beheld the city walls of Nanjing from 1937 flickering within the energy flow, as an alien shield solidified incendiary bombs into amber-hued rain, while the embryonic form of the convenience store took root in the depths of the crater. Suddenly, Ajia's quantized vocal cords vibrated, the metallic scraping noise mingling with the chimes of the convenience store cash register. The energy conduit is the delivery chain for Blue Mountain Coffee. The dome of the relic erupted with a resounding crack. Ajia's crystalline form erupted with gamma rays, the remnants of his humanity weeping blood from his left eye, inscribing the coordinates of 23 parallel universes' convenience stores upon the ground. His shattered scales burst forth like a supernova, scorching the totems of the Mayan calendar in the realm of lower dimensions. Do not approach. Yilan's white lab coat carbonized in the radiation winds, revealing the pulsating CX chip embedded in her spine as she transformed herself into a data vessel. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the crystalline shards scattered across the floor. The soles generated ghostly blue arcs of electricity, each step splattering the scorched earth of Nanjing in 1937. Ajia's quantum afterimage flickered in the void, the jasmine-patterned emblem on his neck shattering into luminous spores, each containing fragmented memories of the day the convenience store exploded. The boy's voice reverberated directly within Auntie Chunda's skull as her fingers, repairing the radio, began to blur. This time, it had truly been fixed. The earth-shattering roar engulfed the unfinished words. Countless fissures appeared on the starship's exterior, as Ajia's light particles surged like a reverse galaxy into the core of the Earth's energy body. Chunda's retina exploded with folded images of a boy in a school uniform crouching on the third shelf, his blue spots pulsing with the frequency of the radio, while the red glow of the cash register danced upon his eyelashes, forming an unfinished Morse code. Yilan's liquid metal visage manifested the horror unique to humanity. Her gray-blue irises unfurled into a circular screen, showcasing erased historical images of Lin Jinxing inscribing frenzied formulas upon the ocean floor ruins, his pen dipped not in ink, but in the pale golden blood of Li Yun's clone. ET is the energy siphoning equation. She severed the data line from her chest. As the electrolyte etched the structure of a Klein bottle in the air, they adjusted the extraction frequency using the convenience store's restocking cycle. Suddenly, Chunda's wedding ring became searing hot. The star-patterned stone revealed the ultimate truth. The expiration date label on the bottom of the Blue Mountain coffee can was, in fact, a pressure valve for the Earth's energy flow. The daily steam from the convenience store's Odin was merely the breathing waves of the liquid star core. When he touched the instant noodle packaging on the shelf, the noodles unfurled into glowing pages of history, each inscribed with the chronicle of humanity's altered civilization. Survival itself echoed in Ajia's quantum afterimage, the sound waves triggering spatial resonance, creating the most magnificent of errors. The ruins disintegrated in that moment. As Chunda fell into the Earth's energy body, he witnessed the automatic doors of 300 dimensions opening simultaneously. Auntie in 1999 wiping the radio, Li Yun in 2023 restocking the shelves, and himself in 3021 brewing Blue Mountain coffee. All scenes were stitched together through Ajia's stream of consciousness into a dazzling river of stars, while the last of the boy's human eyelashes transformed into a glimmer of light within the torrent of data. The gravitational field of the underwater ruins began to reverse. Chunda tumbled among the floating shelves, his tactical gloves brushing against the serrated edges of inflated food packaging, pain piercing his nerves like ice picks. Yilan's mechanical remnants leaned against the coffee machine, her liquid metal fingers delving into her chest cavity, extracting the pulsating CX chip, which revealed an amplified model of the wedding ring, its surface embedded with fragments of Li Yun's quantum consciousness. He inscribed himself into the foundational code. Yilan's vocal cords distorted from data overload, the gray-blue iris casting its final holographic projection of Ajia's light particles reconstituting deep within the Earth's core. transforming into the eternal specter of a convenience store's cash register system. The repaired radio, suspended in the void, emitted a message transcending dimensions amidst the static. Remember to update the price tag, as egg prices have risen. Suddenly, Chunda's star-patterned tattoo resonated. The totem at his collarbone detached from his skin, sketching the war dance trajectory of the Zhuo tribe's sacred city in the air. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the quantum shield, he heard the whispers of 3 dimensions simultaneously, the rustling of bread being baked by the convenience store ante, the murmurs of Li Yun's clone before its demise, and the electronic noise while Jie repaired the radio, weaving together a silent elegy amidst the roar of data torrents. On a stormy night, 3 years later, Chunda wiped his wedding ring in the steam of the Odin. On the shelf lay Jie's crystalline feather shards, Yilan's mechanical eye pendant, and Li Yun's faded Blue Mountain coffee can. The radio abruptly broadcast an encrypted channel amidst the electrical static. The last consciousness wave of the youth emerged. The wreckage of starships orbited the Earth's core, with a liquid energy form projecting the neon imagery of the convenience store. Jie's light particles flickered within, encoding the emotional data of human civilization into interstellar ballads. When the octopus alien exchanged pearls for the batteries on the shelf, all product price tags flipped automatically, alien script receding like a tide, revealing the Chinese expiration date beneath the rust. Hope never expires. Chunda gazed toward the direction of the moon. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant projected a holographic star map, and the bottom of the Blue Mountain coffee can quietly unveiled a new label. The countdown of CX-18 continued unabated, while the repaired radio eternally looped the melody of jingle bells within the quantum field. Chapter 60. The chain breaker morning mist flowed through the ruins like liquid phosphor, entwining the fractured overpass. Chunda's tactical gloves brushed against the star-patterned tattoo at his collarbone, the totem shimmering with a pearlescent glow in the dawn's faint light, as if a waking galaxy lay buried beneath his skin. 3 kilometers away on the horizon, the wreckage of an alien starship floated at an angle defying geometry, its surface of liquid metal refracting the illusory neon of the convenience store. This was the quantum anchor point etched upon the iris of the Earth by Jie before his final transformation into light particles. The shield's energy charged to 87. Yilan's mechanical voice, wrapped in electrical noise, came through the headset. Her liquid metal form leaned against the automatic door frame of the convenience store ruins, as the holographic interface projected by her gray-blue iris rapidly collapsed, the core of the starship secreting cognitive pollutants. Chunda, your bioelectric resistance is fluctuating abnormally. Chunda pressed his fingertip against the surface of the star-patterned stone. This fragment, retrieved from the underwater ruins, was now as hot as lava, the intricate patterns perfectly aligning with his collarbone tattoo. In the reflection of the bulletproof glass, he saw 300 dimensions of himself synchronously moving, a suited translator loosening his tie, a bloodstained warrior cleaning a dagger, and the wedding ring of an interstellar merchant embedded in the collarbone of the lunar control panel, as the star-patterned totem simultaneously emitted gamma rays. Royal bloodline authentication successful. The mechanically synthesized Jiwa language reverberated directly within his skull. The remnants of the starship suddenly erupted with a dodecahedral brilliance, transforming the concrete beneath Chunda's feet into a state of quantum flux, while convenience store shelves sprouted from the void like poisonous mushrooms after rain. Cans of Blue Mountain coffee hovered in the anti-gravity field, their brown powder leaking in a trajectory that astonishingly overlapped with the energy ripples of the Nanjing shield from 1937. Yilan's liquid metal fingers abruptly pierced his temple, intertwining with nanotendrils and neural synapses to create indigo arcs of electricity. Do not let yourself be assimilated by the star-patterned stone. Lin Jinxing's genetic trap lay concealed amidst the cacophony of warning sounds that were swallowed by the roar. From the gash in the starship descended a legion of mechanical clones of Yilan, their gray-blue irises unfurling into circular screens, displaying a montage of all war scenes in human history. Chunda's wedding ring shattered, the star-patterned stone revealing the ultimate truth. Within the core code of each clone curled the phantom of Li Yun from the day of the convenience store explosion. The gravitational turbulence at the edge of the shield glided over his skin like slippery satin. Chunda rolled between the quantumized shelves, his tactical dagger slicing through the mechanical Yilan's carotid artery, yet splattering the brown liquid of Blue Mountain coffee. The laughter of the clones resonated directly against his eardrums. An overlay of 300 cash register alerts from convenience stores. You chase the illusion of survival like hamsters. The primary control body of Yilan hovered at the starship's rift, her liquid metal visage manifesting a compassion unique to humanity. Her right iris contracted rapidly. Gray-blue specks in the air tracing the trajectory equation of Earth slipping from its orbit. An eternal life devoid of evolution merely serves as a pet cage for higher civilizations. Suddenly, Chunda's clavicle tattoo detached from his skin. The star-patterned totem expanded in the air into a Klein bottle structure, enveloping the mechanical legion within the projection of Nanjing in 1937. Bulletproof glass reflected the multidimensional battlefield. A dagger from the reality dimension pierced a clone's chest. While in the memory dimension, he pushed past Li Yun at the security checkpoint, and in the future dimension, a merchant embedded the star-patterned stone into a lunar reactor. That child had known the outcome while repairing the radio. Yilan's mechanical voice turned unexpectedly gentle as nanotendrils penetrated the fissures of the shield. Softly caressing the rotting palm of Chunda, the error value from a Jie being 1, he had calibrated himself. Agony erupted like a supernova at the nerve endings. Chunda's retina exploded with the folded memory virus from the eve of the convenience store explosion. Ajia was not merely repairing the radio, but inscribing the core code of the starship into an old dial. The blue spots on the youth's neck were not viral marks, but a progress bar of consciousness upload, each line corresponding to the restocking cycle of the convenience store shelves. Suddenly, a golden deluge fell from the shield. Raindrops suspended in the quantum field formed a luminous Fibonacci spiral, each droplet reflecting Li Yun's smile before it dissipated. At that moment, the shards of Chunda's star-patterned stone resonated, as pale golden blood dripped through his fingers, etching the battle totem of the Zhuo tribe's holy city onto the ground. You may alter the grammar of history, yet cannot erase the wavelengths of cries. He howled as he grasped the mechanical arm of the primary control Yilan. Nanotendrils writhing beneath his skin like living snakes. Their pupils confronted each other at a dangerously close distance. The swirling starship data streams within the gray-blue irises igniting the tragic flames boiling in the depths of human eyes. The remnants of the starship suddenly broadcast the opening announcement of the convenience store. Amidst the melody of jingle bells, the protective shield's instant noodles packaging autonomously tore apart. The noodles intertwining like a DNA double helix within the mechanical legion. The radio, repaired by Ajai, plummeted from the void. A static noise transmitting a message transcending dimensions. Chunji's error is not a weakness. The liquid metal visage of the control unit, Yilan, appeared for the first time with cracks. Her mechanical eye ejected, casting a gray-blue iris that projected Lin Jinxing's handwritten formula onto the surface of the shield, revealing that it was ingeniously reconstructed from convenience store product barcodes. In that moment, the remnants of Chunda's wedding ring erupted in a blinding light. The ring's star-patterned stone revealing an astonishing image. The core of a starship's power source was an unopened can of Blue Mountain coffee. The protective shield shattered under overload, dispersing into luminous spores. In a zero-gravity field, Chunda grasped Yilan's cervical vertebra, the star-patterned totem entwining her quantum processor like chains. The debris of the mechanical legion floated behind them, akin to discarded toys, each body replaying surveillance footage from various timelines of the convenience store. Examine your petri dish. Chunda pressed the star-patterned stone fragments into her iris interface. The gray-blue light rapidly collapsed, finally freezing on Christmas Eve 1999. Where an ant in the convenience store was wiping a radio, and in the shadows of the third shelf, a young Ajai stealthily replaced expired labels. The data stream of Yilan suddenly became chaotic. Her liquid metal fingers penetrated her own chest cavity, extracting a pulsating CX chip, which was, in fact, an amplified model of the wedding ring, embedded with fragments of Li Yun's quantum consciousness. It turns out I am the permissible error. The mechanical voice quivered for the first time. At that moment, the golden deluge ceased. As dawn pierced through the fissure of the starship, Chunda perceived Ajai's light particles shimmering on the horizon, the remnants of the boy's consciousness correcting Earth's orbit back to its original parameters through the convenience store's cashier system. In the reflection of bulletproof glass, 300 dimensions of himself turned simultaneously. The impeccably dressed version picked up the wedding ring, the warrior embraced the mechanical remnants, and the merchant brewed Blue Mountain coffee. When the gravitational field of the derelict convenience store restored, the noodle packaging on the shelves automatically updated its expiration date. Kneeling at the center of the star-patterned stone fragments, Chunda held the mechanical eye pendant of Yilan. The gray-blue iris projected a holographic image one last time, revealing the formation of a neon sign for a quantum convenience store within the moon's far side's craters. Survival has never been a perfect formula, he whispered to the void, scattering Blue Mountain coffee onto the scorched earth. The brown powder coalesced into the ethereal figure of Li Yun, clad in a blood-stained apron, her fingertips delicately brushing the radio knob. In the morning light, electronic sounds transcending time and space resonated. The automatic doors of convenience stores across all dimensions opened simultaneously, as the melody of jingle bells harmonized flawlessly with the rhythm of ancestral war drums. When the first extraterrestrial octopus merchant exchanged pearls for batteries from the shelves, the star-pattern tattoo on Chunda's collarbone quietly vanished, leaving only a scar resembling a convenience store price tag. Chapter 61. Silent rain amidst the golden deluge cascading from the ionospheric fissures. Chunda's tactical boots crushed the glass shards of Times Square. Those diamond-shaped crystals refracting apocalyptic neon blossomed into jasmine petals the moment raindrops touched them. He reached out to catch a floating droplet of water. The scent of orange blossom, her signature fragrance, wafting from his fingertips. This was the last bottle of perfume she had possessed in life, its serial number inscribed within the drawer of the convenience store's cash register. The biological electrical signal had diminished by 92. Yilan's mechanical voice, laced with electrical static, emanated from his earpiece. Her liquid metal form leaned against the twisted wreckage of a starship, her gray-blue irises translating the rain into a Fibonacci sequence. While the concentration of spores surged exponentially, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Chunda's collarbone tattoo. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, floating in the air to project a holographic image of the sacred city of the Jiwa tribe. As the curtain of rain pierced the illusion, he beheld 300 dimensions of the convenience store's automatic doors simultaneously opening. Ajia, clad in his school uniform, was wiping down the cash register, while the clone of Li Yun was counting embryos before the refrigerator. In the future, his interstellar merchant self was embedding a wedding ring into the lunar control console. Mr. Chun, close your eyes. Li Yun's phantom seeped through the curtain of rain. The hem of her blood-stained apron tore into a stream of data, her fingertips brushing against the decaying palm of his hand. In the fleeting moment that her eyelashes fell, the golden deluge suddenly underwent quantum transformation, each droplet reflecting an unaltered history. The convenience store on the eve of the viral outbreak, Li Yun rising on tiptoe to adjust the Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf. Her ponytail swept past the jasmine emblem on her neck, the red glow of the cash register staining the wedding ring a deep crimson. If the world were to end, the alarm would drown out unfinished words as soldiers in CX uniforms shattered the glass doors, the blue fire of their gun muzzles reflecting Lin Jinxing's maniacal grin. The margin of error had reached zero. Yilan's mechanical eye erupted in electronic snowflakes. Her liquid metal fingers plunged into the ground, nanotendrils entwining with fungal networks to conjure indigo arcs of electricity as the rain erased traces of evolution. Ajia's quantum remnant flickered amidst the torrential downpour. The boy's completely crystallized right arm was thrust into the transformer box, the jasmine emblem on his neck pulsating with the rhythm of the rain. His scaled wings shed their layers, fragments suspending into a Klein bottle structure, each plane revealing surveillance footage of the infected regaining their sanity. Beneath the colossal screen in Shibuya, Tokyo, a girl with fading luminescent skin brushed her cheek in confusion. In front of the Reichstag in Berlin, a burly man knelt, weeping for memories of devouring his wife and child. At the foot of the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro, an elderly man meticulously carved away the star map tattoo he had acquired during the mutation phase. They would rather embrace a flawed reality. Yilan tore apart the carbon fiber straps across her chest, revealing the pulsating CX chip. Those neural interfaces forged from alien alloys secreted mother-of-pearl viscous fluid. Unwilling to become prisoners of a perfect illusion, Chunda's wedding ring suddenly turned scalding hot. The star-patterned stone erupted with gamma rays, searing the equation of E.T. into the curtain of rain. He witnessed Li Yun's phantom extending her arms amidst the downpour, those golden droplets piercing her translucent form, etching the layout of the convenience store into the ground. More terrifying was the sight of her pupils, her left eye, amber, reflecting an untainted starry sky, while her right eye, gray-blue, spiraled with data streams from the starship. The spores are not the antidote, Li Yun whispered in 3 dimensions simultaneously. The hem of her wedding dress flowed with luminous blood, coalescing in the void into Lin Jinxing's frenzied handwriting, a gentler purging program. At that moment, the torrential rain reached its zenith. The retina of Chunda bursts forth, a scene unbefitting this era. Kano plays the bone flute at the altar of blood coral, while a Jia transforms into particles of light in the core of the starship, and Yilan bakes star-patterned stones on the far side of the moon. All memories are intricately woven into biological codes by spores, seeping into the core's iris with the rainwater. Suddenly, the ethereal form of Li Yun materializes. Her fingertips penetrate Chun Da's protective suit, causing the star patterns to intertwine with the jasmine emblem in a quantum entanglement. As the first tear trickles down her gradually transparent cheek, Chunda tastes the bitterness of Blue Mountain coffee, the last cup she brewed in life. The brown powder mingling with shards of glass from the convenience store explosion. In the essence of survival, Li Yun's lips gently brush against the cracked corner of his mouth. The sound waves resonating directly within his skull, creating the most magnificent of errors. At the moment of the kiss, a torrential downpour falls into silence. The timelines of all dimensions converge at this instant. The alien shield beneath the walls of Nanjing in 1937, the neon lights of the burning convenience store in 2023, and the automatic door chimes of the interstellar port in 3021. In the dissipating light of Li Yun, they crystallize into amber-hued raindrop specimens. Yilan's mechanical eye becomes overloaded at this juncture. The gray-blue iris projects a spore detection report, revealing that those nacreous microorganisms proliferate in the trajectory of Mandelbrot sets, each spore cradling a miniature projection of the convenience store within. Suddenly, the ground of Manhattan heaves upward. Mycelial networks weave into a 100-meter-tall statue of the Virgin Mary, her visage a quantum superposition of Li Yun and Lin Jinxing. Within her chest, thousands of luminous embryos float in pale golden amniotic fluid, each adorned with Chun Da's star-pattern tattoos and Ajia's crystalline scales. The sonic waves from the statue shatter the remnants of the Empire State Building. Fragments of glass float in the air, forming a dodecahedral prism that refracts the daily life of 23 parallel universes. The apron-clad Li Yun wipes the shelves. School-uniformed AGS swaps expired labels, and mechanical Yilan brews Blue Mountain coffee. Chun Da's tactical dagger plunges into the mycelial network. Pale golden blood flows along the blade's groove, etching the Jiwa tribal dance totem into the ground. As the first line of pattern is completed, the statue convulses violently. Li Yun's ethereal form seeps from her left eye, while Lin Jinxing's electronic specter bursts forth from the right, wielding an ET equation lightsaber. You will never learn the cold laughter of the electronic specter, echoes the cash register's chime. Error is the true deity of civilization. Yilan's liquid metal arm melts into a protective shield. Nanotendrils entwine with the equation lightsaber, sparking blue and purple arcs of electricity. As the gray-blue iris rapidly analyzes the genetic chain of the statue, the spore network is reconfiguring human DNA, replacing aggressive genes with convenience store product codes. As morning light pierces the quantum rain curtain, the last batch of luminous patterns fades from the infected skin. Chunda kneels amidst the rubble of the statue, clutching a half-melted wedding ring. Deep within the mycelial network, Li Yun's clone is dissipating, her mechanical right eye bursting forth a torrent of data, her fingertips brushing a floating can of Blue Mountain coffee. It is time to close, whispers the triple-dimensional Li Yun in unison. Their hair tips drip with a fluorescent liquid, nurturing saplings of blue jacaranda on the scorched earth. The dewdrops on the petals reflect the neon of the reconstructed convenience store amidst the wreckage of the starship. The cracks on the sign fortuitously aligning to spell out "Open Eternally." Yilan's mechanical remnants began to undergo digitization. A visage of liquid metal emerged, embodying the weariness unique to humanity, as the gray-blue irises projected a final holographic image of the repaired radio, suspended in the lunar crater. The convenience store clerk was replenishing shelves with instant noodles inscribed with alien script. As the first rays of sunlight evaporated the golden traces of rain, Chunda heard a message transcending dimensions. The automatic doors of all convenience stores swung open in unison, the melody of jingle bells mingling with the rhythm of ancestral war drums, weaving a silent elegy of rain above the spore-laden ruins. Chapter 62. self-referential prison. The torrential rain solidified into glowing amber beyond the quantum shield, while the emergency lights in the convenience store basement pierced through the damp air, casting a web-like shadow upon Chun Da's trembling fingertips. His tactical gloves brushed against the yellowed pages, where Lin Jinxing's penmanship from half a century ago writhed beneath the skin. The characters twisting like serpents trapped in a two-dimensional world, reconfiguring into the latest event record. September 17th, 2023, when Chunda discovered the self-referential nature of the manuscript. Ink suddenly seeped through the paper, and pearlescent liquid metal spread along his palm lines. The tattoo on his collarbone burned like a branding iron. The star-patterned totem detaching from his skin, suspended in the air, sketching a three-dimensional projection of the convenience store. Bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping images of him, dressed in a suit at the security checkpoint of Pudong Airport, blood-soaked and curled within a refrigerator. And as an interstellar trader embedding a wedding ring into the lunar control panel, all reflections clutched the same manuscript. Do not touch the seams of the text. Yilan's mechanical voice, wrapped in electrical static, echoed through the headset. Her liquid metal form was seeping from the steam of the coffee machine. The gray-blue irises projecting a spectrum of ultraviolet light, filling the blank spaces of the manuscript with nano-level CX codes, each segment of text devouring the surrounding particles of spacetime. This was the grammatical prison designed by Lin Jinxing. A warning was abruptly interrupted by a shrill sound, dimensionalized. The words pursuers on the manuscript suddenly gained three-dimensionality. As ink solidified into soldiers clad in CX uniforms, leaping from the paper-S surface. Their bodies were flat as cutouts, yet their submachine guns did not fire bullets, but rather fragments of space-time compressed into barcodes. Chunda rolled to evade the assault, his tactical dagger slicing through the third shelf of the display. The Blue Mountain coffee can exploded in response, brown powder forming a Klein bottle structure in the air, ensnaring the two-dimensional pursuers within a topological trap. His retina suddenly erupted with images not belonging to this era. Young Lin Jinxing writing the manuscript in a dimly lit cabin, the pen's tip dripping not ink, but the pale golden blood of Li Yun's clone. You are also a variable. Yilan's liquid metal fingers penetrated the ground. Nano-tentacles entwining with the code released by the manuscript, generating indigo arcs of electricity. Her mechanical eyes irises spun rapidly, the gray-blue light patterns in the air assembling a suffocating truth. Each page of the manuscript was embedded with micro-star-patterned stones, absorbing his memory entropy through Chun Da's collarbone tattoo. At this moment, the two-dimensional pursuers evolved. Their bodies unfurled into a glowing equation ET, slicing the shelves of the convenience store into mosaic fragments. The wedding ring on Chun Da's finger suddenly radiated an intense heat. The star-patterned stone revealing the ethereal image of Li Yun, clad in a blood-stained apron, her fingertip pressed against the bulletproof glass, inscribing the command, "Rewrite the object." A sudden realization struck Chunda. He bit into his index finger, flicking a droplet of blood onto the manuscript, where the faint golden liquid etched the strokes of pursuers into a symbol of alliance. In that fleeting moment of temporal ripples, the two-dimensional soldiers abruptly redirected their firearms. Barcode bullets shattering the subsequent text into luminous Fibonacci spirals. The manuscript spontaneously ignited, its ashes reconstituting into the electronic specter of Lin Jinxing. This entity, forged from ink in the star-patterned stone, had its pupils split into 12 surveillance lenses, each facet reflecting scenes of devastation from various timelines within a convenience store. Do you believe you are defying fate? The voice of the specter echoed the amalgamated cries of 50 years of victims, merely serving to craft a more perfect script on my behalf. Chun Da's temples throbbed. The star-patterned tattoo detached from his skin, transforming into chains that pierced the specter's form, shattering the freezer behind it. Hundreds of umbilical nerve cords from CX embryos cascaded forth, and at their ends, Li Yun's visage simultaneously spoke, subject error. At that moment, Yilan's mechanical eye overloaded. The gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, displaying the night before the outbreak of the folded memory virus. With Lin Jinxing's electronic ghost perpetually hovering above the cash register, inscribing prophecies with Li Yun's wedding ring dipped in coffee liquid. It is recursive grammar. Yilan severed the data line from his chest, the electrolyte etching a Mobius strip structure in midair, as he utilized the present version of oneself to enhance the prophecies of the past. Chunda grasped the remnants of the floating wedding ring. As the star-patterned stone touched the ashes of the manuscript, the entire convenience store suddenly descended in dimension, the shelves morphing into vertical strokes of Sony characters. Instant noodle packaging unfurling into luminous radicals, and his own body being deconstructed into the oracle bone script form of Chunda. Within the ink-scented two-dimensional realm, time presented a topology of the Ouroboros. The radical of De transformed into a sharp blade, cleaving through the continuously reconstituting phrase of pursuers. Each severed stroke erupted with fragments of memory, the screech of brakes from the car accident that claimed his mother at the age of 5. The hisses of the university defense venue, and Li Yun's final smile amidst the torrential rain. These emotional data were greedily consumed by Lin Jinxing's specter. Anger is not sufficiently palatable. The specter's fountain pen morphed into a 40-meter-long blade, cleaving the phrase convenience store in two, as it craved a more profound despair for flavor. Suddenly, Chunda's oracle bone body was quantumized. He found himself concurrently existing across 3 grammatical levels, as a noun traversing the shelves, as a verb leaping through the timeline, and as an adjective smeared across the bloodstains on the bulletproof glass. When the vertical hook of Chun pierced the specter's heart, the two-dimensional world abruptly seeped into the three-dimensional raindrops, a golden deluge from Chapter 61, each droplet reflecting the lip movements of Li Yun just before her dissolution. Breaking the closed loop with an error, her ethereal image unfurled its arms within the ink-colored firmament. Golden raindrops penetrated the two-dimensional plane, scorching cracks into the star-patterned stone veins within the grammatical cage. The convenience store reassembled in the morning light. Chunda knelt amidst a sea of ink stains, clutching a half-finished manuscript as the final line gradually seeped forth. He recognized the necessity of transcending grammatical confines. Yilan's mechanical form leaned against the coffee machine, her liquid metal visage revealing a weariness only humanity could bear. Lin Jinxing's prophecy was now truly commencing. She extracted the pulsating CX chip, its intricate star patterns aligning perfectly with the ashes of the manuscript. The packaging of instant noodles on the shelves suddenly updated autonomously. The radio, repaired by a Jia, emitted crackling static, intertwining with a dimensional message from the youth. Brother Chun, I found it in the cash register system. As Chunda approached the refrigerated display, the bulletproof glass reflected 3 dimensions of himself, all gazing upward simultaneously. The impeccably dressed version of himself loosened his tie, the warrior version polished his dagger, and the businessman raised a wedding ring. At the collarbone of each reflection, star-patterned tattoos cracked open, revealing a luminous scar resembling a semicolon. When the first rays of sunlight evaporated the ink stains, fluorescent markings suddenly emerged on the remnants of the manuscript. It was Li Yun's handwriting, inscribed in the margins of the prophecy. When the story becomes a cage, always remember that the convenience store never closes. Chapter 63. The convenience store universe. Neon signs cast infinite shadows in the 12-dimensional space, while the aroma of Blue Mountain coffee intertwined with the metallic tang of nuclear radiation within the folds of time and space. Chunda's fingertips traced the cracks on the cash register, where those web-like patterns suddenly underwent quantum transformation, refracting visions of destruction from 365 versions of the convenience store. The shelves of 2023 vaporized in an antimatter explosion. The cash register of 1945 submerged beneath a mushroom cloud of blue light, and the automatic doors of 3021 pierced by extraterrestrial tendrils. The margin of error was set at 47. Yilan's mechanical voice, accompanied by electrical static, resonated from the void. Her liquid metal form seeped from the surface of the freezer, her gray-blue irises reflecting the continually collapsing wave functions, while a GIS brainwave frequency began to overlay the cash register system. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from Chunda's collarbone tattoo. The star-patterned totem detached from his skin, hovering in the air to sketch a holographic projection of the Jiwa sacred city. As the projection reached the third shelf's Blue Mountain coffee can, the brown powder began to rotate counterclockwise, coalescing in the void into a Jie's final smile. The crystallized right eye of the youth shed blood tears, as fragments etched a luminous Fibonacci spiral upon the ground. Brother Chun, a Jie's quantum remnant flickered on the cash register screen, the jasmine emblem at his neck pulsating like breath, each shelf serving as a tombstone of civilization. Suddenly, the entire convenience store underwent a dimensional collapse. The instant noodle packaging unfolded into glowing pages of historical texts, battery packs suspended into the Orion's belt, and the steam from Odin converged in the void to form Li Yun's ethereal silhouette. Beneath the bloodied hem of her apron flowed streams of data, her fingertips piercing the bulletproof glass to press against Chunda's chest. Survival has never been a multiple-choice question. Ajie's scales began to shed, the fragments reassembling in midair into a Klein bottle structure. The youth's fully quantized form hovered at the center of the cash register, photon veins pulsing along the trajectory of a Mobius strip. Chunda beheld countless iterations of Ajie traversing through diverse timelines. In 1999, crouching beside shelves to repair a radio. In 2023, unfurling crystalline wings to shield against bombings. And in 2021, infusing a stream of consciousness into the core of a starship. All images seamlessly stitched together through quantum entanglement into a panoramic view. Their mission was to rectify every error. Yilan's liquid metal fingers delved into the coffee machine, nanotentacles entwining with alien code to conjure indigo arcs of electricity, while the delete key unraveled the password to Blue Mountain Coffee. Suddenly, Chunda's wedding ring became unbearably hot. The star-patterned stone revealed the ultimate truth. Every item on the shelf served as a civilizational parameter adjuster, with the ever-replenishing Blue Mountain Coffee acting as a buffer against experimental discrepancies. As he twisted open the canister, brown powder dispersed into a projection of Nanjing in 1937. Lin Jinxing's wedding band embedded within the control wheel of a crashed spacecraft, reflecting the surveillance footage from the convenience store's grand opening day. Ajie's piercing scream precipitated a collapse in space. The remnants of humanity's youth wept iridescent mucus from their left eye, etching the coordinates of 23 parallel universes into the ground, each decision rewriting the checkout code. In the instant of gravitational inversion, Chunda plunged into a quantum jungle of shelves. Inflated food packaging unfurled overhead into the spirals of a galaxy, while the refrigeration cabinet transformed into a transparent coffin displaying the relics of civilization. Einstein's brain soaked in formaldehyde flickering in the red light of the convenience store. Qin Shi Huang's crown entwined with the steam of Odin, and Marie Curie's skeletal frame posed as if inventorying the shelves. Welcome to the archive of civilization. Lin Jinxing's electronic specter emerged from a potato chip bag, a suit-clad apparition wielding a lightsaber of the EMC equation, exemplary experimental subjects ascending into constellations. While defective specimens were cataloged as product codes, Chunda's tactical dagger pierced the specter's chest, only to splatter with Blue Mountain Coffee. 300 versions of Li Yun appeared simultaneously. She in a wedding gown concealed her ring within a can, she in an apron wiped away bloodstains, and she in an interstellar uniform calibrated the cryogenic pod. All specters' pupils fractured into 12 prisms, reflecting every war throughout human history. Ajie awaited your answer. The triple-dimensional Li Yun whispered in unison, her voice shattering the glass of the shelves. Chunda's retina exploded with folded memories of the convenience store on the eve of a viral outbreak, the boy not merely swapping expired labels, but also concealing an upload protocol within the radio dial. The cash register's alert morphed into a doomsday toll. Ajie's quantum avatar began to disintegrate, crystalline shards assembling in the air to form a luminous option for deletion. Yilan's mechanical eye shot forth, its gray-blue iris projecting a suffocating truth. Each shelf corresponded to a universe branch, the delete key poised to erase all traces of alien interference, at the cost of Ajie's consciousness being eternally trapped within the cash register system. Existence itself was the most magnificent error. Li Yun's specter seeped from the steam of coffee, her fingertips brushing against the cracked corner of Chunda's mouth. Her touch bore the bitterness of Blue Mountain Coffee and the acrid scent of ozone post-nuclear detonation, while the hem of her wedding gown dripped with fluorescent blood, etching Lin Jinxing's frenzied script upon the ground. Suddenly, Chunda's star-patterned tattoo detached from his skin, weaving a three-dimensional projection of the convenience store in the air. He beheld his impeccably attired self pushing through the security checkpoint alongside Li Yun, his warrior form embracing the quantum clone, while his interstellar merchant persona embedded a wedding ring into the lunar reactor. At this moment, all timelines converged into a resplendent galaxy. As the first rays of dawn pierced the quantum shield, Chunda pressed the button for perpetual operation. Suddenly, the items on the shelves levitated, and the brown mist erupting from the Blue Mountain Coffee can coalesced into a projection of Earth. The repaired radio, tended by Ajie, broadcast messages traversing dimensions. The convenience store would soon close, yet would reopen the following day. In the ruins of the convenience store 3 years hence. The automatic doors emitted a melodious electronic chime. On the third shelf, lay Jia's crystalline feather shards, Yilan's mechanical eye pendant, and Li Yun's faded wedding ring. As Chunda brewed the Blue Mountain coffee, the brown powder in the air formed a phantom silhouette of young Jia in a school uniform, diligently wiping the cash register in 1999, where the jasmine emblem on his neck resonated with the luminescent patterns of starship wreckage. In the lunar backside's crater, the neon sign of the quantum convenience store pierced through the atmosphere. Yilan's data streams flickered within the cash register system, the gray-blue iris decoding the trading codes of extraterrestrial merchants. When an octopus alien exchanged pearls for instant noodles, a heartbeat emanated from the depths of the frozen chamber, where the red light of the cash register danced upon the lashes of the CX-17 embryo. As the morning light evaporated the coffee stains, a new label emerged at the bottom of the cup, CX-18 experimental subject, with a margin of error of 0. Chunda gazed toward the interstellar port. Hearing the simultaneous opening of 300 automatic doors, the melody of jingle bells intertwining with the rhythm of ancestral war drums, resonating among the stars and weaving an eternal cosmic elegy. Chapter 64. Convenience store dawn. The morning mist, akin to shattered silk, enveloped the ruins as Chunda's tactical boots crunched over the charred concrete, their soles sticky with remnants of fluorescent blue mycelium. 3 years had passed, and the once wildly spreading luminous patterns on the surface had faded into pale golden scars, reminiscent of an old map smoothed by time. He paused before a distorted automatic door, the neon sign skewed among the rubble, the 24-hour service now barely flickering. The crackling of short-circuited electricity evoking the static noise of Jia repairing the radio. The Blue Mountain coffee can on the third shelf lay covered in thick dust as Chunda's fingertips brushed against the expiration label, the alien script slowly transforming into Chinese. Brown powder oozed from the crevice, dispersing in the sunlight into a phantom of Nanjing in 1937, amber droplets of rain solidifying outside the energy shield. The nascent form of the convenience store suspended amidst the flames of incendiary devices. Survival itself is the grandest of errors. Li Yun's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Chunda turned abruptly, the bulletproof glass reflecting 300 overlapping images, his impeccably attired self pushing through the gates of Pudong Airport alongside Li Yun, his warrior form cradling the quantum clone, and his interstellar merchant self embedding the wedding ring into the lunar reactor. In every reflection, the starry tattoos on their collarbones cracked into web-like patterns, oozing nacreous slime. From the depths of the shelves came the sound of cans rolling. Fluorescent moss crept up the fissures of the refrigerated cabinet, dyeing the observation window of the CX-17 embryo a jade green. Chunda pried opened the rusted cabinet door with a tactical dagger, revealing a suffocating scene amidst the frost and mist. Einstein's curly hair entwined with an Odin label. The diadem of Qin Shi Huang flickered with the red glow of the cash register, and Madame Curie's skeletal frame assumed the posture of counting stock. These remnants of civilization, salvaged from the core of a starship 3 years prior, now trembled slightly beneath the frost. Time to restock, Chunda murmured, placing Jia's crystalline wing fragment into the snack area. The last humans left, I was embedded in a jar of lollipops, the bloodstains on its lashes having oxidized into dark speckles resembling starstone. The shelves creaked ominously, and Li Yun's faded wedding ring plummeted from above, its starstone surface suddenly erupting into a holographic projection of the convenience store on the eve of the viral outbreak. She was tiptoeing to adjust the coffee cans on the third shelf, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine emblem on her neck. Suddenly, the basement was filled with an alarm akin to a baby's cries. Chunda rushed toward the source of the sound, only to find the cash register drawer popping open automatically, the knobs of an old radio spinning wildly. The channel Jia had repaired broadcasted messages transcending dimensions. Intermingled with the sobs of the convenience store auntie. Egg prices have risen. Remember to update the price tags. The bulletproof glass reflected 3 dimensions of the convenience store's past. Shelves once filled with mundane products before the apocalypse, now showcasing the remnants of civilization in the cold cabinets, while outside the automatic doors hovered the ships of interstellar merchants. Chunda's temples throbbed, and the starstone tattoo seemed to detach from his skin, floating in the air to outline the war dance totem of the Zhuo tribe's sacred city. As a package smashed through the roof, Chunda was brewing Blue Mountain coffee. The brown powder coalesced in the void into a GS silhouette. The boy's crystalline fingertips lightly touching the radio knob. Brother Chun, it's time to sign for the time-space delivery. The titanium alloy sealed box was covered in alien script. The fingerprint lock recognizing Chun Da's DNA. Inside lay Yilan's mechanical eye pendant, its gray-blue iris reflecting the surveillance footage from the day of the explosion at the convenience store. Showing a Jia in a school uniform installing an antimatter bomb in the shadows of the shelves, the jasmine emblem on his neck resonating with the Starship's energy patterns. Did you know all along? Chunda's knuckles turned white as he tightened his grip. The pendant suddenly quantumized. Yilan's liquid metal visage oozing from the iris. When the margin of error reaches 0, the delete key will trigger automatically. Her mechanical voice was wrapped in electrical noise. But Ajia had rewritten the protocol. The holographic projection unfolded in the steam of the coffee. The starship wreckage orbited the moon, while the neon sign of the convenience store cast a blood-red shadow on the surface of the crater. Yilan's data stream flickered within the cash register system, the gray-blue iris compiling alien codes into product price tags. As Chunda touched the remnants of the wedding ring in the projection, the basement suddenly descended in dimension. The shelves transformed into glowing pages of historical texts, instant noodle packaging unfurling into a Maya calendar totem. And his body was deconstructed into the oracle bone script form of his name, Chunda, in the ink-scented, two-dimensional world. Lin Jinqing's electronic phantom was dipping a pen into Li Yun's blood, inscribing the latest prophecy: the convenience store is about to close. Golden rain descended at dusk, and Chunda stood atop the ruins of the convenience store, watching raindrops pierce through the bodies of the zombies. The once fearsome infected beings raised their faces, as the luminous patterns beneath their skin faded like receding tides, revealing the original pallor of humanity. This was a gift from Ajia. As Kano's illegitimate daughter emerged from the curtain of rain, the girl wore a bone flute adorned with a blood coral pendant, and as she played, raindrops coalesced into the shape of jasmine flowers. Her pupils fractured into 12 prisms, reflecting the mundane lives of 23 parallel universes. Li Yun in an apron wiping down shelves. Ajia in school uniform stealthily swapping expired labels, and the mechanical Yilan baking star-patterned stones on the far side of the moon. The purifiers sought to eradicate the spores. The girl's fingertips brushed against the cold cabinet, as whispers of an extraterrestrial conspiracy echoed around them. Chunda gazed into the depths of the shelves at the CX-17 embryo. Frost was entering a quantum state. The embryo's eyelashes quivered like butterfly wings, and on the collarbone appeared a star-patterned groove identical to his own. As the first ray of moonlight pierced through the clouds, all the jacaranda seedlings suddenly bloomed, their petals glistening with dew that reflected an untainted starry sky. The radio abruptly played an encrypted channel, and Yilan's Morse code resonated amidst the sound of rain. The seeds have germinated. 3 years later, in the dead of night, Chunda wiped his wedding ring amidst the steam of the Odin. The shelves were filled with relics stored by survivors. Talik's hunting knife, Li Wei's compass, and Lin Shi's diary of confessions. Suddenly, the automatic door swung open, and an octopus-like alien extended its tentacles, offering star-patterned stone pearls, its compound eyes mirroring the neon signs of the Earth branch. Extra spicy instant noodles. Thank you. The alien's vocal cords vibrated to produce the convenience store's chime. Chunda turned his gaze towards the moon, where Yilan's mechanical eye pendant projected the coordinates of a starship onto the counter. From the depths of the freezer came the sound of a heartbeat, as the CX-17 embryo's fingertip penetrated the observation window, tracing a jasmine emblem upon the bulletproof glass. When the first rays of morning light evaporated the traces of rain, all product price tags automatically flipped over. The alien script receded like a tide, revealing the hope of the Chinese expiration date beneath the rust, never expiring. Chunda brewed the last cup of Blue Mountain coffee, the brown powder coalescing in the air into the ethereal silhouette of Li Yun. She wore the uniform of the interstellar fleet, her fingertips transcending time and space to press upon the radio knob. The melody of jingle bells intertwined with the rhythm of ancestral war drums, echoing through the stars, weaving an eternal cosmic elegy. Chapter 65. The sour morning mist flowed through the ruins, like liquid phosphor entwining the fractured overpass. Chunda's tactical boots crunched over charred concrete, the soles sticky with remnants of fluorescent blue mycelium. The once wildly spreading luminous patterns on the surface had faded into pale golden scars. resembling an ancient map smoothed by time. He halted before a distorted automatic door, a neon sign jutting out from the rubble. The open 24 hours inscription flickered weakly. The crackling of short-circuited electricity reminiscent of a jet tuning the radio. A can of Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf was shrouded in thick dust. Chunda's fingertips glided over the expiration label as the alien script gradually transformed into Chinese. Brown powder leaked from the crevice, dispersing in the sunlight into an ethereal mirage of Nanjing in 1937, amber droplets of rain solidifying outside the energy shield. As the convenience store's silhouette floated amidst the flames of incendiary devices. Survival itself is the most magnificent error. Li Yun's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Chundo abruptly turned around, and the bulletproof glass reflected 300 overlapping images. Dressed in a tailored suit, he pushed through the gates of Pudong Airport. A warrior's form cradling a quantum clone. As an interstellar merchant, he embedded a wedding ring into a lunar reactor. In every reflected collarbone, starry tattoos cracked like a spider's web, oozing a pearlescent mucus. From the depths of the shelves came the sound of canisters rolling. On the 7th day after the golden deluge ceased, the first blue jacaranda pierced through the asphalt. Dewdrops on the petals refracted an extraordinary spectrum. Chunda crouched to observe, discovering that each droplet contained a miniature projection of a convenience store. The spores were repairing the ozone layer more swiftly than anticipated. As a pale purple sky cracked open with web-like light patterns, resembling candy wrappers torn by a child, revealing an untainted starry sky beyond. The rate of aggressive gene elimination stood at 63. Yilan's mechanical voice emerged from the earpiece. Her liquid metal form seeped from the surface of the convenience store's freezer. Her gray-blue iris scanning the ground littered with spores, yet the reorganization of neural synapses required more intense stimulation. Chunda's fingertip pressed against the star-patterned stone pendant. The mechanical eye sent by Yilan before her demise hovered above the cash register, projecting a holographic interface displaying. Purification sect followers were gathering 3 kilometers away. Clad in uniform white robes, the glowing patterns beneath their skin dissipated like receding tides, yet their pupils remained frozen in cold rationality. The wild faction had hijacked the CX-17 embryo. Chunda Atom applebobbed with difficulty. The observation window deep within the freezer was vacant like an eye socket. With only a few strands of pale golden amniotic fluid dripping through the cracks, Kano's daughter had taken her away. As if in response to his murmurs, the distant sky suddenly erupted with crimson flares. Swarms of mutated vultures swept across the horizon, shedding fragments of star-patterned stones from their feathers. Chunda's collarbone tattoo ignited with sudden pain. The totem detached from his skin, hovering in the air, tracing the war dance trajectory of the Jiwa tribe's sacred city. The underground air raid shelter was suffused with the scent of rust and decaying flesh. Maya, the 15-year-old granddaughter of wild faction leader Talak, pushed the CX-17 embryo's cryogenic chamber onto the altar. Her bone flute, adorned with a blood coral pendant, produced melodies that coalesced spores into a luminous jasmine crown. The ancestral spirits proclaimed this child as the seed of civilization. Maya's pupils split into 12 prisms, reflecting the daily lives of convenience stores across 23 parallel universes. Yet you wish to transform her into a docile lamb. In that moment, the purification sect's laser net tore through the air raid shelter's dome. White-robed warriors surged in like a mechanical tide, their gun muzzles no longer spewing bullets, but rather cognitive commands compressed into barcodes. Maya screamed as she unfurled her scaled wings. The boys followed her, leaping up the rock face, their fingertips sprouting unique alloy claws from Lin Jinxing's laboratory. Amidst the chaos, Chunda grasped the cryogenic chamber. The embryo's eyelashes fluttered suddenly, and the bulletproof glass reflected an astonishing scene. Li Yun, clad in an apron, was restocking at an interstellar port in 3021, and the young clerk beside her bore an identical genetic profile to CX-17. She is not a weapon. Chunda's roar was swallowed by the sound of explosions. Yilan's mechanical eye suddenly underwent quantum transformation, its gray-blue iris unfurling a circular barrier that enveloped the cryogenic chamber in a projection of the protective shield from Nanjing in 1937. The pupils of the purification sect leader abruptly constricted, revealing Lin Jinxing's electronic specter inscribing new directives with a stylus dipped in amniotic fluid. Maya's bone flute shattered into star-patterned fragments. The last warriors of the wild faction formed a shield of flesh and blood, their scaled armor peeling away under sonic weaponry. Yet they continued to embody the totem of the Zhuo tribal war dance with their bodies. Chen Da's temples throbbed, memories coursing through his nerves like high-voltage currents as Kano played the same battle hymn at the blood coral altar. Ajia's crystalline feathers disintegrated into blue flames amidst the sound waves, while Li Yun's clone fell into the icy abyss with a final smile. "Stop! You are killing the future." Maya's scream triggered a quantum resonance. All spores within human bodies suddenly awakened, golden mycelium emerging from pores to intertwine in the air, forming a jasmine emblem. Purification sect warriors collectively stiffened, their white robes torn by the mycelium, revealing the restructured star-patterned circuits beneath their skin, no longer cold control codes, but the warm spectrum of convenience store neon signs. At this moment, the CX-17 embryo opened its eyes, its pupils amber like Li Yun's, a star-patterned groove appearing on its neck, reminiscent of Chunda. The cryogenic chamber exploded, amniotic fluid cascading like a melting galaxy over the altar, etching Lin Jinxing's handwritten formula into the ground. E.T. The embryonic vocal cords vibrated, emitting frequencies that transcended dimensions. Chen Da's wedding ring shattered, the star-patterned stone revealing the ultimate truth. The spores were not an alien conspiracy, but a corrective program crafted by a Jia through a stream of consciousness, intended to inscribe the allowable error value into the human genetic chain. 3 years later, on a stormy night, Chen Da polished his wedding ring amidst the steam of a hot pot. Shelves brimmed with stored relics, Talik's hunting knife, Li Weigu's compass, Maya's shattered bone flute. The automatic door swung open suddenly, and Li Yun, clad in interstellar uniform, entered. Her ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem on her neck, and the red light of the cash register stained the starship insignia crimson. "Extra spicy instant noodles, thank you." Her smile overlapped with memories from 23 dimensions. Chunda gazed toward the moon's direction. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant projected a holographic star map at the cash register. While a Blue Mountain coffee can automatically restock itself, its expiration label flickering with newly born alien script, CX-18. Error value 100. As the first rays of dawn evaporated the traces of rain, all spores quietly blossomed. The roots of the jacaranda penetrated the wreckage of the starship, sprouting a holographic projection of a convenience store on scorched earth, eternally in operation. Chapter 66. Echoes of the moonlight flowed like liquid mercury over the ruins of the convenience store, as Chunda's tactical boots crunched over shards of glass, the soles sticky with remnants of fluorescent blue mycelium. 3 years had passed. Those once wildly spreading luminescent patterns had faded into pale golden scars, like an old map smoothed by the passage of time. He paused before a distorted automatic door, a neon sign slanted among the rubble. The 24 hours open now reduced to a flickering small light, the crackling sound of short-circuiting electricity reminiscent of a jazz frequency noise while repairing the radio. On the third shelf, the cans of Blue Mountain coffee were shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Chunda's fingertips brushed over the expiration date label, as alien characters gradually transformed into Chinese. Brown powder oozed from the cracks, dispersing into an ethereal silhouette of Nanjing in 1937 under the moonlight. Amber droplets solidified outside the energy shield, while the embryonic form of a convenience store floated amidst the flames of incendiary devices. Survival itself is the most magnificent of errors. Li Yun's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Chunda turned abruptly, the bulletproof glass reflecting 300 overlapping images. Dressed in a suit, he pushed past Li Yun at Pudong Airport, while his warrior persona cradled a quantum clone. As an interstellar merchant, he embedded a wedding ring into a lunar reactor. In each reflection, the star-pattern tattoos on their collarbones cracked into spiderweb-like designs, exuding a pearlescent slime. From the depths of the shelf came the sound of a can rolling. The knob of an old radio inexplicably spun, and amidst the electrical static, a sharp ticking burst forth. Chunda's pupils suddenly constricted. It was the distinct rhythm of Morse code belonging to Yilan. As he lunged towards the cash register, he knocked over a pot of Odin. The boiling broth suspended in midair, forming a Fibonacci spiral. The seeds had sprouted. The text deciphered from the code shimmered in the steam. Chunda's fingers tightened around the star-patterned stone pendant, and the holographic star map projected by his gray-blue iris twisted unexpectedly. Deep within the lunar craters, the neon sign of the convenience store pierced the thin atmosphere, casting a blood-red shadow of the earth branch upon the surface of the meteorite crater. The basement freezer emitted a dull rumble. Chunda flung open the rusted cabinet door, and within the mist of frost, hundreds of Blue Mountain coffee cans were undergoing quantum transformation, their brown powder coalescing into the final smile of a Jia. The crystalline right eye of the youth wept blood. Fragments etched glowing structures of Klein bottles onto the floor. "Brother Chun, check the shelf," he murmured, as the entire convenience store suddenly collapsed in dimensionality. The packaging of puffed snacks unfurled into luminous pages of history. Battery packs floated into the shape of Orion's belt, and the steam from the Odin coalesced in the void into the phantom of Li Yun. Data streams flowed from the hem of her blood-stained apron, her fingertips penetrating the bulletproof glass to rest upon Chun Da's chest. "They have returned." At that moment, the moonlight peaked. The items on the shelf suddenly levitated. The potato chip bags tore into blueprints of starships, and instant noodle strands were formed into a DNA double helix. Chun Da's tactical dagger lunged towards the void, yet its tip splattered Blue Mountain coffee liquid, which crystallized in the air into a projection of Yi Lan's mechanical eye. When the error value reached 0, the sewing would commence. The gray-blue iris reflected the unimaginable scene outside the automatic doors of the lunar convenience store, where an octopus alien delicately touched the price tag with its tentacles, its multifaceted eyes swirling with the daily life of convenience stores across 23 parallel universes. From the deepest recesses of the shelf came the sound of shattering glass. Chunda pushed aside the stacked emergency food boxes, his breath momentarily suspended as the frozen chamber of the CX-17 embryo began to reveal itself in a ghostly glow. The observation window was covered in frost, yet it clearly displayed the jasmine emblem on the embryo's neck, identical to the shape engraved in his palm by Li Yun before her passing. "Dad!" The sound waves reverberated within his skull. Chun Da's wedding ring shattered, the star-patterned stone revealing the ultimate truth. The clone of Li Yun, who had plunged into the icy abyss 3 years prior, was now calibrating the cash register system within the lunar crater. Her mechanical right eye erupted with a torrent of data, and with a gentle touch of her fingertip, each product label illuminated with the fluorescent code CX-18. The cryogenic chamber abruptly underwent quantum transformation. The umbilical nerve cord of the embryo pierced through the chamber, and at the end of its suction cup, Li Yun's visage simultaneously spoke, "Home." Chun Da's star-patterned tattoo detached from his skin, intertwining in the air to form the war dance totem of the Jiwa tribe. When the first drop of blood touched the core of the totem, the entire convenience store suddenly experienced weightlessness. Instant noodles on the shelves began to rotate counterclockwise. Battery packs arranged themselves into a Polaris formation, and the brown mist emitted from the Blue Mountain coffee can coalesced into a projection of Earth. Chun Da tumbled amid the floating goods, witnessing the embryo's eyelashes flutter like butterfly wings, casting elongated shadows upon the bulletproof glass that synchronized with the neon frequencies of the convenience store on the lunar surface. Suddenly, the radio broadcasted an encrypted channel. Yi Lan's liquid metal visage seeped from the sound waves, her gray-blue irises swiftly deciphering gravitational parameters. They were reconstructing the curvature of space-time with the convenience store. Before the words had left her lips, the cryogenic chamber erupted with gamma rays, propelling Chun Da towards a temporal rift deep within the shelves. He plummeted through a quantum storm, the sensation of weightlessness tearing at his insides, yet the electronic sound of the convenience store's automatic doors echoed in his ears. As he opened his eyes, he found himself beneath the transparent dome of an interstellar port, where innumerable alien merchant ships traversed above, and octopus traders exchanged pearls for batteries on the shelves, their compound eyes reflecting the neon lights of Earth's branch store. It was time to restock. Li Yun's voice emerged from behind him. When Chun Da turned, breath caught in his throat, she, clad in an interstellar uniform, was counting the items on the shelves, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine emblem on her neck, the red light of the cash register staining the starship insignia crimson. Her pupils fractured into 12 prisms, reflecting the daily life of the convenience store across 300 dimensions. At that moment, the cryogenic chamber opened. The embryo's fingertips penetrated the observation window, inscribing the equation of ET upon the bulletproof glass. Chun Da's clavicle tattoo resonated suddenly, the star-patterned totem detaching from his skin and hovering, outlining a suffocating truth. Each cash register in a convenience store served as a checkpoint for the reboot of civilization. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the quantum shield, all product labels on the shelves automatically flipped. Alien text receded like a tide, and beneath the rust, the expiry date in Chinese emerged with hope, eternal and unending. Chunda brewed the last cup of Blue Mountain coffee, the brown powder coalescing in the air into the silhouette of a Jia. The boy's crystallized fingertip lightly touched the lunar projection, and the repaired radio played a message that transcended dimensions. This time, we truly close. Chapter 67. Tidal memory. The tide shattered into countless silver scales under the moonlight, as Chunda's tactical boots sank into the black sands of Jiwa Island's eastern shore, upon the tribal ruins, burned 3 years prior. The roots of blue jacaranda penetrated the scorched earth, entwining the wreckage of starships with primitive totems into a symbiotic sculpture. He unloaded his tactical backpack, and the cryogenic chamber, crafted from bulletproof glass, glimmered with a faint golden halo in the moonlight, while the eyelashes of the CX-17 embryo fluttered in the nutrient solution like butterfly wings. Survival itself. Li Yun's voice suddenly seeped from the sound of the waves. Chunda suddenly turned, the bulletproof glass reflecting 300 overlapping warrior-like silhouettes of himself, cradling a frozen embryo chamber. As an interstellar merchant, he calibrated a lunar reactor in a tailored suit. He pushed through the security checkpoint at Pudong Airport, embodying Li Yun. Across all reflections, the star-patterned tattoos at the clavicles fractured, revealing iridescent traces akin to mother of pearl. The frozen chamber resonated abruptly. The embryonic umbilical nerve cord penetrated the chamber as structure, and at the end of the suction cup, Li Yun's visage simultaneously spoke, "It is time to go home." Chunda's fingers clenched, turning pale as the sea breeze carried the mingled scents of decaying seaweed and blue jacaranda, intertwining with the memories of a convenience store on the eve of the viral outbreak. On the third shelf, a can of Blue Mountain coffee sat. Punctured glass bore witness to the echoes of a cash register amidst the groans of zombies. These fragmented memories abruptly quantumized, projecting Li Yun's smile from her final moments onto his retina. Her ponytail swept across the jasmine insignia on his neck, while the cash register's crimson glow stained the star-patterned wedding ring in a hue of blood. "Mr. Chun, close your eyes." The triple-dimensional apparition of Li Yun emerged from the waves. Dressed in a wedding gown, she concealed the wedding ring within a coral reef, adorned in an apron. She wiped the embryonic observation window. Clad in interstellar uniform, she calibrated the holographic star map. All phantoms simultaneously reached out to the frozen chamber, their amber-hued pupils reflecting the quotidian scenes from 23 parallel universes' convenience stores. In the moment the diving mask fogged with blood mist, Chunda heard the call of the underwater relics. Swarms of luminous jellyfish glided past his ribcage, their tendrils weaving a Klein bottle passage behind him. The embryo chamber floated in a zero-gravity field. The nutrient solution transformed into a glowing umbilical cord, entangling quantumly with Chunda's star-pattern tattoos. "Dad!" The sound waves reverberated within his skull. Chunda nearly dropped his tactical dagger as the oxygen mask's interior crystallized with mother-of-pearl ice. At the altar's ruins, 300 meters deep, blood corals encircled Li Yun's holographic projection, her wedding gown trailing bioluminescent amniotic fluid, her fingertips pressing through time and space onto the embryonic observation window. The projection abruptly split. In 1945, Li Yun sorted shelves amidst the ruins of Hiroshima. In 2023, she adjusted coffee cans in a convenience store. In 2021, she compiled genetic codes at the core of a starship. All dimensions of the illusion pointed towards the central console of the altar. Chunda's tattoo burned like a branding iron, the star-patterned totem tearing away from his skin, tracing the path of the Ziwa tribe's sacred dance in the air. The margin of error had reached zero. Yilan's mechanical voice, intertwined with electrical static, emanated from the earpiece. Her liquid metallic visage seeped from the coral, her gray-blue iris scanning the extraterrestrial inscriptions on the console. Lin Jinxing had inscribed a prophecy here 50 years prior. Chunda's pupils contracted sharply. Golden-hued blood seeped through the cracks of the inscription, the very last sample left for him by Li Yun's clone before its plunge into the icy abyss. As the blood droplets touched the console's recess, the entire sea suddenly quantumized, the embryo's shriek triggering gravitational collapse. Chunda tumbled through the temporal vortex, witnessing the frozen chamber explode into luminous stardust. The pale golden amniotic fluid cascades like a galactic river, with CX-17 suspended at the vortex's heart. The umbilical neural cord piercing through the void, connecting disparate dimensions of convenience store shelves. 1999's radio, 2023's wedding ring, and 3021 star-patterned stone pearls orbiting around her like planetary rings. Home is not a place. Li Yun's holographic projection unfurls her arms amidst the turbulence. Her mechanical right eye bursts forth a torrent of data, while her left eye, with its amber pupil, reflects an untainted starry sky, a miscalculation of who to become. Chun Da's wedding ring shatters. The star-patterned stone reveals the ultimate truth. The control console of the underwater relics is the original template of the convenience store's cash register system. Every civilization ultimately displays its remains upon the shelves. He reaches for the floating embryo, the girl's skin abruptly turning translucent. The nebulae swirling within her organs synchronizing with the neon frequencies of the convenience store. Existence itself is the grandest of errors, whispers Li Yun across 3 dimensions. When Chun Da's star-patterned tattoo brushes against the jasmine emblem of the embryo, the anti-gravity field suddenly reverses, the roar of the tide tearing apart the sea's surface. Chun Da embraces the embryo, breaking the water's surface to witness an unforgettable spectacle. Billions of tons of seawater liberating themselves from the Earth's gravity, transforming into glowing tendrils surging towards the cosmos. The bioluminescent plankton at the wave's crest spell out the equation of relativity, while Chiwa Island disintegrates into luminous oracle bone script fragments. They have begun to sow. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant erupts with gamma rays. The holographic star map projected by her gray-blue iris reveals that the endpoint of the reverse seawater is the interstellar port on the far side of the moon. The embryo suddenly opens its eyes. Amber pupils revealing surveillance footage from the day of the convenience store explosion. A Jia in his school uniform installing an antimatter bomb amidst the shadows of the shelves. The jasmine emblem on his neck resonating with the energy patterns of the starship. Chun Da's temples throb. Memories surge through his nerves like high-voltage currents. Kano plays a battle hymn at the blood coral altar, while Ajia's crystalline feathers transform into blue flames amidst the sound waves. And Li Yun's final smile before plunging into the icy abyss. The embryo's fingertips suddenly pierce through the protective suit, etching Lin Jinxing's frenzied handwriting upon his palm. When the tides reverse, the convenience store shall close. 3 years later, on a stormy night, Chunda wipes the wedding ring amidst the steam of a hot pot. The shelves are filled with relics deposited by survivors. Talek's hunting knife, Li Weigu's compass, and the shattered blood coral flute. The automatic door swings open, and Li Yun, clad in interstellar uniform, steps inside. Her ponytail sweeps across the jasmine emblem on her neck. The cash register's red light staining the starship emblem crimson. Spicy instant noodles, please. Her smile overlaps with memories from 23 dimensions. Chunda gazes toward the moon, where the girl transformed from the embryo is calibrating the cash register system amidst the craters, alien price tags flickering in the neon like clusters of stars. As the first rays of dawn evaporate the remnants of rain, all the seawater suddenly regains its tranquility. Atop the ruins of a convenience store, young jacaranda saplings pierce through the wreckage of starships, sprouting holographic neon signs on the scorched earth of the Earth branch, eternally in operation. Chapter 68. The convenience store of the stars as the morning light filters down through the dome of the interstellar port. It carries with it the rusted hue of oxidized metal. Chun Da's tactical boots tread upon the titanium alloy corridor, the soles clinging to the luminescent scales shed by some alien creature. 3 years have passed since the convenience store ruins in the lunar backside were enveloped by starship debris. Now, suspended in Port Area G12. He gazes through the bulletproof glass at the inflated food packaging on the shelves, marked with expiration dates in the dialect of Orion. Battery packs are arranged in a Polaris formation on the anti-gravity shelves, while the steam from Odin condenses into a holographic projection of Li Yun's smile in the void. Survival itself suddenly. The bulletproof glass reflects the convenience store in 300 dimensions. In his warrior form, he wipes the crystalline shards of feathers from the shelf. As an interstellar merchant, he embeds star-patterned pearls into the cash register. In his suit itself, he pushes aside the reflections of Li Yun at the security checkpoint of Pudong Airport, where star tattoos flicker in rhythm with the gravitational fluctuations of the port. Chun Da's knuckles tighten around a can of Blue Mountain coffee. Brown powder seeps from a crack, dispersing into the morning light, reminiscent of the 1937 Nanjing Shield. Mr. Chun, please sign for the Time-Space Express. An octopus alien taps the automatic door with its tentacles, the fluorescent patterns on its suckers resonating with the shelf barcodes, producing a melodic scale. When Chunda turns, his tactical dagger nearly slips from its sheath. The alien merchant's compound eyes are composed of 12-faced crystals, each facet reflecting the daily life of the convenience store across different timelines. A Jia repairing a radio in 1999, Li Yun counting stock in 2023, and Yilan calibrating a cryogenic chamber in 3021. Extra spicy instant noodles, please. The alien's voice synthesizes into Mandarin, its tentacles curling around a mother-of-pearl star core. Your spiciness ratings are far too conservative. As the cash register chimes, the shelves suddenly quantumize. Chip packaging unfurls into Starship design drafts. Instant noodle strands restructure into a double helix of DNA. At the moment Chunda scans the pearl, his wedding ring bursts forth with gamma rays, revealing the truth of the star-patterned stone. Within the pearl, a miniature projection of the convenience store curls up as a tiny octopus alien purchases instant noodles from the shelves. Energy purity, 997. Yilan's mechanical voice emanates from the pendant. Her liquid metal visage seeps into the iris projection, her gray-blue pupils dissecting the pearl structure. These are the tombstones of civilizations. Suddenly, Chunda feels a searing pain from his collarbone tattoo. The star-patterned totem detaches from his skin, hovering in the air, tracing the dance of war in the sacred city of the Chihuahua tribe. As the first ray of light penetrates the pearl, the bulletproof glass reflects an incomprehensible scene. The surface of the octopus merchant's home planet, where countless neon signs of convenience stores float upon methane seas. Each automatic door lined with various species in queue. They settle their accounts with memories of war. The alien touches the pearl with its tentacle, its compound eyes swirling with apocalyptic scenes from 23 parallel universes. Spiciness serves as an excellent pain reliever. A rolling sound echoes from deep within the shelves. Chunda peeled back the heap of quantum snacks, his breath momentarily suspended as the frozen chamber housing the CX-17 embryo materialized in an eerie glow. The observation window was encrusted with frost, yet the jasmine emblem on the embryo's neck was distinctly visible, mirroring the shape inscribed in Li Yun's palm before his demise. As the gravitational tide of midnight reached its zenith, a golden deluge cascaded from the port's dome. Chunda curled up on the third shelf, his tactical jacket enveloping the trembling frozen chamber. The embryo's heartbeat resonated through the metallic wall, synchronizing perfectly with the beeping of the cash register. Suddenly, his retina exploded with images alien to this era. Li Yun's clone was wiping the observation window in 3021. The data stream from its mechanical eye compiling a star map into price tags. Father, the sound waves reverberated within his skull. Chunda's dagger plunged into the shelf, as the nanoalloy structure surprisingly oozed blue mountain coffee liquid. The embryo's umbilical nerve pierced the chamber, and at its end, Li Yun's visage simultaneously spoke. They are coming. The instant the automatic door alarm blared, the entire convenience store underwent a dimensional collapse. The packaging of puffed snacks transformed into luminescent oracle bone inscriptions, while the steam from Odin coalesced into the electronic specter of Linjun. Chunda's form disassembled into the seal script representation of his name. In a two-dimensional world suffused with the scent of ink, 6 mantis-like extraterrestrials were slicing through the strokes of the characters for convenience store, each incision erupting with fragments of human civilization's memories. Product code error. The mantis beings' compound eyes flickered with crimson light, their forelimbs tracing the trajectory of the Einsteinian equation. Chunda's seal script body abruptly quantumized, realizing that he existed simultaneously across 3 grammatical tiers, navigating the shelves as a noun, leaping through the timeline as a verb, and being painted upon the surface of the octopus merchant's pearls as an adjective. With discrepancies shattering the closed loop, Li Yun's spectral form seeped from the price tag. Clad in interstellar attire, she spread her arms wide, the jasmine emblem casting a 12-dimensional coordinate in the 2-dimensional realm. When the radical of Chunda's name pierced the mantis's core, all the gravestones of civilizations resonated, igniting a totem of the Jiwa ancestors in the void. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant quantumized amidst the chaos. The gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, showcasing the energy waveform of the folded history from 1937's Nanjing Shield. strikingly aligned with the flickering frequency of the convenience store's neon lights. Chunda tumbled through the temporal vortex, witnessing how each of his choices birthed new shelves. One adorned with business attire showcasing oppressive coffee cups, another filled with crystalline shards for warriors, and yet another suspended with star-patterned stone wedding rings for merchants. Survival rate insufficient, 0.03. Yilan's liquid metal fingers penetrated the cash register, nano-tentacles entwining with alien code, generating indigo arcs of electricity, yet the shelves were forever replenishing. Suddenly, the octopus merchant ensnared the frozen chamber with its tentacles. The alien suction cups secreted nacreous slime, etching interstellar coordinates onto the embryo's observation window. Home is not a destination. At that moment, Chunda's wedding ring shattered. The star-patterned stone revealed the ultimate truth. Each cash register in the convenience store served as a checkpoint for the reboot of civilization, while the shelf's instant noodles expiration date marked humanity's countdown within the cosmic scale. He grasped the floating can of Blue Mountain coffee, the brown powder coalescing in the anti-gravity field into the silhouette of Ajay, a youth seated behind the cash register of 1999, where the jasmine emblem on his neck resonated with the remnants of starships. It was time to close, Ajay whispered across 3 dimensions. As dawn pierced the harbor's protective shield, the last batch of alien merchants formed a queue in the returns area. Chunda leaned against the bulletproof glass, watching as the labels on the shelves gradually faded from alien script, the everlasting characters of Chinese re-emerging beneath the rust. The embryonic cryogenic chamber hovered above the Odin boiler, its neural cord fully integrated with the convenience store's circuitry. Survival itself. The voice of Li Yun suddenly seeped through the morning mist. The spectral figure in an apron was wiping the 3rd shelf, her ponytail sweeping over the bullet holes in the glass. The moment Chunda reached out to touch the apparition, the convenience store of 300 dimensions overlapped. The warrior version of himself placed crystal shards into the snack section. The merchant version accepted the star-patterned stone pearls, and the dapper version finally received the wedding ring from Li Yun at Pudong Airport. As the first rays of sunlight evaporated the traces of quantum rain, the radio unexpectedly broadcast an encrypted channel. Yilan's Morse code mingled with interstellar signals. The seeds have sprouted. Chunda brewed the final cup of Blue Mountain coffee, watching the embryo's eyelashes quiver in the morning light. Deep within the shelves, a pearl left by the octopus merchant suddenly cracked open, projecting a miniature convenience store that began to grow, the fissures in the neon sign perfectly assembling into the image of an earth branch. Chapter 69. Rainy night. Called the torrential rain hammered the titanium alloy dome of the interstellar port into a colossal drum, while Chunda's knuckles unconsciously rubbed against the crack in his wedding ring. Outside the convenience store's bulletproof glass, the fluorescent slime left by the octopus alien was being washed away by the rain, forming patterns reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. The can of Blue Mountain coffee on the 3rd shelf trembled slightly, the brown powder seeping through the cracks and suspending in the humid air, reminiscent of the protective ghost of Nanjing from 1937. The golden rain solidified outside the energy field, the embryonic form of the convenience store refracting a mother-of-pearl halo amidst the flames of war. Survival itself. Li Yun's voice suddenly emerged from the sound of the rain. Chunda spun around abruptly, his tactical boots crushing the lunar projection in the puddle. The bulletproof glass reflected the 300-dimensional forms of the convenience store. The warrior version of him held the CX-17 embryonic cryogenic chamber. The interstellar merchant adjusted the cash register system, and the dapper version of him pushed through the security checkpoint at Pudong Airport alongside Li Yun. At the collarbone of all reflections, star-patterned tattoos flickered in rhythm with the downpour, while the pale golden slime seeping from the cracks etched the equation of ET into the ground. The sound of cans rolling echoed from deep within the shelves. The knob of the vintage radio suddenly spun on its own, and Yilan's mechanical eye pendant erupted with gamma rays. The gray-blue iris projected a holographic image through the steam of the Odin, revealing Li Yun in interstellar uniform, calibrating starship engines in a news broadcast, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine emblem on her neck, the crimson glow of the cash register staining the starship badge blood red. Chunda's pupils suddenly constricted. The news date displayed was September 16, 2023, a mere 24 hours before the viral outbreak. The allowable error margin stood at 0.7. Yilan's mechanical voice enveloped in electrical static, the liquid metal visage seeping from the iris. This is not a replay. but a real-time signal. Chunda's wedding ring suddenly became scalding hot. The star-patterned stone on the ring revealed the ultimate truth. Within the folds of Li Yun's uniform lay a Morse code he had inscribed beneath the convenience store counter. When the first lightning struck the neon sign, the bulletproof glass reflected an unfathomable scene. Li Yun in the news footage abruptly turned, her amber pupils piercing through a decade, locking eyes with the cracked corners of Chunda's mouth. "Mr. Chun, close your eyes." The tridimensional shadow of Li Yun emerged from the rain curtain. Clad in a wedding dress, she concealed the ring within the starship's reactor. Donned in an apron, she wiped the embryonic observation window, adorned in camouflage. She pressed the nuclear launch button. All phantoms simultaneously touched the glass, rain droplets quantumizing into a Klein bottle structure at the point of contact. Each surface reflecting the moments of destruction across different timelines of the convenience store. The convenience store suddenly underwent dimensional collapse. The packaging of puffed food unfurled into a luminous chronicle, battery packs suspended as Orion's belt, while Chunda's body disassembled into the oracle bone script form of his name. In a two-dimensional world suffused with the scent of ink, Lin Jinxing's electronic ghost used a fountain pen dipped in rainwater to inscribe, "When the story becomes a cage." The subject is incorrect. Chunda's seal script form abruptly quantumized. He found himself existing simultaneously across 3 grammatical levels, navigating the shelves as a noun, leaping through the timeline as a verb, and smearing across Li Yun's news footage as an adjective. When the vertical hook of the character Chin pierced the ghost's heart, the two-dimensional world suddenly seeped into the three-dimensional raindrops. That was the golden downpour of Chapter 61, each droplet reflecting the whispered words of Li Yun before her dissolution. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant overloaded at that moment. The gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, playing memories of the convenience store on the eve of the virus outbreak. As Lin Jinxing's electronic ghost hovered above the counter, using Li Yun's wedding ring dipped in coffee liquid to write prophecies, Chunda's temples throbbed. The star-pattern tattoo detached from his skin, transforming into chains, yet shattered the umbilical cords of hundreds of CX embryos behind him, spilling forth. While Li Yun's visage on the suction cup simultaneously spoke, "Home is not a place." The downpour peaked at midnight. Chunda knelt amidst the ruins of the shelves, clutching a half-melted can of Blue Mountain coffee. The brown powder coalesced in the air into a Jia's final smile, the crystalline right eye of the youth weeping blood. Fragments etching a luminous Fibonacci spiral on the ground. The radio abruptly broadcast an encrypted channel. Yilan's Morse code mingling with interstellar signals reverberated. The seed has sprouted. The bulletproof glass reflected 3 dimensions of the convenience store, the past shelves filled with mundane goods before the end, the present's cold cabinet showcasing the remnants of civilization, and the future's automatic doors suspended with the starship of an interstellar caravan. When Chunda touched the wedding ring in the reflection, the entire structure suddenly lost weight. The noodle packaging tore into a DNA double helix, and the steam from the Odin coalesced into Li Yun's quantum phantom, her wedding dress hem dripping fluorescent blood, etching a suffocating truth on the ground. Every cash register is a temporal anchor point. The tattoo on Chunda's collarbone burned like a branding iron. The star-patterned totem detached from the skin, gracefully suspended in the air, outlining the battle dance trajectory of the Jiwa tribe's sacred city. As the first drop of blood touched the core of the totem, the convenience store abruptly split into 12 dimensions. A young man named Jia, clad in a school uniform, had swapped expired labels in 1999, while the warrior Li Yun detonated a nuclear bomb in 2023, and the mechanical Yi Lan decoded alien scripts in 3021. At this moment, all timelines converged into a resplendent river of stars. As the morning light pierced through the quantum shield, the last customer pushed open the automatic door. The octopus alien's multifaceted eyes reflected the neon signs of the earthly branch, its tentacles curling around the mother-of-pearl star core. "Extra spicy instant noodles, thank you." Chunda's hand trembled as he prepared coffee. The brown powder coalesced in the anti-gravity field, forming the silhouette of Li Yun, who donned a Starfleet uniform, her fingertips traversing time and space as they pressed down on the radio dial. When the melody of jingle bells intertwined with the rhythm of ancestral war drums, the bulletproof glass suddenly revealed a blood-red time portal, where Chunda, clad in a suit, was pushing Li Yun at the security checkpoint. The boarding pass in the girl's hand flickered with the fluorescent code of a viral sample. "It's south time to close." whispered Li Yun, resonating through 300 dimensions simultaneously. Chunda glanced towards the moon, where a girl, embryonic in form, was calibrating the cash register system amidst the lunar craters, alien price tags shimmering like constellations in the neon glow. His fingertips brushed over the cracks in his wedding ring, while fragments of the star-patterned stone floated, preserving an unaltered history, the night before the convenience store explosion. Where Li Yun stood on tiptoe adjusting the Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine emblem on her neck. As the first rays of sunlight evaporated the traces of rain, Chunda pressed the Eternal Operation button. The expiration date label on the instant noodles suddenly flipped, revealing the faded Chinese characters in the morning light. Hope never expires. Chapter 70. The Night That Never Closes. Conclusion. The dome of the interstellar port filtered the rust-colored morning light. As Chunda's fingertips grazed the cracks in the cash register, those web-like patterns suddenly underwent quantum transformation, refracting reflections of the convenience store across 365 dimensions. The bulletproof glass of 2023 reflected Li Yun's silhouette as she adjusted the shelves, while the shelves of 1945 were bathed in the blue light of a mushroom cloud. And outside the automatic doors of 3021 hovered the spaceship of the octopus alien. As he turned, his tactical boots crushed the puddles on the ground, the moon's projection fracturing into luminous oracle bone script within the ripples. Survival itself, emerged Li Yun's voice from the coffee steam. Chunda turned abruptly. The can of Blue Mountain coffee on the third shelf trembled, brown powder seeping through the cracks. Hovering in the anti-gravity field as a phantom of the Nanjing Shield from 1937, golden torrents solidified outside the energy field. The convenience store's embryonic form refracting a mother-of-pearl halo amidst the flames of war, while the red light from the cash register stained the star-patterned stone wedding ring crimson. Margin of error, 0, echoed Yi Lan's mechanical voice, intertwined with electrical static emanating from the pendant. Her liquid metal visage seeped through the iris projection, her gray-blue pupils analyzing the transformation of product price tags, as alien text metamorphosed into Chinese, akin to serpents shedding their old skin in the morning light. The shelves began to self-update. The automatic doors swung open, and the overlapping lights and shadows of 12 dimensions surged in. The extraterrestrial octopus coils the nacreous core of the star with its tentacles, the luminescent patterns on its suckers resonating with the melody of jingle bells, spicy instant noodles. Thank you. Its compound eyes are composed of polyhedral crystals, each facet reflecting the quotidian moments of a convenience store across different timelines. Ajia repairing a radio in 1999. Li Yun organizing the shelves in 2023, and the mechanical Yi Lan calibrating a cryogenic chamber in 3021. Chunda's collarbone tattoo burns like a branding iron. The starry totem disengages from his skin, suspended in midair, tracing the dance of war from the sacred city of the Jiwa tribe. As the first beam of light pierces the star core, the bulletproof glass reflects an astonishing scene. Within the pearl, a miniature convenience store curls up, with instant noodles being restocked by their diminutive counterparts, and the crack in Chunda's wedding ring precisely mirroring the shape of his palm. The torrential rain quantizes at noon. Golden raindrops penetrate the titanium dome, suspending themselves between the shelves in a Klein bottle structure. As Chunda wipes the crack in his wedding ring, brown powder erupts from a Blue Mountain coffee can, coalescing in the air into a Jia's final smile. The crystalline right eye of the youth sheds blood tears, fragments etching a luminous Fibonacci spiral on the floor. Brother Chun, every expiration date is a countdown. The basement freezer suddenly rumbles. Chunda pries open the rusty cabinet door, and hundreds of CX embryos' nerve cords pierce the hull through the frost mist, with Li Yun's visage simultaneously speaking, "It's time to go home." His retina bursts with the folded memories of the convenience store on the eve of the viral outbreak. Li Yun tiptoes to adjust the coffee cans on the third shelf, her ponytail brushing against the jasmine emblem on her neck. Meanwhile, on the far side of the moon, her clone in interstellar uniform is calibrating the cash register system in a crater, the data streams from her mechanical right eye compiling the star map into price tags. Dad. The sound waves reverberate within his skull. Chunda stumbles against the shelf as the packaging of puffed snacks unfurls into a starship design, and the steam from Odin coalesces into the electronic ghost of Lin Jinxing. This existence, composed of ink and star-patterned stone, wields an ET equation lightsaber, striking with the words, You are forever trapped in a self-referential cage. The moment the tactical dagger pierces the ghost's chest, the convenience store collapses into a two-dimensional world. The shelves transform into glowing song typeface strokes, and Chunda's body is deconstructed into the seal script form of his name. In the ink-scented battlefield, he sees himself in a suit and tie pushing past Li Yun at Pudong Airport. The boarding pass in the girl's hand flickering with the fluorescent code of a viral sample. That unaltered past now seeping pale golden blood from the seams of the text. Breaking the closed loop with discrepancies, Li Yun's phantom seeps from the price tags. Dressed in a wedding gown, she spreads her arms, the jasmine emblem projecting 12-dimensional coordinates in the two-dimensional world. When the seal script Chunda's vertical stroke pierces the ghost's core, all product tags suddenly flip, revealing hope beneath the rust. The words never expires in Chinese characters. As the midnight gravitational tide tears the protective shield, the last customer pushes through the automatic doors. Maya, the illegitimate daughter of Kano, enters, her blood coral pendant hanging from a bone flute now shattered. Her pupils reflecting the daily life of convenience stores across 23 parallel universes. The purification faction has detonated the core iris. Chunda's temples throb with intensity. Deep within the shelves, the CX-17 embryo cryogenic chamber resonated unexpectedly. The observation window was cloaked in frost, yet it revealed the intricate jasmine emblem on the embryo's neck, precisely mirroring the shape that Li Yun had etched into his palm before his demise. As the first raindrop penetrated the quantum shield, the embryo's eyelashes quivered like butterfly wings, while the umbilical cord nerves pierced the chamber, inscribing Lin Zhun's frenzied script upon the ground. When the error reaches zero, the convenience store shall close. Yilan's mechanical eye pendant overloaded at this moment. Its gray-blue iris unfurled into a circular screen, displaying the energy waveform of the folded history of the 1937 Nanjing shield, astonishingly aligning with the flickering frequency of the convenience store's neon lights. Chunda tumbled through the temporal vortex, witnessing how each of his decisions birthed new shelves, the warrior's shelf brimming with crystalline feathers, the merchant's shelf suspended with star-patterned stone wedding rings, and the shelf adorned in tailored suits, showcasing dust-laden coffee cups, their bottoms accumulating a decade's worth of guilt. Survival rate, 003. Yilan's liquid metal finger penetrated the cash register, as nanotendrils engaged in a struggle with alien code, producing indigo arcs of electricity. Yet the shelves were perpetually restocked. Maya suddenly blew the bone flute. The last warriors of the wild faction emerged from the curtain of rain, their scales shedding in the sound waves, yet they formed a bonfire totem of the Jiwa ancestors with their bodies. Golden mycelium surged forth from their pores, interweaving in the air to form the jasmine emblem, incinerating the purifier's cognitive commands to ashes. When the morning light pierced through the quantum clouds, Chunda stood before the temporal gate. Behind the door, the bustling Pudong airport unfolded, where Li Yun, clutching his boarding pass, stood at the security checkpoint. His ponytail brushed against the jasmine emblem on his neck, while the cash register's red light stained the wedding ring crimson. That night, untouched by corruption a decade ago, now exuded the fragrance of orange blossoms from the folds of time. Survival itself whispered through 300 dimensions simultaneously. The phantom in an apron was diligently wiping the third shelf, while she, clad in interstellar uniform, adjusted the embryo cryogenic chamber. And the farthest version of her was trapped within the 1937 Nanjing shield, using the hem of her blood-stained apron to clean the star-patterned stone. Chunda tightened his grip on the Blue Mountain coffee can, as the brown powder coalesced in the anti-gravity field into the silhouette of a young Ajia. Seated behind the cash register in 1999, the jasmine emblem on his neck resonated with the remnants of the starship. Brother Chun, it's south time to close. The sharp sound of a tactical dagger hitting the ground jolted the flow of time. Chunda gazed towards the moon, where the girl transformed from the embryo was calibrating the cash register system amidst the craters, the alien price tags flickering in the neon like constellations. The expiration labels on the instant noodles suddenly flipped, and at that moment, all the tombstones of civilization resonated with Einstein's brain flickering in formalin. Madame Curie's skeleton posed as if counting the shelves, while the crown of Qin Shi Huang intertwined with the steam of Odin, inscribing eternal oracle bone script in the void. I choose to become the error. Chunda pressed the eternal operation button on the cash register. The automatic door opened one last time. As an octopus alien extended a star core with its tentacles, its compound eyes reflecting the neon lights of the convenience store across 300 dimensions. The melody of jingle bells resonated with the rhythm of ancestral war drums among the stars, while Li Yun's phantom pierced through the decade-long curtain of rain, his fingertips gently brushing against the cracked corners of his mouth. On a stormy night, 3 years hence, Chunda polished his wedding ring amidst the steam of the Odin. The shelves were adorned with the remnants of memories. Aegea's crystalline feather fragments nestled within a jar of lollipops, Yilan's mechanical eye pendant casting the coordinates of a starship, and Li Yun's faded wedding ring resting at the bottom of a Blue Mountain coffee can. Outside the automatic doors, the neon sign of the Earth branch hovered, its cracks artfully assembling into a totem of the fire spirit of the Jiwa tribe. As the first rays of sunlight evaporated the traces of rain, the label at the bottom of the coffee cup illuminated with the countdown for the activation of the CX-18 project. The cryogenic chamber for embryos opened on the far side of the moon, as the jasmine emblem on the girl's neck resonated with the energy patterns of the starship. Her pupils fractured into a dodecahedron, reflecting an untainted starry sky and the eternal neon of the convenience store. Morning mist, like shattered silk, enveloped the interstellar port as Chunda brewed the final cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Brown powder coalesced in the air, forming the ethereal visage of Li Yun, clad in an apron, her fingertips penetrating a decade of time to press the radio knob. The automatic doors of convenience stores across all dimensions opened in unison, the hope labels on the shelves shimmering in the morning light, akin to the undying spark of cosmic error. The end.